Meet Xiao Yong, a young man who appears ordinary, but secretly holds memories of humanity's future. In his past life, he trusted the woman he loved with all his heart, only to suffer a merciless betrayal. Just when he believed his story had ended, fate opened the door to a new beginning. This time, he is determined to alter destiny and prevent the disasters he knows are coming. This path of rebirth is not merely a journey of survival, but a quest for vengeance filled with blood and tears. However, the shadows of those who wronged him continue to stalk his every move. Can Xiao Yong truly conquer fate and rewrite his own ending? In the dead of night, within a dilapidated ruin, a thick fog creates a bone-chilling atmosphere. Xiao Yong finds himself on the fragile line between life and death. Cui Jing's eyes, dripping with sarcasm, look down on him. "Oh, Jiang Xiao Yong, all of your friends are gone. What's the point of you staying alive now?" The memories, like tattered old photographs, only deepen Xiao Yong's anguish. Right now, all he can do is glare back at them with pure, unadulterated hatred. "You scoundrels. It's all my fault. I'm the one who led you all to your doom." But Xiao Yong doesn't waver. He roars, "You despicable filth, you won't find peace in the afterlife." Cui Jing immediately switches tactics, whining to Li Shu Xiong. "Darling, look at him, he's getting angry with me again." A smug smirk crosses his face as he comforts her. "Well, in that case, why don't we just torment him slowly until he draws his last breath? That might ease your frustration, don't you think? Still, we really ought to thank you for all these supplies. Without them, we wouldn't be living so comfortably. Rest easy now." With those words, Li Shu Xiong presses a button. The rope snaps, and Xiao Yong's life is thrown into grave danger. The horde of undead below sees the fresh bait and, unable to restrain themselves, lunges forward. They begin to create a tremor as they swarm over Xiao Yong's body. Through the humiliation and searing pain, he makes a silent vow to himself. "Cui Jing Li Shu Xiong, if I'm given one more chance to be reborn, I swear I will make you two pay for everything." Suddenly, the pain fades, and a nagging voice echoes around him. "Jiang Xiao Yong, what's the meaning of this? Why isn't my name on the property deed yet? Do you even love me anymore?" Xiao Yong, still in a daze, struggles to shake off the nightmare, wondering what is happening. Could it be? Have I actually been reborn back before the apocalypse started? In his previous life, he was completely duped by Cui Jing. She not only cheated him out of his entire inheritance, but left him to wander the streets, a vagrant in the gutter. After that, a global catastrophe struck. Most of humanity transformed into zombies, and the world plunged into chaos. Later, with the help of friends he had made on the streets, he managed to build a safe zone to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. But he never imagined that wretched Cui Jing would show up pretending to be a desperate refugee seeking his help, and slowly win his trust all over again. In reality, she was a mole sent by his enemies to bring them down from the inside. Back in the present, Cui Jing won't stop nagging. And another thing, the betrothal gift has to be 400,000, not a single penny less. "Did you hear me clearly?" Xiao Yong glares at her, his eyes filled with hatred, silently cursing, "Vicious, rotten woman." He knows he can't let himself get provoked. Unsatisfied, Cui Jing continues her dramatic act. "I'm giving you exactly 1 week. And if you don't have it by then..." Her incessant whining grated on his nerves, so Xiao Yong cut her off and pushed her out. Okay, I get it. You can go now." This decisiveness makes Cui Jing a little curious. What's wrong with him? Since when did Jiang Xiao Yong become so assertive? Wasn't he supposed to be wrapped around my little finger? Soon after, a quiet calm returns. Xiao Yong turns his head to a nearby blue screen. After confirming the time, he immediately begins to plan his course of action. There's still a whole month left. I have to start preparing right away to deal with the coming apocalypse. But then, an idea flashes in Xiao Yong's mind, like a bolt of lightning. A system. Apocalypse system has been activated. A system mission has been issued. Please complete it as soon as possible. Mission: prepare for the cataclysm. Requirement: obtain a piece of land and prepare supplies for an entire year. Mission reward: 10 points. Points can be exchanged for rewards in the system store. Xiao Yong feels a jolt of excitement for this second life. I can't believe I actually got a system. And there are mission rewards too. What can I do with these points? With that thought, he accesses the store. Into the shopping center. The system offered a physical enhancement potion, a level 1 Doomsday farmer supply box, and a level 1 main character supply box. Xiao Yong was completely baffled, struggling to understand. He tried to remember what he did on this day in his past life, and nearly forgot that at this point in his previous life, he was scrimping and saving on every single meal, just to afford a birthday gift for Cui Jing, which led to him becoming severely malnourished. He grabbed his phone from the table, a new resolve forming in his mind. Xiao Yong began to map out his future strategy. In just one more month, the entire world would be completely swarming with the undead. He figured, while he still could, he might as well go eat something absolutely incredible. That very night, in the dazzling modern city, his table was filled with a spread of mouth-watering delicacies. Xiao Yong clicked his tongue in appreciation. So this is the legendary 3-star Michelin meal I've heard so much about. I have to see what this braised pork at 300 yuan, a single piece, actually tastes like. Wasting no more time, he popped the morsel into his mouth. The instant he took that first bite, the explosion of flavor was so intense that it literally blew the shirt right off his back. Holy smokes, this is ridiculously delicious. With absolutely no regrets, he dug in like a ravenous beast, experiencing a taste of heaven on earth. Suddenly, Xiao Yong's phone buzzed. He wondered who it was, only to see it was a call from his ex's toxic best friend. That two-faced witch was probably calling to run her mouth and play the victim again, tattling to her perfect little princess. Right the moment he picked up, a grating voice drilled into his ear. Jiang Xiao Yong, what the hell is your problem? Have you ever treated Cui Jing this way before? All she wanted was for you to prove your sincerity. Is handing over your family's assets to Cui Jing really too much to ask? How can you even have the nerve to say you love her? Cui Jing was just giving you a little test, and you couldn't even pass that look. If right now you come over here with the deed to your house and 1 million yuan in cash, get on your knees and admit you were wrong, then maybe I can help you talk to Cui Jing. Otherwise, you can kiss this relationship goodbye. Without a second of hesitation, he roared back. Who the hell do you two think you are, worthy of testing me? Get lost. Shu Ya was about to retort something else, but Xiao Yong hung up before she could utter another word. With that business handled, he leaned back in his chair, feeling as relieved as if he had just thrown out a massive pile of garbage. Xiao Yong recalled the system's requirement and pondered for a moment. I need to find a plot of land, huh? Let's see. If I'm going to turn this land into the most impenetrable fortress imaginable, one that's easy to defend and difficult to assault, it absolutely has to be near a water source and a dense forest. After mulling it over for a good while, Xiao Yong decided to head to a real estate office. An eager saleswoman walked up to greet him. Good day, sir. Are you looking to rent or to buy today? He simply shook his head and replied, neither. I'm here today too. But he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Xiao Ning, get back here and help move these boxes. We have a huge delivery of paper rolls. The man barking orders was the agency's sales manager, Director Chu. Xiao Ning looked slightly annoyed. But Director Chu, I'm currently helping a client. Annoyed Director Chu waved her off dismissively. Xiao Ning, have you already forgotten everything I've taught you these past few days? Have you got no judgment whatsoever? Now get to the back and get to work. She walked away reluctantly. The manager scoffed internally. Look at him dressed in those worn-out rags. I bet he couldn't even afford to buy a toilet in one of our properties. Just another time-wasting bum. But Xiao Yong's sharp retort snapped the manager to attention. What did you just say? You got eyes, but can't see who you're dealing with. Director Chu turned around, a mocking sneer on his face. Are you calling me blind? Fine. Let's make a bet. If you can even afford to buy one of our toilets, I'll livestream myself eating crap. Xiao Yong's eyes narrowed as he shot back. You've got a deal. Those are your words. Just you wait. I'll make sure to serve you up something nice and fresh. He then turned to the saleswoman. Miss, as I was saying, I'm not here to buy a house or rent one. He then flashed a powerful-looking black card, declaring, today I'm here to buy land. A wave of stunned murmurs instantly swept through the office. What did he say, buy land? Did I hear that right? Does that guy have any clue how expensive land is? Another whispered. My goodness, I've worked here for years and this is the first time I've ever seen anyone walk in wanting to buy land. A tycoon. Now, that's what I call a real tycoon. Xiao Ning's attitude shifted instantly. Right this way, sir. I'll be happy to go over all the details with you. Meanwhile, Director Chu was muttering under his breath with envy, humph, just putting on a show. When it's time to swipe that card, I bet it'll be declined. The saleswoman, however, began her presentation graciously. This is some of the land plots our company currently owns. Please take a look while I introduce them to you. Xiao Yong waved his hand dismissively. No need to go through all that trouble. Just let me tell you what I'm looking for, and you can see if you have anything that fits. Xiao Ning replied. Of course, sir, please go ahead. He began. All right. It needs to be surrounded by mountains and a river. Ideally, the water source would be flowing water. It has to have convenient road access, and it would be perfect if there's already a building like a factory or a large house on the property. Xiao Ning looked thoughtful at the unusual request, hesitating as she said, Let me see. Just then, Director Chu chimed in. Doesn't that plot in the Dongcheng district meet his demands perfectly? Her jaw dropped. The Dongcheng district manager Chu? Are you talking about that plot in the capital of Cha? That's not an option. That place is filled with half-finished factories, and the whole project is tied up in legal trouble. We can't sell that to a client. He sneered. Sell what? This broke loser is just making a bunch of ridiculous demands. He's obviously not here to buy anything. He's just here to cause trouble. Xiao Yong then asked, So the land in Dongcheng district really does meet all of my requirements? Xiao Ning replied, Well, yes, but the structures on the factory grounds are extremely shoddy and in total disarray. The head of the construction team even skipped town. As he looked over the plans, he thought to himself, This location is absolutely perfect. It fits all my criteria. It has a sturdy barbed wire fence, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. And the unfinished factory will save me a tremendous amount of time and money on construction. Xiao Ning began to say, I'm sorry, sir, but Xiao Yong cut her off. His mind made up. I'll take this land. Can we process the payment and sign the contract right now? His sudden decision to close the deal left her completely stunned. Xiao Ning had to ask again just to be sure. Sir, are you absolutely certain you want to purchase this land with the unfinished factory? He replied calmly. Of course. Let's get the contract signed and the payment settled. After all, someone has a very special meal waiting for them. The invoice was printed instantly, and the full payment was transferred, causing Director Chu to roar in disbelief. No, that's impossible. This can't be happening. 30,000. Wait, this is 300,000. Is this a down payment of 300,000 yuan? Who in their right mind would spend millions on a plot of land with a half-built factory? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Xiao Yong casually walked over with a smirk and said, Hey buddy, the bill is paid. It's your turn to put on a show now. Just make sure you eat with enthusiasm, and maybe I'll send you a virtual rocket for your performance. The crowd around them began to buzz. Hey big guy, I've already got my phone out. I'm live streaming this for you. Better get started. Hey, fatty, my stomach's a bit upset today, but I promise I'll save you the freshest delivery. Hey man, you want some of the lobster I had for dinner last night? A system notification appeared. Quest name Disaster Preparedness. Quest requirement. Acquire a plot of land. Quest reward. Access to redeemable rewards in the system's shopping center. As Xiao Yong walked away, he thought, Well, the betrothal money is gone. I've used it for the land. Now, I need to figure out how to make some cash to start stockpiling food. Standing nearby, Shu Qiang suddenly thought, Isn't that Jiang Xiao Yong? What could he possibly be doing here? He narrowed his eyes, a scheme clearly forming in his mind. Meanwhile, Director Chu's earlier vow was about to be fulfilled. He screamed at the top of his lungs, Somebody help me. I don't want to eat crap. Seeing the commotion, Shu Qiang stepped forward and demanded, What do you think you're all doing here? At that same moment, on a beautiful morning, Cui Jing sat leisurely, smoking a cigarette when the phone on her table buzzed to life. Well, she mused Li Shu Xiong. I'm surprised that annoying pest still remembers I exist. The voice on the other end said, Cui Jing Jiang Xiao Yong went to a real estate company today and bought a piece of land. Did you know about this? She flew into a rage. What did you say? He bought land. Where the hell did he get that kind of money? The voice replied. The down payment was 300,000 yuan. I'm guessing it was the money he had saved up for your betrothal gift. Cui Jing completely lost it, screaming, "What, that worthless piece of trash? He actually dared to spend my money." The voice on the phone advised Cui Jing, "Calm down first. You should hurry and find Jiang Xiao Yong and ask him what's going on." She was furious, shouting back, "Ask him what? That pathetic loser dared to touch my money. Forget asking. Today, I'm going to make sure he goes viral for all the wrong reasons." At that very moment, Xiao Yong sat in quiet contemplation, lost in thought. Buying supplies and building a base requires a ton of money, but where am I supposed to get it all? As he was pondering this, a loud, forceful knock echoed, startling him. Damn, who's knocking like they're trying to break the door down, he thought. Surprised, Jiang Xiao Yong asked, "What are the two of you doing here?" Cui Jing immediately confronted him. "Jiang Xiao Yong, what is the meaning of this? How dare you spend my money?" He feigned ignorance, asking, "Huh? What on earth are you talking about?" She flew into a rage, screaming, "Don't think I don't know you used my bride price money to buy that land. Let me tell you that money is mine. So you dared to use it to buy land, which means that land now belongs to me." Jiang Xiao Yong replied with contempt, "You're completely delusional." He pulled out a stack of cash and said, "Let me tell you, I've got plenty of money, but I wouldn't give you a single penny. And don't for a second think I'm clueless about what you and that Li Shu Xiong have been doing behind my back." Hearing this, Cui Jing was furious and thought to herself, "What's going on? How could he possibly know about me and Li Shu Xiong?" Yunair tried to de-escalate. "Both of you just calm down. Lovers' quarrels are always just misunderstandings." Jiang Xiao Yong bluntly cursed. "Misunderstanding my foot? There's no misunderstanding here. Besides, she and I are not in a relationship. The real couple is her and Li Shu Xiong. Now, get lost for me. The sight of you people is seriously annoying." She briefly thought, "How is this possible? How could he know I was so careful every time I booked a room?" Stunned into silence, Yunair and Cui Jing had no choice but to leave. Yunair then said, "Jing, why wouldn't you tell me about something this big? Are you really that close with that middle-aged man Li Shu Xiong?" Cui Jing admitted, "We've only been to a hotel together a few times." Feeling cornered, she said helplessly, "This situation has turned against us. Let's go back first and figure out a counterplan." Cui Jing replied with frustration, "I guess that's the only option." The two left completely defeated. Meanwhile, Yunair was already scheming. "Cui Jing, since you've had a falling out with Jiang Xiao Yong, I won't be holding back anymore. After all, we're such times good sisters, **. The next morning, Jiang Xiao Yong held up the construction plans and said, "This is the factory I want to renovate. Can you estimate how long it will take to complete the remodeling?" The site was already buzzing with activity under his watchful eye. Foreman Li from the Balo Construction Company replied, "Reinforcing the walls, building watchtowers, surrounded by Texas-style steel mesh, thickening the explosion-proof steel doors, and installing thicker bulletproof glass." "Little brother, if you don't mind me asking, did you manage to get on the wrong side of some powerful people?" Jiang Xiao Yong stated sternly, "Stop asking questions. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Just tell me what it will cost to get this job done within 1 month." The foreman replied, "Brother, there's no way we can finish this in just 1 month." Jiang Xiao Yong retorted, "Cut the chatter. Don't you have the entire Balo company at your disposal?" Suddenly, a voice from the side piped up, "Boss, the lives of us Balo workers are still lives, you know." Jiang Xiao Yong said sarcastically, "Foreman, do you have any humanity left?" Foreman Li just smiled and replied, "That's not it. Boss, what I mean is, we're going to need more money." Jiang Xiao Yong said coldly, "Give me a number." The foreman explained, "Boss, to get this done in 1 month, I'll have to push the Balo crew to work at an extremely high intensity. The price will be at least this much." Jiang Xiao Yong questioned, 20 million. Foreman Li confirmed, "That's right. And first, you'll need to give us a deposit of 5 million before we can even talk." Jiang Xiao Yong replied calmly, "All right, I'll send you the money within a week. You can have your workers start ahead of time." Foreman Li was completely flabbergasted, stammering, "But..." Jiang Xiao Yong reassured him, "It's fine. You don't have to worry about me bailing on the payment. If I do this, land is yours." The foreman had to accept. "All right then." Just then, Yunair approached from a distance, Calling out sweetly brother Jiang, she rushed over and grabbed his arm, asking, "What are you doing here?" Yunair held on tightly, pestering him. "Brother, oh brother, what are you up to over here?" Jiang Xiao Yong thought to himself. This green tea schemer. In my past life, Cui Jing swindled my family out of our entire fortune, and you were right there helping her. In this life, I'll make sure to repay you double. He then asked aloud, "What do you want?" Yunair flashed a bright smile and replied, "Brother, Jiang, is this the land you just bought? The scenery here is absolutely beautiful. Are you planning to build a villa here, or something?" Jiang Xiao Yong immediately shook her hand off and said, "Whatever I'm doing has nothing to do with you, does it?" She paused for a moment thinking, what in the world is going on? Why is that worthless loser Jiang Xiao Yong acting so off today? He normally blushes and his heart pounds just from touching my hand. I even gave him a little peek on purpose today, so why isn't he reacting at all? Xiao Yong walked over to give directions. "No, that's not right. The main gate needs to be even wider." Yunair shouted after him. "Hey," she fumed internally, thinking, "No way, I can't let this golden opportunity slip by. Cui Jing is already on the outs with him, so if I can just shove Cui Jing out of the picture, this land will be all mine." Meanwhile, Xiao Yong sat lost in thought in his room, wondering how to mortgage this house to the bank when it was only valued at 3 million. That's not even enough to cover the initial phase of the project. I've got to find a way to keep making money. That's right. The apocalypse is coming soon anyway, so what does it matter if I sell this house multiple times to different people? Xiao Yong, still wrapped up in his thoughts, decided, let's do it that way. Suddenly, a voice from outside yelled, "Open up. Open this door right now." He thought to himself, damn it, which new headache is at my door now? It was his downstairs neighbor Richman Li, a guy with more money than sense. He already owned the first and second floors. Now he wants to buy my third floor apartment too. But I originally planned to use it as our marital home, and because I refused to sell, that old geezer started harassing me daily. He spray painted my door, piled up trash, left funeral wreaths, glued my locks. He's used every dirty trick in the book to mess with me. Mr. Li yelled, "Were you jumping around up there again last night?" Xiao Yong shot back, "Are you finished causing a scene? I went to bed before 10 last night." "What do you mean jumping?" the old man screamed. "I don't care, I know what I heard." Xiao Yong waved him off. "Stop, just stop. You want my apartment, right? I've had enough of this. I'll sell it to you, how about that?" Hearing this, Mr. Li looked shocked and asked, "Really, are you serious?" Xiao Yong paused, then said, "But I have one condition." The man asked suspiciously, "What condition?" In a serious tone, Xiao Yong explained, "My new apartment won't be ready for another 6 months, so I need to stay here until then. Before that, you need to pay me 5 million for the house in one lump sum, so I can pay off the mortgage." Mr. Li hesitated. "Well, about that." Xiao Yong made a show of closing the door, saying, "If you can't agree, then forget it." Mr. Li immediately fell for the psychological ploy and blurted out, "Fine, I agree. But we need to sign a contract so you don't back out later." Xiao Yong replied smugly, "A contract is fine. You can rest easy." In his mind, he sneered, "This despicable old man. You can just wait in your new home for eternity to claim you." With the 5 million from Richman Li, plus the 3 million from the loan, I now have a total of 8 million. Time to complete some system quests and rake in the rewards, right? As a new day dawned, crowds of people rushed by. Xiao Yong was completely focused, putting 100% of his energy into gathering a year's worth of supplies. Onlookers started whispering, "This guy seems mentally unstable. We should probably keep our distance." Cart after cart was piled high with goods. A dozen shopping carts, overflowing with food, all belonged to Xiao Yong. The surrounding people chattered away. What's he going to do with so much stuff? Is he another fool who believes those doomsday rumors? The system announced, "Mission complete, disaster preparation." He stood there thinking, in the apocalypse, strengthening my attributes is absolutely critical. And this main character supply box costs exactly 10 points. There's no need to hesitate. The first step is to press my advantage immediately. I have to be decisive. I choose the main character supply box. The system displayed, "Exchange successful. 10 points have been deducted. Item acquired, spatial ring. Feature contains a 500-meter pocket dimension. Time within the ring space is frozen. Xiao Yong thought to himself, I knew it. The first pull from the gacha is always a jackpot. A pocket dimension where time stands still. This means that even if I store fresh food, it will never spoil. This is absolutely perfect. The system announced a new mission, 10 Years of Plenty. Objective: gather 10 years worth of supplies. Suddenly Yang Tao shouted, Who's there? Who dares to cause trouble here? He gritted his teeth asking, Are you Jiang Xiao Yong? Xiao Yong recognized him and asked, Yang Tao. He suddenly remembered Yang Tao was a middle school classmate who was nothing more than a bootlicker for the notorious bully Ba Zhongshang. The guy was a classic coward who only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Xiao Yong recalled a time when Yang Tao had aggressively cornered him, demanding last week's protection money. 10 yuan, fork it over. He shot back, My ass. If you want it, go get it from Zhang Shengzhe yourself. Xiao Yong mused that this guy constantly clashed with him back in school. He never expected to run into him here of all places. The guy yelled, Jiang Xiao Yong, what do you think you're doing? Put every single one of these items back where they belong. Or don't blame me for getting rough. Xiao Yong sneered Yang Tao, still bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I came here to shop. Is this really how your Huarunfa supermarket treats its customers? Yang Tao bellowed. Shopping, fine. Then go pay for all of this right now, or don't blame us for playing hardball. 1 hour later, receipts were printing out endlessly, and the supermarket staff couldn't even catch a break. Yang Tao demanded, What's the grand total? The cashier replied. The total comes to 56,884 yuan and 30 cents. Completely humiliated, he signaled to his crew, We're leaving, but Xiao Yong told them to hold it right there. Yang Tao, still visibly angry, snapped, What more do you want? Xiao Yong said calmly, After that nasty attitude of yours, you owe me an apology. Otherwise, I'm returning this entire haul. The man exploded, shouting, Don't you push it. Are you trying to cause more trouble for me? The surrounding crowd started to chime in. You're the one who's a total jerk and looks down on people. Weren't you the one being incredibly disrespectful to him just now? All he's asking for is a simple apology. That's not asking for too much, is it? Exactly, apologize already, or we're taking our business elsewhere too. Someone's already recording for TikTok, so you better say you're sorry. If you don't want to go viral. Xiao Yong added fuel to the fire, goading him. Go on, apologize. If your apology is sincere, I'll buy 10 times this amount. Yang Tao sneered in disbelief. Quit bluffing. Xiao Yong smugly replied, Bluffing? Bring the POS machine over here, and I'll let you see my account balance. After saying that, Xiao Yong casually swiped his card again. The man gasped in utter shock. Over 7 million. Xiao Yong smirked. Apologize, and I'll continue shopping. If I'm lying to you, you can call me your son. Biting the bullet, Yang Tao scowled and finally conceded, immediately bowing his head and stammering. I'm sorry. Xiao Yong said patronizingly. Remember this next time, and don't be so reckless. Understand? The man then asked, So, Brother Yang, what do you plan to do with so many supplies? He flatly replied, That's none of your concern. I have my own business to run. Yang Tao pressed on. A big business. The supermarket's warehouse is running low on stock, so you're looking to source more. Is that it? Xiao Yang shot back. You've been in this supermarket business for a while. You must know where to find a supplier, right? The guy replied. Of course. Remember Zhang Shengzhe? He's the one who's got that kind of inventory right now? Yang Tao immediately got on the phone. Hello, Brother Zhe. I've found a huge client for you. Xiao Yong stood there thinking, just as he'd suspected. Yang Tao was still Zhang Shengzhe's personal lackey. He wondered how much dirty money those two had skimmed from the Huarunfa supermarket. Right after the call, Yang Tao led Xiao Yong to inspect the warehouse. Suddenly a car hurtled towards them from a distance. The vehicle approached like a rocket, sending Yang Tao into a panic. Xiao Yong frowned, thinking, Damn, he's driving like his life depends on it. Shengzhe stepped out of the car, with a cigarette hanging from his lips, puffing away as he asked, Yang Tao, is this the big shot client you mentioned? The man replied, Brother Zhe, this is Jiang Xiao Yong, remember him? Shengzhe's gaze sharpened as he asked, Hu Yang Tao, explained Jiang Xiao Yong, our old middle school classmate. The smoke blew directly into Xiao Yong's face, irritating him immensely. The man's eyes lit up with recognition. Oh, it's that stubborn kid. With the cigarette still in his mouth, Shang Zhe sneered. Rocking knockoffs. Haha, I really underestimated you. Broke as a joke and still trying to put on a show, Xiao Yong replied coolly. Designer brands, wouldn't know. Just picked this up from a random street stall. Shang Zhe gestured at Yang Tao. This is the major client you were talking about. Damn it, you've wasted my valuable time. Yang Tao said frantically. Brother Zhe. He really is a big spender. Shang Zhe snapped. Big spender my ass. I've been in this game for years. I can tell with one glance. Who has money? Is that all you've got? Xiao Yong smirked. It seems my presence isn't intimidating enough to faze an illiterate fool who judges everyone with those beady eyes of his. Shang Zhe gritted his teeth, grabbing Xiao Yong by the collar. What did you just say? Xiao Yong remained perfectly calm. I said you have a dog sense for judging people. His voice was menacing. You dare call me illiterate? Xiao Yong's eyes widened innocently. No, I said you look down on people like a stray dog. Is that better? Yang Tao quickly interjected. Brother Young, please don't hit Brother Zhe where it hurts. He really can't read, so he's extremely sensitive about being called illiterate. Shang Zhe kicked him. You useless piece of trash, if you can't say anything helpful, then shut your trap. A big client, huh? If you don't buy a whole truckload from me today, neither of you are walking out of here. Xiao Yong pulled out his phone. Let go of my collar. Now, hurry up and give me your account number. Shang Zhe snatched the phone. 1 million. You want to buy this much? Are you for real? Xiao Yong shot back. Enough with the questions. You think I came here just to waste your time? This is a deposit for 5 million worth of goods. Now hurry and get your people to load up the truck. You'll get the remaining 4 million once the delivery is complete. Shang Zhe asked, what kind of goods do you want? Xiao Yong replied, firewood, rice, oil, salt, snacks and drinks, everything edible and potable. Don't be picky and make sure the inventory is complete. Shang Zhe's expression shifted. Follow me. I can't believe my luck. I just got stuck with a huge batch of nearly expired food, and someone shows up to take it off my hands. If you pay for the whole lot up front, I'll even give you a 10% discount off the original wholesale price. How does that sound? Xiao Yong looked at him. How it sounds. That depends entirely on the quality of your goods. He casually picked up a small bag of provisions. His tone turned serious. Except for this top layer, everything underneath is packed with products about to expire. Zhang Shengzhe, it looks like your little scheme has backfired, hasn't it? Shang Zhe's face flushed with embarrassment as he thought times. Damn it, this kid actually knows his stuff. Asterisk. All right. Look, if you take all this expiring food, I'll give you a 50% discount. How about that? Xiao Yong shook his head. No thanks. My 5 million is earmarked for top quality goods only. As for your nearly expired stock, I have other plans for it. Shang Zhe asked suspiciously. What kind of plans? I'll take all this expiring food at the 50% discount you offered. However, you'll get paid for it in 1 month. Shang Zhe asked, full of doubt. Are you being serious? By then the goods will be expired. If you don't pay me, then what am I supposed to do? Xiao Yong calmly replied. Don't worry. I'll put my house up as collateral. Shang Zhe was still skeptical. You want this food even knowing it's about to go bad? Mind telling me what your distribution channel is? Xiao Yong replied casually, distribution channel. There is no channel. I times am times the channel, got it? Ha, forget nearly expired food. In a few days, even completely expired food will be priceless. Shang Zhe's expression soured. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Xiao Yong glanced at his phone. There are some things you're better off not asking. Just get the goods moved for me. I've already sent you the address. A voice on the other end of the phone asked, Is this Mr. Jiang? He answered, Who's calling? The person continued, I'm calling about the old house you have for sale. Is that correct? He gestured toward Shang Zhe. I have to take this. As for the food, just proceed as we discussed. Yang Tao whispered, Brother Zhe, I didn't lie to you, did I? He cursed. Damn it all. That kid is obviously from some average family. How the hell is he pulling this off? Lao Sheng opened a bag. Mr. Jiang, here is the 4 million deposit. I can agree to your condition of you vacating the house in 3 months. Now, let's sign the contract first. Xiao Yong frowned, thinking times. This old man is putting down a deposit and signing the contract without even properly inspecting the house. Asterisk, asterisk. He must be really desperate to buy my place. Asterisk, sir. Are you really in that much of a hurry? The old man chuckled. Heh, I won't hide it from you. My granddaughter is transferring schools soon, and we urgently need this house so she can get settled. I've looked around this area several times, and your house is the only one on the market. Mr. Jiang, you absolutely must not back out of this deal. Xiao Yong replied slowly. Sir, you're being a little too honest. You've told me everything right from the start. Aren't you afraid I'll take advantage of you? You're raising the price, the old man said in a panic. Mr. Jiang, the money for this house is the entire life savings of 2 generations of our family. Please take the document. Don't you worry, old sir, I won't go back on my word. The paper was a rental agreement which Xiao Yong had also signed. Old Thang took the document and let out a huge sigh of relief. Oh, that's wonderful. That's just wonderful, he said. Mr. Jiang, you look busy, so I won't disturb you any longer. Xiao Yong gave a slight nod. All right, you can head on home. The people from the lower class were often kind and simple. But in the coming future, the old man and his granddaughter probably wouldn't survive for even a single month. Suddenly, Xiao Yong called out. Oh, by the way, old sir, wait just a moment. The old man paused. What is it? Xiao Yong continued. Your current address. Please tell me what it is. Before Xiao Yong now was a construction site still in progress. Director Li spoke up Boss Jiang about that second deposit. Xiao Yong replied, I'll transfer it to you shortly. What's the current progress on the construction? The director pointed towards the roof. We're already 70% complete. Take a look, sir. The walls, the doors, they're absolutely secure, and you can trust their quality. Xiao Yong then asked, and the warehouse? Director Li explained calmly. The warehouse was a pre-existing part of the unfinished factory. It's been completely cleaned out and is ready for use at any time. Xiao Yong nodded. Excellent. He pulled out his phone to make a call. Jiang Xingze, bring the supplies over immediately. Workers were soon moving crates inside. Easy now, take it slow. The boss is incredibly generous, giving us double pay for a simple job like this. Man, this place honestly looks more like a doomsday shelter. What would you know about that? When you're rich, you'll spare no expense to save your own skin. Right. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong was giving instructions for the fresh produce, fruits and vegetables, which spoil easily to be stored separately. Don't get these mixed up. A worker replied cheerfully. You got it, boss, rest assured. As dusk settled, all the workers began to leave the warehouse. Before Xiao Yong stood mountains of stockpiled goods. Complete the mission, he commanded. A system notification chimed. Mission: a decade of full bellies and warm clothes. Complete. System points awarded 20. Current balance 20 points. He looked at the system's mission panel. A physique enhancement potion was listed for 20 points. Whoa, there's actually a brand new prize in the system store, he thought. The system displayed a list of items. Physique enhancement potion quantity. 1 cost 20 points. Apocalypse Farmer's Supply Crate. LV1 cost 2 points. Ability Awakening. Supply Crate LV1 cost 10 points. Manual Store Refresh. Cost 2 points. He thought to himself, my luck is off the charts. To think I could get my hands on a special ability before the end of the world even arrives. The system then revealed a spiritual ILV1. Its special characteristic was the ability to detect whether another person harbored hostile intent. His face lit up. It can detect hostility. This might be one of the most useful abilities to have in the early days of the apocalypse. Just then, a new mission appeared, armed to the teeth. The mission requirement was to fully arm himself. The mission reward was 10 points, plus a random bonus reward. An ecstatic grin spread across Xiao Yong's face as he laughed out loud. Isn't this exactly what I was planning to do anyway? The scene cut to a late-night black market where countless noisy people were gathered together. As Xiao Yong navigated the crowd, he overheard someone say, "Damn it, are you telling the truth or just pulling my leg? Just by hearing you talk, I can tell you're a total rookie." Is that price you're quoting for real or some kind of joke? Damn it, this thing. Shh, keep your voice down. I just dug it out of the Moang tombs yesterday. What is it? The skull of Emperor Qin Shi Huang as a child? Give me a better deal. Just 500 dong. Aya, a price that's sweet, is impossible to find anywhere else. Over on one side, Li Shu Xiong was fuming. You want 2,000 yuan for this high-grade ice jade bracelet? This is clearly a knockoff. If you sell it to me for 300, you'd still be making a killing. So, are we making a deal or not? If you're not selling, I'm taking my business elsewhere. The seller conceded. All right, just take it easy, I'll sell it to you. Just calm down, I'll sell it. Okay. Xiao Yong glanced over and thought, that scumbag Li Shu Xiong actually came to the black market to buy a fake jade bracelet. Haha. Cui Jing, you foolish witch, to think you'd actually fall for a cheap trinket like that. Finally, his eyes landed on a stall, selling various blades and swords. A considerable number of people were gathered around, looking to make a purchase. I found it, he thought. Hey boss, you got anything really tough in your collection? The owner Wan Ke replied. This is a whetstone. If you want something hard, buy this and sharpen it yourself. If you're not serious, go buy a stick to play with. Xiao Yong's demeanor turned cold. Still not hard enough. I need something much harder than that. The man's expression soured. What's that supposed to mean? Are you here looking for trouble? Suddenly, Wan Ke's phone chimed. Ding, your account has received 200,000. Xiao Yong held up his own phone. No need to get so agitated. This is just a show of my sincerity to make a purchase. That's me. Wan Ke turned and ordered Xiao Xiang, come over and watch the merchandise. Wan Ke's demeanor shifted. It's not convenient to talk out here. Please this way. They finally entered a quiet rented room to talk. Wan Ke opened a box and said, Boss, what we have here is a homemade pistol. It has no problem taking down a chicken. The ammunition is cheap too, it just needs gunpowder and a few steel ball bearings. What do you think? Xiao Yong shook his head. Not good enough. Hearing this, the man's face twisted in annoyance. He continued, how about a replica revolver? Its performance is comparable to a standard issue pistol. The price is 5,000 yuan, and it fires 9mm rounds. I'll sell you the bullets for 5 yuan apiece. How does that sound? Xiao Yong's expression darkened. That's passable, I guess, but I already gave you a down payment of 200,000. Selling me something like this seems a bit inappropriate. Don't you think? Wan Ke replied in surprise. What down payment? Xiao Yong's eyes grew stern. The 10% down payment. I want to spend 2 million on your weapons. The man stammered, scratching his head. My good sir, what are you planning? For an order of this magnitude, you came to find times, me asterisk. Xiao Yong stated calmly. I never used to bother with trivial matters like this. These things were always my underlings' responsibility. But a lot has happened recently. Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me if you can do it or not. Wan Ke hurriedly rushed off, telling him, please wait a moment. Suddenly, he carefully turned off all the lights in the house, then drew the curtains and peered outside to check his surroundings. With a serious expression, Wan Ke looked back. You've come to the right person. I can do this for you. Just write down a list, and I'll give you an address later. At 12 o'clock, the day after tomorrow, you just drive over, and we'll complete the transaction. Remember to bring cash. Wan Ke politely escorted him out. Big brother, please watch your step. Suddenly, Shu Qiang appeared from behind. Well, if it isn't Xiao Yong, fancy meeting you at the black market. Let me ask you, why have you been so generous lately? And ignoring Cui Jing like that, it seems you still have some family heirlooms left to sell. What's the matter? I've seen a lot of trading going on recently. Are you having to copy others lying flat and selling off everything just to live comfortably? Xiao Yong just smirked and thought, that's right. I should test out the new ability I just got. His pupils suddenly glowed with a blue light. The spiritual eye. So this power really works. That's right, lying flat. So what? By the way, who are you again? The one working with Cui Jing. Was she really fooled into getting intimate over these fake worn-out goods? It makes sense, I suppose. After all, she's just my hand-me-down. That's all she's worth, really. The man gritted his teeth and roared in anger. What did you say? Wan Ke cut in asking Big Brother, is this an acquaintance of yours? Xiao Yong shook his head. An acquaintance. More like a sworn enemy. The man chuckled and replied, I understand. Big Brother, if you're busy, you can go on ahead. I'll help you teach him a lesson. Xiao Yong said nonchalantly. Just don't take his life. His life is mine to take personally. Shu Qiang backed away in fear. What are you all doing? I'm telling you I can. You Big Brother, if you have something to say, say it. He was beaten to a pulp by Wan Ke's men, a shoe print stamped on his face. Jiang Xiao Yong, you bastard, just you wait for me. 2 days from now, at the warehouse. Later, in the quiet of the night, Xiao Yong was alone inspecting the merchandise. The system panel appeared. Mission armed to the teeth completed. System analysis points +10. Current points 20. Inside, the carefully covered wooden crates were guns. The system panel lit up again. Received a bonus reward. Reward contents physical enhancement potion +2. A vial materialized in his palm. Oh, so I actually got a physical enhancement potion, and it's a +2 at that. It's twice as potent as the ones in the system's store. Xiao Yong picked up a syringe, preparing to inject it into his arm. His body began to contort in excruciating pain. When he returned to normal, Xiao Yong noted physique +2. The average adult male has a physique of 5, so adding these 2 points is equivalent to a 40% increase in strength. As he thought this, the system panel displayed the system mall. Physical enhancement potion +1 for 20 points. Level 1 apocalypse, farmer's supply box, for 2 points and manual refresh for 2 points. He clenched his fist around the syringe with this advantage. All right. I need to push this leveling to the absolute limit. With 8 points in stamina, I'm already 60% stronger than a regular person. Time to find a target and see what I can really do. He scanned his surroundings for a moment, and then his eyes landed on the perfect target. Xiao Yong focused his energy, tightly gripping a steel bar. He then planted his feet, gathering all his strength. With a powerful kick, he struck the steel bar. The impact was so immense, it bent the bar completely, sending it flying into a nearby wall. Xiao Yong let out a triumphant laugh. It was just as he thought. With his current power, his bare hands alone were a weapon no ordinary person could hope to match. Even facing the zombies from the early days of the apocalypse wouldn't be a problem. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. These weapons probably don't take up much space, so stashing them in his spatial ring was the safest bet. The ring on his finger began to absorb the containers of weapons. He mused to himself, the day after tomorrow. That's when the apocalypse begins. I need to think very carefully about what else I might need to do. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, the image of Lao Sheng, who had once told him, I won't hide it from you, sir. My granddaughter is about to transfer to a new school, and we urgently need this house to get her life stabilized. I've scouted this area several times, but your home is the only one for sale. Mr. Jiang, please, you mustn't back out of this deal. Xiao Yong's face twisted into a wry smile. Even after everything he'd endured, surviving the apocalypse, dealing with the most treacherous of people, he still found it difficult to completely ignore the suffering of helpless people like them. Ah, what the hell, he decided. I'll just send over some essential supplies. As for how long they can survive in the new world, well, that will be entirely up to them. Besides, I can consider this repayment for them providing the capital I needed for my future plans. The next morning, a sleek black car pulled into the old worn-down residential complex. Xiao Yong stepped out, glanced forward, and remarked, it's a good thing I had GPS. Otherwise, finding a place like this would have been impossible. It looks like the old man really isn't wealthy. Not only did he rent such a cheap place, but he even rented a unit on the top floor. A moment later, he raised his hand to knock on the door, but paused for a few seconds. Xiao Yong drew his hand back, slipping the ring onto his finger, thinking to himself, no, this isn't right. It's better to get the supplies out first, or else this is going to be very difficult to explain. A moment later, he clenched his fist, causing the ring to emit a brilliant golden light. In the blink of an eye, several boxes, both large and small, materialized out of thin air, stacked neatly in a pile. Just then, a voice echoed from inside the apartment. I'm coming, just a moment, please. Lao Sheng quickly swung the door open, immediately starting. About the rent, I promise next week I'll definitely. He trailed off, pausing for a few seconds, stunned to see Xiao Yong standing there. "Oh, aren't you Mr. Jiang Lao?" Sheng's eyes then drifted to the pile of cardboard boxes. His surprise grew. "Mr. Jiang? What is all this?" Xiao Yong turned, hefting one of the boxes. "I'll explain in a minute, but first things first. Let's get all of this inside. We don't want any neighbors seeing this stuff." After a few moments of work, all the boxes were neatly arranged inside the room. Lao Sheng placed his hands on his hips and praised him. "You young people really are full of boundless energy. You managed to carry so many things at once, without even needing to rest for a single moment." Xiao Yong did a quick sweep of the apartment. The room was fine and the door was, he supposed, sturdy enough. "Sir," he began, "I'm about to tell you something now, and it is crucial that you listen carefully. You must plan out the use of these supplies meticulously. If you do, they should be enough to survive for half a year without any major problems. Because starting tomorrow, this world is going to." He abruptly cut himself off, his gaze frozen on a photograph sitting on the table. Noticing his change in demeanor, Lao Sheng asked with concern, "Is something wrong, Mr. Jiang? You can just store these things in your room if you'd like. After all, we'll be moving in there in about a month anyway." On the table was a photograph of the old man next to a beautiful schoolgirl with short hair. Xiao Yong was utterly shocked as a memory of her from his past life flooded his mind. "Is that San?" He instinctively reached out and picked up the picture frame. "Sir, this granddaughter of yours, is her name?" Mengsan Lao Sheng was completely floored by the question. "How in the world could you know that? I'm certain I never mentioned the name San to you." Xiao Yong's voice dropped to a serious tone. "Where is your granddaughter right now?" The old man answered honestly. "Right now she's studying back in our hometown. We're just waiting for your apartment to be free so we can finalize her school transfer. The paperwork is almost finished." His words triggered another memory for Xiao Yong-san, her head bowed in shame, sobbing uncontrollably. "It's all my fault," she had cried. "I'm the one who got Grandpa killed." The memory sent a sharp pain through his heart. "I remember now. In my previous life, San had told him that her grandfather once risked everything, storming the occupied high school, just to save her. Although he succeeded in getting San out of there, he ended up losing his own life in that place. Let me make up for your regrets in this lifetime, he thought. He turned his head and announced, "Old sir, about my room. It's no longer available for you to move into." Old man Thang shouted in a panic, "Mr. Jiang, are you going back on your word? Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, you can't do this." Xiao Yong placed a hand on his shoulder, explaining, "Please just hear me out first. Starting tomorrow, this world is going to become a living hell. Whether it's my home or your granddaughter's academic performance, none of that will matter anymore. Right now, you must come with me. We're going to San School to pick her up immediately. I will arrange a new place for the two of you to live." Old man Thang was even more stunned. "Mr. Jiang, what are you even saying? I can't understand a single word of it." Hearing this, Xiao Yong clenched his teeth, unsure of what to do. Old man Thang was of an older generation. There were too many things he wouldn't comprehend. How can I possibly explain this to him? After a moment's thought, Xiao Yong revealed his ring. "Do you know about the Great Famines?" The old man stammered, I've heard of them." Xiao Yong continued, "Then you can imagine how miserable and horrifying it was for people during those years of starvation, correct?" Old man Thang admitted he could imagine it, but this was an era of peace and prosperity. How could a famine possibly occur now? And even if it did, it wouldn't. Before he could finish, Xiao Yong raised his arm, clenched his fist, and sucked several objects into his storage space. The old man stared at the now empty room and screamed in a panic, "Where did all the furniture go? It's all vanished. Mr. Jiang, what kind of sorcery is this?" One of Xiao Yong's eyes began to glow with a brilliant energy as he explained, "I possess superpowers, and I can also foresee the future. If you want to live, and if you want San to live, then from this moment on, you will do exactly as I say." Xiao Yong's voice hardened as he asked again, "Where is San's school?" Not long after, a car's headlights cut through the street. Xiao Yong drove with intense focus, while old man Thang stared wide-eyed, as if looking at an alien creature. The car sped down the road as time slipped away and the evening sun began to set. Xiao Yong hastily threw the car door open. What grade is San in? And where is her dormitory? Do you know? The old man got out of the car after him. Yes, I know. Xiao Yong urged. Good, then we have to be quick. Inside the school at that very moment, a group of bullies was cornering a girl. Ha Wen suddenly lashed out with a vicious slap, cursing. You little wench. I just can't understand what's so great about you that makes Jiang Xiao Chen so obsessed. San, her cheek already swelling, calmly retorted. I've already told you. I have nothing to do with him. It's all just a one-sided fantasy of his. Another girl standing nearby took the opportunity to kick her straight in the stomach. Still trying to talk back, Ha Wen grabbed a fistful of San's hair. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying Jiang Xiaochen is just pathetic for chasing after you? And that you're too good for him? As they were tormenting her, a familiar voice echoed out. Hey, what do you people think you're doing? Ha Wen turned her head. And upon seeing Old Man Thang and Xiao Yang, she sneered. Huh? Isn't that your useless old grandfather? San, who had fallen to the ground, was still worried. Grandpa, why did you come here? He pointed an aggressive finger forward, demanding, what are you doing? Let San go this instant. 3 of the thugs immediately blocked his path. Back off. This is high school business. What's a meddling old fool like you, sticking your nose in for Old Man Thang, couldn't hold back, and lunged forward, grabbing one by the collar. You animals. You're all completely shameless bullying a fellow student like this. A boy holding a baseball bat took advantage of the chaos, preparing to swing it down on the old man. Damn old geezer. You better let go of me. In a split second, a hand shot out and stopped the bat in its tracks. Xiao Yong gave the boy a reproachful glare. So young. And instead of studying, you're learning how to be a common thug. The other 2 punks saw this and burst out laughing. Where did this poor schmuck come from? Hey tramp, I never knew you had a brother. In response, Xiao Yong coldly swung his leg, delivering a powerful kick. The boy had no time to react and was sent flying several meters back. The other 2 saw this wasn't going to be an easy fight. Damn it, he knows martial arts. Let's get him together. Xiao Yong answered them with a look that could kill. The 2 began to stagger toward him, one in front and one behind. The one in the back started to swing his baseball bat. Just as he brought it down, Xiao Yong ducked down, effortlessly dodging the blow. He glanced at the bat, thinking to himself, after my physical enhancement, even my reflexes are much faster. Xiao Yong immediately spun around and grabbed the back of the thug's shirt. With just a single hand, he violently slammed the man to the ground. The man's head hit the hard pavement, saliva flying everywhere. The other thug lunged from behind, aiming a sharp dagger at Xiao Yong's back. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to face his attacker, reaching out and catching the blade with his bare hand. Xiao Yong then quickly swung a leg back to build momentum. He launched a powerful kick straight into the man's knee. The thug instantly lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a thud. In just a few moments, both of them were sprawled out, too terrified to even breathe. As Xiao Yong advanced toward the girl, what do you want? Without saying a word, Xiao Yong landed a hard slap across her face. Xiao Wen, caught completely off guard, could only stare wide-eyed as she absorbed the impact. You like grabbing people by the hair, huh? The girl began to scream non-stop. Let me go. In an instant, Xiao Yong pressed the dagger to her throat, sending a fresh wave of terror through her. A knife, what are you doing? And then a single swift slash flashed in the blink of an eye. Once he was done, his eyes glinted with a cold hatred. Shan Shan covered her eyes in fear, while Xia Wen collapsed in utter horror. Witnessing the scene that had just unfolded, she staggered and fell to her knees, as if all the life had been drained from her body. The girl raised a trembling hand to touch her now short hair, and let out a blood-curdling scream. My hair, you monster, you dared to cut my hair, you bastard, I'll never forgive you for this. Xiao Yong let the severed locks of hair fall from his hand, his voice as cold as ice. Long hair is nothing but a liability for you. She looked up and shrieked, what did you just say? He turned to leave, and at the same time, warned her, in a few days, that short hair is going to save your life. Shan Shan, let's go. Shan Shan exclaimed in surprise. Go. Where are we going? After that, the 3 of them got into the car, where she asked in a panic, what? We're not going to class anymore. Lao Xing turned to explain. A great famine is coming. So, what's the point of school? Staying alive is what's important now, child. Shan Shan asked, bewildered. A great famine. Grandpa, how many times have I told you not to believe those scam callers? Tell me how much did they swindle you out of this time, he insisted. What are you talking about, scam callers? I'm telling you. It's real. She remained unconvinced. You say it's real every time you get scammed. Xiao Yong watched them argue in the rearview mirror and smiled to himself. Shan Shan, in this life, I will absolutely protect you. He quickly intervened to help Lao Sheng. Your grandfather wasn't scammed this time. I was the one who told him about the famine. Hearing this, Shan Shan was stunned. You're Xiao Yong. As he drove, he introduced himself. My name is Jiang Xiao Yong. From now on, you can just call me Brother Xiao Yong. She replied politely, Brother Xiao Yong. Thank you for teaching those people a lesson for me. He answered casually. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. They probably won't be alive for more than a few days anyway. Shan Shan asked curiously. What do you mean by that? Is a famine really coming? Xiao Yong denied it. The famine was just a story I made up to make it easier for your grandfather to understand. She let out a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could there be a famine in such peaceful times? The truth is, he continued, the apocalypse is about to begin. His words sent a chill down Shan Shan's spine. The apocalypse, Xiao Yong whispered. The time is almost upon us. If you turn on your phone and look at the short videos and news clips, you can already see some of the signs. She immediately did as he suggested. Is this real or fake? An image of two police officers restraining a zombie-like person appeared on her screen as a news report played, a feud between rivals, as fleeting as the moonlight. The west wind blows the fallen leaves. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen a patient with rabies bite another person. Shan Shan muttered. A person with rabies. She scrolled down and someone else had posted another video. More of that fog. I don't know if it's just me, but this fog seems to have a really strange smell. What the hell? Are you crazy? Why the hell did you bite me? Are you a dog or something? I don't know why, but I can't stop myself. My whole body feels awful. Get me to a hospital. Xiao Yong leaned back in his seat and stated, just as I expected. The signs of the apocalypse are already here. Shan Shan shot up in her seat and asked nervously, is the apo? Is that so? Yong replied as he drove. Tomorrow is day 1 of the apocalypse. A poisonous smog will blanket several provinces, including Province B. This toxic fog, of unknown origin, will mutate living organisms. Gradually, a substantial number of people will transform into the undead because of it. And those who lack immunity, once they pass, they'll just rise up and join their ranks. You're still young, so you do know what these undead are, right? San leaned over and replied, of course I know. It's just, all of this is so unbelievable. Young glanced at the cars ahead of them, saying, just wait. Tomorrow, the day after. And next week, when all this becomes reality, it won't feel so strange anymore. Young noticed the traffic ahead had come to a complete standstill. Sticking his head out the window, he gritted his teeth in frustration. A massive traffic jam. Sure enough, even the emergency lane up ahead was completely blocked. Old man Thang grew anxious. His voice trembled. Mr. Kung, we're trapped here. What if those things you mentioned catch up to us? Yang calmly reassured him. Don't you worry, old-timer. We're not at that critical point just yet. But inwardly, Yang was on edge. Asterisk, damn it, times, he thought, times, even though the full-blown outbreak is still a few days away. Asterisk, asterisk. If a small-scale incident kicks off right here, right now. Asterisk. Suddenly, a car came barreling up from behind them at high speed. Spotting an opening, the driver swerved violently, forcing his car into a tiny gap in the next lane. The impact sent a shudder through Yang's vehicle, and he gritted his teeth. He cursed under his breath. Who the hell cuts from the emergency lane into a gridlock without even a signal? Yang swiftly spun the steering wheel. Asterisk. You want to play it that way? Asterisk, asterisk. Fine. Two can play at this game. Asterisk. His car surged forward, nearly tapping the white vehicle in front. Yet the aggressive driver in the other car refused to back down. Yang shot a glare sideways. Scowling, he muttered, still not giving up. You're really gonna keep this up? Yang continued to creep his car forward, and the other vehicle closed the gap relentlessly. Realizing he couldn't force his way in, the guy rolled down his window and unleashed a torrent of insults. Inside, a frightened old man Thang spoke up. "Mr. Kung, that man looks like he has money. It's probably best if we just let this go. Less trouble is better." Yang's reply was firm. "Don't worry. If he dares to get out of that car to start something, I won't hesitate to send him on his way permanently." A short while later, Yang was cruising down the highway again. They were finally free of the gridlock, which had cost them nearly an entire hour. Suddenly, San glanced sideways and shouted a warning. "Yang, look out. It's that car from before, the one that tried to cut us off," just as she'd warned. The other vehicle came speeding aggressively alongside them. Yang shot a look over, cursing, "Son of a... This guy is like a damn ghost you can't shake." The car edged closer and began trying to sideswipe the front of his vehicle. Old man Thang gripped his seat tightly, pleading, "He's road raging, Mr. Kung. Don't be like him." But Yang refused to yield. "If this were yesterday, I'd have let it slide. But tomorrow is the end of the world. There's no reason to put up with this kind of scum anymore." With that, he expertly maneuvered his own car, cutting right in front of the other vehicle, then executed a sharp turn and accelerated straight ahead. Thrown by the impact, the other driver scrambled out of his car, screaming, "You damn bastard." He immediately pulled out his phone. "Hello, get me the highway patrol. Pull the traffic cams and get me a license plate number now. I'm going to teach him that there are some people you just don't mess with." By the time night fell, Yang had finally driven them to his base. Everyone opened their doors and got out. As they stepped out, Old Man Thang stared at their surroundings, utterly speechless for a moment. San walked forward slowly, marveling, "Wow, this place is incredible." Yang turned back to them. He advised, "Get some sleep. Starting tomorrow, every single day is going to be a struggle." Time passed, and soon morning sunlight streamed through the windows. Yong stood there holding a cup of coffee and gazing outside. San approached, stretching lazily. "I haven't slept that well in ages. It's actually kind of nice not having school in the morning." Yong turned with a slight smile. "You're up. Come on, let me give you the tour of our new fortress. The walls are made of reinforced concrete, and the remote-controlled gate is solid steel, a full 3 centimeters thick. Neither man nor monster could ever breach it without the help of heavy weaponry. And remember this, without my express permission, no one aside from the 3 of us is ever allowed inside this fortress." San looked puzzled. "But what if other survivors make it here? Are we just going to leave them to die outside?" Yang lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable, and simply said, "Follow me." As they walked, he lectured them on the harsh realities of their new world, explaining that people's true intentions are impossible to gauge. In these times, the worst parts of human nature are magnified exponentially, and having a holier-than-thou attitude will only bring harm upon yourself. The moment they stepped outside, San and Old Thang froze in their tracks, their mouths agape and eyes wide at the sight before them. He then glanced down at the sprawling base below, issuing a crucial order: if any survivors arrive seeking refuge while he's away, this outer area can be offered to them as a temporary sanctuary. However, under no circumstances are they to be allowed inside the main fortress until he returns. "Do you understand?" he asked. She turned to him and confirmed she did. Xiao Yong then led the way again, stating he was taking them to the food warehouse. He explained which supplies inside could be used to distribute as aid to others and that he would show them exactly which ones. The trio then entered a massive warehouse. He turned back to them, hesitated for a moment, and then Xiao Yong instantly activated his special ability, the spiritual eye. To his surprise, he saw 2 green icons hovering above their heads. Whoa, he thought, is this a sign of trust? This is the first time I've ever seen this appear. Then Xiao Yong held out his ring and summoned several large crates. He declared that weapons are an incredibly vital asset in this new world and control over them must remain firmly in their hands, never to fall into the possession of outsiders. Old Thang gripped the rifle in his hands and nodded firmly, understood. Suddenly, a system notification popped up for him regarding Meng-san. The Old Partner quest chain has been activated. New mission, Old Partner. Volume 1. Mission: find and rescue the partner from your past life. Reward 20 integration points. Xiao Yong's eyes instantly sharpened as he muttered to himself. This is perfect. I was just wondering how I was going to find my old comrades. With that, he rushed outside, calling over his shoulder. Remember everything I just said. Do not, under any circumstances, violate those rules. A confused San called out. Brother Xiao Yong, where are you off to? Hopping into a vehicle, Xiao Yong shouted back. I'm going to recruit some new blood and expand our squad. The scene then shifts to a place called the Technician Bar, where dusk has settled. A group of men are inside drunkenly, belting out a song. My brother, oh my brother, Zhang Qi slung an arm around his chubby friend, leading him outside and sparking the curiosity of the others. Hey, where are you two going? The chubby friend slurred back. We're off to, revisit some old grain. The group erupted in laughter, teasing them. Hey, bag some up for me. Take your time in there. Don't be shy. As they headed for the men's restroom, a symphony of bathroom sounds echoed from the stalls along with mumbled complaints. Man, that's a river. My kidneys are toast. Get out of here. After relieving themselves, the two cheerfully headed back out. But just as they did, Zhang Qi accidentally bumped into a woman named Lele, who let out a sharp cry of annoyance. He immediately threw his hands up, apologizing. My bad, I'm so sorry, it was an accident. However, the man with her Kai lifted his foot and brutally kicked Zhang Qi. Are you blind, you worthless punk? He snarled. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Qi was sent flying backward onto the floor. His friend rushed to his side, asking worriedly, Are you all right? He then yelled at the aggressor. Hey, what's your problem? Why'd you hit him? Kai just sneered, cracking his knuckles menacingly. Well, it's been a while since a little punk had the guts to talk back to me. He then grabbed the chubby friend by the collar, lifting him up as the boy trembled in fear. What do you think you're doing? Zhang Qi quickly got to his feet and tried to placate him. Big brother, sir, we were wrong. Please don't hurt him. Don't do it. At that exact moment, a nearby staff member let out a loud sneeze, just as Kai's shouting intensified. I'm going to skin you alive today. The employee who sneezed turned and saw the commotion, sighing to himself. Just my luck. First a stomachache, now I'm catching a cold. And seriously? Are people starting a fight again? Can't we go one single hour without any trouble around here? The employee quickly rushed over to de-escalate the situation. Sir, please, I ask you to calm down. Enraged, Kai spun around, grabbing the employee by his collar and screaming in his face. You see this face? Do you have any idea who I am? Even your boss wouldn't dare lay a finger on my clothes. Seeing his chance, the quick-thinking employee subtly gestured for the two friends to make a run for it. Kai continued to roar. Get your boss out here now. You dare to make me lose face like this? I'm starting to think this whole establishment is a joke. The employee repeated his only defense. Sir, please calm your anger. Calm my anger. As he raged, the two friends were scrambling to get away. It wasn't long before they reached room number 3090. They burst through the door, rushing inside as if they were being chased by demons. Seeing them completely out of breath, Chen Rong spoke up. You two look like you were chased by a pack of wild dogs. What's the big emergency? The chubby friend shot a look over his shoulder. As he explained, not dogs. A minute ago, coming out of the bathroom, Zhang Qi accidentally bumped into some drunk thug, and the guy was about to beat up both me and him. Thankfully, one of the waiters was quick on his feet and created a distraction for us. We would have been completely screwed. Chen Rong instinctively shot to his feet, posturing. What am I supposed to do? Since when does Mechanical Team 3 have to take this kind of disrespect? Just wait. I'll make a call and get all the boys over here. You think we can't put him in his place? Zhang Qi immediately raised a hand to stop him. All right, that's enough. I'm graduating in less than 1 year, so let's not cause any trouble. Let's get back to the singing, back to the dancing, man. Not long after, someone kicked the door violently open. Kai dragged in an employee whose face was swollen on both sides, followed by his lackeys. Zhang Qi's group all turned to stare in shock. He immediately shoved the employee forward. You weren't wrong, it's them. Grab them for me. The goons quickly surrounded them from all sides, and Zhang Qi's group could only comply obediently. The employee collapsed to his knees, clutching his trembling body and gasping for breath. Chen Chong, sitting next to Zhang Qi, suddenly spoke up. You dare let me make a phone call? Dekai immediately grabbed a wine bottle from the table and swore, Did I say you could speak? Right after that, he smashed that very bottle straight over his head. Zhang Qi saw the blood flowing and cried out in a panic, Chen Chong. At that exact moment, Xiao Yong's car pulled up outside the club. He stepped out of the car, looked up, and let out a chuckle. University students really are something else. Then, Xiao Yong slowly walked inside, greeted by the staff. He muttered to himself as he walked. The apocalypse has arrived, and they still have the heart to sing. On the floor lay a man in a pool of blood. From a head wound, Chen Chong. Dekai spoke up. So, feeling better now? The man grimaced. What do you mean better? It wasn't even this guy who bumped into me. Dekai pointed at Zhang Qi. It was this punk, wasn't it? An enraged Chen Chong stood up, grabbing an ashtray from the table. One of Dekai's men grabbed his arm to hold him back. You little brat? You dare to fight back? Dekai gritted his teeth. In fury, damn you, I didn't think you had the guts. He was holding a beer bottle and brought it crashing down on Chen Chong's head. Zhang Qi watched in horror as Chen Chong fell unconscious to the floor. He ran forward furiously, shouting, You bastard! Meng Kui, trembling in a corner, muttered, These pups still aren't scared. Damn it, you want to get crazy. Fourth bro, grab whoever you can and beat them down. Over on the side, the waiter started to get up, coughing dryly, while Zhang Qi was still in a fierce brawl with the goons. The waiter's pupils suddenly turned bloodshot as they started to bleed. Third bro, you coward, hit him, take him out. Suddenly, the waiter lunged towards them. He used his teeth to bite into the young man's shoulder. The man screamed wildly, Are you a mad dog? Let go. Damn it, help me. Meng Kui was terrified by the scene. I'll handle these two dogs. You go help him. The other guy was trying to pull the waiter off with a chokehold. Damn, how is this guy so strong? Crap, he's biting me too. This psycho is a genuine mad dog. He was still biting ferociously at the man's arm. This guy's lost his mind. Damn, he's strong. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful hand clamped around the waiter's neck. From behind it was Xiao Yong. He lifted the waiter into the air by his neck, then forcefully slammed his head onto the table. He turned around, pointing at them. All of you stop. The young man stared, thinking, that maniac was so big and strong, yet this kid pinned him with just one hand. Dekai scowled in anger at Xiao Yong. Who the hell are you? He didn't answer, instead, looking over to ask Zhang Qi, Were you bitten? Zhang Qi looked at him and stammered, No, I wasn't. Why? Xiao Yong said to him clearly, Come on with me. Dekai blocked his path. Hold on, we're not finished here yet. One of his lackeys grimaced and said, Boss, I. Cough, cough, cough. My head hurts so much. Dekai asked, What's wrong? Is your cold getting worse? Xiao Yong's expression sharpened as he observed the young man. He looked unwell, and earlier that afternoon, he only had a runny nose. Xiao Yong, still gripping the waiter's neck, asked, Your shoulder, was it bitten by this guy? The waiter's neck was gradually turning a dark purple. The bitten man replied, Ouch. Yeah, why? Xiao Yong thought. Based on what this guy said, he was probably already infected, and now he's been bitten so close to his head. I'm afraid he'll turn any second now. He suddenly dragged the waiter away by the neck. What are you doing? Before the man could resist, he was thrown into a private room. The door was slammed shut and secured tightly. Xiao Yong's expression grim. Good for now, the undead aren't smart enough to open doors. He dusted off his hands and looked towards them. Zhang Qi, tell me, who do you want to deal with? Zhang Qi asked in surprise. Huh, do I know you? Dekai raised his fist in anger. You little brat, you're getting way too cocky. But before he could do anything, Xiao Yong swiftly counterattacked, striking Dekai in the face. He was knocked down by the blow, lying in pain on a table amid shattered glass. His lackeys rushed forward. You punk, you got a death wish. Xiao Yong stood his ground and took down. He dropped the guy with a single punch. His body immediately started convulsing as white foam frothed at his mouth. The young man rushed over in a panic, yelling, Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you kidding me? He's having a seizure from just one punch. Xiao Yong boomed. Who else wants to taste a few of my fists? Just step right up, Xiao Yong challenged. Zhongzi, take your friend outside and wait for me. He nodded. Okay. They all worked together to help Chen Chong out of the room. Dekai also gave an order to his lackeys. Let's get out of here too. Suddenly Xiao Yong's face turned terrifyingly dark as he blocked the doorway. What more do you want? He continued. A few drinks and you completely forget who you are. You almost got my brother sent to the afterlife right here. Dekai gritted his teeth. What the hell are you talking about? Get out of my way. Xiao Yong shoved him to the ground. You damn son of a dog, you're dead meat now. Xiao Yong turned his back and quickly slammed the door shut. Dekai pounded on the door. You little punk, you mongrel, open the door. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Suddenly, one of his henchmen's eyes warped into a blood-red color, and he lunged forward unexpectedly. His body began to pounce. Damn it, what are you doing, crap? Have you turned into a rabid dog too? Get him off. Thump thump. Why is the restroom door open? Help, help. A waiter approached Xiao Yong. Sir, is there a problem? Do you need any assistance? He commanded, lock this door immediately. Don't open it for anyone, no matter who it is. Then call the police and the hospital and tell them there are patients in here. They're infected with the mad flu. The waiter's face filled with horror as he stammered, mad flu. Xiao Yong growled, his voice deep. Do it. The man nodded furiously. Yes, yes. The door was bolted shut. It was sealed tight against the blood-curdling screams erupting from within. Xiao Yong guided the others. Let's go. The waiter shook his head. No. This can't be real, can it? That level of screaming is just way too much. Another person ran up. What's happening? Why is it so loud? That customer said someone inside has the mad flu. Mad flu? Is the mad flu actually real? You don't know, I've only heard about it. Let's go check the surveillance footage. In the security room, they replayed the entire incident, their faces twisting in absolute terror. The video showed them cannibalizing each other. Call the police. Hurry, call the police. Xiao Yong said urgently. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. To the car. The car finally sped off into the night. Jiang Qi said in a low voice, Boss, thank you for helping us. Xiao Yong replied, I'm Jiang Xiao Yong. I was hired by someone else to protect you guys. Don't ask who the client is. Meng Kui pressed on. Boss, is this mad flu you mentioned real? Didn't the internet already debunk those rumors? The mad flu isn't supposed to be real, Xiao Yong retorted. So I guess what just happened back there was all a mass hallucination. Huh? Another person asked. So, this illness. Is there any cure for this mad flu? He explained. This catastrophe won't end. It's only going to get worse. This world has already plunged into the apocalypse. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from the side of the road. It was civilians being attacked. Help, somebody help. Hey, what are you doing? It's the mad flu. The mad flu. Xiao Yong continued driving as he spoke. The situation is currently just a small-scale outbreak. Most people are still in the incubation period. It won't be long before it spirals into widespread, uncontrollable chaos. So if you want to live, from now on you listen to me. The terrified group stammered in unison. Yes, Brother Yang. A system panel appeared before his eyes. Old friend's mission. Round 1 complete. Accumulation points. Awarded 20. Current accumulation points. 20. He thought. Oh, it's done? Excellent. Let's see what the exchange shop has refreshed to. Exchange system farmers apocalypse supply crate. Level 1 cost 2 points. Protein oil sugar supply crate. Level 1 cost 5 points. Arm deterrent supply crate. Level 1 cost 5 points. Refresh cost 2 points. He became serious. The farmer's crate is still available. It seems if I want something else, I'll have to either buy it or refresh the list. The other crates seem useful and aren't too expensive. I'll just exchange for all of them when I get home. He glanced over at them. There was still one difficult issue to resolve. In his previous life, due to a betrayal by one of the friends from the central dormitory, Zhang Qi's entire group was wiped out with only Zhang Ji barely clinging to life. Xiao Yong looked over at them, thinking, who was the one that led to their demise? Meanwhile, in the quiet apartment complex of Cui Jing. Sweetheart, how are things on your end? I'm so stressed. When is that stuff you mentioned going to arrive? It's too chaotic outside. I don't even dare to go to the supermarket. The person on the phone spoke sweetly. Soon, baby. As soon as I'm done with this, I'll send it right over. Suddenly, there was a knock on Cui Jing's door. What's wrong, baby? She pressed herself against the door and whispered urgently. Someone's knocking. I have to hang up. Cui Jing tiptoed over, fearfully peeking through the peephole. She opened the door and sighed in relief. Phew, you were knocking. So hard. You scared me to death. Yunner replied Boss Liu from the first floor. He was dragged away this morning. Cui Jing was stunned. Dragged away. Why would he be dragged away? Her friend answered. By an entire carload. The police and ambulances came and hauled them away. Cui Jing whispered. No wonder it was so chaotic downstairs this morning. Yunni continued. Looks like that crazy flu is more than just some horror story. Has Li Shu Xiong gotten back to you yet? She shook her head. Not yet, she said angrily. Damn it, I already told you men are all worthless. Fine, listen, I'll call him for you. Let him know that Jiang Xiao Yong has a ton of supplies and can make him filthy rich during this outbreak. Cui Jing was puzzled. Really? How do you know that? She replied. The last time I went to Jiang Xiao Yong's place, he kicked me out, so I had my lackey tail him. He discovered that trucks occasionally deliver supplies to that abandoned factory to unload. Cui Jing's face twisted. Don't tell me that. Bastard knew about the outbreak ahead of time. Yunni said. Whatever the case, Li Shu Xiong knew in advance too. Just listen to me and call him the sooner the better. When the time comes, make some money, tell Li Shu Xiong to give us a bigger cut. Suddenly, a car tears through the dark night, its tires screeching loudly as it slams on the brakes. Noise. One by one, people stepped out of the car. Seeing the scene before him, Zhang Qi exclaimed in amazement, this place is pretty grand. It's like a fortress. He chuckled amused. As expected, everyone's first reaction is different. Just then, from inside the warehouse, old Sheng stepped out. Xiao Yong, you're finally back. San, following behind him, quickly asked. Are you okay? Xiao Yong gave a slight nod to those behind him and replied, don't worry. Uncle Sheng San, come, let me introduce you to our new members. This is Zhang Qi and his classmates. From now on, they will be our companions. These two are Uncle Sheng and San. As soon as he finished, San gave a gentle smile, welcoming the newcomers. If your companion's chosen by Brother Xiao Yong, then you're more than welcome. He then walked over to her grandfather and suggested, Uncle Sheng, please take a few of our guys to show them around the compound and fill them in on the situation and our rules. He immediately nodded and replied, leave. Xiao Jia, who had been observing the situation, muttered his assessment. Feels like we've landed in some lawless territory, doesn't it? Suddenly, someone behind him raised their hand to ask. Question. About that. Yiming pointed to himself and asked, could you issue us some weapons? We can also contribute to protecting this place. The expression on Xiao Yong's face suddenly tensed, his brow furrowing as he looked at him. Xiao Jia quickly turned and whispered a warning to the person behind him. Yiming, don't rush into asking for weapons. We just got here, we have to earn their trust first. Just as he finished, Xiao Yong's expression relaxed, and he assured them, don't worry. In a few days, I'll distribute weapons to you. Then he looked at the person Zhao Jiao was supporting and instructed, oh, right, that guy's injury is quite serious. It's best to take him to the infirmary for an examination first. A while later, after everyone was settled, Zhang Qi's group went to wash up. After his shower, Xiao Jia dried his hair and exclaimed with relief, ah, that feels so much better. At that moment, an annoyed Yiming confronted him. Fourth brother, why did you stop me back there? Still not understanding the issue, he asked blankly. He Yiming gritted his teeth and angrily blamed Xiao Jia. If you hadn't stopped him just now, he probably would have given us weapons already. He pointed in one direction and argued passionately. To put it nicely, our current situation is that we're being protected. But to be blunt, we're basically under house arrest here. Xiao Jia frowned slightly and retorted, how can you even say something like that? He's the one who just saved us. Yiming, not convinced, turned to ask the person in front, what's this guy's background? Why would he save us anyway? Hearing the question, Zhang Qi turned to look at them and said, "Didn't he say someone hired him to protect us he didn't accept?" That answer and shot back, "Someone hired him, he didn't say who did he. For all we know, that could be a total lie. Besides, look at his attitude towards Chen Chong. He said he was taking him to the infirmary for observation, but you saw it yourself. The doors and windows are more secure than a prison's." Yiming imagined the scene of Chen Chong being taken in, then offered a terrifying theory. For all we know, once he's in there, that guy might just cut him open. That's why we have to strike first before he does. Xiao Jia moved closer to him, trying to reason. But what if we're wrong about him? Hey, isn't that just repaying kindness with malice? But regardless of his words, the man remained resolute. I Ning Xiao would rather wrong the world than be wronged by it. If what that kid, Xiao Yong, said is true, we'll just take over this fortress and seize the initiative. In this place besides us and that Xiao Yong fellow, there's only an old man and a girl. All we have to do is wait for Xiao Yong to leave and then grab them. That girl isn't half bad looking either. We could have some fun. As he said this, he felt the sudden heavy silence and noticed the strange looks the other two were giving him. Yiming quickly waved his hands, laughing it off. All right, I was just messing with you guys, don't take it so seriously." Hearing his excuse, Zhang Qi let out a weary sigh. "Lao San, don't you even joke like that. This isn't the apocalypse yet, you know. What you're suggesting is completely lawless." Xiao Jia chimed in. "Exactly. If he really wanted to do us harm, he could have just imprisoned us already. After all, the man is armed." Afterwards, the sound of a faucet dripping could be heard, slowly petering out. Yiming watched the two of them walk away, sneering to himself, "A bunch of fools, all brawn and no brains. In chaotic times like these, you have to be ruthless. Just wait until I'm in charge. I'll work you two like dogs for the rest of your lives." The scene shifts to another office, where Lao Sheng and San approached Xiao Yong, who was seated. Lao Sheng spoke first. Xiao Yong, Zhang Qi, and the others are all settled in. The one who was more seriously injured, the one named Chen Chong, is resting in the infirmary. "I did exactly as you instructed, Uncle. All the windows are tightly secured." Hearing this, Xiao Yong stood up. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Sheng. You and San should also get to bed early. There's a good chance trouble will come knocking on our door tomorrow." Then, as if remembering something, he stopped them. "Oh, one more thing." Hearing the warning in his tone, the two of them grew tense. "Besides Chen Chong, there are two other students with Zhang Qi. You need to be extremely careful around them. I have a gut feeling that someone in that group is planning to turn on us." After they departed, he slowly made his way into a dark, storage-like room cluttered with supplies. Xiao Yong opened his system panel to check his inventory and the chests available in the system store. With that, he reached out his hand to touch one of the chests. Instantly, a blinding light flared to life. A series of notifications flooded the system panel. Level 1. Apocalypse Farmer Supply Box, successfully purchased, 2 points deducted, current points 18. Level 1. Sugar, Oil, and Protein Supply Box, successfully purchased, deducting 5 points, current points 13. Level 1. Lethal Armament Supply Box, successfully purchased, deducting 5 points. Current points are now 8. Next came the opening of the boxes. Level 1 Apocalypse Farmer Supply Box opened. Reward 50 corn seeds. Level 1 Sugar, Oil, and Protein Supply Box opened. Reward 200 kilograms of starch sausages, 100 kilograms of cured pork, processed vegetables, and 50 cases of instant noodles with pickled cabbage. Level 1 Lethal Armament Supply Box opened. Reward 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammunition. As the notifications ended, a mountain of supplies materialized before his eyes. Xiao Yong was impressed. "Whoa, the rewards from these boxes are pretty decent. It's nothing compared to the good old days when you could buy whatever you wanted, but with the apocalypse looming, these supplies will become incredibly scarce. This haul is an absolute jackpot." Time passed, and on a bright, clear morning, the following day, down a quiet road, a convoy of vehicles came tearing down the road at breakneck speed. The cars screeched to a halt in front of a familiar fortress, and a voice from inside one could be heard over the phone. "I found it. Yep, this is the right address." Outside the fortress gate, a group of armed men stood by, waiting for their leader to finish his call. Okay, we'll all grab a bite to eat when I get back. Hanging up, the man immediately barked an order to his crew. This is the place, tear it down, at his command. His men charged forward, pounding futilely against the massive iron gate. One of them, breathless, turned back to report. Boss, this gate is 10 centimeters thick. There's no way we can break through with just our bare hands. It was then we get a clear look at the boss. It's the same reckless driver from the highway. He clenched his fists in fury, cursing in disbelief. Son of a bitch, what kind of decent person uses a gate this thick? With that, he issued a new command. Bring out the special delivery. His men popped open a case, revealing several bundles of homemade explosives. They quickly grabbed the charges, lit the fuses, and hurled them at the gate. One after another, a barrage of crude firebombs sailed over the wall, erupting in a series of small, fiery blasts. From a safe distance, the attackers watched as their handiwork officially ignited a raging inferno inside the fortress. The makeshift explosives kept raining down as San and Jiang Qi's group frantically rushed out with water buckets and fire extinguishers. They yelled out, "Fire! We've got a fire, hurry!" She clutched a bucket of water, ready to hurl it at the flames, her voice laced with anxiety. Big Brother Xiao Yong was right. Even before the disaster has fully kicked off, this kind of extreme chaos is already starting. Just then Xiao Yong and Lao Sheng emerged from within, both armed with rifles. He strode toward the main tower, volunteering. "Let me see who's come here with a death wish." He and the older man climbed to the top of the watchtower to survey the scene below. Lao Sheng remarked, "That guy looks a bit familiar, and I recognize those cars." After taking a closer look, he realized that's the guy we argued with on the highway. Suddenly, one of the henchmen below noticed the movement on the watchtower. He immediately reported to the driver, known as No Signal Boss. "They're showing themselves." Hearing this, the man looked up, his face twisted in a furious scowl. "It's him, that detestable punk." He then pointed a finger toward the watchtower and bellowed, "You up there, get down here right now, or I'll turn you all into roasted pigs." Xiao Yong was completely unfazed by his threats and shot back. "I'll give you 5 minutes to get your pathetic dogs and get the hell out of here." The henchman immediately erupted in protest. "You insolent brat! What did you just say? Do you have any idea who our boss is? Enough empty words. Come on, bring out the other 2 canisters of gasoline." At that exact moment, the system interface appeared before him, issuing a new mission. A worried Lao Sheng turned to him, asking, "Xiao Yong, what's the plan? Should we fire a warning shot?" But Xiao Yong wasn't paying attention to him. He was busy accepting the quest. New mission, common threat. The mission parameters were clear. The stronghold is under attack. Please eliminate the threat as soon as possible. The reward was 10 points. He quickly accepted the mission, chambered around, and spoke with a cold tone. "A warning shot. This group looks like a bunch of street thugs. Social order hasn't even completely collapsed yet, and they're already out here setting fires. They don't care in the slightest if someone gets burned alive." Lao Sheng watched in astonishment as Xiao Yong brought the rifle to his eye. His decision made. Letting this kind of scum survive until the apocalypse will not only endanger more innocent people, but will also become a threat to our own safety. As he spoke, he squeezed off a single round toward the group. The bullet instantly tore the arm off the no-signal guy. He clutched his shredded limb in agony, collapsing to his knees with a scream, "My arm." Seeing his work, Xiao Yong feigned disappointment with a hint of sarcasm. "Damn, I missed. I guess I've been living the quiet life for too long. Has my marksmanship really gotten this rusty?" Hearing his words, the henchman below finally noticed the object in his hands. "They have a gun, and it's a rifle." Immediately, the no-signal guy and his crew turned to flee. "Let's move. Fall back and cover me. You arrogant punk, just you wait." As the men scrambled away, one called out, "Boss," but Xiao Yong wasn't in a forgiving mood. He raised his rifle to aim once more. "Let's finish today's business today. I've never been a fan of waiting." The moment the words left his mouth, he unleashed a continuous spray of bullets, taking them down, one by one. The survivors desperately tried to drag each other into the car. The panicked leader urged the driver, "Start the engine, go, go." Lao Sheng saw this unfolding and cried out in alarm, "They're starting the car, they're getting away." Xiao Yong calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, This is exactly what an automatic rifle is for. And with that, he opened fire on the vehicle as it attempted to speed away. His movements were a fluid series of practiced motions, reloading, chambering, and firing. Witnessing this display, Lao Sheng was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. That level of skill with shooting and reloading. It's just like I was when I first enlisted. Just what is this kid's background? After the gunfire subsided, the only sound left under the vast blue sky was the distant drone of a passing airplane and a few fading cries. The area in front of the fortress was now littered with bodies and the smoldering wreckage of the car. Xiao Yong turned to head down, already assigning tasks Uncle Sheng. Go get Zhang Qi and the others. We'll head out together and clean up this mess. But then, he paused, a new thought flashing through his mind. He thought to himself, it's still the very beginning of the catastrophe. It would be better to let these guys turn into zombies and use them for some combat practice. With Zhang Qi and San, better that way. With that thought, he changed his mind. Forget it, Uncle Sheng. Not so fast, the older man asked, confused. What about those guys outside? Are we just going to leave them lying on the road? Xiao Yong replied calmly, let's keep them. I have another use for them. A short while later on, that very same road, two cars were speeding along, towards their destination. Li Shu Xiong glanced out the window and called to the back. Are we almost there yet? In the back seat, Wen Shunya sat next to Cui Jing, exuding an air of innocent and lovely charm. Wen Shunya smiled sweetly and replied, it's just at the next intersection. Seeing this act, Cui Jing cursed under her breath, annoyed by the facade she always put on whenever Li Shu Xiong was around. Asterisk. Does she really think I can't see right through her little games times? A short time later, their car pulled to a stop. Li Shu Xiong said to Cui Jing, I'll park here and wait for you. Babe, just text me once you're inside. As soon as he finished speaking, she stepped out of the car and called out to the woman still inside. Xiao Ya, let's go. Hearing herself being called, Wen Shunya reluctantly exclaimed, I have to go too. Noticing her hesitation, Cui Jing snapped irritably, if you don't come with me, how am I supposed to know which factory it is? But the other woman persisted, trying to find an excuse. You can't miss it, just keep walking straight ahead. Besides, walking for 2 whole intersections in these heels will be exhausting. Cui Jing, however, was determined not to let her stay behind. She grabbed her by the hand and yanked her out of the car. Who told you to wear high heels? Stop with the excuses and come with me. As she was being dragged out, Wen Shunya tried another excuse. Wait, my phone is still inside the car. Cui Jing wasn't falling for it. Just leave it there. I've got my phone, that's all we need. After a bit more back and forth, the 2 women finally started walking down the road. Watching the 2 of them leave, Li Shu Xiong picked up his phone to make a call. Hello, tell everyone to get ready. As he was carefully giving instructions, another car quietly pulled up from behind. The second I start my engine, that's your signal to charge in. Inside that second vehicle were his men and their leader, holding a walkie-talkie. Responded, copy that. Back with the 2 women, when Shunya started to whine. Jing, seriously, why did you have to drag me along for this? Cui Jing shot back, fed up with the fake innocence. We're both sly foxes here. Did you really think that little act of yours would fool me? Wen Shunya just giggled, poking back playfully. You're really hurting my feelings. Besides, me dressing up like this just makes it more certain we can lure out that Jiang Xiao Yong, right? After all, he already knows about you and Li Shu Xiong, doesn't he? As they were bickering, the expressions on both their faces suddenly changed. What's that up ahead? Cui Jing whispered. Wen Shunya, who was trailing behind, hadn't seen it yet. Then, she saw the devastating scene in front of them and gasped in shock. Oh my God, what happened here? Was there a firefight? She rushed to her friend's side, stammering in fear. Jing, these people. They're all dead. Maybe we should turn back. Cui Jing, however, was studying the bodies on the ground. Judging by the blood, they haven't been dead for long. Could 2 different groups have been fighting over Jiang Xiao Yong's supplies? They cautiously crept past the rear of a bullet-ridden car, whispering fearfully. Do you think that Jiang Xiao Yong guy is done for? It's no big loss if Jiang Xiao Yong is dead, but the real question is whether or not he still has the supplies. As they were speaking, one of the corpses on the ground began to twitch. When Shunya panicked, we should really go back. Let's get Li Shu Xiong and his men to check this out. Cui Jing quickly shushed her. Keep your voice down. Let's go check if the workshop door is locked. And so the two of them pressed on, unaware that the eyes of the slain driver on the ground were undergoing a terrifying transformation. When Shunya and Cui Jing slowly approached the fortified door of Xiao Yong's stronghold, when Shunya reached out and knocked on the door a few times, muttering, "Geez, this door is seriously intimidating. You can't see a single thing inside," she continued. "The main gate is shut tight, which must mean Jiang Xiao Yong is okay." Just then, a voice called down from above, drawing the attention of both women. "Hey, you two down there, Shan," Shan called out loudly from her position on the watchtower. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" When Shunya quickly cooked up a lie, "Young lady, we're friends of Jiang Xiao Yong." Cui Jing immediately followed up, shamelessly declaring, "And I'm his girlfriend." Hearing their claims, Shan turned back inside to report, "Brother Xiao Yong, there are two women outside. One of them is claiming to be your girlfriend." Meanwhile, over on the down below, Cui Jing was seething, grinding her teeth in a silent rage. "So that's why that jerk Xiao Yong suddenly had a change of heart," she fumed inwardly. "He found himself a new plaything, did he?" Noticing her sudden fit of jealousy, Shu Ya warned Jing, "Get a grip. Now's not the time to be so obvious. Besides, that woman up there has a crossbow in her hands. Do you think Li Shu Xiong can even handle her?" Though irritated, Cui Jing nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry, he brought a few handguns. The moment they open that gate, he'll take Jiang Xiao Yong down." But up on the watchtower, Xiao Yong himself appeared, calling out to the two women below. "Cui Jing wen Shuya. What brings you two all the way out here?" As he spoke, Xiao Yong activated his spirit eye, allowing him to perceive the truth behind their smiles. He could see that while their faces were friendly, their hearts were burning with rage. Shuya tried to butter him up. "Oh, Xiao Yong, we're all friends here. We just came to check on you. Is that so wrong? With all this chaos, we were genuinely worried." He let out a cold sneer. "Worried? Ha, right. My guess was spot on. That animal Li Shu Xiong is lurking nearby, isn't he? How many men did he bring with him, and what kind of hardware are they packing?" Instantly, the faces of the two women below turned to sheer shock, their jaws dropping as they wondered, how could he possibly know? Before they could react, Xiao Yong began raining down bullets. Seeing his absolute ruthlessness, they screamed in fury, "Jiang Xiao Yong, have you lost your mind? Why are you firing at us?" Shu Ya frantically tugged at her friend's arm. "Jing, he has a gun. Watch what you say. Don't provoke him." But Cui Jing was unfazed, declaring with certainty, "What's there to be afraid of? He wouldn't dare actually kill me." Hearing her arrogant claim, Xiao Yong let out a chilling laugh. "Wouldn't dare kill you, huh? Well, that works out perfectly. For both of you." The moment the words left his lips, a series of low moans and guttural growls echoed from behind the two women. Cui Jing spun around and shrieked in terror. What is that? Are those the people infected with that mad flu?" Shu Ya stammered in utter disbelief. "The mad flu can reanimate the dead." Gazing down at the shambling horde, Xiao Yong's eyes glinted with a cruel amusement. "I want you to become their next meal," he stated coldly. The moment he finished, the zombies let out unearthly shrieks and charged ferociously toward the pair. Thanks to their nimble figures, they managed to narrowly dodge the initial onslaught. As they scrambled forward, they desperately screamed, "Li Shu Xiong, Li Shu Xiong." Hearing his name, he peeked out of his vehicle, only to be met with the sight of Shu Ya and Cui Jing, desperately fleeing the horde, pleading for their lives. "Li Shu Xiong, help us." Seeing the unfolding chaos, he panicked and yelled, "What the hell? How are there infected ones here?" With that, he ducked back into the vehicle and grabbed his radio. "Fall back. Turn the vehicles around. We've got infected. I repeat, fall back now." Cui Jing watched in horror as his vehicle began to pull away, realizing he was abandoning them. She screamed in pure fury, "Li Shu Xiong, you spineless coward, you damn bastard." As the horde of zombies closed in, she raised her handbag high and yelled, "I refuse to die like this." She then violently slung the bag toward Shuya, who was running just ahead of her. The bag strap instantly coiled around Shuya's ankle. Tripped by the sudden obstacle, Shuya went sprawling face first onto the pavement. That single moment of hesitation was all the zombies needed to catch up and swarm her. She cried out in terror. Wait, but it was far too late. Shu Ya was officially overwhelmed. The undead began to tear into her without mercy, her blood spilling onto the ground as she screamed a final hateful curse. Cui Jing, you monster, you wretched snake. Sacrificed to the horde, she spat out her last words. I hope you die a horrible death. Cui Jing didn't even look back, scrambling away while muttering, you deserved it, you had it coming. Meanwhile, as San watched the gruesome scene unfold in horror, Xiao Yong remained perfectly calm, as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Standard intimidation mission. Complete. 10 system points awarded. Current point total 18. New mission issued Street Sweeper. Requirement clear the infected individuals and monsters outside the base. Reward 10 points. Breaking her silence, San finally asked Did those people just turn into zombies from exposure to the air? He calmly explained to her, we have officially entered the apocalypse. The very air we breathe is now saturated with a high concentration of an otherworldly contagion. The dead will now reanimate into zombies, almost instantly, upon being exposed to the open air. Even the living, who are injured or have weakened immune systems, are at a high risk of mutation. It all suddenly made sense. So that's how it is. He immediately turned to leave, ordering, gather everyone. We're holding a meeting. A short while later, they were all assembled inside a spacious room. Xiao Yong began the briefing. All right, for the next 2 days, unless it's absolutely necessary, I want everyone to remain indoors, keeping all doors and windows sealed. This will allow our bodies to gradually adapt to the source of the contagion. It's the only way to minimize the risk of mutation. After hearing his words, Zhang Qi looked up with a hint of worry. Then what about Brother Chong? Is he? At that very moment inside the infirmary, Chen Chong lay silently on a medical bed as his hand began to change color, dark veins bulging on the surface. It wasn't just his hand. The corruption was slowly creeping up his face. Chen Chong gritted his teeth, his forehead slick with sweat, as he fought to resist. Meanwhile, in the city center, absolute chaos had erupted with people rampaging through the streets. Shengze watched the pandemonium from his window and muttered, it's a complete madhouse out there. He then steeled himself and turned to his wife and child behind him. Tonight, I have to get to the warehouse and bring back the remaining stock. Xiao Li, you and Shui, stay here and wait for me. Okay? Don't open the door for anyone but me. Got it. The moment the words left his mouth, a series of frantic, heavy knocks echoed from the front door. He stared at the rattling door with a worried expression, the aggressive banging continuing relentlessly. Without a second thought, Shengze raised a hand, signaling his wife and son to be quiet. He cautiously grabbed a golf club and crept toward the entrance. Just then, a voice called out, Brother Zhe, are you home? Recognizing the familiar sound, Shengze let out a small sigh of relief. Yang Tao, saying that he immediately turned the handle and pulled the door open. The instant it swung inward, a boot slammed viciously into his stomach. As Shengze crumpled to the floor, a group of strangers stormed in and pinned him down. He glared at the man who had followed them in roaring, let me go. Shengze seethed with rage as he confronted the ungrateful traitor. Yang Tao, you son of a snake, what's the meaning of this? After everything I've done for you. Hearing those words, the man pointed to himself with a mocking sneer. Say that again. Treated me well. In your eyes, I was nothing more than your personal dog. Shengze ignored the insult, firing back. Do you have any conscience left? Without me, would you ever have scraped together the money for a down payment on a house? These words clearly struck a nerve, and Yang Tao's face twisted with resentment as he shot back. That's right, I made a down payment, but you've made enough money to buy how many houses? Cut the crap. Give me the warehouse key and the address now. Shengze clamped his jaw shut, refusing to cooperate. Seeing his defiance, Yang Tao let out a twisted grin and stalked toward Shengze's family. Still trying to be the tough guy, huh? He sneered, grabbing Xiao Li by the hair. He yanked viciously, making her cry out in pain. Get over here, you wench. Seeing his mother being hurt, little Shui screamed and charged forward, yelling, I'll kill you. The boy sank his teeth deep into Yang Tao's hand. The man yelped in pain. You little mutt, you dare to bite me. Without a shred of mercy, Yang Tao swung his arm and delivered a hard slap across Shui's face. Get off. Seeing his family being assaulted, Shengze's composure shattered. He roared, You bastard! If you've got guts, come at me. Let my wife and son go. Yang Tao turned to him, savoring the power trip. Don't you worry. As long as you cooperate, your precious wife and son will be perfectly safe. Now, you're going to take us to your warehouse. A short while later, the grating sound of a heavy metal shutter rolling up echoed through the building. Under threat, Sheng Zi had finally been forced to comply. He led Yang Tao to the warehouse. Upon entering, the man saw only a few scattered crates and asked, "This is all that's left?" Sheng Zi answered bluntly, "Wasn't it your big shot client who came calling? It's all sold out. There's not even much of the expired stuff left." Hearing that particular phrase, Yang Tao stroked his chin, a name flashing through his mind, Jiang Xiao Yong. A sinister grin then spread across his face as a plot began to form. If we could just seize the supplies in Xiao Yong's factory complex, we could kick back and live like kings. Seeing that expression, Sheng Zi offered a genuine warning. I'm telling you, don't even think about going after him. I saw him by chance while I was out making a delivery. He's a tough customer, and I'm certain that kid must have had advance warning about this whole catastrophe. Yang Tao replied with a cryptic smirk. That's something you're going to have to worry about. Confused, Sheng Zi asked. What? What do you mean? Yang Tao laid out his terms slowly and deliberately. You're going to get Xiao Yong supplies in exchange for the safety of your wife and son. Is this supposed to be a fair deal? Hearing the man's threatening conditions, Sheng Zi fell into a furious silence, grinding his teeth in rage. The scene then cuts away. Back at Xiao Yong's base, a piercing scream suddenly rips through the air. Deep inside the infirmary, a group of people is gathered around a hospital bed, staring at the figure who was restrained and letting out horrifying growls. They had tightly bound Chen Chong's limbs and neck, making it impossible for him to bite and infect anyone else. Zhang Qi and the others watched on, each wrestling with their own emotions, silently observing their infected friend. Just then, Yi Ming spoke up, shattering the heavy silence. He coldly suggested that they should just put him down. Seeing the heartlessness in his words, Xiao Yong narrowed his eyes, silently assessing him. Beside them, Zhang Qi looked on in disbelief and demanded, "What did you just say, Yi?" Ming immediately laid out his grim yet convincing reasoning. "He's already gone. We need to end this, the sooner the better. If he gets loose, everyone else here is going to pay the price." Xiao Jia couldn't stand it and shot back loudly, "But he's our brother. Are you really going to give up on him without even trying?" At that moment, Xiao Yong cut in, interrupting them. "He's right. Once the infection takes hold, there's almost no chance of recovery." Xiao Jia cried out in despair. "Brother Xiao Yong." Without another word, Xiao Yong drew a small knife from his hip. He held the knife out towards Yi Ming and commanded, "Take it." Seeing this, Yi Ming flinched in alarm. What do you mean?" Xiao Yong stated bluntly, "Finish it. End his suffering." Despite his tough talk, Yi Ming was clearly terrified of the knife in front of him. Seeing him tremble, Xiao Yong closed the distance and questioned him coldly. "Weren't you the one who always wanted a weapon? Now take it and grant him his release." In the middle of the tense standoff, another hand reached out and grasped the handle of the knife. It was Zhang Qi. With a somber expression, he took the blade and said, "Brother Xiao Yong." Though he was trembling, he resolutely volunteered for the task. "Let me do it." Zhang Qi had a kind heart. He summoned all his courage to hold the knife, but he couldn't hide the fear written all over his face. Xiao Yong kept his hand on the cold steel, saying, "Have you thought this through? What if everything I've said up until now has been a lie? The moment this knife goes in, you'll be the one who has taken a human life." Although Zhang Qi was terrified, he looked Xiao Yong straight in the eye and said, "I trust you, brother Xiao Yong." Hearing this, Xiao Yong gave a faint, satisfied smile. He looked at Zhang Qi and gave the order, "Do it." Zhang Qi then approached the bed, knife in hand, standing over Chen Chong, who was now a restrained, thrashing infected. He struggled so violently, the entire bed shook. Pain-filled tears streamed down Zhang Qi's face as he choked them back, raising his hand to strike with all his might. Just then, Chen Chong let out a hopeless scream, his body turning a deathly purple, the knife just inches from his neck. Zhang Qi bit his lip, his eyes red from crying, when suddenly, for some unknown reason, Xiao Yong grabbed his arm. He stopped him cold. Zhang Qi turned in surprise, Brother Xiao Yong. But Xiao Yong was staring emotionlessly at a system panel saying, "You all should get out. His situation is unique. Keeping him here might still be useful to me." A system notification had popped up. Rare mutant body detected. A short while after everyone left, loud noises began to erupt continuously from the infirmary. Inside, only Xiao Yong and Chen Chong remained. Xiao Yong watched him as he thrashed and screamed violently, seemingly not yet fully turned. Xiao Yong tried calling his name Chen Chong right. He immediately leaned in close to Chen Chong and whispered, "I have an important mission that I want to entrust to you." As if he understood, Chen Chong's struggles began to subside. The scene changes. The city sky is as clear and blue as ever, when suddenly a luxury car completely out of control comes speeding forward, swerving erratically down the road. It smashes head-on into a nearby utility pole with tremendous force, enough to completely wreck the front end, which billowed with thick black smoke. Shangzi stumbled out, clutching his head as he looked at the wreckage. "Damn it, what rotten luck." As he got up to leave, he muttered, "I've got to get out of here." But he was completely unaware of an infected shambling up behind him, until it suddenly lunged forward, roaring right in his face. The sight made Shangzi jump and curse. "Son of a..." Before he could even finish the thought or react, the infected sank its teeth right into his arm. Shangzi cried out in sudden, sharp pain. On pure reflex, he used both hands to shove the creature hard, sending it tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he scrambled back towards the wrecked car, clutching his injured arm. On the car seat, Shangzi spotted an iron rod. He snatched it up and without hesitation swung it with all his might, connecting squarely with the infected's face. Flying into a rage, he screamed, "Get the hell away from me, you bastard." The zombie took the hit and stumbled to the side, one of its teeth flying out. At that moment, Thang Triet, in a frenzy, beat the zombie without pausing for even a second, as if venting all his pent-up frustration. A long while later, Thang Triet stood with the iron pipe in hand, drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he stared at the battered zombie. Knowing he couldn't stay here any longer, he decided to leave, clutching his bloodied arm in a pitiful state. The scene shifts to Xiao Yong's base. A few zombies were shambling in front of the gate as he pushed it open, stepping out from a small side door to cautiously survey the area. Following Xiao Yong was the group of survivors he'd brought along, all of them tense, clutching weapons like hammers, baseball bats, and guns, inching forward with extreme caution. San, still not used to the protective gear, grumbled apprehensively, "Hey Xiao Yong, wearing this stuff on my hands is so inconvenient, it's really uncomfortable." Xiao Yong explained, "Zombies have no consciousness, so their brute force is greater than a normal person's, making them extremely dangerous. Based on your current real-world combat experience, you'd get injured way too easily, so you have to wear this gear. Once you all have more experience, it won't be too late to take it off." With that, Xiao Yong led the team. He was a few steps ahead when he spotted a zombie up front. He immediately raised his hand to signal the group behind him, asking, "Are you ready?" This distance is already within the zombie's detection range. Everyone signaled they were prepared. Xiao Yong asked again, "Are you ready?" Suddenly, the zombie caught their scent and charged forward with a disgusting grimace on its face. Xiao Yong yelled, "We're exposed, engage." He quickly added a final instruction, "Remember what I taught you all. Support each other and maintain your distance." The zombie lunged at Xiao Yong, but he deftly dodged to the side, his movements clean and practiced. Even with the zombie right next to him, Xiao Yong calmly guided his team's attack. The moment these walkers are airborne is your chance. Quick aim for the temples and the back of the neck. Xiao Jia eagerly rushed forward, swinging the sword in his hands high before bringing it straight down on the zombie's forehead. But the sword just made a dull thud, and the zombie's rock-hard head was completely unharmed. Instead, he was the one in pain, clutching his arm and crying out, "Ow, that really hurts." From behind, Xiao Yong was quick to shout a reminder, "The top of the skull is the hardest part. Not only will you fail to injure it, you'll just make your own arm go numb." Xiao Jia's move was a classic rookie mistake. The zombie suddenly lunged, biting down on his two-handed sword. The creature grew more and more aggressive, clamping down on the entire blade. Unable to resist any longer, he looked back and pleaded for help. Holy crap, save me. Somebody please save me. Xiao Yong intentionally let them struggle to get used to the zombies, saying calmly, "Not bad, that's the right way to defend. Jiang Qi, your teammate needs your help." In a flash, Jiang Qi rushed forward, swinging a baseball bat and striking the back of the zombie's neck with a powerful blow. Xiao Yong stood back, watching the three of them fight the zombie and providing guidance. "That's it, that's right, but your attacks still aren't strong enough. Everyone keep at it." Unnoticed behind him, another zombie had appeared. After a long struggle, Jiang Qi turned around with a proud look and asked, "Hey Xiao Yong, how was our performance?" Xiao Yong gave a slight smile, replying with satisfaction, "What do you think?" But right at that moment, the zombie that had been stalking Xiao Yong charged, its eyes wide, and its mouth gaping open, ready to bite into his shoulder. Jiang Qi quickly screamed a warning, "Look out, Xiao Yong," just as the creature's teeth were about to sink into his flesh. Without any surprise, Xiao Yong's hand shot out and gripped the zombie's head. He calmly lifted the zombie's head with professional ease, holding it in place with one hand, while his mouth continued to lecture his team. "Did you all forget what I told you? Never neglect to observe your surroundings." Everyone on the team was completely stunned. The scene cuts back to Thang Triet, who had managed to find his way to the area near Xiao Yong's base. The guy was hiding behind some massive concrete barriers. "Damn it, this place is already crawling with those freaks. Don't tell me that Jiang Xiao Yong is already dead." Just then he noticed an empty car up ahead. Xiao Yong was still constantly reminding his teammates, "Your comrades behind you need your support. That's right, stay vigilant at all times." This made Thang Triet think to himself, "That voice is." Soon after, Thang Triet began to creep closer to the car, thinking as he moved, "It is. That's Jiang Xiao Yong." He stealthily hid behind the rear of the car, carefully peeking his head out to watch. Scouting the area ahead was Xiao Yong's crew out hunting those afflicted with the mad flu. Lost in his surveillance of Xiao Yong's team, he was completely unaware of what lurked beneath the car. A dark silhouette of a zombie, having just awakened it, immediately caught the scent of human flesh, its eyes gleaming like flashlights. As it turned out, this particular zombie was none other than Wen Shu Ya. With the skin on her face torn in grotesque patches, her hand shot out and snagged Shang Zai's pant leg. Startled and panicking, he scrambled backward and fell to the ground, kicking his legs frantically. He let out a loud scream, so terrified that he froze for a few seconds, his entire body going numb with fear. Shu Ya had lost all traces of her humanity. She glared at him with wide, ferocious eyes, her mouth gaping wide, ready to tear into his flesh. Just then, another zombie lunged from out of nowhere, pinning Shengze down and forcing a scream from him. "Son of a, damn it." Abruptly, the sound of a gunshot rang out, splattering blood that mixed with his terrified screams. The shooter was none other than Xiao Yong. Once saved, Shengze quickly shoved the lifeless body off of him. At that moment, Xiao Yong spoke up, asking Zhang Shengze, "What are you doing all the way out here?" Shengze slowly approached him and said, "Brother Yang, I'm so glad I survived long enough to find you." But just as he said that, Xiao Yong's eyes were drawn to one of Shengze's hands. He immediately spotted a bite mark. Without hesitation, Xiao Yong aimed his gun straight at Shengze's head and stated coldly, "You've been bitten." Seeing that Xiao Yong was about to pull the trigger, a terrified Shengze desperately pleaded, Brother Yang, don't shoot, please. Spare my life, I have something important to tell you." Hearing this, Xiao Yong kept his gun trained on him. "Then say it, but don't you dare take another step closer." Trembling Shengze managed to get the words out. "Brother Yang, I know I'm a goner. It won't be long now before I turn into one of those monsters. But that bastard Yang Tao, he's kidnapped my wife and son. He's using them to force me into tricking you so he can steal all of your resources. Brother Yang, I know I'm not exactly a saint, but I've never done anything truly wicked. My wife and son, they're completely innocent in all this." He pleaded pitifully with Xiao Yong. "Those animals will never let my family go. The fate that awaits them is far worse than my own. Brother Yang, I'm begging you, please look after them for me. Consider it payment for my part in helping you stockpile all those supplies." Hearing Shengze's desperate plea, Xiao Yong began to think. Even though the man's initial intentions were selfish and just about making a profit for himself, objectively, he had been a massive help. Xiao Yong suddenly turned his head, glancing back and considering the current number of people back at the fortress. Its capacity was still quite large, and with more men than women, the population was a bit unbalanced. Right at that moment, a system notification chimed in, making him think with satisfaction. So there's a mission reward for this. This opportunity could be even bigger than I thought. The system then displayed 2 information panels. New mission. A dying wish with the objective to rescue Jiang Xiao, Zhe's wife and son for 0% bonus points. 25. And the ongoing mission, Street Sweeper, with the objective to clear out the infected and monsters outside the city for a 70% bonus. 10. Seeing that a reward was involved, he decided to agree to Jiang Xiang's request. Don't worry, I'll handle things with your wife and son. His immediate agreement left Shengze stunned. Really, Brother Yang? Are you serious? He slammed his forehead to the ground in gratitude. Brother Yang, I Zhang Shengzhe can never repay this kindness in my lifetime. I swear in the next life I will work like an ox and a horse for you, to repay you. Then Shengzhe said softly, Brother Yang, please do it now. Hearing this, Xiao Yong asked, Do what? Shengzhe replied calmly, End me. I don't want to turn into one of those monsters and become a threat to my own family. Hearing his request, Xiao Yong remained silent. Then Xiao Yong suddenly turned and gave an order to Shan Shan. Shan Shan, go get a bicycle from the warehouse and give it to him. His command left her completely startled, and she let out a confused, huh. Without offering any explanation, Xiao Yong turned back to Shengze and said, You need to leave. Get as far away from here as you can, and do it now. Go somewhere with few people. Shengze was confused. But why? Xiao Yong replied without looking back. There's no need to ask why. You're running out of time, so you need to make the most of it. Shengze seemed to understand Xiao Yong's unspoken intention. He let out a long breath and said, All right, I get it. Thank you, Brother Yang. A moment later, he was on the bicycle pedaling away as fast as his legs could carry him. By this point, Shengze had already begun his transformation into a zombie, but in his heart, he was still thinking of his family. My wife, my son. One half of Shengze's face had already twisted into a monstrous visage, while from the eye on the other human half, a single tear streamed down. Back to the story. Back at the fortress, Xiao Yong and the others gathered the zombie corpses into a pile, doused them with gasoline, flicked a lighter, and set the entire pyre ablaze. At the same time, an exhausted voice complained, Man, today has been absolutely draining. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong was busy reassessing everyone's abilities. With their current strength and experience, having 2 or 3 people use standard melee weapons to hunt down lone zombies without getting injured was no longer a problem. The system also chimed in with a notification, Street Cleanup Mission Complete. System points awarded, +10. His current total was now 28 points. He suddenly glanced over at Uncle Sheng and Meng San, then at Zhang Qi's group, concluding, But facing a small group of zombies, or a mini-horde, is still definitely out of the question. He abruptly turned and walked away, calling over his shoulder, Follow me. Xiao Yong led them to a warehouse. He called out Uncle Sheng. The older man quickly replied, I'm here. What is it, Xiao Yong? He then handed over a key that was in his hand and instructed, There are weapons stored in this warehouse. I'm heading into the city tonight. For the safety of the fortress, I'm leaving this in your hands. Taking the key, the older man asked with concern, The city is in total chaos right now. You're planning to go there alone. Jiang Qi and Xiao Jia didn't hesitate to volunteer. Brother Yang, let us go with you. Unlike them, Yiming remained silent, avoiding the topic. Faced with their enthusiasm, Xiao Yang bluntly refused. No need. You can't handle that level of danger yet. If you came along, you'd just be a liability. Uncle Sheng, I'm counting on you. Uncle Sheng readily accepted the responsibility but didn't forget to warn him. Don't worry, Xiao Yong, but you absolutely must be careful out there. A short while later, Xiao Yong was in his vehicle, his weapons secured. At that moment, the system interface appeared. System store is empty. Manual refresh. Costs 2 points. Looking at the information panel, he grumbled. This system store is way too slow at updating new items. As he hit the refresh button, Xiao Yong acknowledged that this mission's difficulty was not low. To ensure his safety, he decided, might as well refresh it manually. The moment he made his selection, the system displayed a successful refresh message. 2 points deducted. Current points 26. System store level 1. Black Tech Supply Box. 20 points. Level 1. Life-saving emergency supply box. 5 points. Level 1. Threatening weapons supply box. 5 points. Next, manual refresh cost 4 points. Staring at the new cost, Xiao Yong helplessly thought to himself. The price for a manual refresh doubled from 2 to 4 points after just one use. Looks like I need to be more frugal. Without hesitating, he selected one of the boxes, thinking spending points to refresh the store is pretty neat. Good thing, I have just enough. Instantly, the system flashed a notification. Level 1 Black Tech Supply Box. Successfully purchased for 20 points. Current points 6. Suddenly, a blinding light filled his vehicle. The system announced simultaneously. Level 1 Black Tech Supply Box opened. Reward Physical Enhancement Serum plus 5. Inside the car, Xiao Yong was not a fan of the special effect. What the hell? Did I just swallow a flashbang? All of a sudden, a vial materialized in his hand, making him gasp in astonishment. He exclaimed, "Holy crap, a serum that adds 5 points to my physique." Without a second thought, Xiao Yong injected himself with it, deciding to use it immediately. He was instantly racked with pain, letting out a cry as another blinding light erupted. The system quickly updated his stats. Physique 13, 260% higher than an average person. Mind's eye. Spatial ring. Meanwhile, at Jiang Xiao house, inside a room filled with toys, Xiao Li was holding her son and comforting him. "Shui Shui, don't be scared. Daddy will come back." At that very moment, 2 of Yang Tao's goons burst into the room. Upon seeing them, Xiao Li screamed in terror. "What do you want?" One of the men grabbed her, smirking maliciously. "What do we want? We're just looking to have some fun." With that, they began tearing at Xiao Li's clothes, causing her to cry out in fear. "No, please don't." As Xiao Li screamed and struggled, she tried to fight off the vile intentions of Yang Tao's men. "Let me go, please." Just then, someone else entered the room, interrupting the scene. Brother Li asked with a tone of annoyance, "What are you doing? What's all this noise?" One of Yang Tao's men immediately saw him and called out, "Brother Li, come join us." However, he flatly refused. "The job isn't finished. Get your minds back on your work." "Hold on, let her go." His command was met with a disgruntled retort from his subordinate. "What's the problem? It's not like this is our first rodeo." Seeing this guy's defiance, he furiously explained, "If you touch his wife and kid now, what happens if she decides to just end it all? At that point, he'll have nothing left to hold him back. And he'll try to take us all down with him. Nobody wins in that scenario, got it? Once we've taken care of him, then we'll all get our turn. She won't be getting a moment's peace." Yang Tao's goon had no choice but to back down, muttering, "Damn it, you really know how to kill the mood." Before heading out, the creep turned to taunt Xiao Li with a smirk. "Just you wait for me." The situation was bleak. All she and her young son could do was cling to each other and weep. At that same moment, out on the zombie-infested streets, Xiao Yong was driving lost in thought. 13 points in physique meant a 2-fold increase. Even his reaction time and control over his body had improved dramatically. Xiao Yong's driving skills were now exceptionally sharp, allowing him to effortlessly swerve around obstacles with fluid grace. The feeling was so intense, it made him exclaim aloud, "This feels incredible." The darkened streets were teeming with shambling zombies. Xiao Yong pulled the car over and stepped out. He did this because the path ahead led into the inner city, where a car would be far too conspicuous. He'd have to proceed on foot. Just then, Xiao Yong heard a guttural growl from behind him, and it turned out to be 2 undead fiends, recklessly lunging straight for him. Without the slightest bit of panic, Xiao Yong sidestepped the attack, swiftly landing a hook over one zombie's shoulder, and effortlessly wrestled it to the ground. Using its own momentum against it, he hurled the creature into the other advancing zombie. Following that, Xiao Yong summoned a blade into existence. He gripped the weapon tightly, his eyes fixed on the 2 zombies. Xiao Yong wasted no time sprinting towards them. With 2 swift slashes of his blade, he sent the heads of the 2 reckless creatures flying. After dispatching them, he couldn't help but marvel. Whether it was his strength or his reaction speed, he was completely overwhelming these zombies. So this is what it feels like to have double the physical stats of an ordinary person. On top of that, his situational awareness was on a whole new level. Right at that moment, a desperate shout reached his ears. Damn it, we're surrounded. This scream made him estimate the distance about 800 meters away. In that same instant, a system notification popped up, activating a random mission, an encounter quest. Meanwhile, inside a nearby convenience store, which was completely swarmed by the undead, a panicked voice cried out from within. Damn it, we're completely surrounded. Li Hengli yelled out orders. Quickly, bring more heavy objects over here. A terrified and crying Zi Xuan asked, Dad, are we going to die in here? Lao Song offered a few words that were meant to be comforting, but they completely missed the mark. Don't worry, these freaks can't get in. And even if they do, it's fine. Worst case scenario will just be reunited with your mother. Naturally, his words, instead of calming his son down, only made the boy sob even louder. Seeing this, Hengli snapped at him. Damn it, Lao Song, do you have any idea how to talk to people? Or are you just trying to make things worse? Lao Song immediately shot back. Know how to talk. If I was good at talking, I'd have been the building manager by now. The direness of the situation left Hengli feeling utterly helpless. He could only grit his teeth and wonder, damn it, is this really how we die today? Just as the horde of zombies was roaring outside, a sudden noise from the street startled everyone inside. What was that? Suddenly, the silhouette of a zombie slammed against the glass door, startling Zi Xuan and Lao Song so badly they stumbled backward. Then, just as suddenly, the zombie slid down, leaving a grotesque smear of blood on the glass. From outside the convenience store, there was only silence. All that remained was the bloody stain on the glass. Hengli, breathing heavily, issued an order. Lao Song, you, and Zi Xuan. You two move the barricade. He then added a reminder, take the elevator and don't make a sound. Lao Song immediately acknowledged with a quick, got it. A moment later, they cautiously opened the door. Stepping outside, they were greeted by a pile of dead zombies on the ground. A bewildered Lao Song asked, Who did all this? Suddenly, Yang Zixuan shrieked. It's a mutant. It has to be a mutant. Hearing this, Lao Song asked, a mutant? What the heck is a mutant? The boy explained in a panic. Compared to a regular zombie, they're way more powerful and a lot faster. That's how they're always set up in comics, novels, and video games. Hearing his son bring this up, the father suddenly snapped in anger. Comics? Novels? Video games? You waste your time on that stuff all day. No wonder your grades are always at the bottom of the class. Seeing this, Hengli quickly cut in. Lao Song, seriously. Can you read the room? Now is not the time for that. Follow me and keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled on all sides. Don't let any of those mutated things ambush us. He led the group from the front, constantly reminding everyone to watch their own sectors, as they slowly advanced toward the gathering point. Reaching an intersection, he stopped and signaled for a halt. The others, seeing this, quickly asked, What's wrong? What is that? It turned out that Hengli had spotted Xiao Yong standing there, looking at his system panel. The encounter and rescue mission was complete, adding 5 system points to his total, which now stood at 11. The moment Zixuan saw him, he was convinced the figure was another one of those mutated creatures. However, Hengli thought differently. He looks like a survivor to me. Xiao Yong overheard Zixuan's words and couldn't resist a little teasing. A mutated creature. You've got a wild imagination, kid. It's not like the streets are completely overrun with them just yet. Hearing him speak, Hengli's face lit up as he approached, saying, See, definitely a survivor. Then he kindly made an offer. Kid, it's too dangerous for you to be out here alone. In times like these, we have to stick together to survive. Come with us. Seeing how antsy the man was, pacing back and forth, Xiao Yong asked, Who are you people? Is it just you few? The man answered honestly. We're on a supply run. There are also quite a few civilians gathered at Rongxiang Yuan. Hearing this, Xiao Yong quickly inquired Rongxiang Yuan. I remember a place called Jin Yu Fu, not far from Rongxiang Yuan. Right, Old Song stepped forward and answered for him. Not far, just a street over. He was just as friendly as Hang Li, offering little brother come along with us. There's strength in numbers. Captain Li has a gun, and we have experience dealing with those things. We can protect you." Faced with such enthusiasm, Xiao Yong had no choice but to nod in agreement. "All right then, thank you everyone." The group gathered on the street, warily scanning their surroundings. Old Song then turned to ask Xiao Yong, "Kid, you asked about Jin Yufu. Are you trying to meet up with someone important?" He simply replied, "Yeah." The old man continued to press, "Family, or a girlfriend?" Old Song then patted his shoulder reassuringly. "This is the apocalypse. No matter who you're looking for, there's a high chance that they're already gone. You need to be mentally prepared." Suddenly, Heng Li spoke up through gritted teeth. "That's right. And even if they weren't taken out by the crazed ones, they could have run into those animals." Hearing this, Xiao Yong was curious. "Those animals?" Heng Li began to explain angrily. "A gang of scumbags has taken over the Betrayal mountain villa area in the east of the city. To survive, they don't hesitate to prey on other survivors. We had a run-in with them once. A lot of our comrades fell at their hands." He stopped, then turned back, and warned, "Let's not talk about it. Just remember, if you run into other survivors, you have to be extremely careful." Because he had turned his head, he didn't see the zombie lunging at him from the front. Zixuan yelled out in terror, "Captain Li, look out!" Heng Li instantly reacted and saw the creature charging right at him. 2 gunshots rang out and the zombie dropped dead after taking 2 of his bullets. A mix of anger and relief washed over him. After firing, Heng Li cursed through clenched teeth, "Son of a..." But in that same moment, the gunshots alerted other nearby zombies, causing Zixuan to panic and shout a warning. "The noise. It's drawing those bastards over here." Seeing the kid lose his cool, Heng Li quickly scanned the area, while telling himself, "What do we do? Stay calm." Just then he spotted a bus parked in the middle of the road, and immediately came up with a plan. "That's it." He quickly rallied the group. "Everyone get inside that bus. Now." All the while, Xiao Yong was silently observing and assessing the situation. Running blindly would likely just attract more of them. That bus, on the other hand, is a steel fortress perfect for defense. The only drawback is that once you're in, there's no way out. It seemed Xiao Yong was quite satisfied with Heng Li's leadership. I'd give that crisis judgment a 70 out of 100. Seeing him lagging behind Heng Li, who was already on board, yelled out, "Kid, get on the bus." The moment Xiao Yong leaped aboard, Heng Li slammed the door shut and quickly ordered, "Kid, check every seat. Make sure none of the crazed ones are hiding in here." Zixuan looked anxiously out the window and reported, "They're not giving up. They're still gathering this way." Heng Li himself saw the thousands of infected advancing and muttered in fear, "Damn it, they're still coming." The horde of zombies began to pound their hands on Huang Li cursed, "Damn it," as he struggled to block the horde, trying to swarm the bus. Someone at the door shouted, I can't hold it anymore." Just then, a hand slammed against the door from the outside, and all it took was a light push from Xiao Yong to get the bus door to slam shut. The sight left Heng Li completely astonished, thinking to himself, "Incredible. Such power." Without missing a beat, Xiao Yong turned to him and said, "I'll hold the door. They won't get through. You go tell the others to smash the windows and fight back." He grunted in agreement and immediately went to help the others take on the undead. Then all of a sudden, a bus window shattered into pieces. A few of the ghouls saw their chance and rushed to climb through the opening, but before they could even get a grip, one of them took a bullet straight through its skull. Old Song impaled the heads of several more with his weapon, snarling through clenched teeth, "Just die, you monsters." Behind him, Zixuan and another person were struggling to hold Old Song back, keeping him from falling out of the window. Meanwhile, Heng Li was getting worried about his ammo. Against a horde this big, his few remaining bullets weren't going to be nearly enough. Just then, a voice cut through the chaos, "Use this." He looked over to see Xiao Yong holding a crossbow, leaving him wondering where on earth that came from. Xiao Yong simply answered the question, dismissively, tossing the crossbow to Heng Li. "Just grabbed it on the way." A moment later, armed with the new weapon, Heng Li started taking down a considerable number of zombies. Alongside him, Old Song was fighting back to back, both of them yelling curses as they fought. "Eat this, you worthless maggots." After a brutal and intense struggle, they finally managed to wipe out all the zombies and get clear of the bus. Zixuan, pumped with adrenaline, declared, Twice now we've stared death in the face and won. This can't be a coincidence. We must be the chosen ones of this apocalypse. But just as he said that, Xiao Yong cut in with a warning. We need to stay sharp. Let's not make any more careless mistakes. Deep down, however, Xiao Yong was worried about the others back at the fortress, hoping everything was going smoothly for San's group. Meanwhile, Yiming was walking with the others down the hallway when he suddenly spoke up. Hey, I can take the night watch tonight. Seeing this, Xiao Jia immediately started teasing him. Oh, what's got you so motivated all of a sudden? She had barely finished her sentence when he snapped at her. That's ridiculous. When am I ever not motivated? Why don't you just mind your own business? Taken aback by Yi Ming's behavior, she didn't argue, but couldn't help but wonder to herself. What was that about? Why such an overreaction? Old Sheng, for his part, had no issue with the offer, and just gave his instructions. All right, if Yiming is volunteering, the rest of you should head to your rooms and get some rest. Just be careful, Yiming. If anything happens, you wake us all up. Hearing this, he quickly replied, don't worry about a thing. A short while later up on the night, watch Yiming stared out into the darkness and muttered to himself. It's getting late. Everyone should be asleep by now. He quickly got to his feet thinking, I can't put this off any longer. It has to be done before Jiang Xiao Yong returns. Over in old Sheng's room, the man was sound asleep with the key to the armory Xiao Yong had entrusted to him, lying right beside his pillow. Then, without a sound, his door creaked open. The figure sneaking into the room was none other than Lu Yiming. He crept silently toward the sleeping old Sheng, his hand slowly reaching for the key by his side. As if sensing the danger, old Sheng's eyes snapped open and he bolted upright, shouting, What do you think you're doing? Yiming was clearly not expecting this and panicked, thinking, this is bad. Without a second thought, he slugged old Sheng right in the face, causing the old man to cry out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, he snatched the key and bolted, leaving old Sheng furious in the room, screaming, Lu Yiming, you damn kid. What are you trying to pull? Give me back that key. His shouting startled everyone awake. People opened their doors and stepped out to see what was happening, with San calling out, What's going on? Old Sheng stumbled out, clutching his bruised face, and said frantically, It's Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming stole the key to the armory. Quick, stop him. Hearing this, the other three immediately took off after Yiming. Old Sheng shouted from his doorway, Lu Yiming, what have you done, Jiang? Qi, hot on his heels, yelled, Stop, right there. Seeing the others closing in on him, Yiming deliberately knocked over a pile of supplies to block their path. The resulting mess made it impossible for them to follow. Jiang Qi cursed in frustration. Damn it, that rotten kid. Just then, Yiming ran past the infirmary. A sinister smile spread across his face as he thought, might as well go all the way. After that, he ducked into the room and approached the bed where Chen Chong was tied up. His hand slowly reached for the restraints. All of a sudden, Chen Chong broke free and lunged. But Yiming dodged back just in time, letting out a curse. As he watched Chen Chong thrashing with one arm free, he angrily wondered to himself, how did one of the restraints? Wait, why are these restraints so loose? Did someone mess up tying him? A dark idea suddenly sparked in his mind. This was perfect, saving him the trouble of having to risk untying the guy himself. A moment later, as Jiang Qi's group rushed to the scene, he froze in sheer astonishment at the sight before him. It turned out that Jiang Qi saw Chen Chong standing there completely still, and he knew instantly who was behind it. That scum Lu Yiming, he thought. He actually let Chen Chong out of the infirmary. Is he trying to get us all killed? Lao Sheng also cursed in a rage. Damn it all, I never imagined that kid would be such a monster. I must have been blind. At that moment, San anxiously asked, What's the plan now? All of our weapons are locked up in the storage room. He quickly issued a command. Whatever happens, our first priority is to work together and force that thing back into the infirmary. Immediately, he ordered Jiang Qi and Xiao Jia to split up. Use the technique Xiao Yong taught us before. And whatever you do, be careful. Do not let it bite you. Following his command, the four of them cautiously edged forward. Sensing the perfect moment, Lao Sheng yelled. Now instantly the three youths charged in. Jiang Qi seized control of Chen Chong's head, while Xiao Jia and San pinned down his arms. Seeing their success, Zhang Qi shouted, "We've got him contained." Without a second's delay, Lao Sheng urged them to carefully push him back towards the infirmary. And so, the group began a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Push. On the final count, they shoved Chen Chong back inside. Zhang Qi instantly slammed the door shut as Lao Sheng watched Chen Chong pace back and forth inside, breathing heavily. The three youths looked at each other, one asking, "Was that just me, or did restraining him seem way too easy?" Another agreed, "I felt the same way." Suddenly, Yang Laosheng snapped in anger. "Damn it. We wasted too much time here. That scum must have found the weapons by now. And speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Just then, Yiming emerged from the shadows asking with a sneer, My, who are you calling scum?" He then feigned anger, cursing, "Damn it all, I have no idea which storage room that bastard Jiang Xiao Yong hid all the weapons in. I could only find a single pistol in the entire armory." He then aimed the gun at the group, demanding, "But this is more than enough to deal with you lot. Once you're all taken care of, I'll have all the time in the world to find the rest. Now move to the room at the back." Seeing his blatant betrayal, Zhang Qi confronted him, his voice booming, "Lu Yiming, what the hell are you doing? Brother Xiao Yong saved all of our lives." But with the heart of an ungrateful snake, he replied nonchalantly, "A debt too large is just another kind of prison. Just look at how he carries himself so high and mighty all the time. He saved us once, and he'd probably expect us to be his slaves for the rest of our lives." Hearing this, Lao Sheng spat in disgust. Some people are just born rotten to the core, completely ungrateful. Meanwhile, Xiao Jia pleaded softly, "Lu Yiming, please don't be like this." Annoyed by their scolding and pleading, Yiming roared, "Enough with the chatter. Just do what I told you." But unknown to them all, Chen Chong was staring out the door, his eyes glowing a fierce red. Clutching something in his hand, he began to shamble slowly toward the door, just as Yiming was screaming, "Get moving now." Meanwhile, over at Rongxiang Garden Hong, Li had just brought Xiao Yong to the location. He gave him one last set of careful instructions. "Just head forward one more intersection, and you'll be at the Jin Yu residence. The layout of that complex is a maze, a perfect hiding spot for the crazies. You have to be extremely careful, my friend. Once you find your people, make your way back to Rongxiang Garden and regroup with us. We'll be on the 8th floor. Use the side entrance to the building, stay away from the main gate." "Got it," Xiao Yong nodded after listening. "Got it. Thanks." Lao Song watched him leave a worried expression on his face. "Shouldn't we go with him? I mean, the kid did save our lives." But Hong Li argued, "We have no idea what we'd be walking into at Jin Yu residence. One wrong turn into a nest of those things and it's game over." This reasoning only amplified Lao Song's concern. Then, isn't he just walking into his own grave? At this, Hong Li shook his head with a hint of regret. "I've told him everything I can. It's just a damn shame to waste a talent like his." Night fell over the Jin Yu residence, the streets now crawling with the undead. A voice complained from the darkness, "Power's out. And there's no signal on the phones." One of Yang Tao's goons muttered in annoyance, "Who knows what that damn Zhang Sheng is even doing out there?" Another one chimed in, his voice filled with pent-up rage. "I don't give a damn. Tonight I'm gonna blow off some steam, or I'm not gonna be able to sleep." The others grumbled in agreement. "Yeah, that damn Zhang Sheng is out there all by himself. For all we know, he's already dead out there. When you guys go have your fun, just make sure you tie his wife up tight. We can't have her trying to take the easy way out." Inside the room, Xiao Li overheard every single word. That gruesome sight sent a shiver down their spines. Exactly who knew when their number was up? Might as well live it up first, and deal with the rest later, no regrets. At this point, even Brother Li didn't bother to stop them. Instead, he just warned them, "Damn it, fine, but be careful. Whatever you do, don't let the mother and her kid kick the bucket." His goons all agreed. One of them even asked if he wanted in on the action. Before he could answer, his eyes suddenly caught something, and he let out a gasp. Meanwhile, the henchman was still rambling on. "If you're not going to say anything, then I guess you're taking the last spot." It turned out he'd spotted a whole pile of dead zombies on the floor below, making him wonder, why are all the zombies downstairs taken out? One of Yang Tao's men went to open the door. He peered down into the pitch-black stairwell and wondered to himself, could it be a rescue team? Just then, something appeared out of nowhere, making the guy jump out of his skin. From out of the darkness, a single decisive blade stroke flashed through the air. It sliced clean through the henchman's neck before he could even react, and his head tumbled straight to the floor. Meanwhile, back in the children's room, a group of men stormed in, terrifying Zhao Li, who screamed, "You! All of you, get out!" Seeing her put up a fight. One of the thugs sneered with amusement. "All right, now what's with the act?" Suddenly, one of them grabbed Shui Shui and yanked the boy away, causing Zhao Li to shriek in horror. "What are you doing? Let my son go." Seeing Zhao Li dare to scream in his face, one of the men slapped her hard across the cheek. Then they tossed Shui Shui out of the room. "Our target is you." Seeing his mother get hurt, Shui Shui furiously yelled, "I'll take you on." But of course, with the strength of a small child, he was helplessly kicked away by Yang Tao's men. They slammed the door shut, leaving the boy outside screaming, "You monsters, let my mom go. My dad will make you pay for this." Just then, the front door swung open unexpectedly, and a dead body fell to the floor with a heavy thud. Shui Shui heard the noise and turned around only to be terrified by the scene before him, his face turning pale. A figure suddenly appeared in the doorway and spoke to the little boy. Startled, Shui Shui shouted, "Who is it?" Xiao Yong stepped inside. "Shang Sheng is dead. He was your father, wasn't he?" Still trembling, Shui Shui stammered in reply, "Yes." At the same time, inside the other room, a helpless Xiao Li was clutching herself. One of the men slapped her again in anger and yelled, "Damn it, make some noise. Afraid your kid will hear you. Come on, it's no fun for me if you're quiet." Another goon with a twisted look on his face stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Li by the hair. "If you won't make a sound, fine. I'll just go first." But at that very moment, the door burst open, prompting one of the men to exclaim in annoyance, "Damn, that kid's surprisingly strong. He actually kicked the door in." While that guy was still running his mouth, a blade suddenly flew through the air and sliced right across his neck. Another one of Yang Tao's men saw his buddy just standing there doing nothing and urged him on. "What are you waiting for? Kick the kid out." The words had barely left his mouth when the first guy's body collapsed, his head rolling in the opposite direction. The sight left the remaining goons completely bewildered, asking, "What the hell is happening?" Just then, a hand shot out of nowhere and grabbed one of them by the head. Xiao Yong casually tossed him backward. The force of the throw made the man cough up a mouthful of blood. The last remaining thug asked in terror, "Who are you?" Without bothering to answer, Xiao Yong simply delivered a powerful kick straight to his face. Cutting back to the fortress, Yi Ming had his gun pointed at everyone, threatening, "I'm only going to say this one last time. Otherwise, I'm opening fire." With the situation this dire, Old Sheng quickly urged everyone, "Just do as he says. Go to the room he mentioned." San, however, started to protest, but Old Sheng didn't let her finish her sentence, cutting her off abruptly. "He's got a gun," he said. "Just play along for now and let me figure something out." Yi Ming just laughed sinisterly, thinking there was nothing they could do. "It seems if I don't get decisive and make an example of someone, I won't be able to establish my authority." And with that, he aimed the gun straight at Old Sheng, intending to take him out. "You can be the first to go." Seeing that Old Lu was about to kill him, San screamed in terror. Old man Zhang Qi, startled, shouted in an attempt to stop him, "Stop it, Lu Yiming." But just then, a sudden noise echoed from inside the medical room, throwing him off. What was that sound? He stared at the doorknob, confused. What's happening? The medical room is supposed to be locked. All of a sudden, the doorknob of the medical room began to turn. This startled Yiming, who shouted, "Who's in there?" The door to the medical room swung open, revealing Chen Chong, who had been standing there all along. Everyone's eyes shifted to the doorknob as they muttered in confusion. A key. Did Chen Chong open the door himself? That's impossible. He's the one who went berserk. There's no way he could know how to use a key. Just then, Chen Chong's gaze locked onto the terrified Yiming, his eyes burning with pure rage. After shaking off the initial shock, Yiming aimed his gun at him. "You bastard. A zombie that knows how to use a key to open a door? I can't let you stick around." With that, he moved to pull the trigger, however, but he couldn't pull it off, leaving him stunned as he muttered, "It's a dud." Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chong lunged at Yiming, who screamed in terror, "You bastard. How is this possible?" In the end, he could only shriek helplessly as Chen Chong finished him off. "Help somebody. Help me." After dealing with him, Chen Chong stood up and began to slowly drag Yi Ming's body into the infirmary. Lao Sheng, witnessing this, asked in a daze, "What on earth is going on?" Zhang Qi, equally bewildered, added, "Just a moment ago, he was so gentle." Suddenly, Chen Chong let out a long breath and stopped in his tracks. Then, without warning, he pulled the key from the lock and tossed it behind him. The key clattered to the ground in front of everyone. Next, Chen Chong casually slammed the door with a loud thud, leaving the group to stare in utter confusion. Elsewhere, Xiao Yong stood watching a mother and son huddled together. He looked down and called out, "Kid, come here." Shuai Shuai looked up, his face filled with apprehension. Xiao Li hugged Shuai Shuai tighter, her expression wary, as she asked, "What do you want with him?" Xiao Yong coldly repeated, "Come here." The boy seemed to sense he wasn't a bad person, and stood up, leaving his mother's embrace. "Mom, I'm okay." At that moment, Xiao Yong offered a knife to the boy. Shuai Shuai froze, his eyes going wide as he looked at him. Shuai Shuai took the knife, his hand trembling. Xiao Yong then pointed directly at Yang Tao's tied-up goons and ordered the boy to kill them. Hearing this, the men flinched violently, breaking into a cold sweat as they screamed for their lives. "Spare us!" Horrified, Xiao Li cried out, "Sir, he's just a child." At that moment, Xiao Yong looked down at the boy, clutching the knife, his thoughts complex, and stated, "As of today, he's not anymore." Xiao Yong continued to steel the boy's resolve. "Listen, kid. From now on, you're the only man who can protect your mother. Now, you need to summon all your courage and put down these animals who harmed your mother." With the weapon in his hands, images of the scumbags who hurt his family flashed through the boy's mind, and his face hardened with resolve. The boy's eyes flew wide open, a fierce will burning within them. In an instant, he gripped the weapon with both hands, screaming as tears streamed down his face, and charged toward Yang Tao and his henchmen. A second later, the air filled with the spray of crimson and their agonizing cries. Shuai Shuai stood before Yang Tao and the now collapsed goon, breathing heavily. Xiao Li's mind reeled in panic as she saw her son, only able to gasp, "Shuai Shuai." At that moment, the boy turned his sorrowful gaze to Xiao Yong and asked, "Mister, were they the ones who killed my father too?" Without a hint of hesitation, he confirmed, "Yes." Upon hearing this, the boy dropped the knife, which clattered across the floor. Shuai Shuai broke down, sobbing, and ran into his mother's arms. She too was overcome with grief, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. Having completed his promise to Shengzhe, Xiao Yong turned to leave, but the woman pleaded, "Benefactor, I beg you, take my son with you. I am willing to give you anything in return." Hearing this, the boy immediately refused. "No, Mom, I don't want to go with him. I want to protect you." Seeing the truly heartbreaking scene, Xiao Yong made his decision. "You're both coming with me. I promised the late Zhang Sheng I would protect you both completely." With that, he led the way, with the mother and son following behind him. Each of them clutched a weapon for self-defense, stepping over the corpses of zombies that littered the ground. Seeing all the fallen, infected, Shuai Shuai said in amazement, "What could be this powerful? I can't believe it took out so many zombies." He then turned to look at Xiao Yong, his wide eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao Yong was about to say something, but instead, he raised a hand signaling for them to halt. Wait a minute. A strange noise nearby had captured his full attention. After listening intently for a moment, he turned and asked, "Ma'am, do you know the general location of the 8th floor of Dongxiang Garden?" Xiao Li tightened her grip on her sword and replied, "Immediately." "Huh. The 8th floor of Dongxiang Garden should be in the direction you're facing. Why do you ask?" The scene then cuts to building number 8 of Dongxiang Garden, where a group of men, armed with various weapons, stood menacingly shouting, "Don't worry, we'll distribute your supplies fairly. Also tell all the women under the age of 40 to come with us." At the same time, on the dark 3rd floor, a panicked Liu Chao said, "What do we do? Should we just surrender?" Captain Li frowned, his expression resolute, as he turned and said, "Absolutely not. Those animals won't keep their word. If that happens, none of us will make it out alive, except for you, Yueran, and He Fang." Just then, a voice from the group below shouted up, "We'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't comply, we'll make sure not a single one of you is left breathing." The woman, overwhelmed by fear, said with sorrowful eyes, Perhaps the two of us should go out there and beg them to spare you." Hearing this, a young woman in a black vest cried out, "I won't do it. I refuse to become their personal plaything." Captain Li, seeing his comrade losing her composure, raised a finger to his lips to signal for silence. "Shh," he whispered. "Rest assured, we will absolutely not compromise. As long as we guard this hallway, they can't touch us." Meanwhile, one of the hooligans from the Bichthu Mountain gang complained to his boss with an annoyed grimace. "Our weapons might be good, but their leader has a real firearm, and these people are determined to just turtle up in there. It's not like we can easily pull any of our usual tricks." The boss, holding a gun, said with a devious look, "We won't need any tricks. You guys go shut off the water supply for the first floor units. Let's see just how long they can hold out." At that very moment, near the area where Xiao Yong and the mother-daughter duo were hiding behind a wall opposite the building, Shui cautiously whispered, "Uncle Xiao Yong, are those bad people too?" He glanced coldly at the gang of thugs and replied, "They are." As soon as the words were spoken, Xiao Yong stepped out alone, taking aim as he walked, declaring them to be utter trash, just like the ones who tormented you and your mother. Meanwhile, Captain Li took the lead, giving careful instructions. "You guys hold the stairwell and don't give away your position. I'm going to see what they're up to downstairs." The people behind him whispered a gentle reminder, "Be careful." He moved slowly and silently toward the window, not making a sound. Then Captain Li peeked his head out to get a look at the situation below. Damn it all, 7 of them were armed and 3 were even carrying firearms. Son of a gun. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted, and the resulting explosion made him recoil in shock, one hand instinctively covering his ear. This sudden turn of events threw his team into a state of utter confusion. One of the Bichthui mountain goons was suddenly struck by a bullet that went clean through his head, causing the others to panic and shout, "What the hell is going on?" The goon collapsed, sending the remaining men scattering in every direction. The leader yelled out, "Who is it?" From the 3rd floor above, Li Hongli looked down, and upon seeing the walking figure, he exclaimed, "That's... Wait a minute, it's that kid from the other night." Xiao Yong advanced steadily, firing his weapon in all directions, forcing the Bichthui mountain scumbags to scramble desperately for cover. One man holding a pistol didn't even have time to chamber a round before a bullet from Xiao Yong found its mark right between his eyes, causing blood to splatter. Another thug hiding nearby saw his comrade fall and broke out in a cold sweat, only daring to peek out from his cover with extreme caution. A moment later, 2 of them rose up at the same time and unleashed a relentless screaming assault. And yet not a single one of their bullets hit its target. Xiao Yong simply strolled on, effortlessly dodging the incoming fire. His movements were masterful. He smirked and muttered a single word, "Amateurs." The enraged leader panted behind a steel drum, grinding his teeth as he cursed, "Son of a bitch. Where did this psycho come from?" Immediately, Xiao Yong unleashed a torrent of bullets at the steel drum, forcing the leader to duck in terror, shielding his head while yelling in frustration. "Damn it!" He then roared an order for his remaining men to hear. "Damn it, what are you doing? He's got me pinned down, open fire and take him out." Hearing the order, one of the henchmen popped his head out, trying to yell and draw Xiao Yong's attention. Instantly, Xiao Yong's sharp gaze locked onto the new threat. He quickly swiveled the barrel of his gun toward the man who had just revealed himself. With just 2 shots, he landed a perfect hit between the eyes and another in the right side of the chest before the henchman could even pull the trigger. As his last man fell, the leader let out a triumphant and wicked laugh. "You must be out of ammo now, you bastard." With that assumption, he charged out from his cover, pointing his gun at Xiao Yong, screaming with glee, "Time to die." At that moment, Xiao Yong lowered his AK, allowing the man to aim point blank at his face while he stared him down unflinching. The leader began firing at Xiao Yong, but he dodged every shot with ease. "Just die already," the man shrieked as Xiao Yong simply tilted his head to one side. In that instant, he moved to disarm his opponent, snatching the gun right out of the leader's hands and using the force of the motion to break his elbow. Xiao Yong then pressed the barrel of the gun under the man's chin, filling him with absolute terror before pulling the trigger with force. Blood erupted from the top of his head, spraying everywhere. The man collapsed to the ground unconscious on the floor, as a pool of blood began to form around his head. After a moment of observation, Xiao Yong approached, kneeling down to rummage through the man's pockets. A moment later, he strode confidently into the building's entrance, where a few armed men were already hiding behind a wall, lying in wait. But he could sense that they would be waiting for him, so he cautiously let his eyes scan the area. Instantly, a man to his left lunged forward, swinging an axe. On the other side, 2 more thugs rushed forward screaming, but in a flash, Xiao Yong had already put them down, leaving their bodies sprawled on the floor. He roared, "Get out here, all of you." At his call, everyone else came downstairs. Shui looked on in awe and exclaimed, "Uncle Xiao Yong, that was so awesome." Just then, the system interface flashed before his eyes. New mission, expand the roster. Objective, recruit and assimilate the people of Dongxiang Garden. Survivors must not exceed 5. Reward 25 standard accumulation points. Only then did Xiao Yong look down at the bodies on the floor and asked Old Li, "Who are these people frowning with rage?" Old Li glared at the corpses and spat. "They're those scumbags from the Bishui Mountain Villa district. The ones over in South City." Hearing this, Xiao Yong asked in surprise, "Bishui Mountain?" At that moment, Hong Li called out to 2 men in yellow standing nearby. "Liu Chao Chen Ji." The 2 men immediately ran over, responding loudly, "We're here, Brother Li. You called for us." He then ordered, "You 2 came from South City. Tell Brother Xiao Yong everything you know about Bishui Mountain." Right away, the 2 men took turns recounting the whole story for Xiao Yong. Apparently, that group was a dark organization to begin with, one that had plenty of resources. They even had weapons, and had taken over the entire Bishui Mountain Villa district. Most of the survivors in South City have been forced to join them. Xiao Yong closed his eyes for a moment, analyzing the situation. Isn't the gathering point, where Li Shu Xiong and Cui Jing are staying, located in South City? Could they be involved with them? He suddenly opened his eyes and asked, "So, are you telling me that the Bishui Mountain Group is the only major survivor settlement in all of South City?" Chen Ji quickly replied, "Originally they weren't, but they have all the weapons. Any of the other smaller settlements that tried to exist were attacked by them, and none had the power to fight back." Just speaking of those animals made the 2 brothers' faces twist with rage and resentment. Lu Chao continued, "Those monsters. Every time they attack a place, they first cull half the population. Then they take all the young, attractive women and anyone else willing to collaborate in their depravity back to their base." Hearing this, Xiao Yong understood the whole picture. "So that explains it," he muttered. Hong Li saw the grim look on his face and couldn't help but ask with concern, "What is it?" Xiao Yong didn't answer him. Instead, he walked over to the 3 corpses, glanced down, and said, "Old Li, these 3 were carrying firearms. Have your people collect and secure them. Search them thoroughly later. I'm sure there are plenty of extra magazines." Next, Xiao Yong held out his own weapon to Hong Li, instructing, "Take this assault rifle too. You all should hold on to it. I'm leaving 5 full magazines for you." Hong Li took the rifle with both hands, stammering, Is this for real?" Xiao Yong then turned his gaze fixed in the direction of the mountain. Bishui, his eyes filled with cold hatred. The Bishui Mountain crew definitely won't let this slide. But with these weapons, a dozen or so of their thugs won't be a problem for you. All of you just need to hold this position for 2 days. I'm going back to get my affairs in order, and then I'm coming back to wipe those bastards out." Hearing this, Lu Chao panicked. "Wipe them out? You mean the people on the mountain? The ones on Bishui Mountain? No way, brother. You can't take them on alone. They have several dozen men, and their numbers have probably grown by now." It got to the point where even Old Li tried desperately to talk him out of it. "He's right, brother. It's not worth you taking such a huge risk for us. We can just find a chance to relocate the base. Besides, we're several kilometers away. They can't possibly search the entire city for us." Xiao Yong just started walking off calmly, saying over his shoulder, "Don't worry about it. I have a personal score to settle with them. Besides, in a few days I'll be back with a large vehicle to take all of you to East City." Hearing this, Old Li was stunned and asked again. East City? Xiao Yong turned back to explain. "It's a piece of land over by Cha Ye City. I've established a fortified settlement there, and right now we're short on people." Seeing a chance for real safety, Old Li immediately grew hopeful. "Oh, okay." Xiao Yong waved goodbye to Old Li and his group. Cui Jing and his mother followed close behind, as he called out reminding everyone to be extremely careful. Take care. Cui Jing's mom. Let's go. From inside, old Li waved back. You take care too. The scene then shifts to an area in South City, where outside an iron fence, a severed head is impaled gruesomely on one of the bars. Guards armed with guns patrol the perimeter. Inside a large room, 4 men are seated around a massive table. Jiang Xiao took a drag from his cigarette and asked with clear annoyance, have the supplies from Jinyu Entertainment City been secured yet or not? Shu Xiong pointed outside, forcing a smile, as he reported, Ah, Brother Wen, I've already dispatched a team. I'm sure they'll be back any minute now. At that moment, Lin Guangqi cut into their conversation. Brother Wen, speaking of the Jinyu residence, there are a lot of high-class women living there. We can't just focus on the supplies from the entertainment city, can we? Li Shu Xiong had to swallow his pride and force another smile and reply. Brother Qi, we're thinking the exact same thing. I've already instructed my men if they find anyone alive, bring them all back here. Qingwen just kept smoking, taking a long, irritated drag from his smoke. Look, I'm not trying to bust your chops, little Li, but every single job I've given you, you've managed to screw up. He struggled to keep his cool. He explained, though his gut was twisting in fear. Brother Wen, don't you worry. I swear I'll handle this one properly for you no matter what. Seeing his subordinate squirm, Guang Kai let out a satisfied smirk. But the moment he stepped outside, he was wiping sweat from his brow, gasping for air. A goon waiting for him asked Brother Li, you all right? But he just vented his frustration on the poor guy. Those 7 guys, are they back yet? He snapped. The subordinate trembled as he replied, Brother Li. I sent someone to scout about an hour ago. The news isn't good. Hearing that, Li exploded. What did you say? They were all taken out. Every last one of them. Aren't the folks at the Dongsheng residence supposed to be a bunch of regular Joes? How could our guys fail with 3 firearms? His blood boiling, he issued an urgent command. Go get Taozi. Tell him to round up every last person who can handle a firearm and get them here now. This time there is absolutely no room for error. Meanwhile, back at Xiao Yong's base, a vehicle was slowly pulling in. San's head snapped up at the sound, her face lighting up. I hear a car. It's Brother Xiao Yong, Old Sheng. And Jiang Qi also peered outside. A system notification popped up. Mission entrusted family, complete. System points awarded 25. Current total points, 36. At the sight of the returning vehicle, everyone rushed out, waving and cheering. San beamed at him. Brother Xiao Yong, you're finally home. He took in the sight of all their faces and let out a chuckle. So it really was Lu Yiming. She flinched in surprise, asking, You knew this whole time? Xiao Yong then gestured toward Cui Jing and his mother. He instructed Jiang Qi, get these 2 settled in a room, then meet us at the infirmary. Jiang Qi nodded. Got it. A short while later, the 4 of them had gathered with Xiao Yong right outside the infirmary. Old Sheng was the first to voice his curiosity. So, you're telling me you knew Lu Yiming was up to no good this entire time? As he spoke, Xiao Yong bent down to pick up a discarded gun, explaining, to be honest, I wasn't 100% sure it was him. All I knew for certain was that the traitor was one of Jiang Qi's so-called friends. At these words, both Jiang Qi and Xiao Jia's faces fell with disappointment and sorrow. But Xiao Yong, recalling how Jiang Qi had wept over that betrayal, added with cold fury that one of them was a real piece of work. He examined the gun in his hand, a look of surprise dawning on his face. A moment later, Jiang Qi squinted at it, murmuring rubber bullets. Old Sheng then glanced toward the infirmary. So what about the kid inside? Xiao Yong then recounted the moment Chen Chong turned into one of the undead. What was his name again? Oh, right. Chen Chong. He's no ordinary walker. He's a rare mutated type. Stepping inside, he leaned in close to Chen Chong's face and said, If you can understand what I'm saying, blink 3 times slowly. At first, the figure was completely still, but then a flicker of movement. He blinked, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Seeing this, Xiao Yong praised him. Excellent. What's 2 times 3? Blink the answer for me. After receiving the correct number of blinks, he remarked, Impressive. Xiao Yong then began to explain his knowledge of the undead. After the world ended, people who were exposed to the otherworldly contagion had a small chance of becoming what we call a rare mutated type. These variants possess intelligence and strength far exceeding that of a normal zombie. They can even retain fragments of their memories from their former lives. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Yong opened the door, and Chen Chong rose to his feet. Fortunately, he's one of the truly exceptional ones. Chen Chong's foot then came down, pinning Lu Yiming's head to the floor, which sent a shockwave through the group. He slowly turned his pale, vein-covered face, meeting their gazes. But then, to everyone's surprise, Chen Chong gave them a friendly wave, greeting them all. Xiao Yong gave a simple command. "All right, you can let him up now. Take care of the body." Chen Chong understood perfectly, grabbing Yiming's corpse by the collar and starting to drag it away. Jiang Xiao was the first to step forward, his voice hopeful. Chong, do you really remember me?" At the sound of his name, the mutated zombie paused. Chen Chong turned his head, a wide, terrifying grin spreading across his face as he let out a guttural growl. Jiang Xiao stood there, stunned for a long moment, a strange happiness welling up inside him for his friend. But then suddenly, Chen Chong made a grab for Jiang Qi's family jewels, but he dodged just in time with a yelp. "Whoa, Nelly." Chen Chong let out a wicked laugh, clearly amused, while Jiang Qi, completely mortified, shouted, "Damn it. I guess you times do times. Remember, even as a zombie, you're still the same old creep." Meanwhile, Xiao Yong returned to his room, stretching out to get some rest. As a system panel materialized before him. Hidden achievement, unlocked. Mutated ally. System points awarded 10. Current total points, 46. He murmured to himself, "Well, now, I didn't expect to unlock a hidden achievement. A nice little bonus. Time to check the system store and see if there's any new gear." Hey, a new system panel just popped up. Life-saving supply drop level, 15 cumulative points. Armed threat, supply drop level 15 cumulative points. Black tech supply drop level 250 cumulative points. Refreshing adds 4 cumulative points. Reading this, Xiao Yong sat bolt upright, overjoyed. A level 2 drop. That's a first. He immediately stroked his chin and thought, but that's way too expensive, a whole 50 points. I'll open the other 2 first, to keep anyone else from getting them. 2 boxes corresponded to 2 system panels, which displayed, successfully exchanged for life-saving supply drop level 1, deducting 5 cumulative points. Current cumulative points, 41. Successfully exchanged for armed threat supply drop level 1, deducting 5 cumulative points. Current cumulative points, 36. Xiao Yong pointed at both of them, and instantly, a brilliant flash of light erupted, illuminating the entire room. The system continued its announcement. Opening life-saving supply drop level 1 has rewarded you with an interdimensional infection prevention drug. Effect: has a chance to prevent infection from an interdimensional source, but it cannot reverse a completed mutation. Opening armed threat supply drop level 1 has granted you a reward. A Bar M82 sniper rifle, and 10 rounds of 50 BMG 12.7mm heavy ammunition. He sprawled out in delight, exclaiming, "The weapons, in a level 1 drop, are already this insane. So, does that mean level 2 or level 3 will give me a tank? And there's a prevention drug too. Does that mean it can treat someone who's been bitten before they turn into a zombie?" Xiao Yong clicked on the information panel. Mission in progress. Increase membership. Requirements. Recruit more than 5 survivors from the Dongxiang Garden District. Reward 25 points. He said excitedly, "I can't wait to open that level 2 drop. I'll make sure to finish this mission tomorrow." While everyone else drifted off to sleep, Chen Chong was dragging Yi Ming's body out of the base. The next morning in the base's courtyard, he gathered everyone and announced, "From today on, everyone must spend at least 1 hour a day on firearm training." The 5 of them had already formed a line, aiming their guns at water bottles for practice. Xiao Yong then approached Old Sheng, clapped him on the shoulder, and instructed Old Sheng later have Jiang Qi's group clean up a few of the main dining rooms. "There are survivors over at Dongxiang Garden. I'm going to pick them up today." The older man replied, "Ah, got it. Don't you worry." After giving his instructions, he turned to Chen Chong and called out, "Chen Chong." He turned back. "Yeah," Xiao Yong commanded, "you're with me." A few hours later, on a major highway, a wrecked truck was blocking the road, surrounded by a mess of bodies. As Xiao Yong and Chen Chong stood near the vehicle, a walker with a knife stuck squarely in its forehead tumbled to the ground. In the driver's seat, the occupant had also turned, but he was snarling, trapped by his seatbelt. In no time, Chen Chong had hauled this walker out from behind the steering wheel and tossed it down to eat dirt. Xiao Yong held out a key to him, saying, "Here." Chen Chong cautiously accepted the key. Xiao Yong urged him, "It's all right, unlock them. When it's just me and you don't need to wear those things." As he immediately raised his hand to the lock, Xiao Yong added another warning. "When we get to Dongxiang Garden later, think before you act. Don't go scaring people." The scene cuts to the base in the southern part of the city, where Shu Xiong's underlings were gathering behind a vehicle. His voice boomed. "Why aren't there enough people yet?" Just as another man and woman arrived, the rest of the group shouted back, "We're all here. All here. Let's roll." Boss Li, holding a cigarette, cursed in frustration. "Damn it, I refuse to believe we still can't take down a tiny place like Dongxiang Garden with this kind of muscle." He flicked the cigarette butt to the ground as their vehicles roared out the gate. These thugs were roaring and hollering aggressively, with the men in black surrounding a man who was slumped on the ground. Something was about to happen that made one of them freeze, his eyes widening in shock. Without warning, a car came barreling through, sending them flying into the air. That car swerved wildly, causing other vehicles on the road to lose control. At the same time, inside a high-rise building, a group of people were eating together in tense silence. The sound of a car engine from outside immediately grabbed their attention. Someone whispered, "Brother Xiao Yong. It has to be Brother Xiao Yong coming back for us." Hong Li motioned for everyone to stay quiet. "Shh, don't rush outside. Let me check first." With that, he crept to the window to get a look at the situation below. A voice from outside drifted up. "Which building?" "Building number 8, the one in the back." Shu Xiong commanded, "Go make your move." Seeing this, Hong Li's face contorted with rage. "Damn it. It's not Xiao Yong, it's those animals from Bishui Mountain." Hearing this, another man raised his weapon. "Those scumbags still have the guts to show up here. Haven't you learned your lesson? We've all got guns now. Let's just finish them." Hong Li calmed everyone, reminding them, "Don't underestimate them. They've brought a huge crew this time, way more than we have, and every last one of them is armed. Get to your ambush points as we planned." "I'm heading to the rooftop." The group eyed the distance. It was manageable for now. If those useless thugs got any closer, their shots would be dead on. Shu Xiong's group was raising their weapons, getting ready to attack. At that moment, 2 lookouts on the building peered down and screamed in a panic, "Look out! Fall back!" All of a sudden, a window shattered from the gunfire below. Shu Xiong barked an order to his lackeys, "Get me the megaphone." The others aimed squarely at the windows, ready to open fire on anyone who dared to peek out. He grabbed the megaphone, cleared his throat, and spoke. "Testing, testing." Out of nowhere, a bullet tore through the air and went straight through the head of the goon standing beside him. The attackers were stunned. A rifle. Another round immediately slammed into a second man's leg, making him howl in pain. "My leg." They scrambled, yelling to each other, find cover now." It was Hong Li, up on the roof, who was picking them off. The men below screamed, "Watch out, it's a rifle, an automatic rifle." Shu Xiong ducked behind a corner, seething with rage. Didn't the intel report they only had 1 gun? Even counting the weapons they looted from the 7 men sent last time, that should only be 4 guns total. So where did this automatic rifle come from? One of his men asked, with a face full of fear. "Boss Li, what do we do now?" He snapped back. "What else can we do? Retreat." The moment they heard that, they started running for their lives. Shu Xiong growled in frustration. "Wait for my signal. We run together." Damn it. Just then, another guy was riddled with bullets and collapsed. Shu Xiong saw it and cursed, "Idiot serves him right. Everyone on my command, we charge forward together. 3, 2, 1. He bellowed, "Run." And with that, they began their retreat. A smirk playing on Shu Xiong's lips. As his men fled, they were gunned down one after another. He shouted while running, "He's got to be reloading now." Up above, Hong Li was doing exactly that. The raiders frantically piled into their vehicle, yelling, "Drive, get us out of here." One goon was left behind wailing, "Wait, I'm not in yet." And then he too took a bullet through the head. A hail of bullets chased after the speeding vehicle. The scene shifts to a blue car barreling down the road, causing other cars to swerve and flip over to avoid it. Xiao Yong, who was inside, was momentarily taken aback. A shout rang out from outside, "Who goes there?" He ignored it and kept driving, thinking, whatever. I need to finish the mission first. The system points are what's important. A short while later, the car came to a stop. Xiao Yong and Chen Chong stepped out at the scene of the recent battle. Oh, looks like that rifle I left them was put to good use. That car we saw just now must have been those raiders getting their tails handed to them and fleeing, right? Chen Chong, standing beside him, was trying his best to say something. Xiao Yong asked, "What's up? You hungry?" But he just kept on groaning. A smile spread across Xiao Yong's face. "All right then. It's better for you to eat them than for them to become nutrients for other zombies. Go on." The moment Xiao Yong finished speaking, Chen Chong let out a savage grin. He bolted towards the corpses. Xiao Yong said, "When you're done, meet me at the bottom of building number 8 in the apartment complex." He turned and walked ahead, while Chen Chong began to ferociously feast on the bodies. He tore into them with a grim satisfaction, like he'd been starved for an entire year. Not long after, Xiao Yong was surveying the area, muttering to himself, "This guy, Li Hong Li, is seriously impressive." He took down quite a few of them. Suddenly, a head popped out from a window, and someone yelled with joy, "Brother Xiao Yong, it's really him." The others started waving and shouting, "Brother Xiao Yong." In an instant, everyone was running down to meet him. One of Hong Li's men spoke to Xiao Yong first, who asked, "Did you take all these guys down yourselves?" He proudly boasted about their success. "You know it. And it's all thanks to the rifle you gave us, Brother Xiao Yong. Before I was discharged from the army, I was a real sharpshooter with one of these all of a sudden." A strange cry from behind made everyone spin around on guard. What was that sound? A figure slowly shambled towards them, and they realized it was a human who had been turned into a zombie. One man immediately raised his gun to shoot. "Careful, a zombie." Xiao Yong held him back. "Relax, he's with us." The man was flabbergasted, repeating the words in disbelief. "With us?" Xiao Yong pointed to a corpse on the ground and commanded, "There's still more over there. Go eat." The zombie limped in the direction he pointed. The man, still in shock, asked with curiosity, "What's going on here?" "Brother Xiao Yong, you can talk to zombies." Xiao Yong gave a cryptic reply. "He's not your average zombie, and it's a long story. Let's get in the car. I'll explain everything to you guys on the way." He didn't forget to give his zombie companion a little nudge. "Get a move on. Go on, eat. Once you're finished, come back to the vehicle and find us." A short while later, after he was done, he put the muzzle on himself, a move witnessed by everyone on the bus. Zixuan's face scrunched up, so shocked he let out a curse. He actually knows how to put on his own muzzle. Xiao Yong warned him, "A muzzle. If he hears you say that, you better watch out or he'll knock you flat." A startled Xuan replied, "Kinda badass, isn't he?" Xiao Yong teased. "Now that's something I can let him over here." Chen Chong casually lifted his leg, and as he placed one foot inside the vehicle, his sheer weight caused the entire bus to lurch to one side. One of Hong Li's men questioned, "Did you guys feel that? I swear the bus just dipped for a second." Chong clumsily held out a key in front of Xiao Yong, forcing out a single garbled word key. Now, it was Xiao Yong's turn to be stunned. "You can talk?" Chen Chong awkwardly replied in a series of broken syllables. Xiao Yong fell silent, his mind racing. After consuming 6 bodies, Chen Chong, the zombie, must have begun to evolve. He's taking another step forward. "I need to get back fast, convert these accumulated points into raw power, and become the strongest combat force at the base." A voice cut through his thoughts. "Everyone hold on tight. We're heading back." Xiao Yong continued his line of thinking. This couldn't be just any ordinary zombie. The scene shifts to a classroom, where Guang Kai is tearing into one of his underlings. "Damn it all. What did I tell you? You useless piece of crap. You can't do a single thing right." Shu Xiong shot back. Boss, you can't blame me for this. That group had guns, automatic rifles." Qing Wen scoffed, not buying a word of it. "What kind of bull is that? He's just some rookie cop. Where would he get his hands on automatic rifles? Do you take us for idiots?" Shu Xiong desperately tried to defend himself. "It's not a lie, it's the truth. If you don't believe me, send someone else to see for themselves." Enraged Guang Kai sent him flying with a vicious kick. "Get lost." As Shu Xiong was dragged out, He shot them a look filled with pure hatred. After he was gone, Guangkai muttered, "I've been itching to get rid of that useless punk for a while now. Seeing as his crew has taken such heavy losses, maybe we should." Dong Shu cut him off with a knowing look. "You're still lusting after that woman of his, aren't you?" Guangkai just laughed. "Boss Shu, the things you say." His laughter echoed in the room. "Share her, of course we'll share." But Qing Wen interjected, "Don't be too hasty, Kai. Let me find the right opportunity." Meanwhile, Shu Xiong had been eavesdropping from outside the door, his teeth clenched in silent fury as he stared back at Li Shu Xiong's villa. He furiously swept everything off a table, screaming, "Damn it all." His wife rushed over, concerned. "Honey, what's wrong?" She tried to use her usual feminine wiles to soothe him, just like always cooing, "Please calm down." But this time it only enraged him further. "Start packing, we're getting out of here." She was completely baffled. Leaving. But where would we go? He wouldn't give her a straight answer, only replying grimly, "I have a feeling we can't stay here any longer. We need to be prepared." He then called out Qingzi. "Qingzi." The man appeared instantly. "Boss Li, what are your orders, sir?" Shu Xiong commanded. "Gather what's left of our crew. First thing tomorrow morning, you're all coming with me." He continued laying out his plans, leaving his wife feeling deeply unsettled and confused. Cutting back to Duan Xiaoyong's bus, everyone had disembarked. As soon as Zixuan's feet hit the ground, he exclaimed, "Now, this is a real apocalypse fortress." The Sis. Tem then displayed a notification, "Mission, increase squad, members complete. Target exceeded 8 out of 5 members recruited. Reward, 30 accumulation points. Total points now at 65. Xiaoyong was pleasantly surprised. You get a bonus for exceeding the quota." He then turned and announced, "Chen Chong, tomorrow night you're coming with me to South City." Chen Chong's reply was unintelligible, but it was taken as an agreement. One of Hong Li's men asked curiously, "South City? What are we gonna do there?" Xiaoyong replied coolly, "The folks from the Greenwater Mountain Villa District, and I have some unfinished business. A blood feud that spans lifetimes, and it's time to end it." Afterwards, he went back to his bunk to interact with the system. An option appeared, a level 2 dark technology sacrificial chest. It cost 50 accumulation points, with an additional 4 points for a manual refresh. Xiaoyong pressed his hand to the screen, tapping the chest icon to make the trade, spending 50 points with high hopes. This was his first ever level 2 chest. He thought to himself, "Please don't let me down." After opening the level 2 dark technology sacrificial chest, Jiang Xiao Yong received his reward, a full 20 vials of a physical enhancement serum. He was ecstatic. 20 vials of enhancer. Holy crap, a level 2 chest really delivers. His room was suddenly filled with his triumphant yell. After using the serum, Xiao Yong felt more energized than ever. His physical ability score was now at 33, a comprehensive boost, making him over 6 times stronger than an average person. This feeling was incredible. He could even hear the faint buzzing of a mosquito circling his head. With lightning speed, Jiang Xiao Yong snatched it right out of the air. Faced with his piercing gaze, the tiny insect didn't even dare to buzz. A moment later, he opened his fingers and the mosquito shot away, flying for its life. The sun began to set over the empty streets, painting the sky. A gorgeous blend of purple and golden red hues painted the sky. As Jiang Xiaoyong walked past the guards, one of Yang Tao's men turned and asked, "Brother Xiaoyong, you heading to South City?" Xiaoyong replied, "That's right, Brother Li." The man, catching his drift, said, "If there's anything you need, just lay it on me. Your shooting skills are probably the best we have here, so I need you to train everyone for me." The man smiled. "That's my specialty. Don't you worry, consider it done." Jiang Xiaoyong then called his people to get moving. "Chen Chong, let's roll." The vehicle sped away from the location. As night fell, the sky filled with stars. Li Shu Xiong's voice cut through the silence. "Qingzi, what's the status on your end?" Qingzi replied, "Rest easy, Boss Li. They should all be in position by now." With that confirmation, Li Shu Xiong gave the order to move out. 2 of his henchmen led the way, with Li Shu Xiong following close behind with a grim expression. Suddenly, a vehicle ahead of them blasted its high beams. Li Shu Xiong and his men were forced to shield their eyes from the blinding light. A group of people stood before them, led by none other than Dong Shu. Inside the car were Zhang Qingwenlin, Guangqi, and Cui Jing. One of Li Shu Xiong's underlings asked irritably, "What's the big idea?" Dong Shu, gun in hand, sneered, "And where might you all be headed?" Li Shu Xiong instantly recognized the man in front of him. It was Dong Shu. Panic flashed across his face as he forced a nervous laugh and explained, "Ah, Boss Shu, we were just planning to use the cover of darkness to head over to Dongxiang Garden and try our luck." Dong Zhu chuckled, but his smile seemed to hold no actual joy. "Hey, to Dongxiang Garden, you say?" At that moment, one of Dong Shu's men dragged Qingzi out and threw him at Li Shu Xiong's feet. Seeing the body, its eyes wide open in death, one of Li Shu Xiong's men cried out in horror. "Qingzi!" Enraged, Li Shu Xiong swung a punch straight into his subordinate's face, yelling, "Open your damn eyes and take a good look. That's not Qingzi." He then scratched his head, turning to Dong Shu with a placating smile. "Boss Shu, who is this guy? I don't know him." In response, Dong Shu and his men raised their guns and opened fire on Li Shu Xiong's crew. A volley of gunshots echoed through the night, followed by piercing screams of pure agony. Li Shu Xiong dropped to the ground, clutching his head and trembling with fear. When he dared to look back, he saw his men lying dead on the pavement. Li Shu Xiong hurriedly tried to plead his case. I really don't know him. Boss Shu, what are you doing?" Dong Shu pointed a thumb toward the car behind him. "Heh, you're a pretty good actor. Take a closer look. Who do you see sitting in that car?" Just then the car's high beams dimmed, allowing Li Shu Xiong to finally see the passengers inside. And his eyes went wide with shock before he clenched his jaw in pure, unadulterated rage. He saw Cui Jing, a strained smile on her face, leaning intimately against Lin Guangqi, with Boss Zhang right behind them. Both men were grinning triumphantly. Li Shu Xiong roared in helpless fury. Cui Jing, Lin Guangqi's voice cut in. "Don't even try to deny it. Jing has already told us all about your little betrayal." Enraged, Li Shu Xiong tried to lunge forward, but was held back. He could only spit out venomously, "Cui Jing, you witch, you dare betray me." Lin Guangqi glanced back at the car and asked Boss Zhang, "What's the call?" Zhang Qingwen remained silent, simply raising a hand and making a cutting motion across his throat. Instantly, Li Shu Xiong had a thick rope thrown around his neck. Dong Shu's men pulled hard, hoisting Li Shu Xiong into the air. He thrashed about wildly, trying to break free, but his own heavy frame worked against him. He choked and sputtered for a few moments before falling still. The result was predictable. Li Shu Xiong was hanged to death right above the main gate of his own compound. It was only then that Jiang Xiao Yong's vehicles arrived. He and Chen Chong cautiously crept towards Li Shu Xiong's house. They stopped in their tracks when they saw him hanging from the gate, his body swaying gently. Jiang Xiao Yong held up a hand, signaling for Chen Chong to halt. He looked up at Li Shu Xiong's twitching form and snorted, "You deserved it. Still, it's a shame I couldn't be the one to do it. A real shame." With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Xiao Yong sent a small stone, flying neatly, severing the rope. Li Shu Xiong's body crashed face first onto the ground. Jiang Xiao Yong grabbed his head, which was already turning a deep purple, and lifted it to look into his lifeless white eyes. "You animal. Considering how tragic your end was, I'll even the score for you." Meanwhile, in another location, the sounds of suggestive groans and obscene laughter could be heard coming from inside a room. Cui Jing, dressed in very little, was tied to the bed with a flushed face. "You're so mean. I did you a huge favor, and this is how you treat me. Are you going to just leave me tied up?" Zhang Qingwen leaned in close to her face. "What's wrong? Isn't this a fantastic reward? Now let's get started." Cui Jing began to moan as he moved over her. Lin Guangqi was also unbuckling his pants, ready to join the fun, when a sudden strange noise from the glass door caught his attention. What was that? After glancing outside, an expression of stunned disbelief mixed with terror washed over Guangqi's face. Down in the courtyard below, all of their comrades had been permanently silenced. That's right. Just then, a frantic pounding erupted from the other side of the door. While he and Kan Van were completely distracted, a familiar silhouette vaulted onto the windowsill and threw the door open. "What's the problem here?" Xiao Yong asked, his eyes ice cold. A palpable killing intent radiated from him as he glared at the man in front of him. Without warning, He pressed a knife right up against Quang Kai's throat, leaving the man utterly stunned. With one swift, decisive motion, Xiao Yong delivered a final grim message to his neck. As his body slumped to the floor, Xiao Yong agilely vaulted into the room. Seeing his friend go down, Van panicked and yelled, "Ah Kai, you bastard, who are you?" At that moment, Thoi Tin stared at Xiao Yong in utter disbelief, not giving them a single moment to react. Xiao Yong hurled the knife with incredible force. The blade shot forward like a bullet, embedding itself right where Van's head met his body. Watching him drop, Thoi Tin let out a blood-curdling scream. She then turned her head, tracking Xiao Yong's every move, as she questioned him in sheer terror. "Xiao Yong, why are you here? What are you doing?" He glanced at her, chained and cuffed to the bed, and let out a contemptuous chuckle. "Looks like you all were having quite the party, weren't you?" He approached the door, his hand resting lightly on the knob, as he asked with dripping sarcasm, "I wonder what kind of reaction that bear-man creature will have when it sees you all like this?" The moment Thoi Tin heard that name, pure terror washed over her face, her eyes welling up with tears as she repeated, "The bear-man." The word had barely left her lips when Xiao Yong swung the door open, letting the bear-man zombie charge right in. Watching its hand reach ever closer, she fell into complete despair, squeezing her eyes shut. Thoi Tin screamed in agony as the zombie began its feast, begging for her life. "Xiao Yong, I was wrong. Forgive me, make it go away." But her pleas were met with deafening silence. It was just her and the bear-man zombie. Xiao Yong simply raised a hand and gently closed the door, sealing her ear-splitting screams from the rest of the world. With that business concluded, he went down to the courtyard and gave an order to Chen Chong to handle the cleanup. "Go and feast on these bodies." He gave a slight nod and stammered, "Eat one, at most." But just as he began his grim meal, Xiao Yong seemed to sense something was off. He immediately activated his enhanced hearing skill, scanning the area. Not too far from their position inside another building, the windows had been boarded up tight with wooden planks by the survivors inside. At that very moment, a man dressed as a chef was making his way up the stairs toward them. He was the official cook for the Bitch Thui Villa complex. He brandished a large butcher knife, his eyes darting around the room. Instantly, one of his cronies dragged a small girl forward by the arm. "This one here has such tender meat." The chef gave the girl a dismissive look and shook his head. "No good, she's too scrawny." Immediately after, he pointed to a young boy, ignoring the protests of the boy's mother, and declared, "Let's take him." While saying this, he grabbed the child's arm and started to pull him away. "This one's plump." The boy's mother frantically tried to intervene. "Let him go. Let my son go." But the chef showed no mercy, shoving her to the ground and snarling, "Get the hell out of my way." Seeing his mother fall, the chubby boy rushed to her side. "Mommy!" The mother clenched her fists, weeping and pleading. "Please no, spare my son, I'm begging you please." She then stretched her hand out towards the other survivors, who were too scared to move, and implored them, "Help my son, please. Have a heart." Suddenly, a massive bang echoed through the building, freezing everyone in place. They all turned to look through several large holes in the door, and a voice from their group called out, "Who's there?" The chef tightened his grip on the knife, muttering, "That was a shotgun blast. Who among us even has one of those?" His cronies immediately replied, "Nobody does. Only the boss has one." Taking advantage of the distraction, the mother and son were now clinging to each other, sobbing, "It's okay, my baby. It's okay." At this moment, the atmosphere grew thick with tension as someone cautiously began to crack the door open. The chef immediately pointed at the goon who had grabbed the little girl earlier. "You go see what that was." Hearing he was chosen, the man panicked. "Me," the chef waved him off impatiently. "Less talk, more walking. Get over there now." After a moment of hesitation, the henchman finally reluctantly approached the door. The second he got close, a monstrous arm shot through the opening. In a flash, a powerful hand grabbed him and yanked him clean through the doorway. The other thugs screamed in terror, "It's a zombie! Open fire! Open fire!" They all began to frantically unload their magazines into the wooden door, but they hit nothing. They paused for a split second, just in time to see a shadow flicker past the window. They immediately redirected their fire. "It's over there, watch out." The moment their barrage let up, Chen Chong burst through the door with explosive force. His eyes were locked onto a single target, the chef from the Betrayal Villa complex. While the chef was still reeling in shock, Chen Chong launched himself forward. With a fluid mid-air maneuver, Chen Chong snapped the man's neck, ending him instantly. The second his feet touched the ground, he was already lunging toward his next target. Before, in the dead of night, only screams echoed throughout the villa. "It's lunging right at me. Help me, please help me." After a chaotic struggle, the surrounding residents stared at Chen Chong, standing motionless, wondering, "It's not killing us. What in the world is this zombie?" Despite the bullet holes riddling his body, not a single drop of blood was spilled, as he stood there like a statue. Just then, Xiao Yong arrived and praised him. "Not bad, Chong. To think you can still move like that without taking off the chains and mask." Flattered by his praise, Chen Chong proudly raised a hand, boasting, "It just looks way cooler like this." The nearby civilians who witnessed this were shocked to their very core, exclaiming, "A talking zombie." In their bewildered and terrified eyes, Chen Chong looked like a genuine monster. A little girl in the Jade Villa complex saw him and immediately clung to her mother in terror. Seeing their fear, Jiang Xiao Yong spoke up to reassure them. "Don't be afraid, it's all right. He's not going to attack you." By now, tears were welling up in the little girl's eyes as she replied fearfully, "He's a high-level monster. He'll kill people without even blinking." A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yong's face. Xiao Yong then walked over to the little girl and crouched down beside her. He asked if the two of them had ever seen another creature like him before. The mother quickly confirmed, "Yes, we have." Hearing that, Jiang Xiao Yong pressed on. "Where did you see it?" "In the Decoration City over in East City," the girl's mother replied. He then mused, "So soon I figured it would be at least 1 or 2 months before one appeared. And besides, Decoration City isn't far from Old Man Cha Ye's city." From behind, Chen Chong's voice cut in, What is it?" Jiang Xiao Yong answered, "Another mutated variant, just like you." He continued, "Depending on the individual, your kind retains different levels of reasoning and memories, which is why your hunting efficiency is so much higher than a common zombie's. Because the mutation is unstable, most of you develop ferocious temperaments and are extremely dangerous." Hearing this, a worried expression washed over Chen Chong's face. He asked hesitantly, "So, what about me?" Jiang Xiaoyong immediately placed a hand on his shoulder and then reassured him. "Don't worry, you're one of the lucky ones. Plus with me here, I won't let you lose your mind." Xiao Yong then looked at the survivors and asked in a clear voice, "There must be other survivors here in the Jade Villa complex, right?" One of the residents immediately replied, "There are still people locked up over at the real estate sales office." Quite a few of them, a woman standing nearby, added, "And there might even be people still alive in the basement." Not wanting to waste another second, Xiao Yang led the group and hurried down to the basement. He pushed the door open himself. Upon seeing the scene inside, the faces of everyone present twisted into masks of horrified disbelief. "What is this?" Xiao Yong asked. The room was filled with the bodies of unfortunate victims. All of them had been put down by monsters in human skin. Witnessing the carnage, he said grimly, "They capture survivors from the nearby areas every day, just to butcher them. So this is the reason the south side of the city doesn't have any other safe zones." "Is it?" Jiang Xiaoyong questioned. "But I don't understand how they could possibly consume all the people they've taken," Xiaoyong continued. "But with this level of slaughter, can they even get through it all?" The man behind him answered, "They transport the product out periodically. We have no idea how many of them there really are." Staring at the bodies on the floor, Jiang Xiaoyong recalled what the man had just said. "I have a rough idea of their numbers. They definitely can't eat this much. Could it be? They're raising zombies." He then turned toward the man and said, "A moment ago you all mentioned the real estate sales office. Tell me everything." The man immediately responded, "The real estate sales office is near the south gate, about 1 kilometer from here. People they capture are locked up there first. Those who are rejected and those they've grown tired of are brought here to await butchering." Hearing this, a look of understanding dawned on Xiao Yong's face, as the system suddenly sent a notification. "Utopia System Mission. An inversion has been activated. Mission objective: expand the community. Mission requirement: do everything possible to raise the community's rating. Current rating 2. Point reward awarded. 20 points. Current total, 36 points. The scene shifts to the real estate office, where the silhouettes of two men are visible just outside. One, holding a club, says, "I thought I heard some gunshots coming from the north gate just now." The man behind him immediately replies, It's just the guys getting in some live target practice. That's all." He had barely finished his sentence when a zombie appeared directly behind them, landing silently. A moment later, blood-curdling screams tore through the night. "It's deserted." A zombie growls. Ultimately, the two of them could only meet a tragic end. Meanwhile, inside 3 or 4 girls were still alive. They were all trapped within the Betrayal villa complex, all scantily dressed, despite the freezing winter chill. Abruptly, a knocking sound echoed from outside, the door throwing the 4 girls into a state of sheer terror. "What's happening?" outside one asked nervously. Another girl quickly responded, "I don't know. Just let them do what they want. Just don't come in here. Please don't come in." But the door finally creaked open. The short-haired girl was now petrified, screaming in desperation, stay out, please. Don't come in." To their immense relief, the person who stepped through the doorway was none other than Jiang Xiao Yong. Seeing them inside, he simply said, "All right, everyone out." One by one, they formed a line and walked out behind Xiao Yong. The same girl who had spoken earlier asked hesitantly, Are you really offering us a place to stay?" "I am," he confirmed. But Jiang Xiao Yong then added a condition. "However, everyone will have to pull their own weight." Hearing this, the group readily and cheerfully agreed. "Not a problem at all. We're all able-bodied and ready to work." "Yeah, that's right. Me too." With that settled, everyone finally moved out of the real estate office. Jiang Xiao Yong urged them, "There's no time to waste. We need to leave immediately." Soon after, the vehicle carrying them all started rolling, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at their destination. As everyone began to disembark, Zhang Qi and Meng San, watching from a balcony above, called out, "Xiao Yong is back. I'm going to open the gate." But Zhang Qi quickly stopped her. "Wait a second. Xiao Yong didn't drive directly inside. Let's just watch and see what his plan is." Down below, Jiang Xiao Yong turned to the group and explained, "That place over there is our fortress, but I can't let any of you inside just yet." One of the survivors spoke up. "It's a cruel world out there. We understand." Another person then asked, "So, where are we supposed to stay?" He promptly answered, "Next to the main fortress, there's a temporary living area with a chain link fence. While it isn't quite as secure as being inside the fortress itself, the conditions are much better than what you'd find in a typical survivor camp." Jiang Xiao Yong continued, "This whole area around Yecha Old Street has plenty of vacant lots and abandoned buildings. Over time, we'll gradually fix them up, and your living conditions will steadily improve." Upon hearing this, the survivors all bowed their heads in gratitude. "Your kindness is immeasurable. We don't know how we can ever repay you," one of them said. "Our savior." The very next morning, a large truck rumbled down the road. Inside, Li Qingrui sat, muttering to herself in frustration, "Why isn't anyone answering? What kind of game is that scoundrel Zhang Qingwen playing this time?" But then she immediately dismissed the thought. No, that can't be it. Then, Li Qingrui flung the door wide open. The sight that greeted her sent a wave of fury through her. The room was teeming with countless ravenous walkers. Spotting fresh prey, one of the zombies let out a guttural roar, and the entire horde lunged towards Qingrui as if she were a gourmet meal. Yet she showed no fear, her expression remaining perfectly calm. She effortlessly sent the hulking zombie that led the charge flying backward. Afterward, Li Qingrui methodically dispatched the rest of the horde with her knife. Once the work was done, she took out a handkerchief to meticulously wipe the gore from her blade. A subordinate beside her asked, "Boss, Zhang Qingwen is gone. What do we do about the merchandise now?" She turned to him and coolly replied, "There's no other choice. We'll handle it ourselves." But before that, Li Qingrui stated, her voice cold, "I want to eliminate the person who shattered our rules." Qingrui clutched her dagger, her eyes sweeping over a pile of lifeless forms scattered across the courtyard. Her henchman emerged from the building to report, "Boss Rui, there are no survivors." She then pressed, "And the product?" The henchman looked at her and replied, "The product? It's all gone." Qingrui shot him a sharp glance and commanded, "Bring the truck around. Load up all the supplies." Moments later, a cargo truck pulled into the courtyard. Her men began loading the salvaged goods onto the vehicle, while Chingri stood off to the side, arms folded, watching every detail intently. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed as she spotted something out of place. Her henchman noticed her staring at the ground and asked, "Boss, what is it? Did you find a clue?" Chingri knelt, her gaze fixed on a set of tire tracks in the dirt. A smirk played on her lips. "Let's just see who had the nerve to pull this off." Meanwhile, in a different location, Xiao Yong was sitting and studying the interface before him. The mission objective: read, community expansion. Mission requirement: devote all efforts to increasing the community score. Current score 2. After reading the objective, he wondered aloud, how exactly does the community score go up? The population size is probably a key metric, right? At that moment, Xiao Yong was perched atop a high tower musing. "We've got plenty of land, and I guess I have that overly critical jerk from before to thank for it." Suddenly, his eyes widened as a thought struck him. "Oh right. That rare specimen." Just then, the main gate to the base swung open, and the 3 members of Xiao Yong's team stepped inside. The residents inside saw him and greeted him with joy. Our savior, you've finally come." A woman with short hair immediately rushed toward him and knelt down. Xiao Yong quickly stopped her. "There's no need for that." He turned to the mother from the Bishui Villa area and asked, "The monster, the super monster you all mentioned, where exactly was it seen?" She looked at him and recounted. "Inside the Huarunfa store, over in Decoration City. Before, my group was planning to find supplies at the store, and that's when we encountered that creature." Her eyes welled with tears as she fearfully recalled how several people had been slain by the monster. In the ensuing chaos, everyone got separated. While my child and I were fleeing, we accidentally ran into the group from the Bishui Villa area. At first, I thought we were saved, but it turned out they were a pack of vicious thugs. After hearing her story, Xiao Yong's brow furrowed tightly as he repeated the name Huarunfa. Meng San, standing nearby, spoke up with concern. "Brother Xiao Yong, we still have plenty of supplies. We don't need to go and provoke that monster." Zhang Qi, however, had other ideas. "But in the end, you can't just live off your stockpile forever. Of course, the more supplies the better." Xiao Yong turned to the 2 of them and analyzed the situation. "The most critical point is that Decoration City is less than 2 kilometers away. We can't just let a monster like that threaten our safety from so close." The wash basin in the woman's hands clattered to the ground as she anxiously tried to stop him. "Savior, don't go. That monster is a ruthless killer." He looked at her and said, "Don't worry, we have a plan." Then Xiao Yong tilted his head to look at the person standing behind him. "Zhang Qi, bring out the guns. We're going to pay that thing a visit." At that moment, in front of another building, a group of people was approaching the entrance. One of the men in the group said, "See, I told you I knew there was a big supermarket around here." A man in a turtleneck cautioned, "Let's not get too optimistic. For all we know, the place has already been picked clean." Yuan, walking at the front, countered, "Don't be so pessimistic either. We've hit plenty of supermarkets, both large and small, and haven't we always found a decent amount of stuff left behind?" The others agreed with her, their confidence growing. Yuan was right. There probably weren't many people with their level of courage and ability who could navigate the apocalypse so freely. The group stepped inside the building, the space before them now a pitch-black void. Looking at the empty shelves and scattered goods on the floor ahead, someone remarked, "Even though it's been looted, they didn't get everything." One of the group members took a pot from his pack and slammed it against the building's fire alarm, making a loud clang echo through the store. Everyone immediately assumed a battle stance. Yuan shouted into the darkness, "Hey, is anyone in there?" She frowned, tightening her grip on the claw weapon in her hand while staring intently ahead. From around a corner, a few zombies appeared and charged toward them. Yuan shouted a warning. "They're here! They're maniacs! Engage with caution." A series of clashes and impacts immediately followed. After a short struggle, the zombies were all taken down, their bodies littering the floor. Yuan let out a breath. Piece of cake. The man in the turtleneck speculated zombies, but not many. The group that looted this place before us must have lured most of them away. The man behind him cheered. "Looks like we hit the jackpot today." The man in the turtleneck stared into the darkness ahead, reminding everyone, stay alert. We're heading deeper in. He was completely unaware that from a nearby corner, a shadowy figure was watching their every move. An evolved zombie with gleaming red eyes smiled with delight. Prey. Fresh, new prey. The group finally found aisles with fully stocked shelves. They began to cheer. Here we go. It's like Christmas came early. Grab it all. This is enough to last us for several years. Yuan also spotted something and pointed excitedly. Look over there, she shouted with pure glee. Beds. They're actual beds, forgetting everything else. She sprinted over and threw herself onto one. I don't care, I'm staying right here. The rest of the group began to celebrate and discuss the possibility. Hey, maybe we should just settle down here. That's actually a great idea. A man in a suit announced, I'm going for a smoke. The man in the turtleneck smiled at him. All right, I'll join you. A lighter clicked open and a golden flame flickered to life. The man in the turtleneck looked at his companion smoking beside him and began, so you think. What? Are we seriously going to stay here? The man in the suit began to analyze, pointing out that this shopping mall had far too many entrances and exits, making it a nightmare to defend. Not only that, but its abundant supplies would make it a prime target for others. But when we arrived, I saw a 2-story house over there that looked pretty solid. Just as the man finished speaking, a razor-sharp claw burst straight through his chest from behind. The man in the turtleneck sweater stared in horror, his eyes wide. At the shocking scene unfolding before him, the evolved zombie grinned grotesquely at him. So tender and soft. You must taste absolutely delicious. He was instantly petrified with fear, but then he turned and fled, screaming, Help! Somebody help me! There's a monster! The others in the group were still clueless, their faces completely bewildered, as they turned to ask, What's wrong? The man didn't get far before his body was riddled with countless sharp claws. The zombie lifted him high with both hands, and with immense force, ripped the man's body clean in two. Wan was frozen to the spot, completely numb with terror, her voice reduced to a stutter. What is that thing? Someone finally reacted to the situation and shouted, Get out of here now. Her legs finally started moving, sprinting forward with every ounce of her strength. Close behind the fleeing group, the evolved zombie gave chase, laughing with sadistic glee. You can't get away. None of you can escape. A woman running at the back of the pack quickly became its next victim. The man just behind Wan screamed as he ran, Stop, I don't want to die. In the end, he too failed to escape the ghoul's clutches, leaving only Wan, who was desperately charging towards the door ahead of her. She stared forward, chanting to herself the exit. I'm there. I'm almost there. Suddenly, a sharp cry of pain escaped her. As Wan tumbled to the ground, gritting her teeth, she looked up, her eyes welling with terrified tears at the dark shadow that was now looming over her. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the space. 2 long streams of tears flowed down Wan's face, her whole body trembling. Seeing the zombie-like figure that had appeared before her, she threw her hands up to cover her face, sobbing and screaming, I don't want to be taken out. But then Chong simply ignored her and walked right past. A bewildered Wan tilted her head to look startled by a voice right beside her. Don't be afraid. Wan looked up to see Xiao Yong and Jiang Qi standing before her. You're the man who bought the land. He smiled, extending a hand to her. Xiao Yong helped her to her feet and asked, Oh, you're the real estate agent, right? He scratched his cheek, jogging his memory. I believe your name is Ning Wan, isn't it? Suddenly, a series of horrifying sounds echoed through the air. She immediately grabbed her head in fear. A ghost, a monster. There's a monster in the mall, we have to run. Xiao Yong just smiled at her. It's all right, the monster has been intercepted. Anxiously, Wan glanced over her shoulder, and her eyes went wide in disbelief at what she was seeing. The evolved zombie's arm was being held back. It chuckled as it looked at Chong, asking, You want this all for yourself? Xiao Yong called from behind, Chong, can you handle it? Staring intently ahead, he replied, I'm about to find out. He swung his arm, sending the evolved ghoul flying into the distance. It stuck out its long, grotesque tongue, sizing him up with great interest, feeling like it was meeting its own kind for the first time. Magnificent. The evolved zombie dashed forward, hurtling toward Chong. It threw a powerful punch at the spot, where he stood, but Chong simply leaned back and dodged the blow. The evolved ghoul laughed as it continued its assault. I wonder if devouring my own kind would speed up my evolution. While it was lost in its arrogant thoughts, a fist appeared out of nowhere. Chong delivered a devastating strike, a powerful blow that slammed its head straight into the ground. The evolved ghoul's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on its skin. You bastard! So you've got some power after all. As it was muttering to itself from behind, Chong had already raised his leg high. He brought it down, smashing it into the floor below, and sending rock and debris flying everywhere. Chong narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the evolved ghoul. When he looked up, he saw its entire body clinging to the ceiling above. The ghoul let out a massive roar. All this power I've accumulated from hunting recently. Finally, a chance to put it to good use. Down below, Chong glared up, his eyes fixed. His eyes locked onto the thing that had appeared out of nowhere. The manically laughing corpse had already lunged, and the two were instantly locked in a ferocious battle. They became a blur, chasing each other at blinding speeds across the building's lobby. Zhang Cheng, watching from the sidelines, exclaimed with wide eyes, Xiao Yong Chong Ra is losing ground. How is this thing so powerful? Yet his expression remained calm as he stared intently forward. This trip was absolutely the right call. If they'd let it hunt any longer, it would have become a real nightmare to handle. He then produced a firearm, causing Yuan, who was standing behind him, to gasp in astonishment. What was happening? A gun had just materialized out of thin air. Xiao Yong raised the weapon, taking aim. Chong Ra, pin him down for just 1 second, he called out, and I promise I won't make fun of you later. Chong Ra seized both of the evolved corpse's arms, making it roar in fury. You bastard! Let go of me. At that exact moment, Xiao Yong's weapon fired, sending a round straight at the target. The bullet flew true, piercing clean through the evolved corpse's forehead. The creature staggered violently, stumbling backward as its feet scrambled for purchase. The evolved corpse dug its feet into the ground to stabilize its body. A deep hole now marred its forehead as it looked up, a deranged grin spreading across its face as it stared him down. That actually hurt you, son of a... I can't believe you managed to wound me. I'm going to eliminate you. I am going to rip you to shreds. Zhang Cheng's eyes bulged in disbelief, his voice becoming a stammer. It took a shot to the brain, and it's still standing. Xiao Yong remained silent, simply unloading round after round into the unholy creature. The bullets riddled its body, tearing through it in multiple places, yet the thing just threw its head back and howled with laughter. Ha ha ha. After what felt like an eternity, the evolved corpse finally collapsed to the ground. Its body was a mangled mess, but a chilling laugh still escaped its lips. Zhang Cheng asked hesitantly, Is it finally down? Xiao Yong turned to the person standing beside him. Chong Ra, go ahead and consume this monster. He simply nodded. Understood. A system panel then materialized with a notification: Utopia and inversion. Mission details. Community expansion. Mission objective. Maximize efforts to increase community rating. Mission progress: dangerous element eliminated. Community rating increased by 1. Current rating 3. Reward 10 accumulation points. Current point total 46. Xiao Yong stared at the panel thinking, so this counts toward the goal too. Afterwards, a smirk played on his lips as he looked around. Well, since we're here, let's not let this trip go to waste. Time to see if we can clean this supermarket out. Behind him, Yuan asked, startled. Clean it out, all of it. He simply raised his hand, and instantly, all the goods on the shelves were sucked into the ring on his finger. Zhang Cheng looked on in amazement. That's incredible. What kind of magic is that? Xiao Yong then glanced aside at the fallen bodies. Instead of leaving these corpses here to reanimate, I'm guessing Chong Ra still has an appetite, right? Meanwhile, on a road near the shelter, a vehicle was on the move. A voice from inside called out, Wait, pull over here. Jing, seated inside the car, crossed her arms and glanced at her subordinate. What is it? Through his binoculars, he had spotted the image of a man named San, standing guard in a high observation tower. He then panned his view down to the grounds below, where numerous people were milling about. The subordinate turned and reported, They've got a decent population, but their weapons are primitive. Their only real advantage is that the factory itself is well fortified. The driver craned his neck to ask, so how did a group like that manage to take out Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guangkai's crew? Jing replied with a smirk. Isn't it obvious they used a dirty trick, probably lured a horde of the dead inside? I told those fools that using that villa complex as a base was a terrible idea. She leaned back, chuckling. Ha, it's like fate decided to pity our struggle and deliver us both new prey and a new home. Her subordinate chimed in smugly, indeed. It's so generous I almost feel bad about it. The driver shot a look back asking, what's the plan? Are we storming them now? Jing replied coolly, no. We return and prepare first. Then we'll come back with more people and better firepower. With that, their vehicle executed a sharp U-turn on the road, tires squealing and kicking up a cloud of gray dust. Elsewhere, the blue vehicle carrying Xiao Yong's team was speeding onward. Inside their car, Yuan asked with hopeful eyes. Is it really true? Zhang Cheng sitting beside her smiled. Of course it is. We don't just have soft beds, we even have hot water for showers. She let out a small cry of joy. Just then, Xiao Yong, who had been sitting silently the entire time, suddenly snapped his head up to look at the road ahead. He warned Zhang Cheng and Yuan, who were still lost in conversation. Be alert. We've got company ahead. Get your weapons ready. Zhang Cheng immediately followed the order, drawing his firearm and assuming a combat stance, on the defensive, when suddenly a white car shot forward, pulling up parallel to their vehicle. Xiao Yong's eyes darted over, sizing up the person in the car next to them. Jing Rui, sitting in the white car, was staring right back at him. Abruptly, a new information panel materialized, displaying the words, New Mission. The information panel popped up directly in front of Xiao Yong. It read, New Mission Nemesis of Villains Part 1. Mission Objective, Resist Invasion. Reward 50 cumulative points. His attention was immediately drawn to the phrase, Resist Invasion. He furrowed his brow, the image of Jing Rui he had just seen flashing in his mind. Asterisk, could it be them times? Their car then pulled into the safe zone. Up on the observation tower, everything was eerily quiet. Xiao Yong spotted San standing guard with her rifle and asked, Hey, did you see any strangers show up around here a little while ago? She turned, pointing off into the distance. I think I saw a car approaching from far away, but it never came in this direction. For a second, I thought it was you guys returning. What's wrong, Xiao Yong? Is something the matter? He turned back to her and gave a firm order. Go get Uncle Sheng and Old Li. Tell them to gather everyone. I have something important to announce. Meanwhile, at a coal factory on the southern outskirts, a walkie-talkie crackled with indecipherable static. After what seemed like an eternity of just buzzing, a fragmented voice finally broke through the noise. To any lucky survivors out there, make your way to the coal factory in the southern suburbs. We've established a base at this location. We're in need of more people. A man in a yellow shirt walking with a group scanned the area and remarked, This has to be the place, right? He turned his head, and upon seeing a white car approaching, began waving his arms excitedly. Hey other survivors, this is fantastic. The car slowly rolled to a stop right in front of them. Jing Rui emerged from the driver's seat. You all heard the broadcast and came to join up. I take it. The man in the yellow shirt nodded enthusiastically. That's right, that's right. A whole group of men watched with gleaming eyes as she sauntered toward them. Jing Rui's striking figure drew closer and closer to their position. She sized them up and said, You all arrived at just the right time. Follow me. The man in yellow, practically mesmerized, could only stammer, Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Jing Rui then told them, It's not far from here, and the car won't fit everyone. So, we'll have to walk. The man in yellow and his buddies exchanged sly glances, while hastily agreeing, Sure, no problem. The entire group then followed her into a large warehouse. The yellow-shirted man's crew gaped at the vast interior. Whoa, this place is huge. This is awesome. We finally have a place to crash. Suddenly, an awkward expression crossed his face. Hey, I kinda need to use the restroom. I'll just step outside for a minute and be right back. Jing Rui just stared at him. No need for that. There's a restroom inside. Follow me. The man's face immediately brightened as he nodded eagerly. Oh, okay. Yes. Soon the sound of relief echoed off the porcelain. The man in the yellow shirt tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced behind him. Jing Rui was standing right beside him, arms crossed, her gaze fixed intently on his business. As he zipped up his pants, he shot her a greasy smile. Heh, well now little lady, I know what's on your mind. Come on, don't be shy. I can definitely show you a good time. He couldn't even finish his sentence before his words dissolved into a series of wet, gurgling hacks. Jing Rui's expression remained completely impassive as she plunged a dagger straight into his throat. The man's body crumpled to the floor, a crimson fluid spilling from his neck and staining the white tiles. She cast a disdainful glance down at the corpse. And here I thought he was prime stock. Turns out he was just this pathetic. Outside, her driver saw her approaching and reported, "Boss, everything's been taken care of." She gave him a curt nod. "Good. Drag the one from the restroom out here." Glancing at the pile of bodies before them, she added, "And while you're at it, get number 2 and number 3 over here." Back with Xiao Yong's group, everyone had assembled in one of the main rooms. Heng Li looked at him with a puzzled expression and was the first to ask, "So someone's got their eyes on us. Who could it be?" Xiao Yong met his gaze and replied, "I don't have any specific intel on the enemy yet, but from this point forward, we may have to deal with constant incursions." He began to direct his people, pointing as he gave orders. "Cheesy, in a bit, you're with me. We're going to clear out that abandoned building to the southeast for the refugees out there. We need to give them a temporary place to stay, otherwise they'll just become human shields when the enemy attacks." San immediately raised her hand, volunteering Xiao Yong, "I'm going too." Xiao Jia, who was standing right behind her, also spoke up, "Count me in." Lu Chao and Chen Ji chimed in together right after, "We two brothers are in as well." Shui Shui shot a hand high into the air. "In that case, I want to go too." Xiao Li looked down at the little boy with concern. "A kid like you? What do you think you're going to do?" Wan Wan turned her head to look at the boy, giving her a quick kiss. Then she looked toward Xiao Yong and stutteringly raised her hand. "With this atmosphere, I think I want to go too." Xiao Yong looked at them and made his decision. "It probably isn't too dangerous over there. Having Uncle Thang and old Li stay behind to protect everyone will be enough, so the rest of you can come along." The group was fully armed. Following closely behind him, they all entered the abandoned building in the southeast. Xiao Yong took the lead, skillfully taking one down with his sniper rifle. The others also used their own weapons to fight off the remaining zombies. After some time, once a horde of them had been eliminated, he looked at the others. "Is anyone hurt? Check yourselves." Panting heavily, they replied to him, "We're clear." Xiao Yong walked over to the window to give instructions. "We're going to be attacked in the next few days, so for now, everyone stays put right here." A girl in the crowd looked at him and said urgently, "We can fight too." The man standing next to her agreed, "That's right, we can contribute as well." He lowered his head, rubbing his chin, and thought for a moment. All right then." Finally, he gave them his orders. "Everyone clean this place up. I'll have some guns and ammo brought over in a bit. When the enemy attacks, we'll communicate by radio. You must follow my command." The man immediately replied, "Got it, no problem." Meanwhile, with Jing Rui's group, her subordinates were taking turns unloading supplies from the vehicles. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Well, what's wrong, big sis? Third Master has arrived with the Evolved One. So was the trip successful?" The Evolved One accompanying him kept muttering, "Human flesh eat human flesh." Jing Rui propped a hand on her hip, looking displeased. "Successful my ass. Thui Mountain was completely wiped out. From now on we're on our own." The Third Master asked, stunned, "Huh? Who did it?" The Evolved One suddenly roared, "Human flesh. There's no human flesh to eat." Jing Rui frowned as she recounted. "It was a group from the eastern suburbs. There are quite a few of them. Tomorrow morning the second in command, and I will lead a raid and annihilate them." The night sky was pitch black, but from a lit room, a voice could be heard. 46 accumulation points. Let's see if the system has any new chests. The information panel in front of him displayed the System Mall supply chests awakening. Level 2. Ability costs 25 accumulation points. Supply chest Apocalypse Sentinel. Level 2. Costs 15 accumulation points. Supply chest Fats and Proteins. Level 1 costs 5 accumulation points. Manual refresh costs 2 accumulation points. Xiao Yong smiled and pointed at the panel. Finally, some new stuff. He looked at the info panel, moving his finger. Oh, 2 level 2 chests this time. That's a total of 40 accumulation points. Let's see if there's anything good. Steam suddenly began to rise from Xiao Yong's body. A system notification popped up. Physical overload level. 1 attribute properties increased by 25%. After the effect ends, you will enter a weakened state. He smiled and assessed the skill. Oh, a 25% boost, huh? I have 33 physical points right now. A 25% increase puts me over 40 points, which is like unleashing 8 times the strength of a normal person. He then tried clenching his fist. I'm getting a little eager to try out this new ability. On the road, a car sped past, kicking up a thick cloud of white dust behind it. A convoy of 3 cars and 3 motorcycles was racing down the road. Inside one of the cars, a subordinate holding a radio looked at the person next to him. Boss Rui, give the order. Jing Rui, with her arms crossed, looked at him and reiterated the plan of attack to everyone. First, use the vehicles to take out all the refugees outside. The man in the front passenger seat listened intently as she gave her orders. When the second in command starts breaking down the gate, everyone use the vans for cover and lay down suppressing fire. The evolved one sitting next to her said excitedly, Yes, I'm hungry, I'll handle them, I'll eat. The convoy sped at full speed straight into the forest ahead. Inside the factory base, everything was still calm. Standing on the rooftop, Huang Li looked down and made an assessment. This place is certainly well hidden, but the visibility is much worse than the watchtower. The blind spot at the base of the wall is huge. Xiao Yong smiled and told him, Don't worry, we're not guarding this spot for its line of sight. Huang Li gave him a confused glance. Then, what is it for? Xiao Yong didn't answer directly. Instead, asking a question of his own, I seem to recall you mentioning you were a sniper for a few years, right? He scratched his head and explained, You misremembered. It wasn't a few years. It was only a few months. That little talent of mine was just a temporary gig to fill a spot on the roster. Xiao Yong continued to press. So, at a range of 100 or 200 meters, how's your shot? You kidding? Huang Li pointed to himself confidently. You're seriously underestimating me. As long as the wind isn't too strong, I'm a dead shot from 500 meters out. He smirked. Xiao Yong simply nodded. That would be enough. Suddenly a voice called out from behind Brother Xiao Yong. The package is here. The newcomer was panting heavily as he spoke. Man, what the heck is this thing? It's heavy as a rock. Zhang Zi gasped, bent over, and out of breath. After he set it down, Xiao Yong knelt and opened the wooden crate he had brought. Huang Li looked on, puzzled. What is this? But when he saw the contents of the box, he let out a loud gasp. A rifle, he exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. Holy crap, Xiao Yong, you can't just get one of these. Where did you find it? He asked. Xiao Yong simply gave him a calm glance and a reminder. We only have 2 magazines. That gives us a total of 10 shots. Make every one count. Huang Li stared mesmerized at the rifle in his hands, stammering, Right, got it. I understand. All right then. Xiao Yong tilted his head towards Zhang. Is everyone else in position? Zhang looked back and confirmed everyone's in place. He then began to issue commands. Good. Tell everyone to stay on high alert. The enemy could appear at any second. Up in the observation tower, San raised a hand to her earpiece. Radio check, radio check. I've spotted an anomaly. A voice crackled back through the comms. Roger that. On the parapet, Huang Li was already in a sniper's stance. I see it too. Enemy approaching. Prepare for contact. Meanwhile, Jing Er's crew was closing in, still inside their vehicles. One of her henchmen lowered his binoculars, looking confused. That's strange. All the refugees who were outside the wall are gone. You don't think they turned them into a meal, do you? The driver asked, glancing over. Or maybe, we should pull over and observe for a bit. Jing from the back seat leaned forward and cut him off. No way. Just push forward. We're close enough already. If they spot us now, launching an attack will be a lot harder, she argued. The driver immediately complied. Yes, ma'am. Their vehicle sped towards the compound wall. She then commanded the rest of the convoy. Full-scale assault. Get to the base of the wall and find cover. Up in the watchtower, San immediately relayed the command to her team. Enemies are in range. Open fire. Instantly, the members of Xiao Yong's team positioned along the ramparts unleashed a hail of bullets. They rained down hellfire from above. Jing Er's convoy was immediately caught in a relentless storm of lead. 2 bullets shattered a windshield, striking the driver square in the chest. The driver was a goner, and his vehicle lost control, swerving violently to the side. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted, blowing the car to smithereens. Not a single piece remained. A voice crackled in Jing Er's earpiece. "This is bad, they spotted us." She gritted her teeth and swore under her breath. "Damn it! How is this possible?" The convoy swerved erratically, trying to evade the incoming gunfire. One of her men shouted, "What's the plan now?" She barked her orders. "Keep advancing. Push forward and take cover at the base of the wall." Finally, 3 of their vehicles made it to the blind spot, beneath the wall out of the sniper's line of sight. A massive foot slammed onto the ground as an imposing figure stepped out of one of the vehicles. The evolved brute brandished a gigantic saw, letting out a deafening roar. "I'll tear him apart. Tear him all apart." He swung the massive saw, slamming its blade viciously against the front gate. From her vantage point on the watchtower, San saw what was happening. "Oh no. There's a giant freak trying to tear down the gate." She immediately raised her rifle, signaling to the others. "Fire! Fire on that thing! Stop it from breaching the gate!" Down below, Jing Er's crew peeked out from behind their vehicles. She gave the command, "Lay down, suppressing fire. Cover for Lao Er." Up above, San and the others were caught in the enemy's barrage. A bullet struck Xiaojia in the shoulder, causing him to cry out in agony. Zhang Zi immediately turned, his face etched with worry. "Xiaojia." He helped the wounded young man pull back to safety. "They've got a lot of submachine guns too. Their firepower is just as heavy as ours," one of the men on the team shouted, turning to rally the others. "Don't be scared. Hold the line. We've got more than enough ammo." Down by the entrance, Lao Sheng saw sparks flying from the gate's surface and screamed. "They're cutting through the door." The young man standing behind him also said anxiously, "Once that gate is breached, we'll be completely on the defensive." Elsewhere, Xiao Yong spoke calmly into his earpiece. "Don't worry. I've already planned for this." He had been inside a room this whole time, but now he opened the door and shot forward, moving at top speed. One of her subordinates reported to Jing Rui, "We're already halfway through our ammunition." She gritted her teeth, shouting to the man at the front, "Lao Er, are you done yet?" The evolved human veins, bulging on his face from the sheer effort, let out a primal roar. Just then, a massive explosion erupted, blasting the gate wide open. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed out. From the watchtower, a guard scrambled down, shouting orders over his shoulder. "The gate's been breached. All units reinforce the entrance. Do not let them get in." A wicked smirk spread across Jing Rui's face. Let's give you sheltered rookies a real taste of what an evolved can do." She turned, gesturing with her hand, signaling to her crew behind her. "Everyone stay behind Lauer. Once we're inside, secure all points of cover." The evolved brute forced his hands into the gap, using every ounce of his strength to pry open the base's main gate. Standing in a nearby corridor, Xiao Yong spoke into his comms. "Huang Li, get ready. On my signal." Meanwhile, Huang Li was already in position on an upper floor, sighting his target. Xiao Yong's voice came through his earpiece. "You see the big guy?" The crosshairs of the sniper rifle were now locked dead center on the evolved's position. Huang Li calmly replied, "I see him." The massive evolved stormed through the opening, letting out a continuous, terrifying roar. Uncle Sheng was completely stunned, frozen on the spot as he stared at the monstrosity. The man behind him couldn't believe his own eyes, stammering, Is that thing even human?" He and the others quickly snapped out of their stupor, raising their weapons. They unleashed a hail of bullets at the creature. The evolved just snorted as the rounds peppered his body, showing absolutely no signs of injury. The bullets simply lodged in his thick hide for a moment before harmlessly dropping to the floor. Uncle Sheng stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Is he regenerating?" Standing behind her behemoth, Jing Rui laughed mockingly. Never seen anything like it, have you? It's their first time laying eyes on an evolved." Ha ha ha. In Huang Li's earpiece, Xiao Yong's voice crackled. "That big oaf has a healing factor. Your standard firearms won't even scratch him." Huang Li narrowed his eyes gently, squeezing the trigger. Let's see how he handles this. A high-caliber round erupted from the sniper rifle, streaking toward its target. The bullet found its mark, striking the evolved square in the head. His head instantly vaporized in a shower of gore, and his massive body crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. Jing Rui's entire crew froze in absolute shock. What the hell just happened? How is this possible? A cold sweat broke out on Jing Rui's face as she stared brow furrowed at the headless corpse. How could these people possess a weapon that powerful? While they were still reeling from the shock, Xiao Yong emerged from the shadows behind them, his weapon aimed squarely at the invaders, and opened fire without warning. Panic erupted among the intruders as they scrambled for cover. Enemy behind us. We're flanked. Jing Rui whipped her head around her face, contorted with rage. She cursed, damn it. A total miscalculation. I completely underestimated them. She fired a few rounds back before turning to flee, shouting, "Fall back, get back to the vehicle." Gritting her teeth, Jing Rui looked ahead, only to see Xiao Yong blocking her path, raising his weapon to fire. It was that same kid from the car earlier. A teammate running beside her was suddenly yanked sideways. It was Jing Rui, pulling the man's entire body in front of her as a human shield. The incoming volley of bullets tore into him instead. Xiao Yong's eyes narrowed. Her reflexes are too fast. Could she be an evolved too? Then, without a moment's hesitation, she hurled her dead comrade's body directly at him. He reacted, instantly dodging nimbly to the side. By the time he looked up again, Jing Rui was already sprinting towards their white getaway car. Damn, she's getting away. But high above, Huang Li had his eye pressed to the scope. You think you can run? He murmured, lining up his shot. He aimed for the fleeing woman's back. Not if my Barrett has anything to say about it. A piercing scream tore through the air as Jing Rui looked down at her leg. One of her legs had been completely blown off. Her body pitched forward, and she slammed face first onto the pavement, just inches from the car door. Up above, Huang Li racked the bolt for the follow-up shot. Damn, off target. A goon reached out from the car, yanking her inside, as she frantically urged him to go. Urging driver, go now. The car screeched into a U-turn and sped away as a hail of bullets rained down on them. Hoan Han Loi watched as the vehicle got further and further away. Watching the car disappear into the distance, someone anxiously muttered, "Damn it, we let her get away." A voice crackled through Xiao Yong's earpiece, asking, "What's the plan if they decide to come back for payback?" He replied calmly, "Don't worry about it. The system panel shows that Phase 1 of the villain's Nemesis mission is complete. The objective was to fend off the invasion. We've been awarded 50 points. The next part of the mission is community expansion, which requires us to do everything we can to raise the community's evaluation score, starting with our progress in repelling the invaders' assault. As a result, member trust has skyrocketed, adding 2 points to our community evaluation. The current score is now 5, and we've received an additional 20 reward points. That brings our current total to 76 points. He gazed at the spot where the car vanished and declared, "I know where their base is." Just then, another system panel popped up with a new mission, Villain's Nemesis. Phase 2. The objective: assault the enemy's stronghold and bring justice to the man-eaters for a reward of 50 points. Meanwhile, Uncle Sheng San Jiang Qi and everyone else at the base erupted in cheers and laughter, celebrating their hard-won victory. Xiao Yong watched them for a moment before asking, "Did we suffer any losses?" Jiang Qi stepped forward to report, "No one was lost, but a few people are wounded." Xiao Yong immediately started giving orders. Get the injured to the infirmary. Disinfect their wounds immediately. As for the enemy bodies, haul them to the cold storage. There for Chensong. He then turned, glancing toward the abandoned building, to retrieve the refugees. It was finally safe, at least for the time being. Xiao Yong grinned at his system panel. With a solid 76 points in the bank, he decided he was going on a spending spree tonight. Elsewhere, however, the situation was much different. A white car pulled up to a warehouse entrance and screeched to a halt. 2 henchmen emerged, each supporting one side of Jing who was now missing a leg, as they helped her out of the vehicle. Sanye, casually holding a steel pipe, strode out from the warehouse. "What's all this about?" he asked. Jing scowled, her voice a low growl as she seethed through gritted teeth. Damn it all, we completely underestimated them. I never thought that pathetic group would have heavy artillery. Jing then whipped her head around and screamed at him. What are you just standing there for? Well, aren't you going to get me some flesh to eat? But San Ye merely smirked, not moving a muscle. He just stood there watching her. Enraged, she took a shaky step forward. She pointed a trembling finger at him. What's the holdup? Go get it, you useless dog. You're not even worth a fraction of Lao. San Ye let out a contemptuous chuckle and pointed back. Oh really? You wretched hag. Look at the state you're in, and you still have the gall to order me around. A flicker of shock crossed Jinger's face. She instinctively recoiled, her eyes wide. Are you staging a mutiny, huh? Still trying to pull rank? Men seize him for me. When not a single person moved, she glanced over her shoulder, only to find everyone staring back at her completely unresponsive to her command. San Ye casually inspected the steel pipe in his hand. You're wounded, he stated simply. Lao air is gone. That makes me the strongest one here now. Besides, the guys have been putting up with your crap for far too long. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, then called out to the crowd. Tell me I'm wrong. Jinger's eyes darted around at the surrounding men, trying to intimidate them with her glare. You bastards. Stand down. So you're all traitors now. Don't you dare think I can't still put you all in your place. But she watched as the crowd of men slowly tightened the circle around her, and a wave of genuine fear finally washed over her. No, please don't. San Ye just let out a chilling laugh as he raised the steel pipe high. The polished metal glinted in the dim light. The mob descended, swinging their own makeshift weapons, with frenzied pent-up rage. Pinned to the ground, Jing-er was completely helpless. To fight back, all she could do was curl into a ball and endure the onslaught. After what felt like an eternity, her body finally lay still on the dusty floor. San Ye, chuckling with satisfaction, began to casually wipe his hands with a rag. One of the underlings approached from behind and called out San Ye. In a flash, his good mood vanished. He whipped around, his voice dangerously low. What did you call me? The man, terrified, dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. Boss. I'm so sorry, sir, it was a slip of the tongue. San Ye shot him a look, then waved a dismissive hand. Fine. Get on with it. What do you want? The henchman hesitantly raised his head, his expression fraught with worry. Boss, now that the witch is gone and Lao is dead, we've also lost a lot of our brothers. Our fighting strength has been severely weakened. If we happen to run into time some asterisk, an image flashed through San Ye's mind. He scratched his cheek thoughtfully. Ah, you mean that tentacle bastard. Finally, he waved his hand and turned to walk away. It's no problem. We can just go and pledge our allegiance to that Shijiang group. Just then, a black car pulled up, stopping in a corner of the factory complex. Jiang Qi, trailing just behind, couldn't help but marvel. You were spot on, Brother Xiao Yong. This place really is a major stronghold. Xiao Yong quickly brought a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Shh, we go in quiet. Not a single sound. A few moments later, faint noises began to emerge. Their chattering started up again. But now, everything's gone quiet. You think they took off? They must have been afraid we'd give chase, so they bailed early. Hang Li pointed at the mangled corpse, remarking, That's the woman I shot. Are you saying they even take out their own people? Xiao Yong glanced at the body and let out a dry chuckle. Heh, things like this don't surprise me anymore. Shangji turned to him. Brother Xiao Yong, that huge guy we fought earlier was completely different from Chang Ya. Hang Li then turned and added, That's right, Xiao Yong, and I think I even heard them yelling something about an evolved. What in the world is an evolved, and how does someone even become one? He crossed his arms, his brow furrowed as he stared at the ground, then uttered two grim words, human consumption. Hearing this, both Hang Li and Zhang Ji froze in absolute shock. He repeated, by consuming human flesh. He looked up to explain to them both. That's right. If you want to become an evolved and obtain abilities as potent as the undead, the most direct method is through cannibalism. Zhang Ji hesitated, looking at him with wide eyes, then Brother Xiao Yong. Does that mean you're also? Hang Li stood beside him, wondering the same thing. If we want to survive in this apocalypse, does that mean we have to consume our own kind? Xiao Yong reached into his pocket for something. Don't worry. Although consuming your fellow man is the most direct path, it's not the only one. He pulled out an object that looked like a red-hued stone and held it out for them to see. Zhang Ji and Heng Li both stared at it bewildered. What is that thing? Xiao Yong began his explanation. Ultimately, whether you're talking about the evolved or the undead, they can all be classified as mutants. For these mutants to evolve, they must absorb a special kind of energy. The unique energy within. A normal person is scattered throughout their flesh and blood. It's a minuscule amount, but it's better than nothing. However, for the evolved and other rare mutants, their unique energy is far more abundant and condenses into a core. As this catastrophe intensifies, even the common undead will have a chance to form these special energy cores. Heng Li rubbed his chin, speculating. So you're saying the undead have this energy too? In that case, we could just consume the zombies directly. Ahem. Zhang Zi shot him a look of utter disbelief. Oh my god, Uncle Li, you can go ahead and eat that if you want, but I am definitely out. Xiao Yong stepped in to clarify. A normal person can't consume the flesh of the undead. You'll just get infected. Only mutants like Changya can consume other undead to become stronger. Just then, an information panel materialized in front of him. Mission Nemesis of Evil Volume 2 complete. Mission requirement: assault the enemy's fortress and eliminate the flesh eaters. Reward 50 points. Current points 126. He gazed at the screen, thinking to himself. So, it's already settled the quest. It seems that even if a few got away, they're no longer considered a major threat. Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out beside Xiao Yong's ear. Look out! He instantly dodged to the side, drawing a dagger from its sheath, and plunged the blade squarely into the head of a zombie lunging at him. With a flick of his wrist, he watched the creature collapse to the ground. I can't believe it got so close without making a sound. Xiao Yong then made an incision across the zombie's chest, revealing something inside that was emanating a faint red glow. He stared intently at the core he had just extracted from its chest. It actually has one. Looks like it's time to go hunting. He held out the 2 cores to the others behind him. Zhang Ji quickly waved his hands in refusal. I don't need one. Just give them both to Uncle Li. Heng Li stared down at the 2 cores in his hand for a long moment, his brow deeply furrowed. His eyes flashed with indecision, but finally, with a determined grunt, he tossed both cores into his mouth at once. To hell with it, I'm going all in. After swallowing, Heng Li's eyes shot wide open, and he let out a sharp cry. A wide grin spread across his face as he flexed a brawny arm. This feeling. It's incredible. Xiao Yong was quick to remind him, however. It might feel great, but you've only just joined the ranks of the evolved. Your power is nowhere near enough to run wild in this wasteland, so don't get reckless. Heng Li's expression sobered instantly, and he nodded in assurance. I get it. You can count on me. Xiao Yong then turned and started walking toward their vehicle, saying, all right, the threat's been dealt with. Let's go home. Meanwhile, over at the Fengzi steel mill, a different group of people was approaching the front gate. The guard at the gate eyed the approaching group and challenged them. Halt. Identify yourselves. The third master smiled and introduced himself. Ah, it's me. I'm the third master. From the coal factory. The guard glanced at him, then turned around. The third master from the coal factory. Wait here, I'll go report to the leader. He led the third master's men inside the factory grounds, where 2 figures were already waiting. Da Peng smirked at them and let out 2 laughs. Ha ha. Third master, what brings you here this time? Sister Lin, standing beside him, also voiced her curiosity about the eldest sister-in-law and the second brother. The third master scratched his cheek, avoiding their gazes. Looking away, he stammered. We were ambushed. The eldest sister-in-law and the second brother. They sacrificed themselves to protect us and couldn't escape. Da Peng didn't ask any more questions. He simply nodded, staring intently at the man before ordering his subordinates take the third master and our brothers from the coal factory to the safe room. As the group was led deeper inside, Da Peng and Sister Lin were heard laughing cheerfully behind them. Haha, that's what I thought too. Deep within the factory were residential quarters. A worried voice called out from among the men. Third brother, the third master, spun around to face the subordinate who had just spoken. What did you just call me? What bad feeling are you talking about? The subordinate glanced toward the window, sizing up the room. Big brother, just look at this so-called safe room. With these iron bars on the windows and doors, it feels more like a prison cell. Suddenly, the door was thrown open with tremendous force by the same guard from the gate, startling everyone inside. He stepped into the room. Staring down the third master's crew, he ordered, all of you get out. Then he led them back to the entrance area of the factory where Da Peng and Sister Lin were waiting. But this time, standing behind the two of them were at least 10 more people. The terrified third master, still feigning ignorance, forced a smile. Leader, is something wrong? Did something happen? Sister Lin looked him over, twirling a lock of her hair as she posed a question. So what do you think the fate of someone who has taken out their own leader should be? Panic seized the third master as he waved his hands frantically at the men who were slowly surrounding him. What is the meaning of this, Brother Da Peng? Sister Lin, I'm afraid there's been some kind of misunderstanding. Behind Sister Lin Li Cheng's face was a mask of pure fury. She let out a sneer and gestured with her hand. A misunderstanding. Li Cheng let him die, knowing the full story. He stepped forward and declared, I went to the coal factory. I found Li Jingrui dead in the courtyard, and your second in command has vanished without a trace. The entire factory shows no signs of a struggle. Li Cheng pointed an accusing finger and boomed. The only logical explanation is that your group had an internal conflict during a losing battle, and you murdered Li Jingru. The third master, now drenched in a cold sweat, stammered frantically, No, that's not it. You have no proof. This is all just your speculation. Da Peng, standing beside Sister Lin, burst into derisive laughter. Proof? In this day and age, you're talking to us about proof. Let's be real with you. If we didn't value the capabilities of Li Jingrui and your second in command, we would have dealt with your lot a long time ago. He flashed a wicked grin and commanded, wipe them all out. One of the condemned men stepped forward, clasping his hands together. Spare our lives. I have intelligence. Hearing this, Sister Lin asked nonchalantly, Oh, and what kind of intelligence would that be? The man quickly pointed behind him. There's a settlement in East City. It's packed with people and overflowing with supplies. Sister Rui and the second brother were defeated by them. Don't finish me off, I can lead you right to them. Sister Lin eyed him skeptically. And their strength? How do they compare to us? The man replied. They're on par with you. She glanced over at Da Peng, remarking, truly a lingering threat. The man's face was grave as he added, They don't yet know the method to become evolved. In their entire settlement, I didn't see a single one. As Li Cheng processed the conversation, he thought to himself, the method to become activated. However, his suspicion remained. He grilled the man, causing him to flinch. If there wasn't a single evolved one among them, then how did you all get defeated? The man took a step back. They have heavy weaponry, he explained. Normal bullets couldn't touch our second in command, but they dropped him with a single shot. Sister Lin praised him, which visibly cheered him up. Very good, she said. That information is quite useful. The man pointed to himself and his crew, asking, So what about us? Sister Lin's face broke into a sinister smile, saying, Finish them all. The men looked on in shock, beads of sweat rolling down their faces as the factory grounds filled with the sounds of gut-wrenching pleas for mercy. Wait, I already gave you the intel. You can't do this. Ah, spare me. An image of a shirt flashed, now covered in countless crimson stains, after a final desperate scream. Da Peng stood with his hands in his pockets, as everyone stared down at Sanye's body on the floor. He spoke up, So, what now? We need to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. Ling interjected. The enemy has heavy weaponry. Going now is too risky. First, we need to raise our evolution levels. That was a much safer plan. From an overhead view, Da Peng's group was seen looking down at Sanye, sprawled out on the ground, surrounded by telltale stains on the concrete. His voice echoed, Send out some scouts first. Make sure they have no idea how to become evolvers. Meanwhile, in another location, Xiao Yong was staring at his system panel, wondering to himself, 16 accumulation points. What can I even buy with that? The system interface displayed his stats in clear detail, bringing a smile to his face. Current accumulation points, 126. System shop level 1 protein supply crate, -5 accumulation points. Level 2 black tech supply crate, -50 accumulation points. Manual, refresh. -1 accumulation point. Xiao Yong's face lit up. Another level 2 black tech crate. What luck. He immediately reached out and pressed the button on the system panel. Following his action, a series of notifications popped up. Redeeming protein supply crate. Redeeming level 2 black tech supply crate. Successful. The system continued with more notifications. Rewards received 500 kilograms of best brand lotus root powder, 200 kilograms of margarine, 150 liters of blended cooking oil. Reward received physical enhancement potion plus 20. Suddenly, the system glitched with a loud static noise. At the same time, a knock on the door caught Xiao Yong's attention. He called out, "Come in." San looked over at him sitting in his chair and said, "Brother Xiao Yong." With a serious expression, Xiao Yong asked, "What is it?" She replied, "We've captured a suspicious individual." He stood up, let out a sigh, and said, "I'll go take a look." The scene shifts to where A Sheng is being held captive under the watchful eyes of Zhang Cheng and Huang Li. The man glanced behind him and demanded, "I'm not an enemy. Get your leader out here." Just then, Xiao Yong walked over and asked, "Looking for me?" Seeing him approach, A Sheng eagerly asked, "You're the leader?" Xiao Yong confirmed, "That's right. If you have something to say it to me." The man then asked, "May I ask what I should call you?" With an icy expression, Xiao Yong stated, "Jiang Xiao Yong." A Sheng let out a big laugh. "Brother Yong, allow me to introduce myself. My name is A Sheng, and I'm from the Shifeng steel plant." Lao Song, who had just arrived, joined the conversation. "Someone from Zifeng?" The man quickly nodded, "Yes, yes." Hearing Lao Song's question piqued Xiao Yong's interest, and he turned to ask, "What's up, Uncle Song? You know of it?" Lao Song turned to him and explained, "Xifeng is in the southwest, on the western outskirts. It's the largest steel plant in the region. It seems that much like the coal factory in the southern suburbs, it's also become a survivor settlement." Xiao Yong asked curtly, "How far is it from us?" He replied, "It's about 3 kilometers farther than the southern suburbs coal factory." Taking in Lao Song's information, Xiao Yong moved closer to A Sheng, his eyes filled with suspicion. He then asked, "It's that far, so what are you doing all the way out here?" The man maintained his calm demeanor, replying, "These are chaotic times. Lucky survivors like us need to stick together and help each other out. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Yang?" Hearing this, Xiao Yong nonchalantly replied, "Mum, keep talking." A Sheng's face tensed up slightly as he continued, "Our leader sent us out to search for other lucky survivors and settlements to bring them back if we can." Xiao Jia, who had been listening to his unverified claims, shot him a suspicious glance and took action. She held out a piece of paper toward Xiao Yong and said, "Brother Xiao Yong, don't listen to his nonsense. He was sneaking around the perimeter for several laps, and he was even drawing a map." Taking the paper, she offered Xiao Yong, quietly examined it with great care. A virtual blue lens materialized over one of Xiao Yong's eyes as he thought mind's eye. Through this lens he could see the true expression, hidden deep within A Sheng. The man's face was a mask of scheming and forced discomfort. Xiao Yong let out a sharp laugh and said, "A Sheng." His next move was decisive. He whipped out a pistol and aimed the barrel squarely between A Sheng's stunned eyes. Xiao Yong's own eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "We're all survivors. We're in the middle of an apocalypse. Do you take me for a fool? If you don't start talking, I'll put a bullet in you right now." Xiao Yong's threat made the man gulp in fear. With beads of sweat pouring down his terrified forehead, A Hung quickly stammered, "Brother Yong, it's the truth. We did it to leave ourselves an escape route. We have to be wary of other people." Hearing such a candid response, Xiao Yong turned to his companion and asked, "Does he know about the existence of the Zheng family?" Upon hearing the question, the man leaned in close and whispered, "He doesn't know. The Sung family has never revealed themselves to him." Xiao Yong turned around, gestured with his hand and said, "Let him go." Hearing Xiao Yong's order, a surprised Lao Song asked, "We're just letting him go like that?" Even A Hung was stunned, stammering, "Really?" Xiao Yong produced a map and added, "Give this map to him and let him go." A Hung was so grateful he repeatedly bowed his head, saying, "Thank you Dung." Wasting no time, he snatched the map and took off at full speed. A smirk formed on Tu Dung's lips. hinting at a hidden danger. He mused to himself. The Zifeng steel mill. I wonder how many system points you're all worth. Time passed in the blink of an eye. And 5 months later, the scene shifted. Outside the Zifeng steel mill, 2 workers were pushing 2 carts, overflowing with scrap toward the central disposal pit. One of the workers spoke up. I heard people have started going missing again lately. Hearing his colleague's words, a look of concern washed over Xiao Chen's face. It was mixed with a hint of fear, as he pictured a monster with long tentacles asking, "You think that tentacle monster is getting restless again?" Just then, a noise from the disposal pit suddenly echoed out, catching his and his colleague's attention. Startled, they both exclaimed, "What was that sound?" Driven by curiosity, Xiao Chen began to walk toward the pit to investigate. Seeing him approach, his colleague got a bad feeling and stammered, "Hey, don't go over there. Let's get the guards to check it out." Suddenly, a metallic blade as sharp as a knife shot out with incredible speed. The strange object flew so fast that before he could react, it had already sliced across his neck, causing a spray of crimson liquid. Elsewhere, Li Cheng was casually leaning against a wall, enjoying a smoke in a relaxed mood when a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The sound immediately captured his attention. "Help! Somebody help me!" The frantic worker scrambled toward him, causing Li Cheng to instinctively raise his gun and aim it at the man, his face grim. With a stern expression, he demanded, "What's wrong?" The worker gasped. "A monster. The monster got Xiao Chen." Hearing this news, Li Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. "The monster? You mean the tentacle creature?" Drenched in sweat, the worker nodded frantically. "Yes, the tentacle one. It was definitely the tentacle one." Li Cheng pressed further. "Where?" the man replied. "Over by the disposal pit." He clenched his jaw in frustration, muttering, "Humph. To think it would attack without any warning signs." Turning to a crowd that had started to gather, Li Cheng commanded, "All of you get to safety. Any evolved individuals with escape abilities, you're with me." With the arrangements made, he and a few others made their way towards the vast disposal pit. Li Cheng and his group advanced slowly, their senses on high alert, and their guard up. He issued a warning. "Listen up, that's the tentacle creature we're dealing with. If we encounter it, do not engage. Your priority is to escape immediately." Li Cheng's gaze fell upon the pit, which was piled high with a chaotic mess of scrap metal, and he frowned. After scanning the area for a moment, he declared, "It's not here." "Right." Moving to the edge of the pit, Li Cheng silently studied the footprints left in the dirt leading away from it. One of the men with him asked curiously, "The tentacle creature. Is it gone?" The worker who survived was just as curious, asking, "Do you think maybe it already got its prey, so it left?" The two of them continued to speculate, ignoring Li Cheng, who remained engrossed in examining the mysterious tracks. Ever since Jadeite Mountain and the coal plant in the southern suburbs were wiped out, the frequency of our people going missing has noticeably increased. That's stating the obvious. The hunts were originally split among 3 settlements, but now we're the only ones left. An unsettling chill emanated from him, his expression darkening as a thought crossed his mind. This wasn't the work of the tentacle creature. At that very moment, another settlement appeared, looking surprisingly well-built and peaceful. Here Xiao Yong stood atop the city wall, gazing down at the road leading into his city below. "I've already survived longer than I did in my past life," he murmured. "If things keep going like this, rebuilding civilization might not be just a dream." A system notification popped up. Utopia, Safe Zone Edition. Mission objective: expand the community. Mission requirement: dedicate all efforts to raising the community's evaluation score. His current assessment stood at 38. With a serious expression, he muttered, "Man, it's been months, and that system quest for the West Wind Steel Mill still hasn't popped up." Just then, a voice called out, interrupting Xiao Yong's thoughts. It was San standing down below, looking up and waving a greeting. "We're back." In a flash, Xiao Yong used his incredible agility to leap down, landing flawlessly in front of his comrades, with spectacular grace, before San and Zhang Qi. He immediately asked, "Was the hunting operation detected?" Hearing Xiao Yong's question, San answered with a confident smirk, pointing a thumb at himself. "Relax, brother Xiao Yong," he said. "With our current skills, there's no way anyone could be moving around nearby without us detecting them." Xiao Yong's gaze then shifted to the young Shuai. How did little Shui perform? Is he adapting okay? He asked. The boy smiled and replied. Yep, full of confidence, Shui threw a practice punch into the air to show his strength. Don't you worry, Uncle Xiao Yong, he declared. I did great. Yuan, who was standing next to him, ruffled his hair affectionately. He sure did, she added. Little Shui took down a zombie all by himself today. Hearing of the boy's accomplishment, Xiao Yong couldn't help but smile in approval. Excellent work. Now take the variant core to the warehouse. Just then, a new notification popped up from the system. The new quest was titled Villain's Bane. Round 3's objective: neutralize the threat and strengthen potential allies with a reward of 80 accumulation points. Staring at the screen, he mused. Potential allies. You don't think it means that group at the West Wind Steel Mill, do you? The scene then cuts to a room where Xiao Yong is with Hang Li, engaged in a serious discussion. What Hang Li exclaimed with concern. You're planning to infiltrate the steel mill all by yourself. That's incredibly dangerous. Beside Hang Li, Old Song and Zhang Qi also had looks of deep concern. He's right, Old Song chimed in. They're constantly sending scouts over here. The devil only knows what sinister plans they're cooking up. Xiao Yong, if you were to get hurt, we wouldn't be able to coordinate anything. After listening to everyone's earnest warnings, he finally spoke to reassure them. Relax, he said calmly. With my current power, even an all-out assault couldn't scratch me, let alone anything they could throw at me. Xiao Yong then turned and gestured toward Uncle Shang. Uncle Shang, old Li, everyone, he said. I'm entrusting the fortress and Lin Town to your care. Hearing this, the man nodded and replied. Don't worry about things here, but you need to be extremely careful out there. This settlement can't function without you. The scene then shifts to the vicinity of the steel mill, which was spewing black smoke. A man's urgent voice shouted, Let me in. I have something urgent to report. 2 guards stood at the door, and the one in a suit extended his arm to block the doorway. I've already told you, he stated firmly. No one gets inside without permission from the 2 leaders. Suddenly, the guard's eyes widened with alarm. His pupils contracted, and veins bulged on his forehead, as Li Cheng lunged forward, grabbing the suited guard by the throat. The other guard watched in shock, yelling, Li Cheng, are you insane? The shout seemed to snap Li Cheng out of it. A look of shock crossed his face as he came back to his senses, and he immediately released his grip. He caught the stumbling guard, muttering awkwardly, My apologies. The guard clutched at his throat, gasping for air, and snarled angrily, Damn it, what the hell was that all about? Just because the leaders favor you, don't think for a second we won't take you down. Meanwhile, Li Cheng's head was spinning as he thought to himself, What is wrong with me? My emotions. I'm losing control again. It's been happening more frequently these last few months. Just then, a voice called out from within the room. Is that Li Cheng out there? Let him come in. Hearing the order, the other guard nodded towards the door and said, Yes, ma'am. The voice from inside called again, Enter. As Li Cheng opened the door and peered inside, a look of surprise washed over his face. There, standing beside a large table, was Ling, her eyes directed right at him. What's the matter? She asked. Li Cheng met her gaze and replied, It's about the tentacle incident in our hunting territory. I have a different theory. Ling's interest was piqued. Oh, and what theory is that? She inquired. He explained. I carefully investigated the scene. I found a woman's footprints, but this latest victim was a man. Li Cheng's words made her fall silent, and she lifted her gaze to stare intently at him. In that case, Ling deduced the perpetrator is someone else entirely. Hearing her conclusion, Li Cheng immediately confirmed, That's right. A murderous glint flashed in Ling's eyes as a chilling aura surrounded her. Very well, she said coldly. I understand now. This information is incredibly useful, but you need to keep it under wraps. Hearing her say that, he asked in surprise, Why? Ling replied, One of those tentacled things has already sent people into a panic. I don't want to create a future where everyone's too scared to leave. Li Cheng, still not convinced, started to protest, but his words were cut short by her. No arguments. I guarantee the situation won't get any worse than it already is. Hearing Ling's firm assurance, Li Cheng could only remain silent. She then abruptly moved closer to him, causing his face to immediately flush red. Ling teased, What's the matter? Still hoping for something? more to happen. Hearing her words, Li Cheng quickly recoiled. He turned back, raised a hand in a farewell gesture, and said, "Ah, my apologies, Ling." The door to the room slammed shut behind him. Outside, as Li Cheng walked away, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, my memory is shot. I forgot to ask about that other thing again." From behind a door within the room, a mocking laugh echoed, prompting her to glance down at a woman's footprints. "You're getting sloppy." Ling's face tightened with a hint of irritation as she retorted, "Watch yourself. In that case, you can handle this job from now on." The source of the voice was revealed to be a figure called Eagle, his body splattered with a sticky, syrupy substance, standing next to a large barrel. He was holding a knife his other hand, moving restlessly as he spoke. "Fine by me, I'll go do the deed. That means you handle the cleanup." Partially visible in a nearby basket was a piece of a face, covered in the same syrup. The scene shifts outside, where a dispatched mutant lies, sprawled on the ground. Beside it, a foot steps into frame. Outside the steel mill stands the figure of Xiao Yong, a large blade in hand, surrounded by the forms of dispatched mutants, scattered across the ground. A cold expression settled on his face as he thought, "I'm almost at the location. Better tone it down a bit." Then a pair of scissors materialized in Xiao Yong's hand. Taking the scissors, he raised them and snipped off a lock of his own hair. But he wasn't done. Xiao Yong then dragged 2 fingers through the dirt and deliberately smeared it across his face, creating grimy streaks. After this quick series of makeup touches, Xiao Yong transformed into the image of a weak and pathetic-looking scholar, complete with a pair of round glasses. As he approached the factory, he was spotted and stopped by a guard. "Halt!" The man from the Zaifeng steel mill called out defensively, his expression fierce. "Who are you?" In response, Xiao Yong calmly offered a smile and said, "I noticed signs of human activity around here. I was right. There are survivors. This is fantastic." The expression on the man from the Zaifeng steel mill shifted as he asked, "So you're a wandering survivor, huh?" He pointed a finger at Xiao Yong. The guard interrogated him. "Kid, let me ask you, how in the world did you manage to survive this long?" Xiao Yong, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, lowered his gaze and spoke with profound sadness. "My camp. There were originally about 10 of us. We were overrun by a horde. Everyone. They're all gone. I was the only one who managed to get away." The guard from the Zaifeng steel mill probed further. "So you're saying you've got no real skills to speak of?" Hearing this, Xiao Yong committed even deeper to his role, looking up with a confused expression and asking skills. He then adopted an awkward and clumsy demeanor, acting completely clueless, like some kind of pathetic bug, just trying to plead its case. "Ah, well, I do have some abilities. I've survived a number of zombie attacks, so I've picked up some experience dealing with them. I'll do my absolute best to be useful." A look of contempt crossed the guard's face as he stared at Xiao Yong. "Who asked you about that? You don't get what I'm asking, but never mind." The guard gestured in another direction and said, "Follow me. You want to join us." The moment the guard's back was turned, Xiao Yong's eyes instantly became cold again. He said over his shoulder, "You'll have to pass a little test first." Xiao Yong's expression remained neutral, but inwardly a dark smile formed. Just as he suspected, this Zaifeng steel mill was no safe haven. Suddenly, a voice from behind them made both Xiao Yong and the guard whip around toward the source of the sound. "What's going on here?" It was Li Cheng. With a look of authority, he demanded, "This stranger, who is he?" Hearing Li Cheng's question, the guard stammered awkwardly, "Ah, Li, sir. He's a wandering survivor. I was just taking him to a more private area for a search." A search? Li Cheng immediately shot back at his subordinate. "You need a private area for a search? You can just as easily search him right here." Listening to their exchange, Xiao Yong thought to himself, "It's obvious. That guy was planning to lead me to an isolated spot to get rid of me." Li Cheng turned to face him, squarely laying out the terms. "Hand over all your weapons and you can come inside." At this, Xiao Yong stood his ground and retorted, "Hand them over. How do I know you're not just luring me in to finish me off?" Hearing his suspicion, Li Cheng spoke earnestly. "In this apocalypse, people's hearts have grown twisted, so it's only natural you'd be wary. If you won't surrender your weapon, we won't force you. You're free to go." Upon hearing Li Cheng's offer, Xiao Yong drew his knife and declared, Fine, I'll turn in my weapon. After surrendering it, he raised both hands high, allowing for a search. He carefully observed every action and the way Li Cheng spoke, and Xiao Yong thought to himself, this guy seems to have some principles. It looks like this Shifeng steel mill is a bit different from the people at the southern suburb coal plant and Jade Mountain. Li Cheng picked up the knife, examining it before asking, "You've been navigating the apocalypse with just this one knife, kid. Are you an evolver?" At Li Cheng's question, Xiao Yong clenched his fists, a look of excitement dawning on his face. "An evolver," he repeated. "Well, I have noticed I've gotten a lot stronger." Li Cheng turned and gestured for him to follow, saying, "Come with me. We have a rule here. Evolvers must register with the leader first." The scene shifts to a closed room surrounded by 4 bare walls. Li Cheng then stepped out, saying, "Wait here in the guest room for a moment." Xiao Yong scanned the cold, lifeless 4-walled space and sneered with contempt. A guest room. Even the door has been reinforced. This is clearly a prison cell. After a long while, Da Peng walked in saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting. May I have your name?" Under his intense and scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Yong adopted the persona of a frail scholar. "Jiang Ye," he replied. Li Cheng, who was also present, stared at him intently. "My man said, you're an evolver. Is that true?" Xiao Yong answered vaguely. "If that's what he thinks, then I suppose so." Suddenly, an axe came flying straight at his face in the blink of an eye. Though he didn't understand what was happening, his quick reflexes kicked in, allowing him to dodge it safely. Damn! The axe embedded itself deep into the wall behind him. Xiao Yong glanced back at the weapon stuck in the wall, then turned his gaze back to Da Peng, whose face was twisted into a malicious grin. He thought, attacking already? No, this must be a test. With suppressed anger, Xiao Yong pointed toward the embedded axe. "Hey, what was that for? That was incredibly dangerous, you know." Da Peng just roared with laughter, triumphantly declaring, "It seems I was right. You are an evolver." Pointing at himself with a feigned look of indignation, Xiao Yong demanded, "And what if I wasn't an evolver? Would you have just killed me right there?" Hearing his accusation, Da Peng nonchalantly replied, "If that were the case, your death would have been of no consequence." He then moved on, probing for more information from Xiao Yong. "Since we're both evolvers, you must know how one becomes an evolver." Xiao Yong simply replied, "Yeah, I know." At this, Da Peng's face transformed into a terrifying, menacing scowl. "If I find out that too many people know about this," he growled, "I will." He cut his own sentence short as he lunged toward Xiao Yong like a gale of wind. Da Peng's hand shot out, aiming for his neck, as he hissed, "End you." This is dangerous, Xiao Yong thought. In his hand, a knife materialized as he considered, "Good thing, he's just using his hand to threaten me. If it were a blade, I would have already struck back." Xiao Yong's slender neck was enveloped by Da Peng's powerful grip. He mused internally, "If I take him out right now, who knows if I'll still get those 80 system points." Da Peng's eyes flickered down to the knife clutched in Xiao Yong's hand, and he released his grip, remarking with a hint of admiration, "Whoa, fast reflexes. You even drew a weapon." Da Peng then placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. "You've got skill, kid, but my power is beyond anything you can imagine. Don't even think about challenging me." "Got it." Hearing the thinly veiled threat, Xiao Yong simply replied, "Got it." Satisfied with his answer, Da Peng added, "I'll overlook the fact that you brought a weapon in here this time." Stepping outside the room, he went straight to 2 of his subordinates to give them orders. Xiao Yong followed, closing the door behind him. Da Peng instructed them, "Take Mr. Jiang Ye to wash up and change his clothes, then bring him to me in the meeting room." The 2 underlings acknowledged the order respectfully. "Yes, sir." Just then the sound of a knock echoed, and a voice from inside commanded, "Enter." The guard led Xiao Yong to where the factory's leaders were gathered and reported, "Boss Peng, I've brought him." De Peng then turned his attention, gestured toward the boy, saying, "Let me introduce you. He's the newest member to join the Jiang Ye." Immediately after, he turned around to introduce the woman behind them. "Huang Ling is one of the leaders here, just like me. The other 2 officers in this settlement are Li Cheng and Huang Bin." As soon as he finished, she chimed in, directing the person beside her. "Huang Bin, assigning this newcomer to work under you shouldn't be a problem, right?" He agreed emotionlessly. "No problem at all. Just that." With that said, she turned to converse with Xiao Yong. "Kid, You're incredibly lucky to have found the strongest settlement in this entire region. From now on, you won't have to worry about survival, but if you want to eat well here, you have to make yourself useful." Without hesitation, he immediately nodded, respectfully, and replied, "I'll follow your arrangements." Right after, Huang Bin stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Perfect timing. It's our turn for patrol today. Newbie, you're with me." The scene instantly shifted to the area outside the Xifeng base, where he loudly called out to two others. Xing, it's time for patrol, okay? It's you." Fa Qing ran over to Huang Bin, keeping a safe distance from the two behind them, and asked in a low voice, "Sir, is this kid really assigned to work under you?" Full of annoyance, he replied with resignation, "What can I do? He doesn't know anything, so he can only work in our squad." At that moment, a Xing standing behind them stared at Xiao Yong thoughtfully. "Why does this guy look so familiar?" Suddenly, Huang Bin turned his head and called out to the boy, "Hey kid, Brother Da Peng hasn't given you the details about the settlement's situation yet, has he?" He answered frankly, "No, he only warned me to keep the secret about becoming an evolver." Satisfied with his answer, Huang Bin said, "That's right. You should know regarding the secret of our and unique diet in this settlement besides Brother Da Peng and my sister. The only others who know are the four of us." The words that followed carried a clear warning. A Xing is Brother Da Peng's cousin, and Fa Qiang is the nephew of me and Huang Ling. We're all family here, so this secret can only be leaked from your mouth. Do you understand your position now? Xiao Yong replied, with complete calm. "I absolutely won't say a word." At that exact moment, he suddenly took notice of the person behind him, thinking to himself, "A Xing. Isn't that the guy who was captured by the Zhangqi guild before?" Shaking off the thought, he, as if realizing something, asked, "So what about the other officer?" Huang Bin quickly answered, "His name is Li Chang. He's an outsider, but he's got great potential and is incredibly strong. Most importantly, you must not let him find out about the secret. Got it? Otherwise..." After a brief hesitant pause, his expression turned terrifying as he threatened the boy. "Neither of you will live to see the end of today." Realizing this, the boy confirmed his suspicions internally. It seems Li Cheng's potential is so immense that they have to restrict his resources. Otherwise, the abilities of the other two leaders would likely be surpassed by him in no time. After walking for a while, Huang Bin called out, "All right, we're here." Hearing this, Xiao Yong repeated in confusion, "We're here." A small base in the middle of the forest immediately appeared before them, and Huang Bin began to explain. "This settlement has 7 members. We've been observing them for 3 or 4 days now, and it's almost certain there are no evolvers among them." With a curious look, the boy probed, "So what's our mission? Are we going to hunt them?" Huang Bin wagged his finger, gesturing, "No, hunt them. It's not as barbaric as you think. We need to raise them as livestock." Fa Qiang playfully slung his arm around the boy's shoulder, teasing, "Kid, you're an evolver now too. You need to change your mindset quickly. Don't be so rigid like Li Cheng. We are evolvers. Strictly speaking, we're no longer the same species as ordinary people. We are now the superior species at the top of the food chain." Hearing these words, Xiao Yong's expression turned chilling as he asked a loaded question. "So, you want to bring them back to the settlement, to be raised like cattle for convenient butchering later?" Huang Bin held up a hand to stop him, countering, "We don't need to bring them all back. Just 5 or 6 will do. The rest will be processed on site." Hearing this, the boy became even more confused. "Processed on site? How do you process them?" Seizing the opportunity to show off, he let out a few amused chuckles and said, "Watch and learn, kid." On the other side of the scene, a practiced hand was skillfully spreading a layer of cement on a wall. After finishing that layer, the handsome teenager, drenched in sweat, panted, "Finally, it's almost done. This work is exhausting." Suddenly, one of the people in their group spotted something and stammered, That's." Following the direction he was pointing, the other youths saw a horde of bloodthirsty monsters charging straight for them. Screamed in terror, "A horde! It's a zombie horde." They were so panicked, they descended into chaos, cursing, "Damn it! How could a zombie horde attack without any warning? Get ready to fight now." But their resistance was futile, as one by one the zombies leaped onto each of them. In the ensuing chaos, one person frantically gripped their gun, screaming and firing at the zombie lunging for them. Stay away from me. But it was no use. The young survivors were utterly consumed by despair. This is bad. There are too many of them. In the end, only their desperate screams echoed. Witnessing this carnage, Xiao Yong coldly asked the man beside him, luring zombies to attack. Is this the brilliant method you were talking about? Huang Bin held up his hands defensively and explained, our settlement's resources are limited. We can't continue to feed insignificant newcomers. Besides, letting 10 people in at once would create factions, making management a nightmare. As he finished, a sinister smirk spread across his face, and he gave the order. All right, it's our time to move. Simultaneously, a group of zombies was tearing a young woman apart. They gripped her head as she shrieked in absolute terror. Please no. In that moment of mortal danger, a sharp glint of light flashed past, cleanly severing two of the monsters' heads from their bodies. The young woman was stunned, her eyes wide as a zombie head thudded to the ground beside her. She looked up to see a figure offering a hand and whispered, "We're saved." While they were busy dispatching the remaining zombies, a loud shout cut through the air. Who are you people? It was followed by a heavy impact that made the ground tremble violently. Huang Bin, the leader of the group, jabbed a thumb at his chest and announced, "We're the developers from the West Wind Steel Factory." The three survivors' eyes lit up with hope. Developers, we're saved. Thank you so much. Xiao Yong furrowed his brow, silently assessing the scene. Power levels over 20. These three are on par with Jiang Qi's group. Suddenly, a strange noise caught Xiao Yong's attention. He felt a presence on the building behind him and instantly spun around. What was that? But when he looked closer, the open window was completely empty. Confused, Xiao Yong wondered to himself, was I just seeing things? Just then, a voice shouted, "Hey Jiang Ye, what are you standing around for?" Huang Bin gestured to the surrounding corpses. "Get over here and help me deal with this mess." Xiao Yong quickly made his way over, replying, "Yeah, I'm on my way." A short distance away, inside the very building that had caught his eye, he had no idea that a terrifying monster was lying in wait. The survivors rescued by Huang Bin's group quickly pointed them in the right direction. There are still some supplies in the warehouse. Huang Bin immediately issued an order to Xiao Yong behind him. "Jiang Ye, you stay here and gather all the supplies by the gate. I'll arrange for a transport vehicle later." He then stepped closer and secretly whispered another command. "Pile up the human corpses too. We'll haul them away later." After giving his orders, Huang Bin turned and announced loudly to the other survivors, "The rest of you come with us." And with that, the group departed, leaving a lone figure standing amongst the dead. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yong let out a faint smirk, summoned his knife and muttered, "Just perfect." Meanwhile, in the group following Huang Bin, a young man spoke up to express his gratitude. "Thanks to you all, we managed to make it out alive." Just as he finished, a girl turned to ask Fa Qiang, "Excuse me, sir, will the place we're going have water? Will we be able to wash up?" Fa Qiang immediately wrapped a sleazy arm around her and replied, "Not only is there water, there's hot water, and even shower gel, so you can get all cleaned up." The girl, uncomfortable in his grasp, stammered, "Really, that would be wonderful." But suddenly, Ah Xing seemed to sense something from behind. He slowly turned his head, his eyes darting around curiously. Noticing his strange behavior, Huang Bin asked, "What is it?" Ah Xing replied with a hint of anxiety, "There's something out there." Hearing that, Huang Bin immediately yelled, "Stay alert." Fa Qiang, however, was still in high spirits, keeping his arm around the young woman beside him. "Just stay behind me, I'll protect you." The presence Ah Xing had sensed was high above, watching them scramble into a defensive posture below. "I don't know where this thing of yours is, I can't sense anything." Hearing this, Fa Qiang chuckled mockingly. "Damn Ah Xing, aren't you getting a little too jumpy?" Annoyed by the taunt, Ah Xing quickly turned his head to seriously retort, "I'm not mistaken, I'm positive I felt." But before he could finish, something shot through his neck. Ah Xing Huang Bin cried out, watching the object retract from Ah Xing's throat, and screamed in horror, "You damn monster." The group frantically scanned the area for the attacker. "It's gone. That thing is unbelievably fast." Just as he was still, as he scanned the area for any sign of the monster, a panicked voice shouted a warning from behind him. By the time Huang Bin spun around, The creature was already right on top of him. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong was preoccupied, tearing open a zombie's abdomen. He managed to pull out 2 crystal cores, cheering at his good fortune. From this single zombie, he had scored 2 ability cores. What incredible luck! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air, grabbing his attention. Help me! It was Huang Bin, ensnared by the creature's tentacles, and being lifted into the air, his voice trembling with terror. It's over for me. The tentacles showed no mercy, tightening their grip and instantly crushing the life out of him. The other survivors watched as Huang Bin's blood splattered across the ground, letting out a collective shriek of horror. It wasn't just them. Fa Qiang, who witnessed the entire gruesome spectacle, could only bite his lip in fear, his earlier bravado completely gone. After finishing off Huang Bin, the monster's attention shifted to Fa Qiang. He panicked instinctively, stumbling backward. No, this can't be happening. In a flash, Fa Qiang's hand shot out and grabbed a slender arm behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the beautiful woman, the very one he had just theatrically vowed to protect, directly into the path of the writhing tentacles. The tentacle monster immediately ensnared her, hoisting her high into the air. With every passing second, the tendrils squeezed tighter and tighter, relentlessly crushing her. This continued until her eyes were completely bloodshot and had rolled back into her head. Right at that moment, the chilling sound of something being sliced clean through echoed out. The woman's limp body was suddenly released, falling to the ground with a heavy thud, as a familiar silhouette appeared before them like a savior. Seeing the newcomer, Fa Qiang gasped in utter disbelief. Jiang Ye unfazed. Jiang Ye gestured toward the monster and casually asked, "So, is this that tentacled one everyone's been talking about?" Fa Qiang stammered in reply. "No, this is a son of the tentacled one." Hearing this, Jiang Ye looked perplexed. A son, Fa Qiang, trying to compose himself, explained, "That's right, it's what we call them." He then began to elaborate at a steady pace. "The tentacled one is always muttering, 'My son, my son.' On top of that, it can transform regular zombies into monsters that have characteristics similar to itself. We call these transformed creatures the sons of the tentacled one." After explaining, he paused for a moment, secretly running the calculations in his head. A son of the tentacled one was a beast so powerful that even Big Bro Da Pang and the others struggled to face one alone. This kid, Jiang Ye, was definitely no match for it. "This is hopeless, I've got to run." The thought had barely formed before Fa Qiang spun on his heel and bolted, shouting, "Jiang Ye, you hold it off. I'm going to get reinforcements." It wasn't just him. The survivors who had just been rescued quickly followed suit. "Let's get out of here." Xiao Yong watched the cowardly group flee with utter contempt, failing to notice that the monster behind Jiang Ye had already regrown its tentacles. "So the plan is to use me as a distraction while they escape, huh?" The tentacles immediately shot out to ensnare him. He calmly glanced down at his limbs as they were bound tightly. Nearby, Xiao Yong watched the creature with a flicker of amusement. A son of the tentacled one. What an interesting concept. And then, with a powerful swing of his arms, Jiang Ye pulled the monster's tentacles taut. Pulled by the immense force and its own momentum, the creature was yanked forward as Jiang Ye's voice rang out. "You've actually managed to pique my interest." The monster quickly dug its feet into the ground, trying to break, turning the situation into a tense tug-of-war between man and beast. Jiang Ye grinned with excitement, exclaiming, "I haven't had a chance to use the ability I just unlocked. You'll be the perfect test subject." With that, he stomped a foot firmly on the ground, planting himself in a ready stance. His eyes flashed like lightning as he roared, "Instinct overload." Immediately after, he pulled with all his might on the monster's tentacles, which snapped taut with a loud twang. The creature lost its footing, crashing hard onto the ground as it was dragged mercilessly forward. He brought his foot up and slammed it down on its head, bringing its momentum to a dead stop. Jiang Ye looked down at the monster, writhing at his feet, letting out frustrated guttural growls. Not far off, the girl he had just rescued witnessed the spectacle with a look of pure shock. The scene unfolding before her was of Jiang Ye with his bare hands, systematically ripping the monster's tentacles to shreds. A moment later, the monster was completely dismembered, reduced to an unrecognizable pulp. Jiang Ye, his face splattered with gore, approached the young woman to check on her. Are you all right? Seeing his terrifying blood-soaked appearance, she screamed hysterically. He quickly wiped the stains from his face, trying to calm her down. Hey, don't panic, don't panic. I'm human, not a monster. The scene then cuts to the group that had fled, who had just reached the gates of the Zifeng factory. We made it. We finally made it. We're here. Hearing the commotion, the settlement's leaders rushed out to assess the situation. Da Peng was the first to ask, what's going on? Huang Ling followed up with, where are Xiao Bin and A Xing? Fa Qiang, his voice trembling with terror, stammered Xiao Bin and brother A Xing. They were killed by that monster Shu Tu's son. Li Chang scanned the faces of the survivors and asked, where's the newcomer? Jiang Ye Fa Qiang declared with grim certainty. Don't even bother asking. He's definitely dead too. All three of them were no match for Shu Tu's offspring. Hearing this, Da Peng's expression twisted into a mask of pure fury. He glared at the men before him, seething with hatred, and his voice dripped with venom as he slowly spoke, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the axe in his hand forward, unleashing his rage upon them. A young teenager in the crowd took the full force of the blow, shattering into pieces instantly. Huang Ling rushed forward to restrain the man who was completely blinded by his anger, yelling, Da Peng, calm down. Just then, a pile of monstrous tentacles was tossed to the ground right in front of him. Seeing the gruesome trophies and the person who had just appeared, the surrounding survivors were instantly silenced by shock. Standing before them was Jiang Ye, accompanied by the only girl from the civilian group. Li Cheng's face lit up with relief as he exclaimed, Jiang Ye, you're not dead. Huang Ling's gaze fell upon the pile of tentacles, and she let out a gasp of surprise. Jiang Ye stepped closer to the heap and explained, that thing you called Shu Tu's son, I took care of it. It's dead. I've avenged your people for you. Hearing this, Da Peng and Huang Ling fell into a contemplative silence, thinking, this kid's power, is it really that strong? Before they could dwell on it, Jiang Ye immediately proposed. All right, you two leaders, you should quickly arrange for some vehicles and people to come with me to clean up the spoils of war. A short while later, the scene shifts to a meeting room. Da Peng was interrogating Fa Qiang. Are you absolutely sure that Shu Tu's son was stronger than Li Chang? Fa Qiang gritted his teeth and insisted, that thing practically finished you and A Xing off in the blink of an eye. Could Li Chang do that? I fear even the two of you combined would have trouble. Immediately after, Da Peng turned to Huang Ling to recount a past event. Back when I tried to intimidate him, even though he reacted in time, he only drew his weapon. He didn't even get into a fighting stance. How could he possibly be this powerful? She, as if piecing something together, offered a theory. Shu Tu's son succeeded because of a sneak attack. Perhaps it's not as exaggerated as we're making it out to be. Hearing her logic, he begrudgingly agreed. That makes sense, but regardless, we can't let this guy stick around. What if one day he decides to team up with Li Cheng? Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed through the room, interrupting their conversation. Huang Ling raised a hand, signaling for silence before calling out, come in. Li Cheng stepped in from outside and addressed them, leaders. Da Peng looked at him with a questioning expression and asked, what is it, brother? Li Cheng began by offering his condolences to the two brother Da Peng. Sister Ling, please accept my sympathies for your loss. Da Peng brushed aside the sentiment, impatiently urging, we've been in this apocalypse for too long. There's no need for pleasantries. Get to the point. Li Cheng complied and went straight to the matter. Jiang Ye's abilities are, I'm afraid, on par with my own. In my opinion, we should just grant him the rank of an officer. Da Peng immediately disagreed, starting to refuse absolutely not. His background, but surprisingly, Huang Ling raised her hand, cutting him off. She quickly interjected, agreeing with Li Cheng. With Jiang Ye's demonstrated power, he certainly qualifies to be an officer. However, he still needs to make a significant contribution to earn everyone's respect. Hearing this, Li Cheng passionately retorted, killing one of Shu Tu's offspring isn't considered a contribution. He never expected her ambition to be so vast when she laid out her difficult demand. If he could kill Shu Tu himself to prove his worth, wouldn't that just kill two birds with one stone? Li Cheng, unwilling to accept this, argued back fiercely. You're asking him to do something that even the two of you can't accomplish. How is that fair? in any way. Leaning back and crossing her legs, Huang Ling replied with a scheming smile. Don't worry, we're not asking him to go on a suicide mission. We will also take action. We'll gather all the forces of the settlement and eliminate the threat of Shu Tu, once and for all. At that very moment, a familiar voice rang out. Oh, so this is an operation centered around me. The scene changes and they are now standing before Jiang Ye. After hearing their plan, he calmly sought their opinion. I've only just arrived, and I'm already set to receive such a huge credit. Is that really all right? Huang Ling tilted her head slightly, smiling as she tried her best to persuade him. Why wouldn't it be all right? After all, the power you've displayed might not be inferior to mine in Depang's. He quickly added with her chiming in to support. If the operation is a success, then the third leadership seat in this settlement will belong to you. As he spoke, he shot a meaningful, taunting look toward Li Cheng brother Li. It seems Jiang Ye is climbing the ranks on his own merit. To lord it over you, I'm sure you wouldn't have any objections, right? Ignoring his comment, the man nonchalantly replied, no objections. With that, Dai Bang immediately raised 2 fingers, declaring, excellent, it's settled then. We make our move in 2 days. Little did they know Tu Deng had been using his powers this entire time to observe them, smirking to himself. What a wonderfully sincere offer. I'm almost touched, he thought, if it weren't for the fact that I can see the enhanced statuses hovering above your heads. He muttered the name of his ability, Spiritual Eye. Later, at a factory deep in the night, the clanking sound of broken machinery echoed through the air. Inside Tu, Ji threw open a door and reported urgently, Brother Tu Deng, it's the walkie-talkie you left behind. Lai Hoan Loi picked up the radio, surrounded by anxious faces, and spoke into it. Hello, Tu Deng. What's your status over there? The line crackled before a clear voice responded. I read you. Tu Deng was standing atop a massive crane, issuing his request. The day after tomorrow in the morning, gather Xung and our strongest fighters at the southern suburban park. He gazed down from his high vantage point, ready to give the command. It was time to decisively eliminate the threat in South City. A group gathered around Hohenhei Loi, who looked at one of them and said, Uncle Thang, you're older now. This kind of life or death mission is something you should sit out. Besides, we still need you here to hold down the fort. Uncle Thang promptly agreed, but not without a word of caution. Understood. In that case, Lao Lai's group must prioritize their safety. This operation is entirely different from anything we've done before. Hoan Lai nodded grimly in response. Got it. He then turned his gaze to the crowd of people standing before him and began calling out names. Trung Chi Tu Kai San San Tu Hien Lu, Su Tran Keat, and Tran Sung. You 7 are with me on this one. Those who were called responded in unison. Yes, sir. At that moment, So I suddenly spoke up. Count me in too. I want to be part of this operation. Tu Li immediately chided him, trying to hold him back. This is grown-up business. What is a little kid like you trying to prove, So I shot back. I'm not a kid anymore. I haven't been for a long time. I'm a man now. Lao Tong chimed in to defend the boy. Relax, Soe's mom. With the power Soe has now, forget about just zombies. He wouldn't even be considered weak among our core members. The boy beamed silently, thanking the old man. Hoan Loi also chimed in to soothe her worries, saying, experiencing this kind of thing early on isn't necessarily bad. I'll personally watch over the boy. The scene then shifts to 2 vehicles parked in front of the entrance to a park. Dai Bang stepped out of one of the cars and declared, this is the spot. Once everyone was out, Tu Deng stood beside him and asked, so how are we going to draw it out? Dai Bang simply replied, with a calm expression, patience. We have our own methods. While they waited, Tu Deng made sure to scan the surroundings. After a moment, Tu Deng's focus shifted as he noticed something. A strange faint light was emanating from the top of a nearby building. Hoan Loi's group was assembled there. He was raising a pair of binoculars to get a better view of the situation below. San San walked over and asked Uncle Lai, do you have a clear shot? Should we move in closer? Hoan Loi calmly replied. Tu Deng gave specific orders, don't get too close to the park until we make our move. He then issued a stern command. Prepare the ropes. When the time comes, we'll be infiltrating from the flank. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Hoang Lin was ordering a scrawny boy. Hey kid, come here. The boy shuffled over, looking up at her as he asked, leader, what are your instructions? A wicked smile spread across Huang Lin's face as she said, go on into the park. The boy stammered in terror. But you said we were just here to carry the spoils of war. Latrin looked at her confused. Lin, what's all this about? Huang Lin's sly grin widened as she replied. That thing is always going on and on about a son. A son, you say? Well then, let's give it a son. She then added a hollow reassurance. Don't worry the moment that tentacled freak shows up. We will capture it. This little brat won't be in any real danger. The terrified boy waved his hands frantically, refusing through chattering teeth. Leader, I'm not going in there. I don't want to be bait. Just then, someone stepped forward. Dai Bang strode over, grabbed the boy by the collar, and lifted him off his feet, bellowing a warning. Enough of your whining. You keep stalling and I'll end you myself. And with that, he unceremoniously hurled the boy deep into the park. The poor kid could only lie on the ground, groaning in pain. Ho and Loi, seeing things were escalating quickly, relayed the information. The signal came through, move out. The team immediately tossed ropes from the rooftop and began their descent. The little boy clutched his arm, struggling to his feet to look outside, and begged, please save me. At that moment, a desperate scream echoed from the park. My son. From out of nowhere, a monster dropped down directly behind the unfortunate child who was frozen in terror. I don't want to die, he shrieked frantically, his eyes flashing with a terrifying, murderous intent. Seeing his target finally appear, Li Cheng hastily commanded, all right, Shu Du has taken the bait. Rescue him now. But just as he was about to move, an arm shot out, blocking his path. Huang Ling looked at Li Cheng with a smirk and said, we had an agreement, remember? We're not supposed to steal Jiang Ye's thunder. Seeing this, Xiao Yong just smiled and replied, I got it. He then stomped his foot, shattering the stone pavement beneath him. In a flash of motion, he bolted towards the boy being targeted by the tentacle monster. He grabbed the kid by the collar, just as a terrifying danger closed in from behind. With one arm, Xiao Yong hurled the boy to safety, who screamed in terror. Instantly, Li Cheng appeared to catch him, the force of the impact, sending them both sliding back a considerable distance. Xiao Yong's glasses fell to the ground and shattered. He was ensnared, wrapped tightly in the monster's tentacles. The creature roared furiously in his face, give me back my son. Completely unfazed, Xiao Yong simply looked up at the monster and retorted, and who are you supposed to be? From the sidelines, a frantic Li Cheng was desperate to help screaming Jiang Ye. Hang in there. But in the next instant, Da Peng and Huang Ling twisted his arms behind his back, forcing him to his knees. He whipped his head around, scowling. Hey, what gives? If we don't move, Jiang Ye is a dead man. She flashed a villainous smile and replied, that's exactly the point. Huang Ling gazed at his predicament, tightly bound by the monster, and gloated. I was hoping he'd fight the tentacle creature, they'd both get wounded, and in the end, he'd just be another product for us to break and discard. Hearing this, Li Cheng furiously demanded, so you people were rotten from the very beginning. Why? Xiao Yong's voice suddenly cut through the tension. He said, allow me to tell you why. His statement made all three of them stare at him in shock. Even in such a perilous situation, Xiao Yong calmly uttered the most chilling words imaginable. He glanced over at them and continued, it's because I know your little secret, that you're cannibals. Li Cheng was horrified beyond belief, stammering man-eaters. Suddenly, a voice rang out as gunfire erupted. The two traitors instantly released Li Cheng and dove for cover. Da Peng yelled, it's an ambush. Startled, Huang Ling screamed, who is it? Hong Li's crew laid down continuous fire on their targets, while another squad broke off, charging toward the monster that had Xiao Yong in its grip. Shuai Shuai, holding a lit Molotov cocktail, yelled, Uncle Xiao Yong, we're here to help. He then decisively hurled the bottle at the beast, which used one of its tentacles to casually swat the bottle out of the air. It then stared blankly in one direction, completely ignoring the flames now engulfing it. The monster's eyes were locked only on Shuai Shuai. It called out mournfully, my son, as the monster Shengzi tightened its grip on Xiao Yong. Shuai gritted his teeth. Damn, I didn't think this monster would be so powerful. It roared back in anger. Do not use foul language. Chang Ji grimaced. Be careful. This thing is no ordinary zombie. Suddenly, Chen Chong burst onto the scene. Watch out. He expertly dodged Sheng Zhe's tendrils. A Qiang exclaimed in shock. What is that? Another mutant. Huang Ling's eyes went wide. A mutant. Fighting alongside humans. Chen Chong was completely focused on the battle. He was briefly snared by the tendrils, but immediately broke free. The tendrils suddenly changed their attack vector. Chong, look out. With lightning-fast reflexes, Chen Chong's body moved to parry the blow. Xiao Yong let out a laugh. Well, Chong, looks like you've met your match. Da Peng ground his teeth. That Jiang Ye punk is still in the mood for jokes. A Chang stammered. It's tearing them apart. Those are the creature's core tentacles. A Chiang looked at Xiao Yong in a panic and yelled, Wait, hold on. That kid from before. I think he called Jiang Ye Uncle Xiao Yong. Da Peng asked. And? A Qiang's expression turned grim. I think. A Xing once told me the leader of the Cha Ye city settlement is named. Huang Ling cut him off. Jiang Xiao Yong, are you sure you're not mistaken? He nodded grimly. That's right. It's Jiang Xiao Yong. Behind them, Da Peng cursed. Damn it, that kid. Completely played us. Huang Ling grimaced. If that's the case, then this group must be the main combat force from that settlement. Huang Li and his comrades stood at the ready behind the traitors. Huang Ling's sharp eyes scanned the newcomers. And look at this squad. The most powerful one among them is roughly on par with Li Cheng, but all the weapons they're holding are incredibly powerful. The most dangerous one is Jiang Ye no wait Jiang Xiao Yong along with that mutant who's just as strong as the tentacle monster. The odds of us winning are not high. Even if we manage to pull off a victory, I'm afraid both sides will suffer catastrophic losses. A Chang asked worriedly. So what's the plan? Huang Ling was a fearsome sight. All right, Da Peng, keep them busy and provide cover for me. Da Peng gritted his teeth, iron axe in hand. Got it. He immediately broke into a sprint, swinging his flaming axe. It came crashing down on the thick branches, where the group was standing, repeatedly hacking into the tree trunks that served as cover. Slowly but surely, the massive wooden trunks began to splinter in half. Hong Li gritted his teeth. Damn it, what's their game with all this harassment? Just then, Huang Ling made a sudden dash for Shuai Shuai. Be careful. Tanyuan swiftly moved to intercept her, but she struck first her leg connecting squarely with his face. She sent him flying with that single powerful kick, a clear display of an evolved's power. Her eyes glinting sharply, she approached Shuai Shuai with a wicked grin, grabbing him by the collar and hoisting him into the air. Huang Ling's face twisted with menace as she said, You'll be the one, you little brat. Shu Shu scrambled forward, shouting, Shuai Shuai. The boy clenched his jaw. Don't even think about using me as a hostage. Huang Ling's voice grew low. Oh ho, quite the spirit are we. You've got some backbone, don't you? As soon as the words left her lips, she struck Shuai Shuai across the face. Witnessing this, Shengzhe cried out, My son. At the same time, Chen Chong, who was perched on Shengzhe's shoulder, tightened his grip on his neck. His eyes were pitch black, and his breathing came in ragged gasps through his mask. Xiao Yong watched and said, All right, Chong, let him go. Chen Chong stared back at him, his expression utterly bewildered. Huh. Xiao Yong gestured towards the captive Shuai Shuai. He's about to risk it all. Getting in his way at a time like this would be a very bad idea. Huang Ling yelled out. If you don't want this little brat to meet a nasty end, drop your weapons now. Hong Li yelled back in fury. Let the boy go. I'll take his place as your hostage. She just smirked wickedly. Judging by how frantic you all are, I can tell I've snagged the right person. Hong Li's face twisted in frustration. Damn you, if anything happens to Shuai Shuai, how could I possibly face his mother? Huang Ling squeezed Shuai Shuai's neck tighter. Right now, all of you drop your weapons. Then back away more than 100 meters. Hong Li quickly gave the order. Do what she says, Huang Ling added with a grimace, and then call over that monster you brought with you. Suddenly, razor-sharp black threads shot out from absolutely nowhere. Ling, look out. She instantly leaped back, letting go of Shuai Shuai in the process. The black threads then whipped through the air, slicing a Qiang's body clean in half. Watching from a distance, Da Peng screamed in panic. A Qiang Huang Ling landed on her feet and ground her teeth. What the hell, I thought they had that tentacle monster restrained. She glanced over to see Xiao Yong standing calmly and smiling at her, while Chen Chong waved from beside him. They're just enjoying the show, Hong Li shouted. Shui Shui, get away from there now. But Xiao Yong casually remarked, it's all right. Shui Shui isn't in any danger. The tension on Hong Li's face eased into surprise. Not in danger. Sheng Jie wrapped Shui Shui with his own black threads, pulling him closer. He looked at the boy and spoke softly. My son. Shui Shui. The terrified child could only stammer. Your? Xiao Yong continued, see Jiang Xiao, I'm a man of my word. Your wife and son are alive and well. Still suspended by the threads, Shui asked, Is it really you, Dad? Xiao Yong answered, yes, that's your father. My initial guess was right on the money. Your dad has a constitution similar to Brother Chong's. The boy then threw his arms around Sheng Jie, breaking into tears. Dad Da Peng roared in frustration. What the hell is this insane plot twist? The plan's a bust, fall back now. Sheng Zhe's face became an icy mask as he glared at them. His sharp, black threads began to lunge forward once more. Da Peng sprinted for his life to evade the onslaught, but he was ensnared, crying out in sheer agony as the threads constricted around him. His body trapped, he screamed. Quick, cut through these tentacles. He ground his teeth and glanced back. Huang Ling, what are you standing there for? But she didn't help. She just turned and fled. You damn traitor, you're abandoning me. As Huang Ling fled in terror, she thought, even if we fought together, we'd be no match for that tentacle user, not to mention their allies are still here. My only chance of survival now is to buy time while Da Peng keeps him occupied. But then something yanked her to a sudden halt. A single black thread was wrapped tightly around her leg. Oh, this is bad. The thread pulled taut, slamming Huang Ling's body onto the ground. Her glasses shattered, blood streamed from her nose, and she raged, damn you. The black thread then started to drag her painfully across the ground. Da Peng laughed grimly. Trying to abandon me, were you? Look where that got you. Li Cheng, it's all down to us now. Li Cheng was terrified. Damn it, there's no way out. Suddenly Xiao Yong placed a hand on his shoulder from behind. Stunned, Li Cheng asked, When did you get behind me? Xiao Yong spoke coolly. Don't do anything, and I'll ensure you walk away from this unharmed. Da Peng roared. Li Cheng, you bastard. Are you turning on me too? Just as he said that, Sheng Jie manipulated the threads, hoisting Da Peng high into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed Da Peng's body down into the earth, the impact leaving his face a twisted, bloody wreck. On its face, then sharp black tendrils gathered momentum from above, striking the eagle. Huang Ling was bound tightly, screaming in terror, let me go. With every passing moment, the tendrils squeezed his body tighter, with no sign of letting up. Huang Ling's face was being crushed to the point of suffocation, as crimson life force poured endlessly from his eyes and nose. The brutal sight continued to unfold. Huang Ling was being constricted by the tentacles so forcefully that blood seeped from the corners of his eyes, and as they coiled even tighter, he almost vanished completely within their writhing mass. Sheng Jie effortlessly ended Huang Ling's life, barely breaking a sweat. A system notification popped up. The Villain's Nemesis Part 3 mission was now complete. Mission objective: eliminate the threat and assist a potential ally. The reward was 80 cumulative points, bringing the current total to 151 points. Xiao Yong grinned, completely satisfied, as he looked at the screen. This potential ally must be referring to Zhang Sheng. Zhe. He then turned to Li Cheng, his tone indifferent. All right then, is there anything you want to ask? A flicker of doubt crossed the man's eyes. He questioned Xiao Yong suspiciously. Are you guys from the Yecheng shelter over in the East City? Xiao Yong admitted it without hesitation. We are. Li Cheng pressed on, his curiosity piqued. What did you mean before when you mentioned partaking of human flesh? At this, Xiao Yong's eyes grew menacing. You think becoming an evolved is just a matter of dumb luck? Stunned, Li Cheng began to voice his dawning horror. You mean to tell me the only reason we could become evolved was because we had to? He abruptly remembered a conversation he'd once overheard between a mother and child. The little girl had told her mother, Mommy, I want to eat some meat too. The mother immediately soothed her, saying, be a good girl now, don't fuss. The nice man has to eat his meat to have the strength to protect us. Then the mother turned to him with a smile. Mr. Li, my apologies, you know how kids are. They don't understand these things. Seeing this, Li Cheng offered his container of meat to the mother. It's no problem here, let her have a bite. But she quickly held up a hand refusing. Oh no, Mr. Li, there's no need. There's really no need. Snapping back to reality, Li Cheng was drenched in a cold sweat. He stammered out, I. Li Cheng could never forget the absolute horror of that escape. The frantic screams echoed in his memory. It's back. The tentacle thing is back again and several people are missing. Did any of you actually see the creature? No. If we had, do you think we'd still be here to talk about it? The panic of one mother searching for her child was forever etched in his mind. My daughter. Has anyone seen my little girl? Thinking about it now, Li Cheng collapsed to the ground, retching uncontrollably. He began to curse himself over and over, his voice filled with self-loathing. Battered and bruised, Li Cheng kept berating himself. You monster, you damn monster. He gasped for air, exhausted and helpless. His body a canvas of crimson stains. He looked up at them, his eyes burning with resentment. So, what about you people? Did you gain your powers by feeding on people too? Seeing the accusation in Li Cheng's eyes, Hong Li immediately shot back. Humph, what kind of people do you think we are? We're not like them. Xiao Yong calmed him down, tossing a jade-like crystal to Li Cheng. Relax. The intel we have is far beyond yours. We have other methods for gaining power. He watched as Li Cheng caught the crystal. We rely on these. They're called variant cores, and you can harvest them from zombies and other evolved. And while they're not as readily available as human flesh, their effects are much better, and they come with 0 side effects. Li Cheng glanced over at Xiao Yong, confused. Side effects. Xiao Yong studied him for a moment before giving his diagnosis. I'm sure you've already felt it. After becoming an evolved, your emotions become much harder to control. Not only that, but violence and bloodshed actually start to feel exhilarating. Li Cheng admitted it without a second thought. You're right, so, for me. Xiao Yong delivered the grim news with a cold tone. What's done can't be undone. But if you stop partaking in that practice now, you can at least keep your violent and twisted urges from getting any worse. Having said his piece, he turned to Sheng Zi, who was holding Shui Shui. And as for you, Zhang Sheng Zi, are you able to speak coherently? The man raised a hand, struggling to form the words Jiang. President Jiang. Thank, son. Save, dad. Hearing this garbled sentence, Xiao Yong suddenly flared up. What the hell are you talking about? Are you trying to make some kind of twisted family ethics joke right now? Shang Zi panicked, waving his hands frantically to deny it. No, I mean, President Jiang's son. President Jiang's son. Hearing this, Xiao Yong managed a strained smile and held up his hand. All right, I get it now. So you're just like Brother Chong. The mutation may have affected your ability to speak, but your mind is still sharp. Still, your current appearance is honestly a bit frightening. Taking you back to the shelter would be problematic. Sheng Zhe offered a friendly smile, declining the implied offer. No need. This place. Am used to it. Worry for son is gone. Xiao Yong tried his best to translate the broken speech. So you're saying you're used to it out here, and since you know your son is safe now. So, are you feeling better now? Seeing that the man understood him, he grinned and shot him a thumbs up. Mr. Jiang, you're a genius, a true mastermind. Xiao Yong sighed and corrected him. That's just called being smart. Li Cheng, the immediate threat, is gone now. I'm afraid the remaining survivors at the Shifeng steel mill will need you to continue leading them. Hearing the assignment, Li Cheng immediately protested. Absolutely not. I've consumed human flesh before. If I lead the Shifeng steel mill, then everyone will be in danger. Seeing his firm refusal, Xiao Yong stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, he turned to Hong Li. How about this then? Li Hong Li, I believe you should be the one to lead the Shifeng steel mill. As for Li Cheng, he'll come with me to Chaoye City. He agreed without a moment's hesitation. All right, I'll do it. With the arrangements settled, Xiao Yong placed a reassuring hand on Li Cheng's shoulder. He promised him with conviction, that inner demon of yours. I'll help you keep it in check. Meanwhile, in the adjacent city, the border of S City was shrouded in an ominous mist. A group of survivors was fleeing for their lives as desperate screams echoed through the air. "Help me, please help me." The others quickly held back anyone who tried to help. "Don't go, he's a lost cause." The man, now surrounded by monsters, pleaded with his friend. His friend could only grit his teeth, fighting back the tears as he turned away, cursing under his breath. The doomed man stared in disbelief. "Help me." The monster turned back to him, and in the blink of an eye, amidst a final blood-curdling scream, a cloud of red mist erupted. The man's body was completely obliterated, as if the monster had ground him down to nothing, not even leaving a bone behind. The creatures let out a guttural cry of satisfaction, before resuming their relentless high-stakes chase. Elsewhere, Xiao Tong leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. "It's no use. I can't run another step." Xingkai grabbed her arm urgently. "You have to keep running even if you think you can't. If they catch us, we'll be torn to shreds." He glanced over at Mo Dian, who was holding up a hand to stop the group. "Hold on," Xingkai asked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Mo Dian simply raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Listen closely." He could hear the distinct sound of wind rushing past his ears. Overjoyed, he announced to his companions, "It's the wind. I can hear the wind. That means we're almost at the edge of the forest." The person next to him echoed the excitement. "It's true, it really is the wind." But suddenly, a heavy thudding sound echoed from behind, sending a chill of pure terror down their spines. Mo Dian took off in a panic, yelling back to the others, "They've caught up. There's no time to lose." Run. Xingkai turned back to urge Xiao Tong on. "Victory is right there in front of us. We can't die here." They scrambled forward desperately, their eyes fixed on a hopeful glimmer of light in the distance. "Light! There's light up ahead. We're almost out of the forest." Xiao Tong pointed ahead, her face lit with excitement, completely oblivious to the tentacle descending from above. "We made it. We actually made it. We're finally safe." Suddenly, a warning shout rang out from behind her. "Look out!" But in that same instant, the tentacle struck at Xiao Tong. It coiled tightly around her neck before she could even react. The monster hoisted her into the air as she let out a piercing, terrified scream. The creature's jaws snapped shut, claiming her entire upper body in a shockingly swift move. What was left of her fell to the ground, stunning her companions into silence. Xingkai let out a roar of pure rage. "Xiao Tong! My Xiao Tong!" Mo Dian quickly grabbed him in a tight embrace. "Hey, get a hold of yourself." Just then he heard the sound of more monsters approaching. Mo Dian cursed under his breath. "Damn it, those plant creatures are on us again." Without hesitation, he delivered a sharp slap across Xingkai's face, the sting jolting him. Mo Dian yelled at him. "Xiao Tong is gone. If you don't want to end up in the ground with her, you need to snap out of it right now." Through his tears, Xingkai managed to reply, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." As the night grew ever darker, the group resumed their frantic escape, desperate to shake the relentless pursuit. The heavy footfalls of the monsters continued to pound through the darkness. They advanced methodically, scanning their surroundings for any sign of prey. Their stalking footsteps in the night were enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Their numbers were so vast, it felt as though they blanketed the entire landscape. Finally, the group stumbled into an area where they found themselves utterly alone with not another soul in sight. Mo Tian surveyed the area for a moment, before realizing they were in a park on the outskirts of City M. "We've arrived in City M." The other survivors looked around, their faces filled with confusion and apprehension. "This is weird. Where is everybody?" "Yeah, it's like the whole place is completely deserted." Mo Dian turned to offer an explanation. "After what happened back in S City, it only makes sense that they would have evacuated the neighboring M City as a precaution." Just then, Xingkai pointed off in one direction, his eyes wide with surprise. "What is that? What's that over there?" Following his pointed finger, they spotted Shengzhe hiding behind a pillar in the distance. Unaware of his mutated condition, they cautiously approached him. Seeing another survivor gave them hope that others had also escaped. "Hey buddy, do you know where the evacuation point is?" Shengzhe slowly turned to face them. His eyes held a terrifying animalistic snarl. The group's faces paled with horror as they shrieked in unison. "A flora fiend." They immediately spun around and bolted from the horrifying sight. But Shengzhe didn't pursue them. He simply watched in silence as they fled. After running for a short distance, the group stopped to catch their breath. A winded Mac Dian gasped, Is it following us? Mustering his courage, Huang Kai glanced back and saw that surprisingly, it was not. Mac Dean couldn't believe his eyes. What in the world is going on? How can there be flora fiends outside the forest? The question sent a wave of panicked whispers through the survivors. Had the area outside the forest fallen as well? If so, why hadn't the corrupted woods spread any further? What are we supposed to do now? Just then, the chilling sounds of other monsters echoed nearby, making them jump in terror. They watched in horror as more creatures began to emerge. A new wave of monsters was silently shambling toward them. More screams erupted flora fiends. They looked around frantically, realizing creatures were blocking their path from every direction. They're over here too. Crap, we're completely surrounded. Huang Kai collapsed to the ground in utter despair. It's hopeless. We never should have left. We could have scraped by in the forest for at least a few more months. And Xiao Tong would still be alive. As the grotesque horde surged forward, one survivor with tears streaming down his face pressed a knife to his own throat. I refuse to be torn to shreds by those things. I won't die like that. Suddenly, a massive tentacle shot past the man's head, lashing out and instantly decimating the monsters in front of them. The very creatures that were blocking their escape. Sheng Zhe, calmly and deliberately, walked toward the stunned survivors. Staring into his terrifying eyes, one of them whispered, "What is happening?" Meanwhile, in another location, the wind howled, whipping across a vast open landscape. Standing on a balcony, Xiao Yong gazed out at the view and remarked to himself, "Wow, the wind is incredibly strong today." Just then, a system notification chimed in his mind. Mission Project Utopia in progress. The mission details read, expand the community, advance the main quest, establish a new branch at the Zhifeng Steel Mill complete. As Xiao Yong read the update, he let out a gleeful shout. "Oh, another 80 points. I've got so many. I don't even know how to spend them. Let's see if there's any new high-tier loot." With that, he tapped a command on the holographic interface. The display shifted, showing an armed threat, supply crate level 2. For 20 points, an ability awakening supply crate, level 3 for 100 points, and a dark technology supply crate level 2 for 50 points. But then, an item popped up that caught him completely off guard. It was a level 3 crate, and Xiao Yong was stunned. Whoa, a level 3. The level 2 crate gave me the physical overload ability. I have to see what's inside this one. He immediately tapped the interface again, first opening a level 1 armed threat supply crate. Reward received 1 armored jeep. Next, he opened the level 3 ability awakening supply crate. Reward received enslavement sigil level 1. Its description read, imprints a sigil of servitude upon an enemy, forcing them to become the user's loyal servant. The maximum number of enthralled servants, 1. He then opened the level 2 dark technology supply crate, receiving a physical enhancement potion plus 30. Xiao Yong stared intently at the screen, lost in thought. So I can only control one person, huh? Right now both Zhang Shengzhe and Li Cheng are relatively stable. I'll just have to keep an eye on things for a while. Just then, another new mission notification appeared. Mission Project Utopia in progress. The objective was to expand the community, progress the mission, allow the settlement to operate independently, and repel one invasion. In progress, the reward was 10 evaluation points. Then another new mission popped up, weed extermination. Mission requirement, eliminate the threat posed by the weeds. The reward was a whopping 100 points. Xiao Yong was completely baffled. Weed extermination. Eliminate the threat posed by weeds. His exasperated shout echoed from the balcony. Are you telling me I need to go pull weeds with my support skills? Suddenly, his walkie-talkie crackled, making him jump. Mr. Xiao Yong, do you copy? It's Shuai's dad. Something's happened to him. Back with Sheng Zhe and the survivors, the group stared at him in a state of confusion as he fought off the other creatures. He's one of them, right? So, what's going on? Could he be like that other one? Maybe he's part of Leader Huang's group. Sheng Zhe finished off a monster and then dragged its lifeless body. As he walked toward them, a puzzled expression on his face, he looked at the survivors who now circled him with curiosity rather than fear. A sudden shout startled him. Dad, old Zhang. He turned to see his wife and son running toward him. Their faces were filled with pure excitement. Sheng Zhe muttered, "My son, and your wedding." Old Sheng, hearing his strange words, asked in confusion. And, to your wedding. It was then that Xiao Yong, who had just arrived, stepped in to explain. He quickly answered, he probably means wife. The mutation affected his speech center, so now he's like a patient suffering from aphasia. Shengzi clutched his wife and child in his arms. His eyes filled with tenderness. A moment later, Xiao Yong bent down and plucked a tree branch from the monster Shengzi had just destroyed. So this is the thing. Upon hearing this, the mutated man struggled to explain. Main course. Border. Vegetables, stewed with meat. Meat with vegetables. Xiao Yong repeated his words, whispering them to himself. Mo Tian quickly stepped forward to clarify for Xiao Yong. Boss, allow me to explain. We came from S City, which is now completely engulfed by a massive forest. And not only that, but many people have mutated into plant-based creatures, just like them. Hearing this, Xiao Yong stared intently at the branch in his hand. Plant-based creatures, Mo Tian then asked with a hint of confusion. But boss, it seems to me that your M City isn't exactly a safe haven either. Xiao Yong shot him a look and said, you were brought all the way here. Surely you saw it on your journey. Most people here have turned into zombies. Mo Tian hesitated before replying. Yes. With that, Xiao Yong turned to assign a task to Old Sheng. Old Sheng, behind the crumbling perimeter wall 2 streets east of the base, there is an armored jeep. I need you to send someone to drive it back here. The old man immediately agreed, will do. Then Xiao Yong turned to the rest of the group and commanded, after that, you all will follow me to the border between the 2 cities to assess the situation. A short while later, Xiao Yong led the group to the boundary line between the 2 cities. Mo Tian gasped, watching the branches continuously extend outward. The creeping vines had grown much taller than they were just a short while ago. Xiao Yong assessed the situation and made a swift decision. We're heading into the forest. Upon hearing this, Mo Tian broke out in a cold sweat, blurting out what the others were just as panicked. He quickly tried to reason with him. Boss, it's incredibly dangerous in that forest. If it wasn't, then what was the point of us struggling so hard to escape it in the first place? Xiao Yong shot him a terrifying glare. If we just ignore it, I fear it won't be long before the Zhifeng steel plant will be completely swallowed up. When that happens, our ability to survive and our production capabilities will both be crippled. But before that, there's one more important thing that we need to do first. Zhang Qi looked at him confused. And what's that? Xiao Yong glanced at them and stated plainly, to help you acquire the power to deal with these threats on your own. Get old Li and the people from the Zhifeng steel plant. For the next few days, we're focusing on the hunt. A few days later, while a zombie was greedily feasting on its prize, it suddenly sensed danger. It whipped its head around with a look of alarm, but there wasn't a soul in sight, making it even more bewildered. Then Xiao Yong ambushed it from behind, giving it no time to react. He finished the zombie off instantly with a single clean slice. The rest of the team worked in concert, taking down the horde of monsters with an array of weapons, including guns and an armored vehicle. The creatures were swiftly and systematically eliminated. Empty shell casings rained down onto the ground with a constant metallic clatter. Xiao Yong knelt beside a monster's corpse, searching for something within it. Meanwhile, in another location, the sounds of incessant complaining echoed. More zombies, always more zombies. Ping Wu angrily stomped on a downed zombie. Where are the living? Is there no one left alive? A zombie let out a guttural roar and charged savagely toward him. He deftly dodged the creature's attack. Ping Wu stared at the zombie's body, his expression one of utter dejection. I'm so tired of barbecued zombie. Just let me find some living people. Abruptly, he froze his gaze, darting in a specific direction. Ping Wu took a deep sniff of the air, catching a faint scent. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, living people. In a nearby location, one man was warning another who was busy killing a zombie. Hey, do you have a death wish or something? The leader gave us specific orders. Don't go outside without permission during this period. The other man started jogging back. What's the big deal? The Jiang Guild already took care of most of the zombies around here. The other man waved him off. Stop with the nonsense and get back in here now. Witnessing their exchange, Ping Wu broke into a wicked smile. It was just as he suspected. Living humans. And even better, they've never feasted on their own kind. Pure humans. But these guys seem to be well armed. Taking them on alone might be a problem. I'll just have to wait a few more days. He cried in frustration, saliva dribbling from the corners of his mouth. So annoying, so damn annoying. As darkness enveloped the city, a notification sound began to chime repeatedly inside a building. Refresh successful. Exchange successful. Refresh successful. Exchange successful. Current accumulated points 3. Xiao Yong spoke into his radio. Old Sheng, gather everyone in the meeting room. Old Sheng's voice crackled back immediately. On it. After everyone had gathered, Xiao Yong looked at the pile of variant cores on the table and let out a satisfied sigh. Teamwork really pays off. Look at this haul after just 3 short days. Li Hongli Zhangqi. These mutant cores. You two split them evenly. Hongli immediately protested upon hearing this. Wait, that doesn't seem right. This is mostly thanks to brother Xiao Yong's efforts. Zhang Qi, standing beside him, chimed in. That's right. Besides, everyone worked hard, not just the two of us. Xiao Yong waved his hand dismissively. Don't refuse. We aren't short on firearms or ammunition. Creating a few top-tier experts is far more valuable than having a group of half-baked evolvers. The others behind them chuckled and tried to console Hongli. Old Li. If he tells you to take them, just do it. When has Xiao Yong's judgment ever been wrong? Exactly, we have complete faith in his decisions. Xiao Yong then turned towards San and made a suggestion. Also, San, you come with me. She looked at him puzzled before replying, okay. A moment later, San and Xiao Yong entered a room and she quickly closed the door behind them. She then turned back to ask him, Brother Xiao Yong, what did you need? Meanwhile, the rest of the group stealthily crept towards Xiao Yong's room to eavesdrop. As they approached, they shushed each other. Pressing their ears against the door, they heard Xiao Yong gently tell San, this might hurt a little. Just bear with it for a moment. As everyone leaned in to listen, the door suddenly flew open. Zhang Qi stared awkwardly at the scene before him, at a complete loss for words. He looked at Xiao Yong's serious expression and stammered, Brother Xiao Yong, that was quick, huh? An annoyed Xiao Yong grabbed his arm and yanked him inside. You rotten brat, Zhang Qi cried out pitifully. Gently, gently, Brother Xiao Yong. But Xiao Yong decisively kicked him further into the room to see what he was actually doing. Zhang Qi then saw San clutching her arm from an injection, and his jaw dropped. He scratched his head in embarrassment and asked San, San, did you just get a shot? Xiao Yong pointed towards Zhang Qi and stated calmly, you just consumed a large number of mutant cores. You should be considered an expert among experts by now. Hearing this, Zhang Qi chuckled and replied, well, isn't that all thanks to your generosity, Brother Xiao Yong? At that, Xiao Yong coldly decided spar a few rounds with San. Zhang Qi broke out in a cold sweat. What? No way, I don't pick on girls. Seeing his refusal, Xiao Yong let out a sneer. Pick on her. San. Go on. Give little Qi a taste of what you've got. Don't worry, go all out. Little Qi can take it. Flattered by the praise, Zhang Qi arrogantly puffed out his chest. Piece of cake. I'm unreasonably strong now. Go on, give it your all. Before he could even finish his sentence, he took a direct hit from San that sent him flying straight through the doorway, much to the surprise of everyone. Holy smokes. San herself was stunned by her own power. Xiao Yong calmly explained, I gave San a physical enhancement serum. Right now, besides myself and Song Jia, no one else in this group is a match for San. Zhang Qi clutched his swollen face, looking like he was about to cry. And here I thought old Li and I were your most trusted followers. But I guess I was wrong. Xu Qiang saw his delusion and sneered. What nonsense. It's not like Brother Xiao Yong is into guys. So why would you be the closest to him? A short while later, Xiao Yong began assigning a new mission. Songjia Zhang Qi, Shengjia Li Cheng. Then he suddenly pointed towards Mo Tian and commanded, you two, you're coming with me to S City. Hearing this, Mo Tian's jaw dropped in astonishment. Me. He frantically waved his hands in refusal. No, it was hard enough to escape that place. I don't want to go back. Li Cheng questioned him in a stern voice. We helped you rescue your teammates and loved ones, and now you're going to act like a coward. I don't have any teammates or family. Mo Tian clasped his hands together and pleaded desperately. I'm begging you, just don't make me go back there. I'll do hard labor here, anything. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling Xiao Yong. I will. Xiang Kai pointed to himself bravely. I'll go with you. Elsewhere on that very same night, on the western outskirts of M City, Bing Wu was staggering down a road. I remember it's around here. My mind is getting so sluggish. If I can't get some fresh human flesh, I don't know what the grave consequences will be. Suddenly, a series of seductive moans reached his ears, and he excitedly began running in that direction. It led him to a house. I knew I wasn't mistaken, it's right around here. Bing Wu charged forward and threw open the door, revealing a heated scene of passion unfolding inside. The encounter was intense enough to make anyone blush. Bing Wu cleared his throat to announce his presence to the occupants. Upon seeing him, He Feng turned around with a cold expression. Moth, you dare show your face here again. Bing Wu held up his hands and quickly objected. Hey, don't get worked up. I'm not here to steal anything this time. I came to share some news. Li Qi looked at him with a mocking expression. Share news. You're feeling that generous. Yingmi also glared at Bing Wu, her eyes filled with killing intent. We're all not half monsters, so don't try to spin it like I'm tricking you. Bing Wu beat his chest, insisting. It's the real deal. A lot of pure living humans. But in their hands, they're holding weapons. I figured I couldn't handle them alone, so I came looking for you all to team up. The entire group stared him down with scrutinizing eyes. Lu Ji smirked slyly and replied to Bing Wu, all right. But if you dare to deceive us, even once you'll be our next meal. He confidently retorted. Of course I wouldn't dare. Of course I wouldn't dare. Li Qi approached with an inviting gesture. Well, in that case, I guess we're teammates now. Come on over and join us. Let's have some fun together. Bing Wu's tongue darted out in eager anticipation as he moved towards her for some fun. Elsewhere in a border region, Xiao Yong was leading his group into a forest. Xing Kai warned everyone. Be careful, benefactors. Behind every leaf on every surrounding tree, numerous dangers could be hiding. Xiao Yong turned to him and asked, Hey, what's your name? He answered honestly, My name is Zhou Xing Kai. Seeing his determined face, Xiao Yong laughed with amusement. You've got some real guts. Your teammates were scared to death, yet you still dared to come back. Xing Kai's eyes burned with a fierce determination for revenge. My girlfriend was killed by a plant creature. I want to avenge her. Besides, my parents are still in the forest. If there's a chance to get them out, I obviously have to try. Xiao Yong glanced back and started assigning roles to the group. I'll take the lead. Li Cheng covered their rear, while he and Zhang Zhousheng flanked Zhou Xing Kai on the right and left, keeping him in the center because he's our only guide. If he dies, this whole trip is for nothing. Xing Kai was visibly moved as they surrounded him. Thank you for helping me out. Xiao Yong just smiled and replied, Don't get the wrong idea. Our motive isn't to help you, but to find a way to stop this forest from spreading. Suddenly, a vine slithered down, approaching Xiao Yong, who looked at it with disgust. What is this thing? It's all sticky. Xing Kai was startled when he saw the horrifying vine. That's... He screamed a warning to Xiao Yong. It's a trap. Get out of there. At that exact moment, the vine wrapped tightly around Xiao Yong's neck. It lifted him up, preparing to shove him into its mouth, as Xing Kai screamed in terror, thinking it was all over, that no one could escape its mouth alive. But suddenly, Xiao Yong grabbed the vine firmly and didn't let go. Xiao Yong landed effortlessly after the vine's attack. He held on tightly, not loosening his grip for a second, then launched a counterattack by yanking it back. Xing Kai looked at him with sheer admiration. He was on another level. Xiao Yong easily ripped a chunk of the monster's organs out and onto the ground. That mass of innards seemed to still be trembling from the force of his pull. The monster saw this and immediately tried to flee. Xiao Yong looked towards it and muttered, trying to run. I'm surprised this thing can even move. Don't let it escape. Zhang Zhesheng, you're just going to let it show off its tentacles in front of you. The moment he finished speaking, Zhesheng shot out his own tentacles straight towards the monster. The tentacles quickly coiled around the creature, refusing to let go, as Zhesheng swiftly controlled them to reel it back towards him. The monster was quickly brought under his control, and slammed mercilessly onto the ground. A thick, fragrant scent suddenly wafted from the monster's mouth. The scent reached Xiao Yong's nostrils, making him exclaim, "That smells amazing." Suddenly he froze as he realized something was off. He turned to warn the others. "The smoke coming from this thing has a strange smell. It's probably not safe. To be careful." All at once, he felt like he was in a strange, otherworldly place. Xiao Yong's teammates had all vanished. Where is everyone? Xingkai was also disoriented by the captivating aroma. He shook his head, trying to calm himself. What's going on? This feeling is so weird. He looked at the people around him who were all under the scent's control. Benefactors, what's wrong with you all? A sudden noise in the bushes caught his attention. Xingkai glanced at the figure in the bushes. What is that? Xiao Tong suddenly appeared, calling his name. Xingkai stood there with his jaw dropped, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. Xingkai quickly asked the figure of Xiao Tong before him. "Xiao Tong, are you still alive?" She beckoned him towards her. "It's dangerous over there. Hurry, and come over here. Everyone is here." Xingkai, following the ethereal call, walked deeper into the forest. "Okay, I'm coming right now." Elsewhere, Bingwu stopped in front of a factory. He pointed at the building and told the group behind him, "See that? That's the spot." Heifeng stared at the factory and swallowed hard. Human flesh. That's right, pure human flesh. Heifeng's eyes turned bloodthirsty at the sight of the people, and his comrade had to restrain him. "Hey, get a hold of yourself." But he wouldn't listen, charging forward and making Bingwu curse under his breath. "Damn it, that lunatic." Heifeng's eyes were blazing with intent. He lunged toward the living, unable to contain his ravenous hunger. The guard was completely baffled as he charged in. "Huh?" The man next to the guard even questioned him. "Hey, who the hell are you?" Suddenly, the man let out a blood-curdling scream, as the guard was instantly ambushed by Heifeng. He cried out in agony as teeth sank deep into his arm. The other guard panicked and yelled, "Is that a zombie? Damn it! Open fire! Open fire now!" The sudden commotion outside startled Hong Li, who was still indoors. A cold sweat broke out on his brow as he realized just how bad the situation was. The guard, hands trembling, kept his gun aimed at Heifeng. Holy hell, a barrage of bullets flew right at the creature, but it was completely unfazed. Without a word, it let out a guttural roar and lunged at the guard. Just then, Hong Li burst onto the scene, delivering a powerful kick straight at Heifeng. The impact sent Heifeng flying backward, and after the blow, he skidded to a halt before retreating. Hong Li raised his gun and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a hail of bullets on him. Heifeng swiftly dodged the incoming volleys of gunfire, cursing wildly. Damn it all. Seeing this, Hong Li quickly barked an order to the men behind him. "Get him back inside now. Take him to the infirmary and stop the bleeding." A short while later, Heifeng staggered back, clutching his wounds and gasping for air, before finally collapsing onto the ground. Li Qi looked down at him with a mocking smile. "So tell me, what was the big rush? Didn't work out so well for you, did it?" Heifeng angrily snarled back. "Cut the sarcasm. And find me some meat. I need to recover." Lu Zi glanced contemptuously at him, sprawled on the ground. "And who do you think you're ordering around?" Heifeng's eyes blazed red as he roared. "An order. This is no time for games. Enough with the chatter, just move." Suddenly, a foot came down hard on his chest. Without any hesitation, he grunted in pain and demanded, "What are you doing?" An Mi spoke with cold cruelty. "One less mouth to feed is always a good thing." Seeing this, Heifeng furiously cursed. "You wench!" Lu Ji just watched as Heifeng was finished off on the ground for a moment before speaking up. "So, what's our next move to break this stalemate? All our food is holed up in that factory, and they're armed." An Mi casually replied, "Oh, that's simple." One of the men looked bewildered. "What do you mean?" she retorted bluntly. "Have you all lost your minds? We're human, not zombies. So obviously, we just walk right in there, like we own the place." Xiang Kai furrowed his brow, wondering to himself, why do I feel so floaty?" Xiao Tong urged him on. "Stop hesitating and get over here, come on." She was losing her patience, her eyes glaring. "Hurry up, get over here now, right now." Suddenly, a razor-sharp blade flashed out from Do Fei. In an instant, a clean slice separated Xiao Tong's head from her shoulders, and her entire body crumpled to the ground, right before Xinkai's eyes. When he saw this, tears streamed down his face as he screamed in anguish. Xiao Yong appeared beside him, frowning and rubbing his eyes with one hand. Wow, that's impressive. It even managed to mesmerize me. Xinkai spun around, furiously shouting. Why? Why did you have to end my Xiao Tong? The other boy replied evenly. Your Xiao Tong. What are you talking about? Take a good look. What is that really? Xiao Yong shook his head, annoyed as Xinkai turned back to see Xiao Tong's body flicker like an illusion before his very eyes. It slowly began to warp and distort. A moment later, its true form was revealed, a pitch-black figure, entangled in thick roots. Xinkai trembled in disbelief. This is… Xiao Yong walked over and rapped Chen Chong on the head. Hey, snap out of it, stop daydreaming. A while later, after they had gone around and roused everyone, Chen Chong and Li Cheng spoke up in confusion. What just happened? It feels like years have gone by. Sheng Zhe was rubbing his head and muttering nonsense about something. History movies. High-speed transport. A son coming back to Earth. I was dreaming. I dreamed I was picking up my son from school. Xiao Yong looked down at his blade and surmised. That flower we saw earlier must have released some kind of toxin, a gas that caused all of us to hallucinate. Li Cheng watched with a puzzled expression as Xiao Yong bent down to slice open the creature's corpse. What are you doing? He asked. Xiao Yong replied, I want to see what the internal structure of this thing looks like to check if it can produce a mutation core. He continued speaking. As he cut into it, looks like I was getting my hopes up. This thing seems to be just a puppet, not the real entity. He reached for a nearby vine, noting how these vines were rooted deep into the earth. It seemed the main body wasn't nearby. But then Xiao Yong noticed something else, something hidden in the soil beneath the vine. He grabbed it and pulled it from the ground to get a better look. It was a large, purplish-black tuber, with many small roots dangling from it. He was perplexed. Is this a potato taro it looks like? Some kind of nutrient storage organ for this thing. The root in his hand vanished, retracting completely. How could this possibly be edible? Xiao Yong turned to Xinkai, demanding Zhou Xinkai. What do you know about these plant-based creatures? He replied. I only know that they're incredibly dangerous and see all living things as food. But I'm sure Elder He knows a thing or two. Xiao Yong wondered aloud. Elder He, where is he? Is he even still alive? Xinkai answered Elder. He is a top expert from the Academy of Agriculture and Forestry. Before I managed to escape, he had taken shelter with our group in a high-rise building. I have no idea if he survived. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yong made a decision. Good. Lead me to Elder He. That very night, deep in the night, a lonely crescent moon cast its faint glow across the dark sky. A woman named Li Qi, wearing nothing but a single jacket that barely concealed her generous assets, was running for her life. She was panting heavily, desperate gasps, echoing in the silence. Unfortunately, her foot caught on a hidden rock, and momentum sent Li Qi tumbling forward, crashing face first into the ground. Along, who was nearby, was startled by the sound. He yelled out, A survivor. We've found a survivor. He immediately rushed over to Li Qi's side while his companion behind him tried to call out, Hey, hold on a second. She let her jacket slip open, revealing the seductive curves of her stunning figure. Bing, however, frowned. Just to be safe, we should report this first. A long shot back. Report what? Can't you see she's in bad shape? We need to get her to safety now. Bing was still hesitant, but Along snapped at him. Don't. Just stand there. If we leave her here, the walkers will get her in minutes. Along's face flushed as he turned to Li Qi. Miss, are you all right? She put on a pitiful act, stammering, and said, Please, help me, save me. He immediately reassured her. Don't worry, you're safe with us now. With that, they carried her back toward their base. Nearby, watching from behind a car, were three figures observing the entire scene. T-Skay, Bing Wu, remarked with admiration. Now that's what I call skilled. Suddenly, a sharp crimson stiletto heel slammed into the car door next to him, startling him and making him blush. It was Ying Mi, looking absolutely captivating, in a skin-tight crimson dress, a haughty smirk playing on her lips. Compared to her, I'm far more talented. As Li Qi was carried away, a sinister smile spread across her face. Meanwhile, in another location, Xiao Yong and his team were on a scouting mission. Li Cheng wondered, how did it get so dark already? Xiao Yong replied, it's already twilight. Plus, the forest canopy in this area is so thick that almost no light can penetrate it. He then turned to Xing Kai, asking, how much farther? The young man pointed ahead and said, we're almost there. Suddenly, a voice calling out startled the entire group. Xing Kai. It was Auntie Yang, waving as she peered out from a nearby building. As the group reacted, Xing Kai's brow furrowed. Something's wrong. He rubbed his eyes, trying to see if he was imagining things. Xiao Yong glanced over, reassuringly. Relax. We haven't been exposed to any hallucinogenic pollen this time. It's not a vision. Those are real people. But behind Auntie Yang stood a group of survivors, armed and ready. Fu Long shouted, I told you all not to take any risks. Are you trying to get us all killed? Another member of the group retorted indignantly, so we're just supposed to stand by and watch Zhou Xingkai get assimilated by those monsters, he shot back. He's a lost cause. He's been gone for days, and now he just shows up out of nowhere. That's definitely not the real him anymore. Auntie Yang turned and gave the order, enough of this chatter, prepare to engage 1, 2, 3. On her command, her entire group charged toward Xiao Yong's party, ready for a fight to the death. One of Xiao Yong's companions was about to leap into the fray, but Xiao Yong stopped him. Hold on, don't attack. A volley of steel-tipped arrows shot towards them like lightning, but with a simple wave of his hand. Every single arrow was deflected, snapping and clattering harmlessly to the ground. Xiao Yong yelled out, hold your fire, stand down. Seeing this incredible display, Auntie Yang and her comrades froze in stunned disbelief. Xing Kai rushed forward, placing himself between the two groups. Auntie Yang, calm down, they're not enemies. Auntie Yang quickly ordered her people. Cease fire. I said, cease fire. Xing Kai quickly explained. These people are from outside the forest. They're the ones who saved us. The woman was still skeptical. Then where are the others from your scouting party? What about Xiao Tong? He replied grimly, our team suffered heavy losses. Nearly half of us are dead or wounded. Xiao Tong. He didn't make it either, but the rest of us managed to escape thanks to them. She pressed on. What's the situation like out there now? Xing Kai replied. This isn't the place to talk. Let's head back, and I'll explain everything. Just then, the entire group's faces went pale as they saw the figures of Chen Chong and Sheng Zhe emerge. The two of them looked unnerving, with deathly pale skin and horrifying black pupilled purple eyes. Xiao Yong just smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, he said, they're on our side. He then turned to the duo. Hey, you two, say something to put these fine folks at ease, will you? And so the two of them proceeded to show off their cuter side. Chen Chong offered a grin and said, I might look rough, but I'm a real gentle giant. Meanwhile, Sheng Zhe jumped up and struck a pose, flexing his massive bare and glistening biceps for all to see. Saw my body, how sensual it is. Xiao Yong, witnessing this, coughed awkwardly. Ahem, what are you two doing? Meanwhile, Xing Kai tried to de-escalate the situation. Don't worry, they are our saviors. We owe our lives to them. Hearing this, Auntie Yang lowered her guard. All right then, come this way. Under the dark night sky, stars twinkled brightly as the sound of tires screeched down the long road. San on her powerful motorcycle executed a sharp, impressive turn, stopping in front of the base. She spoke into her radio. Uncle Li, I'm at the steel factory gate. Open up. Suddenly, San sensed something was off, just as Ying Mi's group hid behind a car, trying to stay silent. Before she could investigate, Hong Li opened the gate, calling out San San. The two of them entered the factory together. From behind the car, Lu Zi chuckled. That was a close call. We were almost discovered. Do you think she noticed? That girl is an evolved human, a pure one at that. The group's faces lit up as if they had struck gold. Lu Zi continued. How can a pure evolved human exist? How did she manage it? Bing Wu replied lewdly. I have no idea, but what I do know is she must be a real delicacy. Ying Mi agreed. That's right. Plus, if we consume her, our powers will skyrocket. Medical instruments were laid out on a tray. San San. You're here, she replied. Yes, Uncle Li. Have the injured been treated? Are they in the infirmary? They're in the infirmary. San approached the wounded individuals lying on the beds and presented 2 vials of medicine. Uncle Li, this is an anti-infection drug. Before I left, Xiao Yong told me to use it if anyone gets bitten by a zombie. He took the 2 vials and told her. They were bitten several hours ago, but they're not showing any reaction. This proves that whatever bit them was probably not a zombie. San found this strange. Not a zombie. Then what else out there bites people? Li Chi, standing nearby, spoke up. I know that on the outskirts of West City, there are many mutated people. They aren't zombies, and they aren't contagious, but they are incredibly savage, and they also bite. Hong Li turned to ask her, and she introduced herself. I'm a new member who just escaped from West City. Hearing this, he pressed on. Oh, what do you know about these mutated people? Li Chi recounted with tears welling in her eyes. They're more terrifying than zombies. They consume human flesh, and they're intelligent. A few of them chased me the entire way, and if I didn't know how to ride a bike, I never would have made it out alive, Hong Li shrewdly remarked. So you're saying you're the one who led our attackers here? She feigned panic and made an excuse. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to survive. I'm sorry. Long, standing nearby, interjected. That's right, Brother Li. You can't blame her for this. He chuckled. That's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand. Knowing our enemy's origins just makes them easier to handle. She continued her tale. I also know they won't give up. It won't be long before they can't restrain themselves and attack. We must prepare, Hong Li said. That's very useful information. All right, everyone, go get some rest. Li Chi turned and said flirtatiously, as you command, leader. He then ordered for some food to be brought to the injured to be safe, and keep them under observation for one more night. You guys will have to bear with it a little longer. The others replied, ahem, it's no trouble, Brother Li. Meanwhile, San turned her head, casting a suspicious glance at the departing Li Chi. She felt something was not right about her. He asked, what's wrong? San replied, that new woman. I get a strange feeling from her. Hong Li was curious. Strange how San answered frankly, I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. He looked at her. You're probably just on edge. Honestly, Xiao Yong shouldn't have put such a grueling mission on the shoulders of a young girl like you. Elsewhere, Xiao Yong was being led by Auntie Yang to a skyscraper. He wondered why they chose this place as their base. He had passed several factories and warehouses that had fewer entrances and were much more fortified, clearly better suited for a stronghold. Hearing this, Xing Kai said, Savior, you don't understand. The catastrophe in City S is different from what you're used to. She replied, if we had chosen a place like that, we would have all perished in less than 1 week. He explained, look at that fog. The lower you go, the denser it becomes. Constant exposure for just a few days will get you infected and turn you into a vegetable. Only from the nth floor, up where the fog thins out, can you temporarily resist it. Auntie Yang pointed up the stairs. Let's hurry upstairs. We can talk more there. A moment later, they arrived at Old He's room. Xing Kai made the introduction. Savior, this is Old He. Old He, this is our savior Xiao Yong. He said, hello Old He. I've come to update you on the situation in City M. Next door. Old Man He's face went pale, his hand flying to his forehead, as Xiao Yong finished his story. So that's how it is. A damn shame. The world outside the forest is no better. Xiao Yong then turned around. Called Chen Chong and Zhang Sheng in here. I've already explained your situation to everyone. As the two entered the room, the others eyed them warily. They instinctively backed away. The old man asked him, what about T City or B City? What about other countries? Xiao Yong replied. As of today, we haven't encountered any organized rescue efforts. Everyone is just trying to survive on their own. He held up the tuber from earlier. Oh, right. Old Man He. I heard you're a researcher of these plant-like life forms. Do you recognize this thing? The old man pointed at it. That's the tuber of a flora beast. It's edible. So this was what Auntie Yang's group went out to find. Xiao Yong's face lit up. Staring at the root, he listened as old man. He added, we only found that out recently ourselves. If we weren't so desperate for food, we never would have dared to eat it. It tastes a bit like taro and is high in calories. In these apocalyptic times, it's not a bad meal. Suddenly Fu Long burst in shouting, trouble, we've got big trouble, old man. He turned to him. What is it? Fu Long frantically pointed out the window. The flora beasts, they're surrounding us, old man. He was stunned. All the way out here. What do you mean surrounding us? Fu Long stammered. There are so many of them. They're converging on our building, and more keep coming. Another lookout screamed. The flower car. It's the flower car. Xiao Yong was puzzled. The flower car, what's that? Is it supposed to be scary? The old man's face darkened. Scary doesn't even begin to cover it. I'm afraid today is the day we all die here. Old man. His gaze hardened as he tried to keep his composure. He yelled out his orders. Everyone listen up. Women and children, head to the top floor. Find a sealed room like a bathroom or a storage closet. And hide. The rest of you elders stay here with me. The others just stared at him bewildered. Chiang Kai spoke up. Old man, you heard him. Let's move. Every person who survives is a victory. It's better than all of us dying together. With that, everyone scrambled out of the room. Xiao Yong stood beside old man, who turned to him and said, You don't look that old yourself. Go upstairs with them. Don't stay here and become a sacrifice. To old man, he's surprised. Xiao Yong just smiled. It's all right, old man, I'm actually a little curious. A glowing blue circle materialized next to his hand. Just how terrifying is this thing that has everyone running scared? Old man, he lowered his head to look. Through the room's window, Xiao Yong joined him at the ledge. Old man. He shook his head in despair. We won't even get to see the flower car itself. These flora beasts will kill us all first. Peering down, Xiao Yong asked, So the flower car can control other plants. Below them, a massive horde of flora beasts swarmed the base of the building. That's right. It probably uses something like a pheromone signal. A large-scale coordinated attack like this means the flower car is nearby, and it's targeting us. Xiao Yong slid the window open. Old man, he cried out in alarm. What are you doing? Xiao Yong just grinned, a gun appearing in his hand. Just testing the strength of this mob. The old man was baffled. Where did you get a gun? A continuous stream of bullets erupted from his weapon. The rounds tore through several flora beasts below, knocking them to the ground, but in an instant, the holes sealed up. They regenerated, as if nothing had ever happened. Their vitality is pretty tenacious, he thought. Let's see what the limit is of their healing factor. He opened fire again, riddling their bodies with bullets, and creating a Swiss cheese pattern of holes through them. This time, the flora beast's regeneration wasn't as fast. They staggered for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Xiao Yong scratched his head. 2 whole clips, just to take down one of them. No wonder everyone's so terrified of these things. But it's fine. With a wave of his hand, a pile of supplies materialized out of thin air, shocking everyone in the room. They couldn't help but gasp. Whoa, what is all that? Xiao Yong quickly opened a crate. Lu Yen couldn't believe his eyes. No crowbar. He's prying open a nailed-shut wooden crate with his bare hands. He leaned down to inspect the contents. Molotovs. This is fantastic, Xiao Yong announced. If any of them slip through the net and get in here, use these incendiary bottles to protect yourselves. Old man, he was confused. Slip through the net. What do you mean by that? Before he could even process it, another shock came. Hey, he just jumped. Right out the building's window, he stammered in utter disbelief. Xiao Yong plummeted downwards, followed closely by Chen Chong and Sheng Zhe as old man. He let out a terrified shriek. This is the 16th floor. The 3 of them landed as lightly as feathers right in front of the horde of flora beasts. Seeing them, 2 of the monsters lunged forward to attack. Thump, 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 thump. With his bare hands, Xiao Yong grabbed the monster's head, and with a swift, clean motion, ripped it right off its shoulders before it could even react. Chen Chong also charged in, ready for a decisive battle. With the plant creatures, he swiftly pinned one to the ground and tore it to shreds. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao and his tentacles elegantly dispatched several others. Upstairs, Elder He's group could only watch in stunned silence. Geez, what in the world are those 3? Li Cheng cracked his knuckles and snapped them out of it. Stop spectating, and get ready to deal with any stragglers, he commanded. Anyone who's confident in their agility, grab a firebomb and guard the hallway entrance. The rest of you, start moving anything flammable away from that entrance. Now, fired up the group, grabbed their firebombs and roared in unison. You got it. A short while later, the last plant creature had its head torn clean off its body, slumping to the floor. Xiao Yong dropped the severed head sighing. Whew, that's finally taken care of. The area was now littered with the remains of the plant monsters. He then issued a command to his two companions. Jiang Xiao, you two stay down here and search these bodies for any variant cores. Xiao Yong thoughtfully placed a hand on his chin. I'm going to pay a visit to that so-called parade float. Inside the building, the hallway entrance was a mess of charred, smoldering remains. These stragglers had been much easier to handle. The blackened bodies were piled high on the staircase. Indeed, but the credit really goes to Brother Li and Brother Jiang's group. Elder, he said cheerfully, let's call the others down here. The threat has been neutralized, and the situation downstairs is all wrapped up. Hey, where did Brother Jiang go? Xiao Yong's boots trod carefully over the ground, covered in plant monster remains, as he frowned and muttered. What a twisted creature. He stood perched on a branch, looking down at a tangled monstrosity, covered in round, deep purple tumors. Its entire body was entwined with vines, and atop its head sat a thorny lotus blossom propped up by countless tiny spindly legs. So this must be the parade float, he thought. The thorny lotus on its head was relentlessly emitting wisps of an ethereal mist. Is that its true form? Xiao Yong suddenly sensed danger, dodging just in time, as several vine-like whips lashed out at him. He landed with a scowl, making a quick assessment. This thing is powerful, probably on par with Zhang Shengzai. The parade float charged him again, but this time, Xiao Yong grabbed two of its tentacles and smirked. I've had plenty of practice dealing with tentacled freaks like you lately. Unable to retract its captured limbs, the creature faltered for a moment. The lotus on its head began to spew even more toxic gas, aiming it straight at Xiao Yong. He just gave a confident smirk. That trick won't work on me. I've already seen that same move from one of your brethren. Xiao Yong's expression hardened as he took a deep breath. As the toxic cloud rushed toward him, he held his breath and yanked the two tentacles backward with all his might. Pulled by the immense force, the parade float let out a deep groan as a pair of its legs buckled, sending it crashing to the ground. Xiao Yong then suddenly released the tentacles, darting like lightning toward the unbalanced creature. A shimmering blue sigil materialized in his hand. Enslavement seal. Xiao Yong leaped into the air, raw power swirling in his palm, and shot towards the monster. He unleashed the full force of the blow, slamming it directly into the creature, the seal of enslavement. A purple mist billowed out, revealing the monster's colossal form. A wave of violet energy pulsed outwards, radiating immense power. Meng Kui, watching from above, turned to Elder He in a panic. It's the parade float's true form. It didn't leave, it's coming towards us. Elder, he gazed down at the creature. You're right. That's the parade float's true form. I'll never forget that twisted appearance as long as I live. Meng Kui asked anxiously. Where's Brother Xiao Yong? Don't tell me the parade float. Just then, a voice cut through the tension, startling everyone in the room. Zhang Shengze, how are things out there? Xiao Yong strolled in, sounding upbeat. Did you find anything inside the bodies of those plant creatures downstairs? Any variant cores? Zhang Shengze reported. The ones I took down had none. The spider-like one had two. Chen Chong chimed in. Not all of them have one, but we found a decent number. Xiao Yong just shook his head. One of you is tongue-tied, the other just spouts nonsense. You guys are exhausting. Elder, he looked at Xiao Yong, his voice filled with alarm. Brother Xiao Yong, that parade float down below. Xiao Yong replied nonchalantly. Oh, that, it's one of us now. Everyone stared their eyes wide with disbelief. One of. Xiao Yong gestured towards the monster and assured the group. Don't worry, it won't hurt anyone. Hesitantly, Elder, he approached the massive creature. He was a bundle of nerves, both excited and terrified. Swallowing hard, as he slowly reached out a hand. He touched the monster's skin, and it remained perfectly still. He gasped in amazement. It's really been tamed. How on earth did you manage that? Xiao Yong looked over at Elder He. Elder He, you're a botanist. What are your thoughts on this specimen? The old man grew contemplative. Even though it has mutated into a monster, its fundamental plant-like characteristics and instincts should still remain. He continued, just like the big fish eats, small fish principle in the animal kingdom, competition among plants can be incredibly fierce. The struggle for sunlight is a classic theme. is the unchanging law of the plant kingdom. Trees didn't just appear fully grown. They evolved stretching ever higher, in a relentless battle for sunlight. Meanwhile, the other plants, which remained short and were starved of light, grew weak. This explains why in the densest forests, the undergrowth is so sparse. Old Ha gazed at the monster. My guess is that this flower beast is so ferocious because its mutation cost it the advantage in growth. Unable to compete for sunlight, it had no choice but to evolve the ability to prey on animals. Suddenly, tentacles erupted from the monster's body, lashing out towards the group. Li Chengsheng's sharp gaze immediately locked onto the creature's menacing appendages. Clutching his knife, he shouted, "Watch out!" Xiao Yong, however, simply looked at the monster with a curious expression. He held Li Cheng back, saying, "Wait, don't attack. I don't think it's hostile right now. I want to see what it's planning to do." Li Cheng hesitated. Brother Xiao Yongyu. All of a sudden, the monster's tentacle wrapped around Gu Xiao Yong's neck, holding him fast. Xiao Yong was stunned, a look of sheer disbelief on his face. He breathed a sigh of relief when the creature didn't harm him. Li Cheng asked, "What's going on?" Xiao Yong looked towards Old Ha. Mr. Ha's analysis was dead on. All of S City has become an evolutionary battleground for mutated plants. The ones that couldn't gain an edge in the competition are now forced to fight over animal bodies for nutrients. He then yelled at the monster, "Come here. Now that you've become my servant, the matter of your survival is my problem to solve." As if it understood Xiao Yong's words, the bud on the creature's head suddenly split open, and a green mass leaped out from the husk, its body covered in long, writhing tentacles. The tendrils slowly crept onto Xiao Yong's hand as its body floated gently towards him. It attached itself to his palm, gradually merging with his hand. He gently closed his fist. Beside him, Li Cheng asked, baffled, "What is that thing?" Xiao Yong looked down at his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's in symbiosis with me now." He smirked, thrusting his hand forward. Instantly, 3 tentacles shot out from his palm, rocketing forward and coiling tightly around a nearby tree trunk. Xiao Yong flexed, and the tentacles snapped the thick trunk in two, leaving everyone else staring with their jaws on the floor. Sheng Zhe blurted out, "Holy smokes, that's way stronger than my tentacles." An achievement notification popped up. Gardener unlocked. Xiao Yong grinned smugly. An achievement unlocked. That's a first for me. The group then began to disperse, leaving the monster's empty husk behind. Later in the dead of night at an old factory, a seductively dressed Li Qi stood with a smug look. "Another fish has taken the bait." She went to open the door. "Who is it?" Long replied with excitement. "Hey beautiful, I brought you a midnight snack." Li Qi shot back. "Who asked you to bring me a snack?" Long let out an awkward laugh. "No one, I just did it on my own." A cunning glint appeared in Li Qi's eyes as she looked at Long sliding her slender leg against his. "Well, in that case, thank you." A lecherous grin spread across Long's face, his eyes glued to Li Qi's body. He lunged at her, and she gasped in feigned shock. "What do you think you're doing?" Realizing he was too forward, he stammered, "Sorry, I thought you." Li Qi acted coyly. "There are too many people here, and the walls are thin. Why don't we go outside the factory and play a more thrilling, high-stakes game?" Long nodded vigorously. "You got it." And so, in the quiet of the night, certain sounds that would make anyone blush began to echo from outside the factory. Long was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face as he gazed at Li Qi. He said bashfully, "You're really beautiful. By the way, what's your name?" His attention, however, was suddenly drawn to some blue barrels not far away. Li Qi asked, "What is it?" He walked over to the barrels. "This sleeve. It looks like it belongs to Zhao Shen. Why is it thrown out here?" He opened the barrel's lid and was horrified by what he saw inside a viscous black liquid. Terrified, he stammered, "This is..." Suddenly, a hand from behind touched him, making him jump. It was Li Qi, who then wrapped her arm tightly around his neck, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Darkness blanketed the area, where a lone car was parked in the desolate lot. Inside, Ping Wu had dozed off only to be jolted awake by a relentless pounding on the car window. He groggily asked the furious-looking Lu Ji outside. "What are you doing?" The man snapped back. "Having a nice nap, were we?" Ping Wu weakly protested. "I was on watch." Lu Ji was so enraged he grabbed him by the collar. "I walked right up to you, and you didn't even notice. How would you have seen the signal she sent? Huh, tell me. How long were you asleep? Ping Wu immediately squirmed, retorting, I wasn't sleeping. I just closed my eyes for maybe 10 minutes. This excuse only made Lu Zhe even more furious. You useless bum. What good are you to us? Gao Wen chuckled, placing a restraining hand on his arm. All right, that's enough. We've been taking turns on watch for a while now. And still, there was no signal from her. The other woman sneered, her gaze fixed on the factory. Humph. If you ask me, she's planning to hog the entire score for herself. At that, Bing Wu immediately descended, along with the other two, to scout the factory's perimeter for any trace of her activity. As the trio stumbled upon a gruesome basin filled with a mix of flesh and bone, Bing Wu suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. I knew I smelled human flesh around here, Lu Qi snarled in fury. Damn it, you called it. That witch is trying to hoard everything for herself. A sly smile crept onto Cao Wen's face as she offered a suggestion. No matter. If she can use her pretty face to get inside, then why can't I do the same? Without another word, Lu Qi lunged his hand, clamping fiercely around her throat. He glared at Cao Wen, hissing, You're planning the same thing, aren't you? Sneaking in to claim the prize for yourself? Don't think for a second, I don't see that you're cut from the exact same cloth. Seeing his aggressive move, Bing Wu quickly intervened. Boss, calm down. If you take her out, we lose our only way in. Heeding the warning, Lu Qi instantly released his grip on Cao Wen. He let her crumple to the ground, looming over her with a low growl. You dare pull the same stunt and I'll storm that place myself. Even if I don't survive, I'll make sure to drag both of you down with me. Clutching her bruised throat, she managed to croak, I understand. A short while later, Cao Wen approached the factory gate and let out a desperate, piercing scream. Help! Somebody please help me! Her mournful cries echoed near the entrance. A guard gripping his rifle tightly challenged her. Who are you? Cao Wen's face twisted in terror as she stammered. Zombies. They were chasing me. I barely managed to get away. The guards started buzzing with excitement. Man, talk about a lucky streak. We just rescued one damsel not too long ago, and now another one shows up at our doorstep. Yeah, and this new one is even more of a looker than the last. Suddenly, Li Qi's voice cut through their chatter from behind. Hold on. Don't believe a word she says. She's one of the mutated. Disguised as a human, the one I warned you about. Realizing her cover was blown, Cao Wen was stunned, spitting out, You witch! Li Qi frantically yelled at the guards. Shoot open fire now. The air erupted with the roar of gunfire and terrified screams. Cao Wen clutched her wounds, desperately trying to flee the relentless storm of lead, as a barrage of bullets tore through her body. She had no chance to react. She finally collapsed as urgent shouts echoed from within the factory. Hurry up, go get the gasoline. But just as the men returned with the fuel, Cao Wen was gone. They looked around, bewildered. Where'd she go? How could she run after taking that many hits? Damn it. We should have left one person here to keep an eye out. Hurry. Go get Brother Li and San. Meanwhile, Cao Wen, clutching her bleeding wounds, painstakingly dragged herself back toward her two waiting companions. Her steps unsteady as her body swayed violently. She stumbled forward, but her strength finally gave out, and she collapsed right in front of her two partners in crime. Cao Wen desperately grabbed onto Lu Qi's leg, pleading for her life. Please, don't end me. Save me. I swear from now on, I'll do anything you say. He shot her a look of pure contempt. Ha! We're all cut from the same cloth. And our kind. We both know what we're truly capable of. With those words, he hefted a massive boulder, holding it menacingly over Cao Wen. As for the food inside that stronghold, we'll just have to find another way. She stared up in absolute despair at the boulder suspended above her. In an instant, it crashed down, and a gruesome spray painted the ground. At that very moment, Bing Wu lunged forward, delivering a devastating strike to Lu Qi. The man tumbled to the ground, finished by that single powerful blow. With a heavy thud, Lu Qi's lifeless body fell between Cao Wen and Bing Wu. She looked up at him, filled with gratitude, and stammered, Thank you. Bing Wu casually licked the blood from his blade and replied, One arm and one leg should be enough to patch you up. The rest is mine. Hearing his terms, Cao Wen hastily agreed. Deal. She watched him, her mind already racing with calculations. That bald brute was right. Our kind. We know ourselves best. If we had to split the meal with the bald guy present, he'd barely get a scrap. but by taking him out with a sneak attack. And eliminating him, he now holds all the cards. How much I get is completely his call. Back inside, the factory panicked voices started to rise. Has anyone seen Chen Juo? Chen Juo. Is he missing too? Hong Li asked a guard in disbelief. What is happening? We still haven't found Yang Hai, and now another person vanishes into thin air. San, what are you up to? San replied nonchalantly, oh, nothing. Just taking a look around the factory perimeter to see if I can find any clues. After saying that, San stepped outside to scout the area. Suddenly, a sight appeared that made her gasp in shock. A pile of clothes completely drenched in blood. It was all that was left, and it immediately caught her eye. A moment later, she brought the others over. One of the men confirmed her fears. That's right. This set of clothes. They belonged to Chen Juo. And the shoes. I recognize them too. Those are Yang Hai's. He's the only one in our entire camp who wears that brand. A cold sweat broke out on Li Qi's brow as she trembled, anxiously biting her nails. I thought to myself, what a blunder. The bald guy and that woman found the remains I hid in the dumpster. San glanced at Li Qi and said, within the compound and around the perimeter of our gathering point, nobody heard a thing, and there are absolutely no signs of a struggle. Her gaze locked onto the still trembling Li Qi as she pressed the question, and what is that supposed to prove? Li Qi snapped, seeing the suspicion in San's eyes. What are you staring at me for? Without a word, San lunged forward, attacking instantly, leaving Li Qi completely stunned. She was too slow to react as the blade rushed toward her. At the last second, Li Qi managed to dodge the strike, which slammed into a tree behind her, causing it to explode into a shower of splinters. A vicious glint flashed in her eyes as she faced her opponent. San simply stared back coldly, her body still poised for the next attack. Tensely, Li Qi's eyes darted toward the other people watching. Damn it, she thought. My cover is completely blown. Her gaze suddenly fixed on one person locking onto her target. With a sudden burst of speed, Li Qi lunged toward a bewildered man in the crowd. Her expression was resolute. She grabbed the man and held a knife to his throat. Nobody move, she screamed. Or he dies. San, however, replied with an icy calm, not flinching for a second. If you harm him, I guarantee you won't be leaving this place alive. Li Qi let out a contemptuous smirk, her voice dripping with challenge. Ha! Listen to you. A little girl who's not even fully developed trying to spout empty threats. Let me tell you something. If I don't walk out of here alive today, I'm taking at least a few of you down with me. Now, give me your gun. Hand it over now, and nobody else move a muscle or I'll slice his artery wide open. Li Qi successfully ripped the gun from the man's grasp before kicking him hard to the ground. She then fired a round into his leg, making him cry out in agony. Seizing the moment of distraction, she spun around and made a break for it. San calmly raised her pistol, taking perfect aim at the fleeing woman. She fired 2 precise shots, both hitting their mark on Li Qi, who winced in pain but clenched her jaw to fight through the searing pain and keep running. Seeing San about to give chase, Hong Li quickly called out, San, what are you doing? She yelled back without breaking stride. I'm getting the motorcycle to go after her. Hearing this, he tried to stop her. Let it go, San. We have no idea if she has accomplices waiting nearby. For our own safety, we need to lock this place down and secure our defenses first. San immediately saw his point. Yeah, you're right. From now on, any new survivors who arrive must be placed in the safe room for quarantine. Uncle Li, I'm leaving this to you. My grandfather and Chairman Qi still don't know what's happened. I need to get to Chai City and get things squared away. Hong Li nodded, thoroughly impressed. All right, be careful on the road. He thought to himself, I can't believe it. Little San has grown into such a capable and courageous young woman. Meanwhile, over with Xiao Yong's group, the plant-like monsters continued their frenzied assault, only to halt in confusion at the sight that greeted them. Sheng Zai's tentacles instantly lashed out, delivering one fatal blow after another. Xiao Yong and Sheng Zai worked in perfect sync, combining their powers to dominate the monstrous horde. The writhing tentacles annihilated the creatures with effortless grace. Positioned behind them, Chang Ra and Li Cheng stood ready with gasoline cans, providing support as the monsters fell in droves before their relentless onslaught. They quickly doused the area with can after can of gasoline, and a roaring inferno erupted before them, incinerating the remaining creatures. Watching the blaze, old he murmured with a sense of awe and doubt, "Does this bring a feeling of safety, or one of oppression?" Just then, the system interface materialized in front of Xiao Yong. Utopia mission is in progress. Mission objective: expand the community. Subquest: defend the independent settlement against one invasion complete. Reward evaluation points +10. Current evaluation score 72. Bonus accumulated points +40. Current total accumulated points 193. A look of sheer satisfaction spread across his face. Zhang Qi and San's team really came through just as I'd hoped. A short while later, Xiao Yong led everyone back to the factory, where they were greeted by a chorus of cheers. Brother Xiao Yong. Brother Xiao Yong. He's back. Brother Xiao Yong, you're finally back. Xiao Yong immediately went to Old Sheng to get a status update. Where's San? He asked urgently. The older man quickly reported. There was an incident over at the steel mill. San went to provide backup. Hearing this, Xiao Yong pressed. Did things get out of control? Old Sheng recounted what had happened. Not at all. A few members just got bitten, that's all. San already took the suppressants over to them. His gaze then fell on the group of strangers standing behind Xiao Yong. And these people are. Xiao Yong turned to them and made the introduction. They're survivors from S City. This gentleman is Old He, a botanist from the Academy of Agricultural and Forestry Sciences. Old Sheng's face lit up as he shook Old He's hand. It's an honor to have you join us. Old He replied with sincere gratitude. The pleasure is all ours. We're truly grateful you'd take us in. I'm incredibly grateful. Xiao Yong turned to give Old Ha his instructions. Old Ha, this is just a temporary arrangement. In a few days I'll escort everyone to the edge of the forest in S City. Hearing this, he asked with curiosity. To the forest's edge? What for? The young man smiled nonchalantly and replied, to establish our third settlement. Suddenly, the squeal of a motorcycle's brakes cut him off. As soon as she arrived, San waved her hands excitedly. Brother Xiao Yong, when did you get back? She quickly recounted the recent events, and then she concluded, with a grim assessment. And that's the gist of it. Right now, none of the new members can be trusted. Hearing this, Old Ha glanced at Xiao Yong with uncertainty. So what about us? Xiao Yong offered a reassuring smile. He comforted the old man. It's all right, don't worry. I know your background. You're not exactly new members. Then he added with a hint of satisfaction. This is actually good news. San asked, looking puzzled. How is any of this good news? Xiao Yong calmly explained to her. There are more rewards up for grabs. How could that not be good news? Just then, a notification flashed across his screen. New quest, Villain's Nemesis. Quest objective: eliminate the threat. Reward 120 accumulation points. New quest, Villain's Nemesis Round 4. Quest objective: eliminate the threats on the west side of the city and in the western suburbs. Reward 120 accumulation points. Elsewhere, Li Qi was still gasping for air, barely hanging on. She was desperately trying to stay alive after the relentless pursuit. Suddenly, the sound of a blade scraping across the ground sent a shiver down her spine. Li Qi glanced over to see a figure walking towards her. Cao Wen covered her mouth, taunting her. What's the matter? Did your new teammates leave you behind? Seeing they intended to finish her off, Li Qi immediately tried to stop them. Don't. This is all a misunderstanding. I have a plan. Don't do this. Cao Wen sneered back at her. Oh, you have a plan. Your plan nearly got me sent to the afterlife. Let's just end her. Even though this operation didn't go smoothly, if we two feast on the bald guy, and this one here, it won't have been a complete waste. But suddenly, as Cao Wen was speaking, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening to her. Cao Wen turned to see Bing Wu holding the very knife he'd just used to stab her in the back. You scoundrel. Pulling the same trick again. He just chuckled and offered an excuse. What's there to be upset about? You should have never survived this long in the first place. Seeing this, she immediately turned to warn Li Qi. Don't trust him. The last time I was injured, he used this exact same tactic to ambush the bald guy. He does this to make sure he's the one who benefits the most. He'll turn on you too without a moment's hesitation. Li Qi remained silent, simply staring at them without a word. Seething with rage, Cao Wen whirled back to condemn Bing Wu. Hey, I'm injured now too. You already have the advantage. Don't take me out, take her out. Besides, the reason we're in this mess is all her fault. Li Qi shot back just as quickly. You wretched witch. You've got some nerve blaming someone else. Aren't you exactly the same? Bing Wu let out a mocking laugh. All right, we all know what we are, no need to point fingers. However, your proposal isn't completely off the table. Seeing him relent, Cao Wen tried to press her advantage. Right, we've been together for so long, we have some history, don't we? Surely I'm not worse than that wench, am I? Not to be outdone, Li Qi declared from the side. How am I any less than her? Anything she can do, I can do too. Bing Wu's gaze turned. Even more dangerous. Such a pity. I have a thing for redheads. With that, he finished Cao Wen with a single strike. Once it was done, he turned back to Li Qi to divide the spoils. For your wounds, 1 arm and 1 leg should be enough for you to recover. The rest belongs to me. She agreed without hesitation. Yeah, okay. Back at the factory, Xiao Yong listened with a skeptical expression as the others described the flesh-eaters from the western suburbs. Li Cheng quickly recounted their tactics. Right. One of them, a red-haired girl, said. She disguised herself as a normal person to infiltrate our group and even took out several of our people. Xiao Yong stared intently at the man. Li Cheng, I take it. You're quite familiar with these flesh-eaters. Hearing this, the man confessed. It's more than familiarity. You could say I was one of them. Although I definitely haven't mutated as severely as that bunch. I can make a good guess about their basic nature. Feasting on flesh causes us to gradually shed our human restraints and give in to our primal instincts. We become extremely selfish, short-sighted, wrathful, indulgent, gluttonous, and bloodthirsty. After hearing the explanation, Xiao Yong took a moment to process it, then said, it sounds like they're a truly dangerous bunch. I'll definitely have to head to the western suburbs, but for the time being, there are more pressing matters at hand. Old Li, I need you to keep the steel factory under tight security. If a situation arises that you can't handle, report it immediately over the radio. Li Cheng responded with a serious nod. Back, understood. 2 months later, near a dense forest, a series of strange noises echoed as a group of people found themselves in a dire situation. They were besieged by monsters and forced to hide on a rooftop, discussing their next move in a panic. What do we do? Should we try to leave? That bizarre sound always appeared at night, and what's more, it was getting closer and closer, and no one knew what kind of monster was making it. We have to figure something out, or we're all going to perish here. A Liang quickly gave the order. Pack up the food and daily supplies. We're relocating. A short while later, they had moved down from the roof. One of A Liang's teammates asked, does he really insist on moving at night? What if that thing finds us? He answered between breaths. The flora beasts are much more active during the day. Do you want to get torn apart by them? Suddenly, a horde of monsters charged at them with terrifying force. The group cried out in panic. Watch out, it's the flora beasts. The noise was too loud. It drowned out their approach. We didn't hear them until they were right on top of us. In the chaos of their escape, one person was suddenly dragged back by a monster. The group was quickly surrounded, and they screamed in terror. There are more on that side too. What do? We're trapped. Damn it. I told you we shouldn't have moved at night. A Liang suddenly spotted a potential path and yelled to the others. There's still a way out. Run towards that loud noise. Hearing this, everyone frantically protested. Are you crazy? That's running straight into danger. We're dead either way. Let's risk it. Who knows? Maybe it's not a monster. It could be the army coming to rescue us. The group ran gasping for breath until they reached the source of the loud noise. I can't run anymore. Suddenly, a Liang froze his jaw, dropping at the scene before him, leaving his companion confused. What's wrong? A tree in front of them crashed to the ground, making them jump back in shock. Look out. The massive tree was swiftly felled. The group, now hiding behind another tree, whispered amongst themselves. A trunk this thick. What kind of monster could possibly knock it down? Shh, don't make a sound. It's a person. Someone is chopping wood. Wait a minute. That person is Overjoyed, A Liang rushed forward, shouting, Xing Kai. His teammate tried to call him back. Hey, what are you doing? Xing Kai looked at A Liang with suspicion. You're still alive. A Liang shot back his own question. What's your situation? Xing Kai began to explain his story. We were rescued. We're now living in M City. Just then, the sound of monsters approaching sent a Liang into a panic. Run. We have to run. The flora beasts are catching up. But Xing Kai just smiled and waved a dismissive hand to reassure him. Isn't it just a bunch of flora beasts? Nothing to be afraid of. He immediately spoke into his walkie-talkie. Squad 2. We've encountered flora beasts. I repeat, Squad 2 has encountered flora beasts. The voice on the other end responded instantly. Copy that. A Liang stared at him wide-eyed with astonishment. Huh. Just a bunch of flora beasts. After finishing his report, Xing Kai turned to a Liang's group and said, all of you get over here. Stand behind us. Xing Kai's squad, fully equipped with weapons, prepared to confront the flora beasts. A Liang couldn't believe the formidable presence they projected. Holy crap! Xing Kai's team raised their firearms and began to mow down the approaching wave of flora beasts. The creatures shrieked in absolute agony as they were consumed by flames. Li Cheng watched them fight and remarked with admiration. These days, dealing with these things, we basically don't even have to lift a finger anymore. After witnessing that incredible display, a Liang asked Xing Kai, puzzled, I can't believe you've gathered such an immense force. How did you manage it? Xing Kai replied with a proud grin. It's all thanks to leader Xiao Yong's group. A Liang turned looking fearfully at the carnage. There are more over there. Xing Kai clapped him on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't be tense. They aren't monsters. They're our protectors. Right now it just so happens we're short on people. So, I'll take you to meet leader Xiao Yong. A little later, Xing Kai led A Liang's group on a tour of his settlement. A Liang stared at the cultivated plants in utter amazement. This is insane. Are you guys farming inside a flora beast forest? Xing Kai dropped a strange object into his hand as proof. Here, take a look. The bizarre thing squirmed in A Liang's palm, making him break out in a cold sweat. He screamed in terror and threw it away, but Xing Kai quickly stopped him. Don't freak out. Torn between fear and curiosity, A Liang asked, what in the world is this thing? Xing Kai patiently explained. These things are essentially still flora beasts. In fact, they're the same type as the ones we just torched. Hearing this, A Liang exclaimed in disbelief. You've domesticated the flora beasts? Xing Kai praised it enthusiastically. Not only does this thing have a high yield, but it's also easy to harvest. It's an outstanding crop. A Liang was left speechless at the revelation. To them, did you guys pay for a premium subscription with the heavens? Xing Kai exclaimed in awe. This is all thanks to our leader, Xiao Yong. Lao. He inspected the plant life and said to Xiao Yong, these crops can change their properties and state at any moment completely at our command. This is something I never would have dared to imagine before. Xiao Yong smiled and suggested to him, if you have any other requests, you might as well let me know now. Lao He waved his hand, laughing happily. Nope, nothing else. This is already so convenient for harvesting. Hearing this, he was pleased and replied, that's good. The land reclamation is going smoothly. If any other invasive plants show up, the logistics team will be more than enough to handle them. It's time for me to head to the western suburbs and meet those man-eating fiends. In the western outskirts of Mo City, Xiao Yong and Chang Jia were scouting the area. Chang Jia suddenly alerted him, we're being followed. They're quite strong. Xiao Yong agreed with him. Yeah, I've noticed. Their power level is on par with Chairman Qi. Chang Jia stammered in confusion. What? What do we do? Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Yong just laughed and replied, what else is there to do? It's just an extra meal for you. From the shadows, Li Qi, who had been watching them, prepared to rush out. A perfect opportunity, but suddenly, Bing Wu stopped her. Wait, she questioned him. What are we waiting for? Someone else might snatch them up first. His voice grew dangerously low. Someone already has. A group of cannibals emerged, blocking Xiao Yong and Chang Jia's path. Xiao Yun licked her blade and spoke. Now this is some prime-grade stock we've never seen before. The cannibals standing before Xiao Yong and Chang Jia laughed and chatted amongst themselves. I can't believe it, a purebred evolved. Never seen one before. If we devour him, I wonder how much of a level up we'll get. Hold on, what's that thing next to him? Don't tell me this guy can control zombies. This is perfect. What a godsend. Maybe we can steal his ability for ourselves. If we can, taking on that guy in the northern suburbs will be a sure thing. Up above, Li Chi watched them and sneered. See, someone else beat us to it. Bing Wu replied with a calm smile. Just watch. Who's to say getting beaten to the punch is a bad thing? Suddenly, something happened below that made Li Chi whip her head around in astonishment. It was Chong Jia, who lunged forward and ended the group of cannibals in an instant with just one slash. Xiao Yong swiftly took down a slew of them in front of him amidst their agonizing screams. The terrified cannibals started to flee. How is this possible? How can a monster this strong exist? Run, run for your lives. Xiao Yong, blade in hand, silently watched one of them trying to scale a wall to escape. The cannibal was climbing right towards where Bing Wu and Li Chi were hiding. Li Chi cursed furiously at the fleeing man. You bastard! Don't you run this way? Are you trying to get me killed? Get lost. Xiao Yong picked up a metal bar from the ground, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and took aim. Without hesitation, he hurled it straight at the man, escaping up the wall. The man looked back in terror at the incoming projectile. In a flash, the metal bar struck him, sending him flying. A blood-curdling scream rang out again. Li Chi and Bing Wu were also injured in the blast, and they stared in horror, trembling at the sheer power Xiao Yong had just displayed. Xiao Yong glanced at Chong Jia and remarked, "This bunch was pretty strong. They must have had variant cores." After that attack, Bing Wu became much more cautious. He peeked at the scene below and muttered, "Holy crap." Li Chi, curious, asked him, "Are they gone yet?" Sweating, he replied to her, "They're gone. Let's head down." As he walked, Bing Wu looked at the corpses scattered around. They only consumed 3 of the bodies. Which means the rest. He licked his lips with greedy desire and whispered, "Are all ours." A short while later, Xiao Yong was leading Chong Jia along and said to him, "Your appetite is a real problem. All that effort and you only ate 3 of them." He let out a burp and replied, "My body is only so big. How much can I possibly eat?" Suddenly, a sound rang out, catching their attention. Xiao Yong glanced suspiciously towards the source of the unusual noise. Weapon in hand, he slowly advanced towards the sound. Shan Fu burst out, weapon raised, and shouted at them, "Stay back, take one more step, and I'll shoot you dead." Xiao Yong's eyes turned dangerous as he sized up the person before him. A normal human. Seeing that he said nothing, the man swallowed nervously in fear. Xiao Yong held out a hand, trying to pacify him. "Don't get worked up." Shan Fu wasn't listening. He raised his crossbow and aimed it at him. "I told you to stay back." The arrow he fired grazed Xiao Yong's cheek, and he snatched it out of the air with ease. Shan Fu was in utter disbelief. How could he react that fast? He caught the arrow with his bare hands. Xiao Yong had materialized in front of the man, moving too quickly for him to even register. Before Shan Fu could even blink, Xiao Yong snatched the crossbow from his grasp. He then called out to the figures hiding behind them, "You can all come out now. We're not flesh eaters." The hidden group emerged all at once. What in the world are you people?" A moment later, after Xiao Yong explained who they were, the group's demeanor changed, and they welcomed him warmly. "So you're telling us you found a way to fight the zombies without having to consume people? That's fantastic news." Xiao Yong then asked Shan Fu about their destination. "So where are you all headed?" The man was quiet for a moment before answering, "There's the Zifeng steel plant in the southern outskirts. They used to broadcast messages over the radio calling for survivors. We were planning on heading there, but when you think about it, they're likely just a group of regular people. They wouldn't stand a chance against an invasion from the flesh eaters." Feigning curiosity, Xiao Yong pressed him. "Oh, so you know somewhere even safer than the steel plant?" "The Zifeng steel plant, you mean?" Shan Fu glanced back at him and elaborated. "In the northern outskirts, there's a human settlement, and they're actively hunting down the flesh eaters. We were hoping to seek refuge with them." Hearing this, Xiao Yong asked with feigned surprise, "Oh really? I had no idea a community like that even existed." The man's voice grew somber. We only heard it from the flesh-eaters themselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare risk the journey. Rumor has it, their leader is an incredibly powerful master, one who uses his own strength to take on 5 or 6 flesh-eaters with ease. The safety of that entire place rests on his shoulders. Xiao Yong gave him a skeptical look. It all rests on him. The flesh-eaters in the western outskirts number over 1,000 at least. Can he really handle that all by himself? Shan Fu quickly added, those flesh-eaters are loners. They rarely team up. But Xiao Li, who was standing behind him, immediately interjected, that's not true. Just the other day, I saw a group of flesh-eaters gathering with my own 2 eyes. They looked like they were plotting something. Shan Fu spun around and scolded the young man. I've told you before. Your mind has been playing tricks on you lately. You're probably mixing up a bad dream with reality. If the flesh-eaters ever gather, they just end up fighting amongst themselves. If they didn't, I wouldn't still be alive to tell the tale. Don't listen to him. He just wants to go to the Xifeng steel plant because he thinks his brother might be there. How many times do I have to tell you? The chances of your brother still being alive are next to 0. If we go there, we're just signing our own death warrants. You think the Xifeng plant can hold off the flesh-eaters? For all we know, they are the flesh-eaters. Xiao Yong let out a dark chuckle. You're actually right about that. The original leaders of the steel plant were in fact 2 flesh-eaters. Upon hearing this, Shan Fu and Xiao Li cried out in unison. What did you say? Xiao Yong continued his story. But I've already taken care of them. What's your brother's name? I might know him. With tears welling in his eyes, Xiao Li replied, my brother's name is Li Cheng. He was an auxiliary police officer. Have you ever heard of him? Is he still alive? Xiao Yong let out a confident laugh. What a coincidence. I happen to know Li Cheng quite well. Xiao Li's face lit up with hope. Really? Xiao Yong confirmed. He's at the Shifeng plant right now helping me manage the farmlands. Xiao Li was stunned. Farmlands? You've even managed to restore agricultural production. That's incredible. I knew it. We have to go to the Xifeng plant. But Shan Fu shouted. And just who are you? I don't believe in coincidences like this. Spit it out. Are you trying to lure us there just to butcher us for food? Xiao Yong sighed, resting a hand on his forehead. If I wanted to kill you, he said calmly, do you really think I'd need to trick you? Suddenly, a flash of light shot past like a bolt of lightning. A bullet whizzed past, making his eyes widen in surprise. Shan Fu spun around and yelled, what are you doing? Tian Xin stammered, sorry. It was an accident. The gun just went off. Just then, a guttural roar echoed in the distance. The man's face went pale. This is bad. The flesh-eaters heard that gunshot. Panicked Shan Fu started shouting orders. Everyone hide now. Hey, you get over here. Do you have a death wish? Even with your skills, you can't take on an entire horde of those things. A smirk played on Xiao Yong's lips as he calmly asked, didn't you just say that when the flesh-eaters gather, they just fight amongst themselves? The man replied frantically, that's only after they're done killing you. Then they'll start fighting over the prize. If you won't hide, that's your problem. I'm leaving you. Everyone get inside and lock the doors. With a loud shout, he pointed, there's a second floor. Thien Phuc urged them on. Go hide as deep inside as you can. Hurry, we're out of time. A moment later, everyone had found a secure hiding spot. He was still on edge, muttering to himself, I just hope that guy doesn't sell us out. Shortly after, the entire area was completely swarmed by the undead. One of the creatures spoke up. Why is there only one? Xiao Yun immediately demanded. Or did you all sneak a bite on the way here? Hao Thien dismissed the accusation. Nonsense, I just arrived myself. She flashed a sinister smile, saying, but haven't you all noticed? This one isn't your average meal. Consuming him is like feasting on over 10 regular survivors. Hearing the strange noises from outside, Xiao Luke grew curious. What's going on out there? Thien Phuc replied. Nearly 10 of them have gathered, and more flesh-eaters are still closing in. That kid is a goner. There won't even be bones left. Just then, one of the undead lunged straight for Xiao Deng. It screamed, I can't take it anymore, the first bite is mine. Xiao Deng effortlessly sidestepped, causing the creature to plant its face straight into the dirt. The others surrounding him cried out in shock. So fast, Xiao Deng remained unfazed, taunting them. To save time, why don't you all just come at me at once? The flesh-eaters charged forward like a thunderclap, screaming in unison. "How dare you look down on us? Let's take him out together," Xiao Dong calmly said. "I'll leave them to you. Go ahead and burn off a little energy. You'll get to eat more later." Van Tu quickly replied. "Got it." Seizing the opportunity, Tan Than rushed in to attack from behind. However, Xiao Dong's keen senses instantly picked it up, and he soared high into the air. Watching from inside, a completely stunned Thien Fuck cried out, "Whoa, he can jump that high. What kind of monster is this kid?" Even Hao Thien was frozen in place, stating in astonishment, "This guy's physical prowess," another one finished, "is even greater than mine." Seeing this, the flesh-eaters turned tail and fled in a panic. They screamed, "This is a monster, not something we can handle. Run." But it was already too late. The first gunshot struck one of them square in the head. Xiao Dong declared, "I'm not letting a single one of you leave here alive. Unless..." He pointed towards Van Tu. "You can manage to defeat him." Van Tu seemed slightly taken aback, muttering, "This power is a bit overwhelming." Hearing his words, they turned back and launched their attack, vowing to destroy him together. Van Tu frowned in annoyance as his focus sharpened intensely. He then shot forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a furious barrage of strikes in a continuous assault. One by one, they collapsed to the ground. The battle was incredibly fierce, but it was turning into a completely one-sided fight. The remaining flesh-eaters began to flee, screaming in absolute terror. "Impossible. We can't even beat this one. He's unbeatable." As they tried to escape, they were immediately met with a volley of gunfire from Xiao Dong. Thien Fuck watched in amazement, whispering, "Just the two of them managed to wipe out an entire horde of flesh-eaters." From his high vantage point, Xiao Dong gestured for them to come out. Thien Fuck and his comrades cautiously emerged. The ground was littered with the bodies of the flesh-eaters and splattered with blood. He finally spoke, "We've thought it over. We want to join Shi Feng. Would you be willing to take us in?" Xiao Dong replied, "Fine, but right now, I need to go to that settlement in the northern suburbs you mentioned." A worried and stunned Thien Fuck asked, "What are you going there for?" Xiao Dong casually stated, "To confirm whether the people you mentioned need to be." His face turned ice cold as his voice grew grave. "Eliminated." At that very moment at the settlement in the northern suburbs, the flesh-eaters began their assault, causing the inhabitants to scream out, "We're under attack." From atop the main gate, Kang Vu looked down and yelled in fear, "7 of them. There are 7 flesh-eaters. What are we going to do?" In the distance, the heavy thud of approaching footsteps echoed. Triu Fong appeared, his face as cold as ice, his stern gaze looking down at Tin Mac's call. "Brother Fong." In front of him, Hubin's voice trembled as he spoke. "Dad, even for you this is asking too much." But Triu Fong offered no response. He turned and gave an order, "Seal the gate. Don't let the enemy in. And don't let anyone out." Kang Vu immediately complied. Yes, sir." Without a moment's hesitation, Tri Fong channeled power into his legs and leaped from the top of the wall. Hu Bin watched, screaming a warning after him. "Be careful, Dad." He landed with a brilliant flash of light, his aura exploding with immense power. Before him, the horde of flesh-eaters roared with savagery. "It's him. Kill him. The human flesh in this settlement will all be ours." Charged Triu. Fong's eyes glowed crimson as he gritted his teeth, his body. "I began to transform my body, erupting into a blazing crimson monstrosity, with a maw full of razor-sharp fangs. This colossal beast radiated a murderous aura, causing the cannibal horde below to tremble in utter shock. One of them, his eyes wide with panic, cried out, "Is this his true power?" Another gulped nervously, his voice cracking, "Just look at the state of him. He's way more twisted than we are." But they charged forward anyway, their eyes blazing with fury. One of them roared, his voice echoing, "Everyone attack, take him down." They launched themselves like cannonballs, unleashing a barrage of ferocious attacks, their faces contorted in savage snarls as they screamed. But in a mere instant, the monster swung its arm, and a wave of power, of terrifying force swept over them. Blood erupted everywhere as limbs and torsos were torn apart, sending them flying through the air. The grievously wounded cannibals could only stare at the monster in horror. Zhao Feng was now a complete monster, letting out a deafening roar that made the very air vibrate. The sky remained dark, but the ominous clouds began to part. The battle was over. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, and Zhao Feng, still in his monstrous form, collapsed. Voices began to rise around him. We won. The cannibals have been wiped out. But Brother Feng is on his last legs. Peeking through a crack in the door, Jing Mo asked, seriously, is it really okay to just leave him like that? Kang Yu grimaced. We have no choice. In this state he can't control himself. Forbidding us from going out to help is his way of protecting us. Standing at the front, Xiao Ping's small voice trembled. Dad, seeing this, Yin Yu shouted, he can't even move. If we don't help him, he won't be able to consume the bodies of those cannibals. At this rate, he's going to die. The person beside him agreed. Open the gate. We're willing to take the risk. Yin Yu pressed on. Yeah, open the gate. Xiao Ping turned back to them, tears streaming down her face. Her voice filled with sorrow. Everyone. Beside her, Kang Yu made a firm decision. If you're all willing to take the risk, then let's do it. The gate creaked open, and everyone rushed straight towards Zhao Feng. In his monstrous form, Zhao Feng turned and roared. What are you all doing? Get back now. The beast's maw let out a guttural scream. Behind him, Kang Yu struggled to drag one of the cannibal corpses, gritting his teeth. We can't just stand by and watch you perish. Jing Mo chimed in beside him. He's right. If you die, we won't survive for long either. He hurled the body forward, reminding the others, don't get too close. Just throw them from here. Just then, the monster devoured the head of one of the cannibals in a single gulp. Kang Yu froze in his tracks. Gah, that is a truly sickening sight. As the monster continued to feed, the group warned each other from a safe distance. Hey, be careful. Are you trying to get yourself off moving any closer? Voices echoed around them. Just toss the bodies from here. Watch out, or you'll get caught in the crossfire. They were completely unaware that they were being watched. From the shadows, a man with a scarred face sneered. Oh, why does this monster look so banged up? His bald companion chuckled. Looks like it just had a real nasty brawl with some of our kind. Hearing this, the first man gave a sinister, wicked grin. Haha, they've paved the way for us. What a stroke of luck. Kang Yu whipped his head around and grit his teeth. More of these flesh-eaters. Yin Yu asked fearfully. What are we going to do? A moment later, they all raised their weapons. Jing Mo's tone was grim. Right now, Brother Feng hasn't fully recovered. I'm afraid he's no match for them in his current state. Kang Yu's brow furrowed in anger. Then it's our turn to protect Brother Feng. Just then, a flash of light erupted from a nearby alleyway. A group led by Xiao Yong emerged from the alley, and one of them spoke up. It's clear the group you mentioned is no joke. The northern suburbs definitely have fewer of these man-eaters. Shan Fu, looking as if he'd just realized something, replied, I recognize this place. Our destination can't be far now. Just then, a sudden flash of light appeared in the distance, streaking across the sky, surprising everyone. Shan Fu asked curiously, was that gunfire? Xiao Yong turned, his expression serious. The shots came from less than 1 kilometer away. It seems we're just about to arrive. Meanwhile, back at the fight, the ferocious cannibals were unleashing their powers, creating a truly horrifying scene of carnage. In the distance, Xiao Ping was firing her handgun, relentlessly screaming in fury. You bastards, I'll take you all down with me. Suddenly, a cannibal appeared behind her, leering at her with a hungry expression. Well now, little girl, you look awfully tender. He lunged, knocking the gun from her hand and causing her to yelp in shock. The scar-faced man advanced with a vile smirk. Let's see what you're going to do now. But suddenly the monster struck its blow, caving in the man's face. It followed up by tearing his body in two and sending the pieces flying. The shockwave of the monster's power also sent Xiao Ping hurtling through the air, the tentacles lashing across her hand and carving a painful gash. Seeing this, one of the cannibals scowled. Damn it all. This monster still has some fight left in it. The bald-headed one, his mouth still smeared with blood, roared, take him out first. With that, they all swarmed in from every direction, unleashing a barrage of brutal punches. From far away, Hu Bin screamed at the sight. Dad Kong Vu grabbed her arm, yelling, we can't stay here any longer. Follow me, we have to escape now. Zhao Feng's face was getting pummeled by the relentless onslaught of fists from the cannibals. Suddenly, a massive boulder plummeted from the sky and crashed directly onto the cannibals. crushing their bodies into a bloody pulp that splattered everywhere. The survivors recoiled in terror, questioning, what in the world was that? The group with Hyobin stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief. In the distance, Xiao Yong stood observing them, his expression grim. For a moment, everyone just stood there, looking at one another in stunned silence. Suddenly, Kong Vu broke the quiet, asking, "Is that another cannibal?" And Vu, standing beside him, replied, "No, that's not right. That creature is definitely not one of them." Kong Vu pressed, "How can you be so sure? For all we know, this freakish form is what they all turn into in the end." Tran Dung overheard this and had to stifle a laugh at Xiao Yong's sour expression. The bald-headed cannibal squinted, muttering, "One of us, no, that's not right." The one behind him frowned. "He doesn't have the scent of our kind." The bald leader asked again, "Are you a pure-blood evolution? Is that even possible?" Without giving them another moment to speculate, Xiao Yong gave a sharp command, "Go. Get them." From behind, Tran Sung cracked his knuckles, muttering with a sneer, "Of course, I get all the dirty work." Then, his feet moving with incredible speed, he shot forward like a blur. Across from him, the cannibals charged as well, one of them jeering, "Just a puny zombie? I've killed more of your kind than I can count." The words had barely left his mouth when Tran Sung's kick slammed his face into the dirt. Watching from afar, Kong Vu wondered aloud, what kind of monster is that? He's so powerful. Even stronger than Feng Thien Fuck. Arrived with the rest of the group, his voice calm. "Relax. They're elite fighters from the southern outskirts." He then glanced over as someone else exclaimed, "The southern outskirts. We all thought Feng was the strongest person left in this chaotic world." Over on the other side, a cannibal's voice was filled with rage. "What is this zombie? How can it be this ridiculously strong?" Another one tried to rally the group. "It's fine, don't be scared. If we all attack together, we can definitely take it down." The guy next to him agreed. "Right." But after that, the entire group just stood frozen. No one willing to make the first move, an awkward silence falling over them. Tran Dung watched exasperated as they tried to shove each other forward. You go first, I'll back you up." "Okay." Then two of them suddenly bolted forward, one shouting with a treacherous tone, "If we're just going to squabble, then I'm not going to pretend anymore." The other one's eyes burned with greed. "That pure-blood evolution is mine for the taking. Haha." This sent the rest of their group into an uproar of angry shouts. Across from them, Xiao Yong watched the two charge at him, silent and motionless. He simply raised one hand, holding his stance. In an instant, his hand plunged straight through the chest of the approaching cannibal, who coughed up a spray of blood, his eyes bulging as veins popped on his skin. Gauge K. With a single motion, Xiao Yong ripped the man's body in two, leaving the second attacker completely frozen in shock. The remaining cannibals began to flee in terror, scrambling for their lives. Voices thick with panic cried out, "He's even stronger than the other one. This is bad, we're no match for him. Run." But as they turned to flee, Xiao Yong simply extended his hand and black, whip-like vines erupted from the ground. They shot through the air, snaking forward and impaling the fleeing cannibals, who shrieked in agony. The sky remained pitch black, with only a few distant stars peeking through. Below the ground was littered with the corpses of the cannibals, all impaled by his dark vines. From afar, Kong Vu gasped in horror. "A demon. He's an actual demon." Thien Phuc tried to reassure him. "Don't be afraid. They're on our side." Just then, Zhao Feng, still in his monstrous form, suddenly raised a fleshy tentacle. It whipped out towards Xiao Yong, slashing across his arm and sending a spray of blood into the air. He flinched, his brow furrowing as he glared at the creature. He glanced down at the wound on his arm, wondering, what kind of monster is this? In the next instant, Xiao Yong launched his own attack as the black vines shot towards the beast. The vines coiled tightly around the monster's body, securely binding the writhing red tentacle. Xiao Yong watched it struggle and sneered, "Damn, this thing is disgusting. It just doesn't get tired." He hadn't even finished the thought before he summoned all his strength violently, slamming the monster to the ground and shouting, "How's your fall resistance?" Seeing this, Hu Bin burst into tears. Sobbing, "Dad, please stop." Kong Vu struggled to hold her back from behind. Hearing her cry, Xiao Yong paused, his eyes shifting towards them. Hu Bin immediately dropped to her knees. She sobbed, pleading, "I'm begging you, please spare him." but he just tightened his grip on the monster and asked, "Spare him, who this grotesque pile of flesh?" Hearing this, she quickly replied, "Yes, that's my father. He only attacked you because he's lost control right now. Please don't take his life." Xiao Yong, understanding her plea, loosened his grip, his voice dropping low. "Oh, it's already this twisted and deformed. You really think it can ever return to a human form?" He then casually tossed the creature. He flung it a distance and asked, "Is this good enough for you, Mum?" As the monster lay on the ground, Chen Chong sneered in disgust. "Ah." Xiao Yong shot him a look and retorted, "You can talk. The way you eat isn't much better than its current state." Kang Yu then ran out with a welcoming tone. "Boss, please follow us into the shelter. As for Ying Feng, we can just leave him out here for now." With that, the group proceeded into the compound. As soon as they reached the courtyard, everyone suddenly fell to their knees. They all spoke in unison. "Our savior, we're so grateful you appeared. If it weren't for you, neither Ying Feng nor any of us would have survived today." Xiao Yong looked down at them, his tone serious. "It was nothing a trivial matter. How long has this shelter been established? And what exactly is the deal with Ying Feng out there?" The girl immediately answered, "My father. He's infected with something called flesh mimicry." Puzzled, he asked, "Flesh mimicry? What in the world is that?" Xiao Ping then began to tell Xiao Yong the whole story. "It's a miraculous but incredibly dangerous life form. It was initially discovered in wild animals, and at first, everyone just assumed it was some kind of pathogenic bacteria. But through cultivation, we were astonished to discover, my God, this thing can transform into any kind of tissue. This life form can mimic any cell it consumes. Not only does it perfectly replicate the appearance, but its functions and properties become superior to the original cells it devoured. Even though it defied all ethical principles, my professor decided to bypass all oversight and secretly began conducting experiments on human subjects. In less than 1 week, the patient's cancer cells were almost completely eradicated. My professor stood beside me, overjoyed, and said, 'My God, we've discovered the God cell.'" She continued, "But that's when the disaster began. City M and City S descended into chaos. Refugees from all the surrounding cities came flooding in. Back then, we believed the God cell was the key to resolving this catastrophe, but we never imagined that the so-called key was in fact the catastrophe itself." Xiao Yong quickly deduced, "Let me guess. The previously stable tissues started to spiral out of control. Am I right?" Her eyes fell shadowed with sadness. "That's right. The mimic flesh invades relentlessly. Once all of an infected person's native cells and tissues are replaced, they gradually lose their very humanity. Replacement is the fundamental nature of the mimic flesh. As it expands, the infected develop an uncontrollable violent urge to spread the infection to more people. Over time, the mimic flesh tissue gradually forgets the host's structural information, eventually degenerating into a shapeless amorphous mound of flesh. Having lost its ability to maintain homeostasis, it also loses all mobility. The final outcome is to simply wither away from nutrient depletion. That's why, while they can still maintain a human form, they use all their strength to gather together. This behavioral trait leads them to their final destination. They link together, merging to form a sea of flesh. In the present, the harsh electric lights cast a stark white glow over the area. Xiao Yong stood silently for a moment, until a voice suddenly spoke from right behind him. "You're one of them now." Startled, he shot a confused look over his shoulder. Zhao Feng approached him and asked, "The wound on your body. Did you get that from my attack?" The surrounding people gasped when they saw him. Dad Ying Feng. Hearing the question, Xiao Yong lifted his arm to examine the wound. "Yes, I did." The man grimaced and sighed. In that case, you don't have much time left. I was hoping." But Xiao Yong just let out a low, dark chuckle. "You don't need to worry about me. I've already purged that mimic flesh of yours from my system." The man was stunned. "How is that possible?" Xiao Yong just smiled and explained. "My physical constitution and immune system are dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person's, so naturally they're far more powerful. Besides," he held out his hand as green vines instantly snaked around his arm. He stretched out both arms, reveling in the sensation, and declared, "I have an even more miraculous and lethal life form, living in symbiosis inside me." Everyone stared, their mouths hanging open in utter astonishment. As wisps of energy swirled around him, Xiao Yong asked with a curious glint in his eye. Say if the mimic flesh has the ability to simulate. If it's that potent, couldn't it be deliberately molded? Xiao Yong asked. Go on. Infect me. I want to try and domesticate this thing. If you insist on trying. Before he could finish, Xiao Feng tore off a piece of the mimic flesh from his own body and tossed it forward. Xiao Yong caught it in his hand holding the pulsating blob. He held it up for a closer look, then placed it onto his palm, allowing it to begin the parasitic process. Beside him, Xiao Feng asked, Well, how does it feel? Xiao Yong stared at his hand. He then said, It's no good. This stuff refuses to be controlled. The moment it started to fuse, it went on an all-out invasion. I had to wipe out every last bit of it. So how in the world do you manage to control it? Zhao Feng offered a gentle smile. I don't control it. I am times it. At this point, my entire body, every bit of tissue and flesh, is composed of this mimic substance. Biologically speaking, I stopped being human a long time ago. Stunned, Xiao Yong pressed further. Wait, if that's true, how are you still able to maintain a human form? Zhao Feng stated plainly, my humanity vanished a long time ago. The only thing anchoring me now is a sense of responsibility, the last bastion of my reasoning. The structural data of the neural cells in my brain probably hasn't been completely erased. That's why I can still think under the identity of Zhou Xiaofeng fighting back against the primal instincts of the mimic flesh. But I can feel it slipping away. What little reason I have left is fading. Before long, I'm afraid I won't even be able to maintain this human shape. I beg you please protect Xiao Ping and the other survivors here in my place. I am willing to give my all and do whatever you ask. In the days I still have my sanity. Hearing this, tears streamed down Xiao Ping's face as she sobbed, Dad. Just then, the system interface suddenly materialized. Having learned about more than 2 types of calamities, the Calamity Collector quest chain was now unlocked. Xiao Yong stared in surprise. Whoa, a new quest chain. The system then displayed the mission objective. Exhaust all efforts to understand the various types of calamities. Mission progress. Superphage virus adaptive spores. Mimic protozoa. Reward 300 cumulative points. Xiao Yong thought to himself, the superphage virus must be the zombie plague back in M-City. The adaptive spores have to be the plant-based lifeforms in S-City. Which means the mimic protozoa has to be this mimic flesh they're talking about. He suddenly announced, Perfect timing. I'm coming with you. Zhao Feng was taken aback. Come with me. For what reason? Xiao Yong answered coolly. No particular reason. Let's just say I'm curious. Zhao Feng pondered this for a long moment. But what about everyone here? He asked. Xiao Yong replied with confidence. That's the easy part. He then pulled out his radio and called, Hey Zongzi. Got anyone who's not too busy these days? Suddenly, a sound came from the entrance causing everyone to turn in surprise. Who's that? Strolling through the gate was Zhang Shengzhe, leading Shuai Shuai by the hand, drawing the curious gazes of the survivors. Now what kind of monster is that one? Person whispered. But the little boy's eyes lit up as he shouted with joy, Uncle Xiao Yong. Seeing them, Xiao Yong turned to Zhang Shengze. Why'd you bring your son along? Is his mom okay with this? Shuai Shuai immediately flexed his tiny muscles. Don't you worry, Uncle Xiao Yong. I'm not just some kid anymore. Let me show you what I can do. Xiao Yong just looked at him completely baffled. Huh. The boy then spun around and yelled out. All right, you've been tailing us this entire time. If you're not going to come out, then we're coming in to find you. Outside, amidst the silent towering skyscrapers, several flesh-eaters peeked over the rooftops. One of them muttered, Huh, they spotted us. A moment later, a whole gang of these flesh-eaters emerged from the shadows making their way towards the group. Their leader Shi Yang smirked. So this must be the infamous stronghold we've heard so much about. Let's see what kind of master requires our entire crew to join forces just to take down. He then pointed a finger directly at Shengze and taunted, Hey, that's gotta be you, right? Shengze just stood there, looking completely lost. Shi Yang, emboldened, pressed on. The rumor is you're the one who can take on several of our new humans all by yourself. Is that right? Hearing this, Shengze simply pointed to his ear. Sorry, fresh off the boat. My local dialect isn't great, so I'm not really from around here. Just arrived, so I have no idea what you're talking about. Behind them, Kung Yu turned to Zhao Feng and whispered, "What's happening?" Zhao Feng replied simply, "They've mistaken him for me." Outside, the flesh-eaters were getting restless, one shouting, "We were gonna have to throw down eventually. So why not do it now, while we've got the numbers? Let's get him." Hearing this, Shui puffed out his chest. "Dad, wait. Don't do anything. Let me take care of this." Shengze turned to look at his son. He reminded him, "Be smart about it. Go for the weak points, and don't try to bite off more than you can chew." A moment later, as the ravenous flesh-eaters charged forward, the little boy drew his weapon and took aim. His gaze locked onto them, filled with resolve. In an instant, a barrage of bullets erupted, streaking through the air like golden tracers. The one called Si Yang effortlessly dodged the incoming fire, his voice dripping with contempt. "You little punk, too clueless to be scared? Huh, don't you get it? At our speed, mere mortals like you can't even begin to react." He prepared to throw a punch, but just then, a bullet suddenly tore through his hand. The boy's hands moved in a blur, slapping in a fresh magazine as he shot back. "Who said I was a mere mortal?" He then slid to the side, weapon firmly in hand, unleashing a continuous stream of fire at his enemies. Shi Yang dodged the hail of lead and launched himself high into the air, planning a surprise attack from above. "You arrogant little brat," he sneered. But just at that moment, the boy leaped upwards, causing Si Yang's powerful punch to slam into the empty ground. In a flash, Shui vaulted over his opponent's body, pressing the muzzle of his gun against the man's head, a move that left his foe utterly stunned. Without hesitation, the boy pulled the trigger, blasting Shi Yang and driving his face straight into the dirt. Watching from behind, Kang Yu was completely flabbergasted. That kid, who is he? How can he be so incredibly skilled? Just as Shui landed, another towering figure lunged at him with blinding speed. For a moment, a hint of panic flashed across the boy's face. "This is bad," he thought. "I can't dodge in time. I'm going to get hit." But in that critical instant, a long black tentacle shot out and impaled the flesh-eater. It was Shengze, who had unleashed his tendrils to take down the cannibals. Everyone who witnessed the sight was overcome with a mixture of shock, fear, and disbelief. Are all of them monsters? At that moment, Shengze brutally slammed the impaled flesh-eater into the ground, with his tentacle terrifying the remaining attackers. What in the world is happening? This guy is even more powerful than the rumors suggested. Despite their fear, they charged forward with renewed ferocity, their voices echoing. "Let's all attack at once. Let's see how many tentacles he really has. Yeah, all we have to do is take him out, and the rest will be easy pickings." Across from them, Shengze simply raised a hand, commanding his appendages. The tentacle shot out with deadly force, skewering their bodies and sending a spray of crimson into the air. When the others rushed over to see, all that remained was a grotesque pile of corpses. A voice murmured in disbelief. This is just absurd." Shui, beaming with pride, boasted about his victory. "Uncle Xiao Yong, how'd I do?" Xiao Yong ruffled his hair, replying, "Handling 2 of those flesh-eaters was clearly no challenge for you. It seems you've been training quite hard lately." The boy puffed out his chest with confidence. "It's all thanks to the special field you created, Uncle Xiao Yong. Everyone who ate the plants grown there has gotten noticeably stronger." "Oh," Xiao Yong replied, then mused to himself. "The plants from the Shahi field are in essence still just plant-based life forms, although they can't compare to the wild predatory flora found hunting in S-City. They genuinely contain evolutionary energy. That's a rather unexpected benefit." Shui then pointed ahead and asked Uncle Xiao Yong, "What's the deal with this over here?" Xiao Yong glanced over. Considering the current state of the apocalypse, his mind began to form a picture. A rough outline of what the future held was taking shape. There were zombies, plant-based creatures, and now this, a life form they had dubbed simulated flesh. It seemed that every region had its own unique brand of horrors. Each disaster was distinct. He couldn't help but wonder what other kinds of enemies they would face in the future. Meanwhile, at another location, soldiers were desperately firing their weapons, trying to eliminate swarms of multi-legged insects. Yang Bing shouted in desperation, "We can't hold the line. The enemy is too numerous." His comrade beside him yelled, "Open the side gate, we have to run, it's every man for himself now." With that, vehicles started bursting through the side entrance. The vehicles weaved desperately through the horde of insects that swarmed around them. From the buildings, people ran out, tears streaming down their faces as they screamed, "Please don't leave us behind." But it was too late. The insects swarmed the stragglers, their mandibles tearing and crushing, ending their lives in a symphony of agony. As the sky grew dark and foreboding back inside the compound, Xiao Yong was walking and talking. "It's no problem. With those guys watching over the place, 20 or even 30 flesh-eaters won't pose any real threat." Suddenly, his gaze drifted to the side, and his curiosity was piqued. He muttered. Pointing to a person bound inside a room, he asked, "That guy over there, he's one of the flesh-eaters, isn't he?" Zhao Feng confirmed. "Ah, yes, he is. I'm using him to identify those infected by the simulated flesh." It was a chance discovery, but it turns out the flesh-eaters have no desire to consume anyone who has been infected by the simulated flesh. You see, not everyone can resist its nature the way I can. In a way, we're even more dangerous than the flesh-eaters. We can hide in plain sight, silently infecting the healthy. That's why he's necessary, to help us tell who is who. After hearing this, a sinister look crossed He Feng's face. "You won't be needing his little tricks today. I'll tell you myself who's been infected." At these words, both Zhao Feng and Zhao Ping flinched in surprise. He continued, "I'm quite curious. So, now that you've lost your humanity, can you even feel the pain of losing your daughter?" Hu Bin was left completely stunned. Across from them, Triu Fong roared at Hak Fong. "What did you just say?" Hak Fong let out a triumphant laugh. "The daughter you risked everything to protect. She's been infected by the mimetic flesh. And I don't think I need to tell you who was responsible for that. Do I?" Hu Bin glanced at her own wounded hand, her mind flashing back to when that creature had thrown her aside. Triu Fong's expression grew grim, but suddenly from behind him, Tudong placed a calming hand on his shoulder. Triu Fong turned, his voice laced with sorrow. "The truly despairing thing is how calm I am. I never expected this. Tu Bin. She's infected, and I should be completely falling apart inside. But I feel nothing. I think the man known as Triu Fong has probably reached his end." Triu Fong clenched his fists, his voice hardening with resolve. "It's time to plunge into the sea of flesh. But Tudong, my brother, even though I can no longer connect with who I used to be, a man should always see things through. So, I'm begging you, if you can purge the mimetic flesh from your own body, is there any chance you can do the same for Tu Bin?" Tudong gently patted Triu Fong on the chest. "That's just not possible. I can't exactly use my own immune system to cure another person." Triu Fong's voice filled with sadness. "I see. Never mind then." Kong Vu asked worriedly, "Hu Bin, are you going to slowly turn into that?" Just like Fong nearby, Hu Bin winced, her voice quiet. "It's fine. The world is what it is now. There's nothing left for me to hold on to anyway. When the time comes that I completely lose control, I just hope you all will be the ones to put me down." Tudong spoke up reassuringly. "Don't give up just yet. I never said I was out of options." He handed her a syringe filled with a blue liquid and said, "Here, take this. Inject it yourself." Kong Vu pointed at the injector, asking, "What is that?" Tudong replied simply, "It's an infection inhibitor. It was effective against the virus back in Mu City. I'm guessing it might work on the mimetic flesh too." Hu Bin immediately took the injector and administered it near her wound. Kang Vu watched and asked, "Is it working?" Hak Fong's voice echoed out from the other room. "Ha, do you people have any sense at all? The mimetic flesh is completely different from a virus. Even an idiot would know that's not going to work." But then he suddenly gasped in astonishment, thinking to himself, "How can this be?" Seeing his reaction, Tudong smirked. "Judging by the look on his face, I'd say it's working." Kang Vu cheered with delight. "That's amazing." Hu Bin stared at the injector. "If that's the case, then what about my father? Can we use this on him to turn him back into a human?" Tudong glanced over at Triu Fong. "I don't think so. His situation is completely different. You were only recently infected." Triu Fong gestured to himself. "He's right. The human parts of me have already been completely consumed. I'm pure mimetic flesh now, just barely clinging to a human appearance." You said before that you wanted to go to the Sea of Flesh. Do you still want to? I feel like I don't have much time left. Tudong turned to face Triufong, his voice firm and decisive. We're going. At that moment, the sky was a clear blue dotted with wisps of white clouds. In the city of Triufong, and Tudong walked down a street. As they moved, Triufong said, "We're not far from the Sea of Flesh now, which means it's definitely going to be dangerous." Tudong just grunted in agreement. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind them, startling them both into turning around. Behind them stood a group of children. One of them, a little boy in a yellow shirt, spoke up. "Do you two have any food? Could you spare a little for us?" Tudong's voice was cautious. "They're just kids." Triufong, at his side, warned him. "Stay alert." He scowled one of his hands, beginning to shift into its mimetic flesh form, as he said loudly, "There shouldn't be anyone out here." The children behind them also began to show signs of mimetic flesh, their voices continuing, "We're begging you, we haven't eaten in days." Above them, the sky was clear blue filled with gentle white clouds. Back at the encampment, Soi was using a gun to take down a large, many-legged insect. Walking over to the creature, the boy wondered aloud, "Why are there so many of these things around? They're fast, they're huge. I've had to kill a few of them since last night." Hu Bin's voice came from behind him. "I've never seen anything like them before either. They only started showing up yesterday, and it feels like there are more and more of them." The boy scratched his head. You don't think me and my dad are attracting them here, do you?" All of a sudden, the sound of tires screeching in the distance reached their ears. Startled, they both looked up. "What's going on?" Hu Bin asked, alarmed. Soi jumped to his feet, raising his weapon, and yelled, "Watch out. We've got uninvited company." In the distance, a convoy of vehicles, headlights blazing, sped towards them, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. One person was holding. The driver looked out the window and announced, "Those are people over there." The man next to him lit up. "That's fantastic. They're human. We've finally found other survivors. It looks like this place is some kind of settlement." Up ahead, a group had already assembled, weapons in hand. A young boy raised his rifle and shouted, "Get out of the car." Yang Bing immediately stepped out with his hands up. "Don't shoot, kid. We're not enemies." The boy shot back, "You're not flesh eaters. And you're not the evolved kind either. Are you all just normal people?" Yang Bing kept his hands raised in surrender, saying, "Take it easy. We mean you no harm. Don't be afraid." He then turned to his comrades behind him and ordered, "Lower your weapons, don't frighten them." Xiao Bing quietly warned the boy, "Be careful." The boy turned back, his voice reassuring, "Don't worry, they aren't flesh eaters, and they don't look like bad guys." The man stood before the boy and asked, "Kid, what's the situation here? Don't tell me you're the leader of this whole settlement." Shui replied, "I'm not the leader. I'm just temporarily in charge of their protection." The special forces guard behind Yang Bing scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Pfft, temporarily in charge of protection. A little squirt like you." Shui's voice turned stern. "Hey, show some respect. We're the ones deciding whether to take you people in." Yang Bing quickly intervened. My apologies, kid." He then asked, "Who are you all? Where did you come from?" The man explained, "My name is Yang Bing. We came from B City. We had a settlement, but it was overrun by an insect swarm. We were completely overwhelmed and had no choice but to flee south. We originally escaped with 5 vehicles, but we were forced to separate along the way. Our leader and one other vehicle headed towards C City." Shui looked up, stroking his chin in thought, and mumbled, "An insect swarm." The boy then held up a dead insect, asking, "Was it this kind of insect?" A voice from the newcomers group piped up, "Oh, the insects over here are only this big." Everyone around them began to murmur, "This is great. The infestation in M City is way milder than where we were. Don't get too excited. That swarm will make its way here sooner or later. At least this proves the swarm isn't moving as fast as we first predicted." Shui issued a warning, "Don't get the wrong idea. We never had an insect problem here. This bug just showed up yesterday. We've got our own troubles to deal with." Yang Bing's curiosity was piqued. "Your own troubles? You mean those soulless corpses?" the boy stated calmly. "There's no way you didn't see them on your journey here." The man replied, "We figured they were puppets controlled by parasites. We were actually surprised that we couldn't see any parasites crawling on their heads. But that's no problem, just take a look at our firepower. Yang Bing gestured and his team brandished their weapons. He declared confidently, we have more than enough to handle an insect swarm. And as for those zombies, that'll be a piece of cake. Xiao Bing spoke up. Either way, you should get inside the settlement. It's dangerous out here. If you're attacked by the flesh-eaters, I don't think we could protect a group this large. Yang Bing boasted loudly, now that we're here. The job of protection obviously falls to us. Another voice from his group chimed in. That's right, rest easy. Compared to the insect tide we survived, the threat level here is practically elementary school. After saying this, he let out a loud, smug laugh. On a beautiful morning under a clear blue sky, the scene changes. Xiao Yong is seen calmly battling monsters. The ground is littered with the splattered remains of blood creatures. Watching from behind, Zhao Feng wore a stunned expression, thinking, this level of power is absolutely staggering. He then turned to him and said, within a 1-kilometer radius, there are still at least 20 more of your kind. He replied. Furthermore, they are all simulated flesh, having nearly lost their ability to shapeshift. It's terrifying to imagine the horrific fate that would befall any normal person who wandered into this place. After speaking, Zhao Feng suggested, let's go. I can sense we're getting close. The sky remained pristine. Xiao Yong stood on a high perch, silently observing the passage of time. Suddenly, blood creatures began to pour into every nook and cranny of the city. An image of the creatures flickered across Zhao Feng's face as he began to speak. Finally, Zhao Feng slowly stepped down from his vantage point. He looked as if he was about to plunge himself into the mass of blood creatures below, but Xiao Yong swiftly grabbed him, pulling him back. Surprised, Zhao Feng turned and asked, what's wrong? Xiao Yong questioned softly. Are you really just going to give up what? Not going to struggle a little longer, Zhao Feng said helplessly. It's useless. Sooner or later my will is going to be completely erased. The day will come when I can no longer fight my instincts. Hearing this, Xiao Yong extended his hand, causing the man to stammer. A surprised Xiao Feng stuttered. What are you doing? He was completely caught off guard by the boy's actions. Tendrils shot out from Xiao Yong's palm, piercing straight into Zhao Feng's forehead, causing his eyes to slowly glow a fiery red. Suddenly, a surge of power seemed to emanate from Xiao Yong's body. He stated calmly, if you're lacking structure, Xiao Yong declared generously, then I'll give you some. With that, he shut his eyes, focusing all of his energy. A moment later, with the clouds still drifting lazily across the sky, Zhao Feng collapsed to his knees on the ground. What did you just do? He asked. Xiao Yong explained, I implanted adaptive spores into your body to help you maintain your brain's current structure, and while I'm at it, I'll learn more about the properties of mimic protozoa, like you. Quest Calamity Collector, in progress. Objective, fully investigate all calamity types. Progress hyperphage virus adaptive spores. Mimic protozoa. Cumulative point reward, 300. Zhao Feng couldn't help but remain puzzled. The mimic protozoa? You mean the mimic flesh you mentioned? Forgetting a host's structural data isn't its nature but rather a defect. The sea of flesh is merely a desperate act of survival. To continue existing, it requires a constant, unending stream of new life forms to throw themselves in and provide sustenance. But as the sea of flesh expands, the surrounding life forms, used as nourishment, will inevitably be completely consumed. At that point, the sea of flesh will begin to consume itself, and it might even suffer a massive collapse due to its lack of genetic diversity. Zhao Feng asked curiously, so can those spores you implanted in me help restore my humanity? The boy replied, no, but they can help you maintain your current state. The adaptive spores will continuously use your current structure to replicate and supplement itself, while simultaneously contending with the mimic protozoa concentrated in your body. They'll devour each other, reaching a state of equilibrium. As long as that structural information is supplied, you can avoid being forgotten. He then asked, so does that mean I can live as Zhu Zhaofeng forever? Xiao Yong replied softly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, yes. Zhao Feng was overcome with gratitude and immediately expressed his thanks. However, he added, even though you say that it's ultimately just maintaining the status quo, For me, resisting my instincts is still a challenge. I'm terrified that I won't be able to hold on. Suddenly, Xiao Yong leaped onto the city wall, announcing, "This is the second thing I want you to try." His eyes were cold and resolute, as he commanded, "Get down." Zhao Feng was baffled, not understanding Xiao Yong's purpose, and blurted out, "What?" Xiao Yong repeated nonchalantly, "Jump down. I'll go with you." The scene cuts to the rest of the group at a gas station, where the leader pulls out a cigarette. As he lights it, he says, "Let's move it, people. We haven't confirmed all the potential threats around here." Jing Wei walked over and said, "Chief, we're pumping gas right now." He put the cigarette away and replied sheepishly, "Ah, we must be out of City B's limits by now, huh? I wonder how the Yang Bing Guild is doing. Is the radio still not fixed?" Jing Wei answered, "We left a long time ago. This is City C now, and I'm afraid it can't be fixed. The radio took a hit during the chaos, and all the components inside were completely shattered." The leader adjusted his cap, saying, "Should have packed a spare from the start." Jing Wei replied, "It's all right. They'll probably slow down for us. We'll wait until we finish refueling and then go after them. We can definitely catch up." Just then, a woman's voice called out from a distance, cutting their conversation short. The two men froze. "Are you guys human?" They turned to see the silhouette of a short-haired woman leading a small group. As they approached, she asked, "Can you take us in? We have supplies." Jing Wei stepped closer to her, asking, "Are you survivors from around here?" The young woman replied, "Yes, we have supplies." He pressed on, "Are there any insect swarms nearby?" Little did he know this woman was actually a monster in disguise. She answered deceitfully, "Insect swarms? No, we have supplies." Jing Wei scratched his head in confusion. "I know you have supplies." He turned back to his leader and said, "Chief, how about we go with them and bring back their people and supplies?" Suddenly, the leader sensed a grave danger and yelled, "Watch out!" He whipped his head around only to freeze in terror as the monster revealed its true form, lunging at him with a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. Before he could even react, he was swallowed whole, his agonizing screams echoing through the air. Back with Xiao Yong, they stared down at the writhing mass of the monster's tentacles, each one lined with sharp teeth squirming restlessly. Zhao Feng asked, "Are you serious right now?" Xiao Yong replied nonchalantly, "You have to jump one way or another. Just trust me." Zhao Feng still stared down his face, a mask of fear. Without another moment of hesitation, they both decided to leap down together despite the considerable height. It seemed the monster had sensed them as it began to stretch its tentacles upward, eagerly awaiting its prey. Xiao Yong saw this as they descended, both of them landing with one foot at the exact same moment. The moment they made contact, the creature surged upwards, its maw gaping wide to reveal terrifying rows of sharp fangs. It completely enveloped both of them, and the two slowly sank into the soft, fleshy mass. A few seconds later, an eerie calm fell over the area. But just 1 second after that, bursts of green energy began to erupt from within the slimy mound. It grew at a frantic pace, spreading in every direction. From inside, Xiao Yong began to control the plant-based energy, pushing himself free. He then let the biological armor peel away from his body, before landing next to where Zhao Feng was standing. He stammered, "What? What is this?" Xiao Yong explained, "Okay, that's enough gawking. It's your turn now." "Still astonished," he replied me. At that moment, Zhao Feng felt as if Xiao Yong was transferring some of the symbiotic plant energy into his body. His entire being pulsed with this new power, forcing a cry from his lips as in just a few moments, plant-like growths began sprouting all over Zhao Feng's body. The tendrils from Xiao Yong's power then reached out, drawing close to the growths on him. The two plant forms began to intertwine, exchanging information. Very quickly, Zhao Feng's body resembled a frantically growing tree trunk. A moment later, right in the middle of the biomass, a massive ancient tree erupted forth. Zhao Feng's body had now completely merged with the tree. Xiao Yong asked him how it felt to have his instincts fulfilled. Seeing the living entities moving freely across his new form, he exclaimed, This is. Then in the distance, something else began to slowly rise from beneath the sea of flesh. Another massive tree trunk shot up from the ground. Zhao Feng said in awe, "I can control them. I Have I become the Sea of Flesh? Xiao Yong held up a hand to explain. Not so fast. Right now, you can only control about 1/5 of the Sea of Flesh. Gaining control over the entire thing will still take at least half a month. Then, in the distance, yet another tree trunk emerged. This one pushed through the ground and grew rapidly, sprouting branches and leaves. Zhao Feng asked, "What's going on?" "There's another tree," Xiao Yong replied. "That's a main trunk. Each one represents the scope of your control over the Sea of Flesh. Your range has just expanded. Wait until the entire Sea of Flesh is filled with these trunks, and you will become its true master. But let me be clear, the symbiotic spores are ultimately under my control," he warned, pointing a finger. "Don't you get any funny ideas about me or the people of M City. This power I've given you, I can also take it away at any time. Understand?" Zhao Feng, understanding the implication, replied, "Of course. I'm eternally grateful. How could I dare plot against you?" Hearing this, Xiao Yong was satisfied. Good. Just then the two of them detected some kind of noise. Zhao Feng turned and said, "We've got trouble." It turned out to be two people, the leader and Officer Jing Wei, running for their lives from a grotesque biomass monster that was chasing them. Officer Jing Wei yelled, "I'd rather be taken down by a swarm of insects than end up in the mouth of this thing." Suddenly, one of the running men skidded to a halt. "What are you stopping for? Keep running." But then both of them just stood there, their mouths agape in stunned silence. Before them stood two small figures, looking up at a colossal tree, taller than any building, basking in the sunlight. The two of them stammered in unison, What is that?" The monster that had been chasing them just moments before was still screeching right behind them, and they were too terrified to turn around completely. It was still closing in on its prey. The leader asked in a panic, "What do we do now? Do we keep running?" The biomass creature was closing in. "We can't," one of them yelled. "Don't you see? That rotting mass of flesh in front of us looks exactly like the other monsters." A tentacle shot out, reaching for the two of them. Jing Wei cried out, "So what do we do? It's gonna catch us." The leader shot back, "Run sideways. What else?" Suddenly, a shadow fell over them. Jing Wei looked up and saw a gigantic maw, filled with rows of sharp teeth, descending upon them. Both of them screamed in terror, "We are so screwed." But their target wasn't the humans, it was the mimicked flesh beast up ahead. The creature launched a direct assault on the alpha, causing the vile mound of flesh to shatter into countless smaller pieces. Realizing it wasn't attacking its own kind, it leaped away, trying to flee. But these flesh masses, controlled by Zhao Feng, began to spread rapidly, pursuing the fleeing mimics. It closed the distance in an instant, surging forward, until it caught them, morphing into massive maws lined with razor-sharp teeth. It then devoured the other monsters whole, slowly absorbing and assimilating them into its own body. Once the process was complete, Zhao Feng commanded it to retreat to a safe distance. At this, the leader and Jing Wei finally let out a breath of relief. Jing Wei stammered, We're saved," but the leader remained wary. "Shh, not a sound. It might not have noticed us yet." Suddenly, a voice echoed from a nearby tree, making both of them jump. "Stop being foolish. I can see your every single move." They frantically looked around, shouting, "Where are you? Who's talking?" Just then, the upper half of Zhao Feng's body emerged from the sea of flesh, causing the two men to tremble uncontrollably. The leader stammered, "What are you?" Xiao Yong appeared behind them, explaining, "He times is times this entire sea of flesh." The men spun around to face him. "And just who are you? When did you get here?" Xiao Yong retorted. "How about you two go first? Tell me where you came from." The scene then shifts to another location, the insect tide. That's right, a swarm of monstrous bugs, vicious ground crawlers, swift aerial predators, and massive ones that can spit corrosive venom from dozens of meters away. Not to mention the brain bugs, which can enslave human minds. They fight with a level of coordination that surpasses even our most disciplined soldiers. Xiao Ping rested her hand on her chin, deep in thought. "It sounds like they're a truly eusocial species," she mused. Another survivor overheard and asked, "Eusocial?" She went on to explain, "Ants, bees, and termites are all examples. They possess incredibly low individual desires, dedicating themselves entirely to the benefit of their colony. A species like that is truly terrifying. Their capacity for command and coordination is beyond human imagination. Yang Bing shook his head grimly. Now you can see just what kind of enemy we're up against, and just how horrifying they are. Right on cue, a sudden commotion sent a wave of panic through the group. What's that noise? Up on the rooftops of the surrounding skyscrapers, groups of flesh-eaters appeared. One of the survivors spotted them and screamed. "It's the man-eaters," he asked in a panicked voice. "Man-eaters? You mean they actually eat people?" Shui, replied grimly. "That's right. Now you can witness firsthand the kind of enemy we're forced to deal with." The man-eaters were acting brazenly, clearly emboldened by their own leader's absence. Shu Ya spoke up. "One of us saw your leader heading toward City C." Hung Shu added with a smirk. "Heh, so who's left to protect you now?" Shu Ya raised her hand to give a command. "Listen here. If you resist, we'll end all of you right now. But that would be a waste, and not very beneficial for any of us. How about this: we protect you, and in return, you just have to choose one person every few days as a tribute. A tribute for us. What do you say?" Hearing this, Shui burst out laughing. "Ha, so you want to keep us as livestock?" The man-eater continued. "I'll give you half an hour to consider. If you don't agree, we'll wipe you all out on the spot." Yang Bing just shook his head. These fools have no idea what they're dealing with. On his signal, everyone drew their firearms. He smirked. "Hey, you flesh-eating degenerates. You recognize these, don't you?" Shu Ya scratched her cheek, looking confused. You're acting all tough with a bunch of broken toys. This kid must not be from around here, right?" With that, 4 of the man-eaters leaped down from the high-rise. The soldiers' jaws dropped in disbelief. No way, they're actually jumping. Just a few seconds later, the fiends made contact with the ground, completely unscathed. The survivors were stunned. They had just jumped down several stories. How are they not even hurt these things? They aren't normal people. The soldiers began to aim their weapons, shouting, open fire," but the creatures just ignored the bullets, piercing their bodies, and kept charging. Yang Bing yelled, "They're not even fazed by the bullets." They kept firing relentlessly, but it had no effect. A soldier screamed, "What do we do?" Yang Bing commanded, "Damn it, hold your ground. Retreat in an orderly fashion." One of the flesh-eating monsters had already closed the distance. Powerless, he could only curse. Damn it. But suddenly, a massive tentacle shot out of nowhere, impaling the monster and splattering its blood all over Yang Bing's face. He stood there completely baffled by what had just happened. The other man-eaters stopped their advance, equally confused. What was that? At that very moment, Xing Zhe, with his imposing figure, walked into view, the corpse of the man-eater still dangling from his appendage. One of the survivors whispered, "What kind of monster is that?" The remaining man-eaters began to mutter amongst themselves, "A guardian? What is this? Weren't we told that thing was already in City C?" Shuya exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. "Damn it, you lied to us." But Xiong Shu pointed ahead, trying to explain. "Look closely. This monster isn't the one we were told about." With that realization, the group broke into a mad dash. The woman screamed, "Run for your lives," as Jiang Shu cursed. "Screw this, I'm out of here." Suddenly, leaping over the heads of the fleeing crowd, Chen Chong shot forward. A special forces guard watched in disbelief, muttering, "There's another master here." In a flash, Chen Chong closed the distance, landing directly in the path of the man-eating creatures. They skidded to a halt as Shu Ya watched, bewildered. "Now, what is this?" Without a word, Chen Chong let out a low growl and lunged straight at them. With his current level of strength, a single swipe of his claws was all it took to tear them to shreds. A moment later, the group cautiously approached the remains of the 3 cannibals. Everyone stood there, in utter amazement. Shui broke the silence. "See, those hornets were a pain, but when you compare them to people, humans are still the scariest monsters, right?" Yang Bing simply nodded vigorously, unable to speak. Back with Xiao Yong, the massive tree remained as lush as ever. He finally understood it was an insect trap. So does this mean the disaster in City B is a completely different type, he wondered. Just then, he received a system notification. The mission objective was to find all types of disasters. His current progress included the superphage virus, the metamorphic spore, the mimic protozoa, and the eightfold centrosome, for a total of 400 accumulated bonus points. A new mission popped up, Insect Repulsion. The objective was to eliminate the threat posed by the insects. The reward was 300 cumulative points. Xiao Yong thought to himself, just as I suspected, it's a completely new type of disaster. Furthermore, as more disaster types are discovered, the reward for each one also increases. He turned to the leader and asked, "Did you say your comrades headed southwest earlier?" The man nodded. "Yes. Our original plan was to bypass the inner part of City M and take the main road straight south." Zhao Feng interjected. "That's the direction of our settlement." The leader continued. "You guys have a settlement. Do you really need one?" Xiao Yong replied. "There are still some things worth protecting." He then glanced at Zhao Feng. "Wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Feng replied. "I've become one with the sea of flesh now. I can never go back. Brother Xiao Yong, I'll have to trouble you to look after Zhao Ping for me." Xiao Yong shook his head. "That won't be necessary. The purpose of my trip was to have her and everyone from your settlement move here." Zhao Feng immediately protested. "How could that be possible? I'm far too dangerous for them." Xiao Yong offered a suggestion. "Haven't you noticed a small change in your own nature?" This gave Zhao Feng pause, and he froze for a moment. He finally said, "You're right. It seems my interest in infecting and hunting has significantly decreased. What's happening to me?" Xiao Yong began to explain. "It's because of the metamorphic spore's existence. It provides the sea of flesh with a cheap, yet highly efficient energy source, so your predatory instincts have naturally diminished. With your willpower, suppressing what's left of that desire shouldn't be difficult." Xiao Yong gestured. "Let's go. On the way we can see if we can reunite with your friends." Understanding the plan, the leader simply replied, "Ah, okay." A short while later, they returned to the city where the rest of the group was waiting. The moment Shui Shui saw him, he ran over to boast. "Uncle Xiao Yong, you're finally back. You won't believe it. We just fought off a powerful group of enemies." At the same time, Yang Bing spotted the leader and called out happily, "Chief, Chief." The leader clapped him on the shoulder. Yang Bing, brother Xiao Yong, was right. You guys really were here. He then asked, "Where are the others?" Yang Bing's face fell as he answered, "We ran into monsters. The rest of them didn't make it." A wave of sadness, loss, and grief for their fallen comrades washed over the group. After a moment, Yang Bing seemed to regain his composure and spoke up. "It's all right, Chief. You have to see the people in this settlement. They're ridiculously powerful." The leader simply replied, "I think you're the ones who need to have your minds blown. Compared to what we just witnessed now, times is what you call truly ridiculous." Just then, Xiao Ping approached, her voice heavy with sadness. "Brother Xiao Yong, did he really become a part of the sea of flesh?" He answered gently, "He did. But you don't need to be sad about it. Your father has managed to retain his own consciousness." She gasped in astonishment. "What did you say?" Xiao Yong reassured her. "I found a way for him to control the power of the sea of flesh. In fact, right now it's the safest place in the world." He then turned to address the entire group. "Everyone pack your belongings, we're relocating. Leader Zhou Xiaofeng and I have found a much better place for us." And so the group began their journey to the new safe zone, following Xiao Yong's lead. As they came upon the vast mutated flesh fields, a warning was issued. "Stay alert. We've just entered the hunting grounds of the mimic flesh monsters." As they pressed forward, a voice suddenly echoed from a narrow alleyway. "Excuse me, are you fellow survivors?" But hearing the voice only made the group more cautious. "Phong Ken Jiak. Tuân bin noi tong dang ve, của bọn họ, kung kong jong ke, an thịt ngồi đã gặp lúc thuộc. Chỉ là một nôm ngồi thuồng mỗi ngồi kong thong về làm gì. Thu linh đường nu đã phát hiện truong. Hợp mình đã gặp Hà Nội lại là đám người đó. Tuân bin ra suk nan kan, thu linh an làm gì thế. Bọn họ là đàn thuồng jong với chúng ta mà. Thu linh quát nhìn lại cho khi đi mấy tên này có phải đàn thuồng không. Bọn họ nhìn lại cùng nhổ ngang kịp sổ. Nhưng con quái vật này về mà không bị sung đàn hạ gục. Cái quái chỉ về term lộm qua. Chỉ hủy đôi, chỉ thay về hướng khác nội. Bên kia, cùng có, nương con, người, du, quái, vật biển, đang đến gần, đến của mọi người. Lúc này, từng phía đều, có một đám người, giá đang đần, bảo vệ họ. Hà hoàng hốt, bên, kia, cường khó, chúng ta bị bảo vệ rồi. Tù linh lung tung bao thiểu đung hoing, để mau tân người chạy đến chỗ đại lao biên thịt vũ khí hawa lực của bọn thôi mạn. Im hồ chỗ các cổ, mau lên. Đường bình cắt ngang tù linh đừng hoàng hối thiểu xoay có mấy người mạn làm. Hắn quay lại nói lọn. Đừng nói mấy lời ngơ nửa. Mỹ tên này không để đôi phổ đỡ. Mau lên mau thấp hợp các an. Em chăn đàn họ lực thiêu sát. Đừng để bọn chúng lại gần. Về si đắc niệm nói. Lệ, lôi thu lên, đi mai tên này các. Phải kẻ ăn đi thế, nuôi. Đã đến lúc khoa lúc, khu chúng ta. Phát hậu, yu thế rồi. Thiểu đúng vô vai thu lên. Được rồi. Nuôi, em, có thể, nhún thái, khi gặp chuyện các an. Thật sụt dòng lên là, nuôi đang tên khai. Tu lên sinh lại. Rồi khẩu, bước đi lôi, ra một khẩu sung. Các anh lùi lại phía sau tháp hợp một chỗ với một người tròn lát nữa bị ngộ thương. Mọi người nghe lời khẩu lùi lại phía sau rồi khẩu chia đầu sung lên tray. Bán phát sung đầu tiên. Đó là pháo tin hiu nổ bê khảo một màu đọc xóa thiên trên tray. Xoay xy ngược lên nhìn chú tiêu. Đúng chú đang làm gì vậy à? Nông chi sandaya khẩu quay khẩu sung trên thế. Không phải là một nông khéo từ các. Khẩu bê hỏi lại. Một nông khéo từ các. Tiêu đúng quay sinh bao thăng thiệt. Rõ thế đi Hong Kong qua. Đốc sức đứng đề. Chung giết. Người của chúng ta là. Được lát nữa. Sẽ có người đến. Thu đón tan cục. Hắn thuần lên. Vang. Lúc này, những khoang khoai vốt đã hai noen hình kê lên lão về phía trục. Ba người gồm thăng triệt tròn đông và xoay cùng bắt đầu lão thôi. Một cuộc đấu đã hỗn loạn, đánh xảy ra khá nghiêm trọng. Thu linh thay ba người họ, có năng lực siêu phàm, cùng nhạc niên. Mấy tên này cũng là khoai vật sao, đường bin tu tên. Tôi nói không sai chứ, thu linh mở mang tầm mắt, rồi chú những lúc này cũng vẫn còn rất nhiều con khoai vật, các đang gào lên, mọi người hỗn hốt. Vẫn còn đông đảo khoai vật hòn sao. Họ quay lại nên, nhưng con khoai vật khổng lồ là khai vật quan đang chạy thôi. Quan nhân nhiều khoai vật đất mô phẳng hòn. Mọi người tin nào bảo cho tiêu đường biết tu linh, tiêu đường bên ai cùng khẩu. Khẩu quay lại, bên ai bên linh bị bảo vệ. Chết tít họ cùng bất lực. Nôm thu linh tiêu đường bị cầm chăn, rồi không kịp đến khu chúng ta. Một người linh, bên cạnh nói cầm vũ khí, linh chuẩn bị bảo vệ chính mình. Nhưng con khoai vật lúc này đã áp sát thôi còn họ không ngừng hết lên. Một người trong số họ nói hôn kịp giữ vững thôn thuyền. Chúng tiến đến rất gần và vụt qua mọi người. Mục tiêu mà chúng muốn ham đến là đám khoai vật đất mô phỏng kia. Chúng ne ham rong sạc nón, rồi thân công. Mỗi người ngạc nhiên. Đám khoai vật này không phải nằm đến chúng ta sao, bọn chúng đang tàn sát lần nó. Lúc này Thu Linh cũng hiểu ra vấn đề hẹn nói thôi hiểu, rồi bọn chúng là một nôm khảo từ các mà tiêu đông huynh để báo, là thuộc hạ của đại lao đồ. Đừng bình không hiểu nên hỏi lại lao đồ Thu Linh nói. Hu lát nữa khu sẽ được mà mang thầm mặt. Kết thúc, ôi một hồi lão sao khu không khen, không đi đến kết thúc. Nhưng không khoái vật bị đàn bài thàn ra từng men khắp tùy đất. Nhưng lúc này lại có. Nhưng chiếc sục thu rây khai, đang thiên lại gần. Mọi người khang nhạc khỏi. Chúng này vậy mà nó chỉ đi ngang qua không thân không mọi người cẩn thận trang ra. Chúng tiếp thu kín đến những cái xa không khoái vật. Khó kinh ngạc tốt lên cái khoái gì vậy trong về phía thi thể khoái vật. Chiếc sục thu khi tiếp sục. Đưa khăn môi. Đi cầm vào so đó tu hấp thu. Nhưng man giác đưa lúc nước vào bên trong. Tiêu đúng trần and mọi người. Đi tiếp đọc theo nhưng rau thịt này. Là sẽ đến NG thổi. Một lát sau khi mọi người đến nói những người lần đầu đến thì có chút kinh ngạc. Đường bên lạp bạp, đó là cái. Một cái chú bên thịt sao. Mọi người đứng ở đuôi ngắm nhìn cái lộn. Hiểu. Bên chưa thể bổ liên lộ lắng bộ em. Tiêu. Dung an con, hai Jiang and Ui. Dung lo. Oh, I'm just up ahead. He then called out, come on out, my daughter's here. From within the sea of flesh, a grotesque, slimy mass began to rise. the leader filled with excitement, announced to everyone. Look and look closely. Witness the true pinnacle of evolution. Zhao Feng's form emerged, and Xiaoping cried out, Dad. She started to run towards her father, but Xiao Yong held her back. With tears welling in her eyes, she asked, What's wrong? Xiao Feng explained. This sea of flesh is immense, and I don't have perfect control yet. Don't come any closer, you could get hurt by accident. Xiao Yong helped her understand, adding, He's right. From now on, everyone will make camp here. We must all try to avoid touching the sea of flesh. As long as we keep our distance, Zhao Feng will be able to suppress its instinct to attack and infect us. Have you found a place to set up a base? Zhao Feng replied. About 1 kilometer to the southwest, at the border of City C and City G, there's a factory. I've already taken care of the simulated flesh inside. Let's all head over there. The scene shifts to another location, where various plant creatures are being tossed into a large pit. Zhang Qi remarked to Li Cheng, Have the plant-like invaders been getting a little too frequent, Lao? He speculated. This can only mean another wandering flower car is approaching our location. Tan Yuan asked, puzzled. But wasn't the flower car already tamed by Xiao Yang? The old man asserted, There's more than just one of those flower cars in this forest. Back with Xiao Yang's group, everyone had quickly arrived at the safe location Zhao Feng had secured for their camp. The survivors began clearing the area, preparing to settle down and build a new life. At that very moment, Xiao Yong's walkie-talkie crackled to life. After a short exchange, he said, Oh, I understand. He turned to Zhao Feng. There's a situation in the southern outskirts of City M. I have to head back. Zhao Feng replied, I've got things covered here. You all go ahead, don't worry. Then Xiao Yong called out to Xiao Shui, who was carrying a massive iron bar. The boy, answered Uncle Xiao Yong. What's up? Xiao Yong explained. There's trouble near the flower car's territory. Uncle Chong and I are going back. You and your dad will stay here for the time being. The boy cheerfully gave a thumbs up in agreement. You can count on us, Uncle Xiao Yong. At a base nestled between sand and mountains, a voice called out, Xiao Yong and Chong are back inside. A room the group was deep in discussion. Zhang Qi continued, Mi-san and Xiao Kai. Our group is more than enough to handle it, especially with Li Cheng here. What's there to be afraid of? Hong Li interjected. He Lao is right. We can't afford to be careless. Having Xiao Yong with us ensures there will be no mistakes. Xiao Yong looked at Zhang Qi and said, Qizi, you've really filled out, haven't you? Zhang Qi grinned smugly, flexing his muscles with confidence. Of course I have. After all this time, eating the rations from the flower car, even the regular survivors in town have gained some power. And besides, I'm one of the top-tier fighters now. Oh, really? Hearing this, Xiao Yong said decisively, Fine. Tomorrow you're coming with me deep into the city's forest. We'll see just how strong you've all become. Monsters dropped to the ground one after another. Seeing the result, Xiao Yong shouted in approval. Nice work. Tan Yuan gave a bashful laugh, scratching his head. It was nothing really. Zhang Qi swaggered over to Xiao Yong, jabbing a thumb at his own chest. So what do you think, Xiao Yong? I wasn't just talking big, was I? San and I are on a whole new level, Xiao Yong replied. Save the boasting for when you face a real flower car. Suddenly, Li Cheng's expression shifted as he spotted something out of place. He pointed and yelled to Xiao Yong, Xiao Yong, look over there. Xiao Yong glanced over. Huh. In the distance was a massive tree that had been sawn down, leaving only its stump. What is that? A god tree. He and the others cautiously approached to investigate. As the group moved forward, they all looked up in astonishment. Before them stood countless trees. Just like the first one, all of them cut down. Xiao Yong blurted out. Who in the world did this? Li Cheng looked around at the others. Was this our people? Shang Qi answered. Impossible. Our people have never ventured this deep into the forest. Xiao Yong held up a hand, signaling for silence. He focused his hearing, trying to catch any distant sounds. After a moment, he told the group, There's something over that way. Let's go check it out. In that direction, a group of men in yellow uniforms were using chainsaws to fell the trees. Suddenly, as one massive trunk was being cut, It began to topple unexpectedly, startling the man with the saw. The tree crashed down toward the rest of the crew. Someone screamed, "Look out!" The group scattered in a panic, but one man who was taking a break couldn't react in time. His companion yelled, "Hey, move it!" He failed to dodge, and the tree slammed down right beside him. Fortunately, his injuries weren't severe. He screamed, "Out! Damn it, you moron! Who did that?" Blood trickled from his mouth and nose as he screamed, "Which one of you idiots was it? You useless punk! God damn it, I'm gonna end you." A peaceful end. Suddenly, the man fell silent for a moment, his eyes wide with terror. Then tears streamed down his face as he shrieked in panic. "No, no, no, I can still work. Don't. Just give me 2 days. I swear I'll recover." But before he could finish, he let out a blood-curdling scream as branches began to erupt from all over his body. A branch even pierced through his pupil, an absolutely gruesome sight. Then countless more sprouted rapidly from his neck, tearing his head clean from his shoulders. Finally, the growth rate of the branches slowed his very flesh, now serving as fertilizer for the plant. His companions were frozen solid, watching the grotesque scene unfold, their faces masks of pure horror and revulsion. One of them, his voice trembling, screamed, Don't just stand there. Get back to work. Keep working." At his words, the others scattered, chiming in, "Yeah, right. Let's just keep working." Another added, "We're fine. We can still work." All the while, the branches continued to snake out from their former comrade's body, just as Xiao Yong's group arrived on the scene. Zhang Qi spoke up. "Xiao Yong, look, they're survivors. Survivors are cutting down trees over there." Hearing his voice, the group stopped what they were doing and sized them up. Xiao Yong's crew faced them on high alert. One of the men stepped forward, inquiring, You're survivors?" Zhang Qi was taken aback by the question. Seeing Zhang Jia, they weren't just happy to see them. They seemed downright astonished. Xiao Yong was equally perplexed. "Huh." A man with a friendly demeanor walked up, raising a hand and greeting fellow survivors. "Greetings." Tan Yuan, a member of Xiao Yong's team, murmured, "Huh. These guys seem a little slow on the uptake." The friendly man continued, "Is it just the few of you? Are there any more of your friends around? Our place is a large-scale settlement, totally safe and secure. On top of that, we're currently in need of more people. So if you have more people, you can all come join us." Jiang Qi replied, "We do have many other friends, it's true, but your settlement is definitely not the place for." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yong suddenly clapped him on the shoulder, startling Jiang Qi. Xiao Yong then turned to the other group and said, "We had a disagreement with the people at our last settlement, so we parted ways. Would your community be willing to take us in?" Hearing this, the man beamed and replied, "Of course, absolutely. In this apocalypse, everyone's on edge. Disagreements happen. But at the end of the day, there's strength in numbers. It's always better to stick together to survive." Xiao Yong replied, "That makes perfect sense." The man then turned, signaling for them to follow his lead. "Come on, follow us," he said to Xiao Yong's group. After walking for some time, he pointed ahead and announced, "We're almost there." Tan Yuan observed, "These twisted vines. They're clearly part of a massive, sprawling plant system." San added, "Yeah, there's something seriously wrong with the location of your settlement." Hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed the guide's face as he glanced at Tan Yuan, but he quickly masked it with a friendly smile. "My friend, you've got it all wrong. These are just mutated plants. They're not the man-eating kind." He then pointed enthusiastically toward the woods, saying, "Look, we just have to pass through that thicket of dense bushes right up ahead, and we'll be there." Xiao Yong's group kept following him. Tan Yuan remarked again, "Holy cow, if I didn't know this was a settlement, I would have thought this was a monster's lair or something." Just then, everyone came to a sudden halt. Peeking through the dense foliage was a colossal, vibrant tree. Tan Yuan gasped in horror. "That thing is absolutely massive." San, standing next to him, was also gaping at the sight. "Lao." He turned to Xiao Yong and asked, "With a size like this, I'm afraid it's just as big as the plant entity inside. For your own body, right, Xiao Yong?" He replied, "You're right. In terms of sheer size, this one is actually bigger than mine. Even if I deployed the entire flower car field, I doubt it would be this massive." Next, while shooting a probing glance at their guide, Xiao Yong told Zhang Qi, Go on, Jiangqi. Time to show off your power. He quickly replied, Xiao Yong, don't mess with me. I can't possibly handle something like this. At that moment, the guide suddenly lunged towards Xiao Yong's group, shouting, Get them now, subdue them. Hearing the command, his comrades also rushed forward, and in an instant, each of them had restrained a member of Xiao Yong's team. Lao, he cried out in panic, what do you think you're doing? The guide was now holding Xiao Yong in a tight grip, preventing him from moving and smirking triumphantly down at him. Suddenly Tan Yuan yelled in alarm. Look, over there, corpses are emerging from the base of the giant tree, and now there are all these vines. They're sprouting up and writhing around, and now they're moving toward the pile of bodies, plugging right into them. Under the tree's control, the corpses began to rise to their feet one after another. Zhang Qi screamed, What is that thing doing? The monster's flesh was horribly disfigured. Their eye sockets glowed a deep red, and some were even missing limbs as the massive horde advanced toward them. Then, in unison, they all raised a hand and pointed at Xiao Yong's group, muttering in a ghastly chorus, You, submit, submit. Overwhelmed by terror, Tan Yuan squeezed his eyes shut. Frankly, the scene was enough to make your skin crawl. Then the creatures with their bloodshot eyes and mouths full of sharp teeth began to shriek, Our kind, we wish to be your servants, we wish to be your servants. Their faces were smeared with blood, insects squirmed in their nostrils, and they muttered ceaselessly, A disgrace, a disgrace, a disgrace. Xiao Yong stared them down with a grave expression. The man restraining him was stunned, breaking into a horrified sweat as he stammered in disbelief. Our kind. In a flash, Xiao Yong slammed his elbows squarely into the man's face. Blood gushed from his nose as he lost his balance and fell backward. Instantly, vines shot out from Xiao Yong's hand, binding the man and suspending him in midair as he began to stutter in pure terror. He stammered, You people, what in the world are you? At the same time, the others in the group took down their own captors. Xiao Yong said, Considering you are also under duress, I'll spare you for now. Suddenly, the horde of monsters lunged toward Xiao Yong's group, letting out a continuous ghastly shriek. They closed in on Xiao Yong, who, after a quick glance in their direction, released the man he had bound, letting him crash painfully to the ground. One by one, Xiao Yong's team stepped forward, ready for a fight. They quickly dispatched the approaching monsters, who possessed almost no strength to resist the onslaught. The men in yellow watched the spectacle in utter amazement, saying, These people aren't ordinary. I can't believe they can actually fight against the Flora mutants. And what's more, it looks like they have the upper hand. The man who had captured Xiao Yong replied, It's hopeless. Even if they're winning now, the enemy is too numerous. All those bodies are just reserve guards for the Flora mutant. Xiao Yong, with a completely blank expression, swung his arm toward the monsters, and from it erupted countless powerful vines. They surged forward, annihilating the entire group of creatures in a single devastating strike. The man in yellow who witnessed this trembled and shrieked in fear. Monsters. They're all monsters. Abruptly, his heart stopped, his eyes rolled back, and his pupils shrank to pinpricks. Then innumerable branches burst forth from his body, rapidly destroying his physical form. Nearby, his comrades felt a strange sensation, one of them stuttering, I don't feel right. In a horrifying instant, he too was consumed by countless vines that took over his body, leaving the remaining survivors paralyzed with fear. Screams of, No, please no, filled the air. Seeing his fate, one man yelled out, We can still be useful. Lao, he realizing the grim situation, shouted to Xiao Yong's group, At this rate, none of us are making it out alive. Xiao Yong replied calmly, Then all we have to do is eliminate the source. With that, he launched himself from the ground, rocketing towards the colossal tree. He channeled his power to attack its trunk as countless sturdy vines unfurled from him in midair, extending with incredible speed. Xiao Yong used his hands to direct the vine's assault. Suddenly, a massive tendril whipped out from the tree, hurtling directly at him. The giant had begun its counterattack. He reacted instantly, leaping backward to evade the strike. The vine missed, slamming into the ground where he had just stood. The impact sent a cloud of dust and debris flying everywhere. Xiao Yong retreated to a safe distance, assessing the situation with a serious look. This is no good, he said. It's too big to take down quickly. and I can't afford to waste this much energy. Meanwhile, the parasitic vines began to attack the lumberjacks, sprouting from within their bodies and slowly crawling across their skin, sending them into a panic. Seeing this, Xiao Yong shouted, "All of you who've been infected by the flora mutant, gather over here." A man asked suspiciously. "What for?" Greenish veins bulged on Xiao Yong's neck, and he exhaled a cloud of green gas from his mouth. As the lumberjacks inhaled it, they had bizarre reactions. One man collapsed, clutching his stomach, while another cried out in fear, "What is this stuff?" The panicked group began coughing and asking the same question. Xiao Yong explained, "It's a special kind of mycoalgae that can secrete interferon to suppress the next outbreak of the parasitic spores inside your bodies." He then turned and ordered Jiang Qi, "Lead these people out of here." Jiang Qi quickly replied, "Got it." Then Zhang Zishan and Xin Yuan led the lumberjacks away, leaving Lao He, Xiao Yong, and Li Cheng to face the threat. The remaining creatures continued their haunting whispers. Become a servant, shameless, shameless." An emotionless smirk touched Xiao Yong's lips. "Ha!" Suddenly, his eyes blazed with a brilliant green light as he let out a powerful shout. He stood defiantly, pointing a finger at the giant tree and roaring, "You fool!" A powerful green aura erupted from his body as he yelled, "Through symbiosis, we can not only exist, but we can also thrive and grow stronger. Mutualistic taming is the true path. It is the one true path." After his declaration, the light in his eyes faded back to their normal state. Xiao Yong glanced down at his hand and said, "All right, I've expressed my desire. Now get back to your responsibility." Lao He, looking at him quizzically, "Was that the corpse bloom talking just now? How can something like that possibly be sentient?" Xiao Yong replied, "Its adaptive spores have long since evolved a structure similar to nerve cells, so the emergence of consciousness is normal. It can be seen as the convergent evolution of a higher life form. Let's head back to discuss this further. For now, we're retreating." Li Cheng asked, "You're not going to eliminate this thing?" Xiao Yong said, "It's not worth the time to fight such a massive enemy. We'll wait for the next opportunity when we're better prepared." As Xiao Yong's group departed, the great tree didn't hinder them merely watching in silence. The other monsters, however, began to roar. "It's not over, not over. We have to kill them." A vine slammed into the ground, a warning for them not to leave. Back at the base under the oppressive heat, everyone gathered in a room to discuss the situation. Xiao Yong announced, "I'm going to call Zhang Shengzai's team back and have them guard the corpse bloom fields to counter a potential large-scale attack from that giant plant species." Li Cheng crossed his arms and asked, "They've all returned. Is everything over there secure?" Xiao Yong answered, "You don't need to worry about that front. We have a powerhouse holding it down." Jiang Qi was intrigued. "A powerhouse? Even stronger than us?" Xiao Yong smirked. "In that case, you should come with me, and the two of you can have a little sparring match." Zhang Qi eagerly agreed. "We absolutely have to spar. If I can't even beat that monster, how could I possibly beat a newcomer?" Afterward, Xiao Yong added Lao He, "You should come with us as well. We might need your professional expertise." He replied, "Understood." Zhang Qi, his face a mask of shock, suddenly yelled, "Holy crap!" Following his gaze, he was pointing at a massive tree. Xiao Yong said, "That's the powerhouse I was talking about." Just then, a man emerged from a bizarre dark red mass of what looked like monster flesh, saying, "Brother Xiao Yong." At this sight, Zhang Qi froze, rendered completely silent. Xiao Yong slung an arm around his shoulder and said to Zhao Feng, "This little brother's name is Zhang Qi. He wants to test his skills against you. You don't need to hold back." Zhao Feng let out an "oh" and then pointed a single finger to the sky. Immediately, the dark red mass behind him began to writhe. In the next moment, countless tentacles erupted forth, causing Zhang Qi to scream in terror. "What the hell?" He quickly scrambled over to pat Zhao Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Let's just drop it. We're all friends here, no need to spoil the good vibes." Meanwhile, Xiao Yong was conversing with Lao He and Xiao Ping. "This is Lao He, an expert from S-City's Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Mr. He, this is Yu Xiao Ping, a researcher at the Ka City Biology Center." Xiao Ping said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a great deal about you, Mr. He." Lao He replied, "A pleasure to meet you as well." Xiao Yong then asked, is there any way to control the swarm of insects? Could we perhaps kidnap their queen Lao? He responded, I am an agronomist, but I don't know much about the nature of social animals. However, for the known species, controlling a swarm would prove to be quite difficult. The intelligence of an insect swarm is merely a phenomenon that emerges from the simple behaviors of a large number of individuals, each with its own division of labor. The queen bee or ant is simply an intelligent chain within the organism, solely responsible for reproduction. The pheromones she secretes only inhibit the sexual maturation of other members and don't actually participate in the decision-making process. Xiaoping countered. But most systems tend toward centralization, so it's hard to say if the mother of this insect species has evolved functions similar to a central nervous system. After all these flesh-mimicking entities and the adaptive spores inside your body, Xiao Yong do exist. Lao He conceded. That's a valid point. Xiao Yong decided. If that's the case, then our first step should be to try and capture and control the queen and see what happens. The leader spoke up. But the number of insects in the swarm is too large. It's nearly impossible to infiltrate the hive and control the queen. Lao, he added. He's right. The entirety of Bee City serves as nutrients for their nest. Its scale is probably comparable to the giant plant species in the jungles of S City. Zhang Qi piped up, hey, I have a little idea, though I'm not entirely sure it'll work. Xiao Yong prompted him, let's hear it. Zhang Qi said, have you ever heard of the wooden horse? On the road, 3 black cars sped along at high velocity, kicking up a storm of dust. The vehicles screeched to a halt in unison. Inside were grotesque monsters. Soldiers began climbing aboard, shouting at one another, hurry, hurry, move it, get on, wait for me. Everyone quickly filled the 3 cars. Behind them, as the 3 vehicles started up, the monsters were dropped from the cars. The vehicles sped away quickly. The people inside yelling, drive, just drive. Go, go, don't block the road. From a distance, 2 figures stood silently observing the entire scene. Zhang Qi and Xiao Yong watched everything unfold. Crossing his arms, Zhang Qi spoke with confidence. See, I told you my method would work. Xiao Yong remained silent, but then his eyes caught something. It's here, he said. A single bee is approaching the monsters. The bee emitted a strange buzzing sound. Zhang Qi asked, what's that all about? Xiao Yong replied, it's a scout from the hive. And just like that, the bee swiftly flew away. Watching it leave, Xiao Yong noted, our bait has worked. In the distance, shadowy figures began to emerge, flying towards the battlefield and drawing closer with each passing moment. Their forms gradually became clear. Swarms of bees were descending upon the monster below. Witnessing this spectacle, the group was utterly horrified. One of the men couldn't take it. Without a second thought, he turned tail and fled, screaming, I'm done for. I'm getting out of here. Zhang Qi watched this unfold, his brow furrowing in disbelief and concern. Lao He, standing behind him, couldn't keep his cool either, and asked Xiao Yong, is everything going to be all right? Xiao Yong's eyes glinted as he focused intently on the scene ahead. Hearing the question, he offered a calm reassurance. It's not a problem. The bees were single-mindedly focused, diving down in swarms toward their target. The blood-flesh creature below sensed the fierce assault and immediately braced itself in a defensive posture. As the 2 sides were locked in a fierce struggle, strange tendrils suddenly erupted from the ground, coiling around them. These tentacles shot up with incredible speed and power. In an instant, the battling bees were ensnared by the tendrils, their sharp tips piercing deep into the insects' necks. The grievously wounded monster bees let out a series of horrifying screeches. The man stood motionless, staring at the spectacle, and couldn't help but remark, with this level of power, I feel like we don't even need a strategy. We could just launch a direct assault on the hive. The bees trembled and collapsed to the ground, still surrounded by the remnants of the tendrils that had ensnared them moments before. Lao He, watching in astonishment, couldn't help but ask, is this really going to work? Xiao Yong surveyed the area with a serious expression and analyzed. These insects' self-healing abilities are far weaker than the simulated flesh. Successfully controlling them is going to be much more difficult. Then he glanced over at the bee carcasses scattered across the ground and continued his explanation. Besides controlling Zhou, Zhao Feng worked because he was cooperating with us. However, these insects aren't going to just quietly submit. Just then the chatter of the others could be heard. This one's down too. What's the status on your end? Looks like we're in over our heads. All we can do now is hope. As if sensing something, Xiao Yong shot a look to the side. The massive insect was still, standing strong, facing the group, and flapping its wings frantically. He stared at it deep in thought, as its proboscis slowly lowered to touch the ground. As if sensing something, it grew calm and became far more docile than before. A nearby guard witnessed this and couldn't help but exclaim, "Did we actually succeed?" Xiao Qiang, overjoyed, approached it and gently stroked its head, whispering, "It looks like we did it." Lao He also moved in closer to observe, remarking, "After trying with so many, we only managed to succeed with one." Xiao Yong immediately cut him off. "One is all we need." The newly tamed bee once again took to the skies, but this time it carried a passenger. Xiao Yong calmly let the bee lift him, pulling him up into the air. Looking down at the view below, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder the people from City B are so terrified at the very mention of the insect swarm. Xiao Cheng was also pulled along, soaring high into the sky. The words tumbled out of his mouth, "Are scared out of their wits." Meanwhile, deep inside a cave, swarms of insects patrolled relentlessly. Ming Yuan's group remained, hidden in a corner, watching in terror. "This is way too dangerous." As his teammates hid to avoid being spotted, one of them whispered reproachfully, "Are you absolutely sure your theory is correct?" Shi Qing, standing beside them, chimed in, "What if we get lost in this place?" Ming Yuan immediately cut him off to reassure them. "Even an insect hive needs air circulation. If we just follow the airflow, we're bound to find an exit." The group began to move again, inching forward cautiously. Suddenly Ming Yuan froze, having spotted something horrifying. He let out a stuttered cry that made the other two jump in fear. The group stared at the nightmarish scene before them, a sight that nearly shattered their resolve. These people, they're being used as incubators for the larvae. "It's absolutely sickening," Kang muttered. Sensing the abnormality, he gritted his teeth and warned everyone, "Don't look anymore. If they catch us, we'll share that same fate." Inside the cave, the deeper Ming Yuan's group ventured into the oppressive darkness, the more it closed in until they finally spotted a source of light. At that moment, he was overcome with joy. Pointing straight ahead, he exclaimed, "Look, it's the exit." Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel felt like finding a lifeline, and their excitement was palpable. "This is fantastic. We've made it." But suddenly a cacophony of noises from behind sent a chill down their spines. What's that sound? In that instant, countless insectoids discovered them. They were spotted, and the creatures swarmed toward them. It's the insectoids, run for it. They broke into a desperate sprint, making a beeline for that single beacon of light. Victory was within their grasp. They absolutely could not fall here. Ming Yuan joyfully burst outside, shouting, "We did it." And then his feet slammed to a halt. He stood frozen. The three of them panted, completely stunned by the scene before them. Countless insectoids swarmed the entire courtyard ahead. The moment the creatures saw the trio, their gazes locked on, and they launched a frenzied attack towards Ming Yuan's group. Meanwhile, Fu Long, who was standing with his group in the dark pit below, heard the commotion and immediately looked up. A second later, he shouted in alarm, "There's a noise up there." The entire group, including Fu Long, stared intently at the sounds coming from above the pit. In the next moment, Ming Yuan's group was hurled violently down into the darkness. Ming Yuan looked at the people before him, utterly confused. "What is this room?" The other man replied with a hollow, lifeless voice. "This is the larder. From now on, you all." When Ming Yuan's group heard the end of that sentence, their faces turned ashen. "Are also part of the reserve food supply." Kang immediately broke down, collapsing to the ground in loud sobs. "If I knew this would happen, I never would have run. At least as a laborer, there was a chance to live." Fu Long then noticed someone lying motionless and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with him? Is he gone?" Ming Yuan also looked at the person on the ground, completely baffled. "Who is this? I don't recognize him." Kang also noticed something was off. "He's not one of the people who escaped with us." One of them cautiously approached, about to touch Xiao Yong. Hey, are you still alive? Instantly, the figure shot upright to everyone's astonishment. Amidst the stunned silence, he spoke, "So we finally made it here." Xiao Yong casually brushed the dust off his clothes, looking at the others with a sigh. "This roundabout trip almost made my head spin," Xiao Yong remarked. "So, this is the inside of an insectoid. Pretty impressive. It's built just like a maze." His casual tone left Fu Long completely baffled. "You were just captured. How can you be in the mood to admire the place?" In the thick, oppressive gloom, Xiao Yong's calm, steady voice rang out. "Does anyone here know the way to the mother bug?" Ming Yuan, his face beaded with sweat from terror, stammered. "What did you just say?" Fu Long pressed on. "Find the mother bug. What do you want to do that?" For Xiao Yong's sharp eyes held a mysterious glint. "I have some business to settle with it." A wave of hostility immediately rippled through the crowd. They began to murmur. "Is this guy an idiot? He's probably a lunatic." The shock must have fried his brain. At that very moment, the oppressive atmosphere thickened. A piercing, scratching sound echoed through the chamber. Fu Long's bloodshot eyes widened in horror at the scene unfolding. "It's back. It's come to choose its meal." A stampede erupted as everyone scrambled to escape. "Who is that? Who's shoving me? I can't breathe." "Hey, what are you standing there for? You want to become its dinner? Are you crazy? Someone is definitely going to die," he reminded them. "And the one who dies could be one of us." Hearing this, Kang glanced over at Xiao Yong, his conscience torn. "I'm sorry," he thought, "but it's your own fault for not being in your right mind at a time like this." On the other side, Xiao Yong calmly watched the monster approach his lone powerful figure, standing firm before the colossal beast with its razor-sharp maw. All around them, everyone else was drenched in a cold sweat, as tension suffocated the space. It was then that he decisively caught the monster's massive pincer as it lunged forward, and Xiao Yong swiftly discharged a powerful surge of energy directly into the beast. Faced with the spectacle unfolding before them, everyone's jaws dropped in utter disbelief. What in the world? What just happened? He actually killed the insectoid. Did he bring a gun in here? Yeah, he must have a gun, but I don't see one anywhere. Xiao Yong tilted his head and asked, "So, are you coming with me? Or would you rather wait here below?" They could only stammer in response. Suddenly, Ming Yuan shouted, "I'll go with you. I can help you navigate. I almost made it out of here before, right?" Instantly, the people around Dongqing began to chime in. "We'll follow you too. Count me in. There's strength in numbers after all." "He's right. Staying here is a death sentence. We might as well take the gamble." Xiao Yong didn't say a word, merely offering a faint, confident smile. But just then, the monster's pincers twitched, showing signs of movement. This sudden development sent a shiver down their spines. As it turned out, a disgusting swarm of lesser monsters was crawling toward them from up ahead. They quickly cried out in alarm. "No matter how strong he is, there's no way he can take on a horde. This massive, I don't want to die, not like this. It's too terrifying." And yet Xiao Yong remained completely unfazed, lashing out with powerful strikes at each of the bug fiends. This audacious move left the others pale with shock, their faces a mask of disbelief. Xiao Yong moved with masterful precision, seizing each grotesque insectoid. With immense strength flowing from his toned physique, he effortlessly launched them, one by one, high into the air. And just like that, the bugs were sent soaring into the sky by an incredible force. Soon the suffocating air of the cavern was filled with nothing but their piercing, agonized shrieks. After a few moments of witnessing Xiao Yong's power, everyone could only stare in awe. This is just unreal. To think he single-handedly annihilated an entire swarm of those bug fiends. Just then, his calm, deep voice cut through the tension. "The direction these bug fiends came from. Does it lead to the broodmother's lair?" Ming Yuan's face turned ashen as he stammered. "Why, yes, I think so." Xiao Yong then said, "All right, let's keep moving. Now is times, the one I'm looking for." Ahead of them stood a massive monster with a horrifying green body, making them all hesitate. The broodmother, Ming Yuan muttered with a frown. "No, that's not it. This one is called a skyline bug." Xiao Yong repeated, intrigued. "A skyline bug." At that moment, Ming Yuan pointed toward the creature and explained, "Look at its rear end. I've seen it before. It has a tail-like appendage back there that resembles an antenna." Xiao Yong smiled faintly. "Oh, A design feature like that, huh? I'm guessing it uses that to control the rest of the swarm. Ming Yuan confirmed. Exactly. Whatever you do, don't startle it or we'll have countless more swarms descending upon us. But his warning came too late. Ming Yuan's eyes shot wide open in alarm. Holy hell, what are you planning to do? He exclaimed, stunned as he saw a strange energy gathering in Xiao Yong's palm. What is that stuff on your hand? Just then, the insectoid froze, and a strange aura began to emanate from its body, a blue energy that started to spread throughout the entire area. Suddenly, the insectoid let out a soul-crushing roar of pain, as if it were under some invisible assault. All the onlookers could only gasp in astonishment. Is he even human? At this point, noticing something amiss, Urshin quickly called out. What's that noise? The skyline bug is being attacked. Even more of the bug fiends are coming to protect it. Suddenly, something seemed to activate at full power. A voice shouted, Boss, we've got a situation over here. Xiao Yong was already poised, standing at the ready, with his technique prepared. Long, shimmering threads shot out from the palms of his hands, fanning out before him. As the threads encircled the area, a voice echoed, The boss's attack is going right past us. The others around him stammered in shock. That nearly gave me a heart attack. The insectoid was instantly frozen in place by the lightning-fast assault from Xiao Yong. The glowing blue threads immediately wrapped themselves tightly around the creature. Fu Long couldn't help but wonder aloud, which one of them is the real monster here? In the dark, silent void of the cave, a supreme technique was about to be unleashed. Xiao Yong began to focus his power with deadly seriousness. It seemed the insectoid had already been hit by the attack, as it began to writhe in agony. Then it suddenly collapsed, lying motionless on the ground, to everyone's utter amazement. Is it finished? Xiao Yong then spoke, trying to use adaptive spores to control a resistant individual. The difficulty is still too high for it. But more importantly, I've now read the location of the broodmother. Long threads began to erupt from his body, erupting from his very being and covering the entire cavern. The people around him cried out in shock. Look out! Holy hell, what's happening now? At that very moment within the chaotic space, the dazed insectoid struggled to continue its assault. It rose to its feet, preparing to strike alongside its kin. However, the threads from Xiao Yong's technique surged forward like a tempest, instantly overpowering the insectoid in the blink of an eye. The threads tightened their grip, coiling around the creature's body as the technique continued its relentless assault, causing it to shriek in excruciating pain. A moment later, it seemed some kind of poison had finally seeped into its system. The insectoid's body began to tremble, then slowly shrivel and shrink. After a short while, its body was completely deflated, lying flat against the ground. But just then, more of the insectoids launched an attack from high above. Inside, the cavern chunks of earth and rock began to break apart and crumble. A curious voice cut through the chaos. What did you just do? Xiao Yong replied calmly, just tilling the soil of this little bug nest, and at the same time absorbing a massive amount of energy from the swarm. It was dead. With the process complete, everything should have been fine. But suddenly the ground beneath them began to splinter with massive cracks. You said we'd meet, didn't you? The enormous fissures started to spiderweb across the floor at an incredible speed. The collapse was so abrupt, it sent everyone plummeting into a dark abyss filled with colossal stones. Xiao Yong froze calmly, observing his surroundings. Fu Long, on the other hand, was utterly astonished and voiced his confusion as they cautiously moved through the cavern. Where's the broodmother? Where is it? With his gaze fixed on the ground, Xiao Yong coolly answered, right under us. As if on cue, a bizarre rumbling began to emanate from the earth below. A massive chunk of the ground suddenly heaved upward. As if he had predicted this very moment, Xiao Yong observed with unnerving composure as a creature started to burst forth from the earth. A monstrous and terrifyingly large insect.